Well, we've got a shaking of the hands.
That looks like it.
And Jim, I think you can announce the news.
The official news from Old Trafford on the occasion of the fourth Test match coming to an end is that Australia, by dint of a washout and leading the series 2-1, have retained the Ashes.
And congratulations, Jim. I shall shake you by the hand. All very solemn, wasn't it? Hello, everyone. Good morning to you, and welcome to the Oval for the fifth and final Ashes Test of the summer. As you heard there, Australia has already retained the trophy after that washout at Old Trafford. But there's plenty to play for over the next 5 days. Australia want to go home Ashes winners for the first time in 22 years, and for a number of their team, this will be the last chance. And England can draw this series, which, to be honest, not many would have thought possible 18 months ago when they left Hobart, having lost that series there. So here we are, we're all set up, ready to go for the toss. Ben Stokes is on duty. He got out quite early, actually. He's got his cap on and his England blazer. There's a little mascot standing alongside as well. Lots of people out here with television cameras poised and ready to go. Can't see Pat Cummins yet, but he'll be here in a second. We're guessing a bit about Australia's team still. We haven't had it officially, but we do know England's team. They announced it yesterday. And as Stokes said, it's the best available team. Crawley, Duckett, Moeen Ali, Root, Brook, Stokes himself, then Bairstow, Wokes, Wood, Broad and Anderson. And we're assuming that Cameron Green has been left out of the Australian side and that Todd Murphy, the spinner, will come in and play instead of him. But we'll have that confirmed when Pat Cummins appears. I can see him coming down the steps now of the Bedser stand over to our left-hand side. It's filling up, people coming in there, ready to go. And outside too, the ground was buzzing. Does it feel like a damp squib? No, it doesn't. There's a lot to play for. I mean, not as much as if it was 2-2 and everything to play for. But Michael Vaughan's here on a bit of a blustery, overcast day. I suspect we're going to see the winning captain of the toss field first. But anyway, I mean, it's not what it might have been. But there's still plenty on this.
Oh, I think it's a massive game. I mean, if England can win this one, I think they'll look back at Old Trafford, the Johnny Bairstow incident again at Lords, and say they were the better team and they deserve to win. If Australia can win here and win 3-1, I think you always have to accept at the end of a 5-match series, generally the better team comes out on top, and Australia will have been that if they can win here. I'm interested to see if Ben Stokes can win 5 on the trot.
Yes, I want to see if Pat Cummins changes his call.
I don't think he should.
He's gone tails every time so far. He has arrived. Let's go this way a little bit so we're out of the way. And is he going to go tails again? I think he suggested at his press conference yesterday that he might have to change. But I don't know. What do you do if you call wrong 4 times on the trot?
Yeah, he can't. He's got to go same again. I mean, if you change and 5 on the trot. I mean, Henry's saying that
he told me yesterday, tails.
And he's been tails all summer, so he's going to stick to tails. Let's see how it comes down.
All right. Well, it'd be funny if it does come down wrong again. But anyway, they're handing their team sheets around, so we'll find out where the Australian side is shortly. But we think it is that one change. It all depends really whether Mitch Marsh is fit enough. I'm looking around the field as to what remains out here. I can see Marsh down there is bowling. So I think he's probably set to play, and I can't actually see Cameron Green out here at the moment. So Stuart Broad, as always, is lingering, hanging around, waiting for the toss like he always does. He's never missed a home Ashes Test match since he started in 2009, which is remarkable, and the Ashes fuels him, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean he's been great as well throughout all his Ashes series. In Australia, he's always been very, very competitive, but here in the UK, I mean that combination with Jimmy Anderson, they've now played 138 tests together. They're the second in the list in terms of combinations. They're only 8 away from Rahul Dravid and Sachin Tendulkar, who have played 146. Can they play another 8 together?
That's a big question. There's 5 to come, of course, in India. I'm not sure they'll both play in all of those, but it's a talking point. And there he is, as always, like he has done for every Test match. He's standing there with his arms folded. Joe Root's playing a few shots, hanging around as well, waiting to see what's going to happen here with the toss. I'm going that whoever wins this is going to bowl first. So there is a bit of grass on the pitch, not as much as there was an hour ago. And there's that sinking feeling as an old bowler when you see that rake machine come out and take off a lot of grass. And I watched there a little bit of a long face as the groundsman came and took it off. But there's still plenty there. It's still quite green.
It'll be quite slow. There's a bit of moisture, so it'll do a little bit, but I think it'll do it slowly today. If anything, it might do it a little bit quicker tomorrow. But you've got to think of bowling in these conditions. There's cloud forecast for the first 3 days.
Here we go. Let's hear the toss.
Right.
Let's hear the
Four very
call.
important people. Let's start with the most important person in Benji Austin, who is our mascot, just 7 years of age. Ranjan Managali, the
Is it
match
gonna go
referee, and our
tails?
captains in Ben Stokes
Here we go.
and Pat Cummins. Ben, you've got the coin.
He's gone tails.
Is the call.
Oh, he's won it.
Tails.
The first
Thank you
time.
so much for that,
He's
Benji.
stuck with his
I
instinct.
can't believe it. The crowd can't believe it. Can you believe it? You've won a
He's
coin
stuck with
toss.
his instinct and he got it right
check
this
that.
time.
Yeah, we're going to have a bowl.
There we go.
Why is
So that's a fairly obvious call, I think. So, for the first time in this series, Australia wins the toss. Ben Stokes has got a sort of rueful look on his face, and he would love to bowl here, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think this is the real challenge for this England side now. We saw them bat first at Edgbaston, played really well on day one. There wasn't a great deal in the surface, so their expansive, aggressive game was okay. Trying to play expansively on this kind of pitch when the ball's going to be doing a bit would be quite interesting. Australia have got exactly what they wanted, to have England batting first. There's a bit of green grass, the clouds are around, and the Aussies will feel that they can make inroads. But I do think it'll do a bit for the first 3 days. I think these clouds are going to stay around. If anything, it might do it a bit quicker tomorrow. So it's certainly not win the toss, win the game kind of situation.
Right, Pat Cummins has stuck his thumb up there to Ben Stokes. You stuck with your instinct and you got there in the end.
Yeah, if it was tails and I'd switched to heads, I wouldn't have slept, I reckon.
It wouldn't have looked good if it had come down that way today.
Yeah, that's it.
That's a good toss to win, though, yeah?
I think so, yeah. It's chosen a bowl. Feels like there's a bit of cloud cover overhead. Looks like a good wicket, so I can't imagine it changing too much over the 5 days.
No, but you have brought a spinner in, though.
Yeah, we brought in Toddy Murphy for Cam Green's the unlucky one to miss out. So, yeah, exciting for Toddy. It'll be great.
Now, I've asked you this before, I'll ask you it again. How would it feel and how important is it for you to actually win this game here and go back undisputed 3-1 winners?
Oh, yeah, it'd be great. I've said it a few times. It's a similar team to 2019 and, we retained it there, which was special, but felt like we could have gone one better. So that's the opportunity this week. And, yeah, it's been a great few days. Everyone's kind of after last week just itching to get down here and get into it.
Enjoy yourself. Thanks, Pat. Thanks for talking to us. There we are. Australia's captain, Pat Cummins, who has won the toss and, not surprisingly, has chosen to bowl first with that change confirmed. Then the spinner, Todd Murphy, coming into the side. No surprise there, I don't think.
No surprise, just a little bit of a change. The forecast is that little bit better over the 5 days, so they probably need a slow bowler. Here comes the skipper, Ben.
Here he comes. Well, he's lost the toss for the first time, and I guess he'd like to have won this one because it feels like a bowling morning.
Yeah, we would have bowled. I think the overheads pretty much sum that up.
Yeah. So, we talk about dead rubbers and all that, but there's lots to play for in this game, Ben.
I'm saying the dead rubber for either team, obviously. I know Australia are desperate to leave England here to win the Ashes, and we don't want to send Australia home, winning the Ashes. We know they've retained it, but this game is just as important to both teams.
Bit of news yesterday about this knee. So just talk us through what you're going to do over the next 6 months after this.
Rest.
But surgery maybe? I mean, you've got an eye on maybe trying to sort things out over this period of time?
Yeah, I don't know what will go on. There'll be a few conversations, but 6 months rest sounds pretty good.
Yeah, and you are determined to lead Australia, whatever happens here, to leading into Australia next time?
Definitely, yeah.
Okay. Well, good luck, Ben. Thanks for talking to us. There we go. He's going to go off and don't strap his pads on quite yet, but I do enjoy interviewing Ben Stokes. You never know what you're going to get. If he doesn't fancy answering, he doesn't bother.
Yeah, but you got the best answer for me when he said he will definitely be captain for the next time that England play Australia in 2.5 years' time, and with his body and his obviously the way that he's hobbled around for the last few weeks, that was a concern for me, but that is great news for England cricket fans that Ben's going to stay as test man. Whatever happens this week, he's going to be there in 2.5 years' time.
Yeah, and he did elaborate a bit yesterday about he is going to, if he needs surgery, whatever it takes, basically, he's got a proper window here. I mean, he's not on duty again until the middle of January. Proper window to get this knee sorted out. Yeah,
and I'm sure he will do. They'll be speaking to all the different surgeons and experts to try and find out what's the best solution for Ben to make sure that by February, when England play again, he doesn't go through the process of what he's gone through in the last year, where he's just been hobbling around, not been able to bowl as much. Whether the operation will allow him to bowl like he used to be able to bowl, like 15, 20 overs a day, I'm not too sure, but if he can bowl 10 overs a day going forward for England in Test match cricket, that'll be a real bonus for the side.
Yeah, it must be so frustrating for him. Anyway, he's down there. He's lost the toss today for the first time in this series, and Australia are going to field first under these muggy. It's muggy conditions. The cloud is low. It feels as if it might possibly rain. I know a man who knows. It's Chris Fawkes. I think for the first time this summer we've spoken to you, Chris, isn't it? Good morning to you.
I think it is, Aggers, yes.
Yeah, nice to have you back.
Well, thank you very much, although I would say you've pretty much done the forecast for me there, haven't you?
I'm just looking up.
Yeah, I know. Well, you're right, though. We've got extensive low cloud, very humid. We've got temperatures at the moment, 20 degrees Celsius over a dew point of 17, so yeah, very humid conditions. And I don't really see a lot changing, really, today. The only thing that we might see is a little bit of drizzle coming along. Now, I think the main risk time for that happening probably during the afternoon, say between around 3 and 5 o'clock. If we do get an interruption, probably not lasting too long, but it could be just a little bit annoying, and certainly a day that, you'd fancy the bowlers. I think the batting would be a little bit tricky, perhaps the ball moving around a bit. Beyond that, tomorrow it's a sunshine and showers kind of day, but I think the showers are going to largely stay to the northwest of London, so if they're behaving, things should be okay. And the weekend, a lot of play to come as well. It's just Monday I'm a bit worried about. Low pressure.
Yes.
Heavy rain. It's not going to be like Old Trafford again, is it?
Don't say that. But it doesn't. That's the one day, doesn't it? The last day doesn't look great.
No, indeed. So it's a case of getting a wriggle on again. But there'll be a lot of play before we get there. Let's hope we've skittled them before then.
Nice to talk to you again, Chris.
Cheers,
See you
Aggers.
soon. Bye-bye. That's Chris Fawkes at the Weather Centre. It's not too bad, but Monday, does look a bit dicey, but the way the speed they play. In fact, Michael, you've been doing some research here.
I have. I've got some numbers for Aggers.
Yeah.
Throughout this series, England have bowled exactly 100 more maidens than Australia in the field.
That is extraordinary.
Even though they're
games.
not bowling today. I had that stat and I wanted to use it now.
Well, you've burned it off, but that is in 4 matches a staggeringly high number.
Yeah, and I said last week after the Manchester game that I generally feel England have been a better team over 4 games. They've just unfortunately had silly moments at the start of the series where they went 2-0 down, played some good stuff at Headingley, and at Manchester I thought they were magnificent. I guess that's why they've gone the same team again this week, is because they play so well at Manchester. And Ben, Baz and Rob Key would have thought, well, we played so well as that unit last week, let's go again. Jimmy Anderson, obviously the great debate about Jimmy Anderson. This is his worst venue in terms of figures. He's got 49 wickets at 32. It's the only ground in the UK that he goes at over 3s. And he's never got a 5er here. So you could say he's due. His best was 4 for 52 in 2004 against the West Indies. So Jimmy's due a 5er here.
Well, he is. He's got the overcast conditions. We've got Jim Maxwell up there in the box. Morning, Jim.
Aggers.
So here we are. Any surprises from your perspective, apart from your captain finally winning a toss?
Yes, he did indicate yesterday he was sticking with tails, and he's got lucky this time. But no, I think the team is as is. They're not going to drop Warner yet, and if he gets some runs here, he might stick around for a bit longer. But his time is coming, I would have thought. He's lucky that there's no one in the back room, as a word, to push him out and say, I'm a better bet than Warner, who occasionally gets a few runs. But I think that's the problem for Australia looking ahead, and what they do with the opening batting position. We'll see how it goes here in the first hour or so when they get a chance to bat. But I think it's horses for courses. It's just a question really of those bowlers, particularly Mitchell Starc and Mitch Marsh, how well have they come up from the game the other day, where they clearly had a few little niggles. And Pat Cummins himself, I think he's been happy to have 5 days where he hasn't had to bowl.
Yes.
So that may have refreshed him, because he was well and truly spent here 4 years ago when Australia made that ludicrous decision at the toss, Tim Payne changing his mind in the last 5 seconds to have a bowl rather than a bat, because the batsmen got to him before the bowlers did. But at any rate, it looks pretty green from where we're sitting, and I would imagine there'll be a few Dukes ball bowlers will be very happy to be operating on this surface. It could be fun in games.
Well, I think so. A last one for Michael down here. Ben Duckett doesn't leave the ball alone. It feels today as if you've got to be a bit cagey as an opener, haven't you?
Yeah, you think so. I mean, I'll be intrigued to see how they go about the business. I think I know the way they'll go about the business, and that'll be to try and get on with it, play a few expansive shots. Australia must think if they can get the ball in the right area in this morning session, chances will be created. And we generally always know here at the Oval that if the snick is found, it carries through to the cordon. There was a couple of times at Manchester, particularly Edgbaston, early in the series, and Lords, where the snicks were found and they weren't carrying to the slip cordon. I think this will be similar to Headingley. That if the snicks are found, the cordon better get ready. Duckett will come out playing his strokes, Eggers. Zach Crawley will come out playing. Then we got Moeen at 3. England will probably think get 250 and 50 and get Australia into bat. That's their mindset.
We shall see. That's the scene set down here. The crowd coming in. Our Australian friends there in their green and gold already in position over to my right there. And they're clearing the field and getting ready for play, which will start in 20 minutes from now. In fact, 15 minutes from now, the umpires will be on their way out. So the stage is set. We know what's happening. Australia have won the toss. They've put England into bat. No surprise there. Ben Stokes would have done the same. Low cloud, humid sort of feel. Should be a very interesting morning session, I think. So, time for me to go upstairs. And already in his position there is Dan Norcross. Good morning, Dan.
Good morning, Aggers. Thank you very much for all that. Well, England won the toss at Edgbaston, and frankly, they might have been better off bowling then on a beautiful sunny day. But today, there was a toss that they would really have loved to have won. It's grey, it's a bit murky, there's a fair bit of humidity around. But what I would say, from watching quite a lot of cricket at the Oval this year, is, well, it's been very variable. There have been some games where the pitch has got better. Surrey against Hampshire, very good bowling attack, won that by 9 wickets. The pitch improved. Against Lancashire, went the other way round. And Surrey were bowled out for 84 in the 4th innings. So, look, I'm not quite sure. We'll just have to let time take its passage. We have, alongside me, Stephen Finn, former England fast bowler, and Vic Marks, former England spinning all-rounder. You're a bit despondent, are you, Vic, that Stokes didn't win that toss, or do you think it doesn't really make much odds?
Well, I'm sure he would have wanted to bowl first, but he likes to bowl first almost on any sort of surface, I think. You're the expert, you're the Surrey expert, but there's a bit more grass on this sort of pitch than we're used to seeing for a test match here. And I think if we were to throw ourselves back, well, you were just a year or two, me about decades, you'd be the busier man today than me. You'd think the seamers might enjoy this morning. A bit of cloud cover, a bit of green grass visible, fresh dew.
Yeah, do you fancy bowling on this, Stephen?
Yeah, I mean, you look at the games that I've watched here this year so far. There was a domestic game between Middlesex and Surrey, and the World Test Championship final between India and Australia here had a very similar look to this on the first day. There's a tinge of green, there's a lot of lush grass either side of the surface, so the ball's not going to get messed up from being hit into the deck when it does inevitably get hit to the boundary a few times by these England batters. So the ball's going to retain its hardness. And there was some erratic bounce in those 2 games. There was some big bounce from good length. Marnus Labuschagne in the World Test Championship final got hit on the top hand a number of times. And when a world-class player is getting hit on the top hand, you know that bounce is extreme. So I expect to see something similar to that today. Maybe not necessarily people having their top hands blown off, but I anticipate the ball carrying, and I anticipate the Australian seamers, if they find the right length, that slightly fuller length, they'll be very dangerous.
Well, Lee Fortis, the groundsman, said exactly that, actually, to Bharat Sundaresan. He said this pitch is going to bounce. It's going to carry, it's going to come through, which...
Groundsmen always say
They've got no idea what's going on, honestly.
They said it at Edgbaston, it didn't, but at the Oval it can do, and we've seen it a bit this season. If it does, though, I'm not sure that that's a particular problem for England. They won the one game on the paciest pitch of the series at Headingley, and we might see the reverse scoop from Root. They're not particularly long straight boundaries, so you might want to challenge those. One thing I would say, though, is that in the last few days there's been an attempt to shift the narrative. The Australians, I think, have been a little bit stung by the idea that they're 2-1 up jammily, and that England are the moral victors, and really England could be 3-1 up or 4-0 up.
I'm not sure the Aussie press have been saying that.
Well, no, this is my point. What the Aussie press have been saying, and repeatedly so, is that England won 4 tosses. Australia found themselves batting in the worst of the conditions. Well, England today are going to be challenged, aren't they? Because this is going to be tricky. And let me just run a couple of things by you that I don't think any of us predicted at the start of this series. Leading run scorer across the series, Zach Crawley. Averages 55, he's got the highest average apart from Mitchell Marsh. Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley between them have scored 50 runs more over the batting pretty much, and they've had 2 fewer innings than their Australian counterparts. So Actually, there's an argument to say this is England's strong suit.
Yes, somewhat. I mean, it's going to be interesting when you're watching them bat against Pat Cummins, Mitchell Starc and Josh Hazlewood this morning. It's going to be a different proposition, I think, to what we've seen. Australia winning the toss and for the first time actually doing what they want to do in the first innings of a game. I'm watching the bowlers bowl through on their practice wicket here, which looks similar to the main wicket, and it really is flying through. The keeper's a long way back. He's catching it shoulder high. This is going to be challenging for those two who've had a good series, Duckett and Crawley.
They have, but I agree that it could be a different game for them. The slip cordon will be on red alert. There'll be a few more slips in too. If it's going to carry, it will carry, and there'll be a little bit of movement. So I think it's a bigger challenge for them. I don't think they'll play any differently. If they think it's there, they'll go for it. But it's not going to be straightforward. Edgbaston, I tell you what, if a normal side had been playing at Edgbaston, we'd have spent days afterwards saying this is a terrible test pitch, this was the most boring draw we've ever witnessed, dig that square up or something like that. But England play at such a pace that wasn't the case. We got a good match out of it.
Declaration.
But it was a sort of pitch that would drive, Stephen, if he played there on that pitch every day, would be 5'9" by the end of, a couple of weeks. This, though, I suspect will be a bit more interesting. But I also think, too, that the Aussies will be actually curiously in a better place in that they've got the Ashes. I reckon at Manchester they got into that frame of mind with the weather forecast, hang on for that draw, and they've played a negative game in the field, especially 9 men on the boundary.
Well, and their selection, Vic.
Well, maybe,
they extended their batting order so that...
But I think now they have a certain freedom. They've got the Ashes. They've been a bit stung by all this, well, yes, you've won the series, but we're the winners, really. Yes. And the weather forecast is not so bad here. You think there's always going to be a result. And when you know there's going to be a result in 5 days, there's no point trying to play defensively. So I think they'll be much more aggressive in the field than they were at Manchester.
What do you make, Stephen, of their selection?
Because it's a more balanced team. It's a far more balanced team going into this Test match. There is a tinge of green there, as there was in the previous Test match at Old Trafford on that first morning. There was a tinge of green, wasn't there? But typically the surfaces do dry out if we get good weather with a bit of wind, as we anticipate over the next couple of days at least. That dries the surface out. You get a heavy roller on it. An off spinner becomes very, very important, and Nathan Lyon going down in that Lord's Test match it was a significant point in the series. England didn't capitalise in it on that in that Test match, but certainly here you would anticipate an off spinner having some work to do over the course of the 5 days, just maybe not necessarily in the first half of the day today.
Well, if it gets to 5 days, because the way England approach things with the bat on a really flat deck at Edgbaston, they were 8 down when they declared with still 7 overs left in the day.
This time.
Well, I don't know.
But
We'll
that's
have to
not
wait
where
and
they
see.
lost the Test match.
No.
They didn't lose the Test match with the declaration. They lost the Test match by missing the chances.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that on a flat deck, they still managed to lose 8 wickets going hard. So today, we're probably going to expect to see them. Well, you'd imagine they'd be bowled out. Andy Zaltzman's with us. They don't get to a second new ball that often under Bazball, do they?
No, I'll find out exactly how often, but it has been...
I think it's 5 times they've made it to 80 overs, and the new ball has only been taken twice because of circumstances. So it's kind of set up for England to counter-attack, because presumably, Vic, one of the tenets of Bazball is that you're running towards the danger, and there does seem to be some danger here today. It has a feel of a bowling day against a very strong Australian pace attack, albeit one that their last memory of is crunching for the fastest 500 in Ashes history.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they won't really change the way they play, but you think of Zach Crawley, who played beautifully up at Manchester, but he's hitting those balls on the rise, on the drive, not the half volley length necessarily, but the one that's a little bit shorter than that. Once they start moving, the risk is increased significantly. But I think they'll play the same way, and there's virtue in that too, because what people often forget, I think, is even the best bowlers in the world, when they see their best ball go for 4 occasionally, they start to panic a bit. It could be Jimmy Anderson in panic a bit. Hang on, I bowled it just where I want it. He's hit me for 4. And that affects bowlers. So, there is some merit in even though conditions may favour the quicker bowlers this morning, putting them off their game, making them bowl too short, for example, would be a good thing probably on this surface in the first session.
Stephen, at the start of the series, we didn't expect any England bowler really to play all 5 tests. Stuart Broad is going to do that. He'll play his 25th consecutive home match. And we probably thought Ollie Robinson would have a bigger role to play. He's picked up 10 wickets in the series and could barely bowl in the 3rd test. But we think he's now fit. He's been left out. What do you read into that?
Well, I'd say that's more a nod towards James Anderson maybe being suited to these conditions. And Ben Stokes quite belligerent, wasn't he, in the pre-match build-up to saying that James Anderson's the best bowler that there's, or the best seam bowler that there's ever been. So, yeah, I mean, Ollie Robinson, when you have a back spasm, it takes a little bit of time to get your confidence back, to have full trust in your body. And as a management team up there, they'll be looking at that thinking we can't afford to have a bowler going down, and it may just have come around that little bit too soon. But, yeah, Ollie Robinson is still a fantastic bowler. He's still, even though people are saying he's had a poor series, he's took 10 wickets at 28, I think, in the series, which isn't a shocking return compared to what you could do if you've had a shocking series. So
he's bowled on some pretty tough pitches for him
and tough pitches, and tough pitches. But look, I think James Anderson, had England won the toss this morning, James Anderson would have bowled very nicely on this surface with the length and the swing that he gets. But he's a class campaigner. He's 41 years old, but he's still fit. He still looks brilliant when he bowls. So hopefully we can see the best of Jimmy Anderson in this test match.
Well, the forecast is for it to be pretty murky on and off throughout without too much rain, so it might actually suit the quicker bowlers. And we had an extraordinarily quick test match here last year, albeit in September. The amount of playing time was, I think, around about 2 days. It dribbled an hour into the 5th day because the first 2 days were bad, and one for rain and one for the death of the Queen. So England somehow still managed to get a result, and it was seam bowlers that were to the fore.
I suppose Anderson missed out on the one pitch where he would have liked to, where there was a bit more bounce and headingly. But nonetheless, he needs to get a wicket or two in his first spell just to calm him down a bit.
Well, we'll come back to it in a moment. Andy, have you got that data for me?
Yes, since the Stokes-McCullum revolution began, England have reached 80 overs 8 times in total. Only 4 times have they batted beyond 90 overs. The longest was against New Zealand at Trent Bridge last year in the 2nd test of the S&M era. 539 off 128.2 overs on that occasion.
That was the flattest of days, wasn't it? It was lovely to bat on that Trent Bridge, and New Zealand got over 500, England got over 500, and then Bairstow went berserk in the 2nd innings.
Last year, that oval test was 151.3 overs in total. It was the shortest completed test in England since 1912.
Yep, extraordinary. Now, I don't think, it's not September. That does make a difference here at the Oval.
It's not even August.
Well, it isn't quite.
Well, on a technicality.
It isn't quite even August. If you are just joining us on Test Match Special, the news is that Australia have won the toss. Unsurprisingly, they've elected to bowl their first toss win of the series, and they have included Todd Murphy. So they've left out Cameron Green, and all of our pre-season's predictions. There was a player that we were all very excited to see playing in England. Thought it might suit him, but it just hasn't quite worked out for him.
Well, stuff happens, doesn't it? Yeah. I mean, Marsh came in and has batted like a god. Didn't bowl much in the last match, but he looked their best batsman in Manchester. You wouldn't have predicted that. You probably wouldn't have predicted that Chris Woakes would play 3 games in a row, but he's come into the side and Wood. Well, Wood you would have sort of
3 in a row.
Well, yeah, maybe not 3 in a row. But Woakes was, disappeared from view really for the last couple of years, and now he's back, and you can't leave him there. What have we been doing for the last couple of years? Where's he been?
The anthems are about to start very shortly. The bell will shortly be rung. A couple of quick pithy questions. Is this the last Test match for Jimmy Anderson, or is it the last Ashes Test match for Jimmy Anderson, or is it actually neither?
Well, to the second part of the question, I'll say yes.
Yes. Not going to go to Australia in 2.5 years.
I don't see that.
He won't like you writing him off like that.
I'm not going to write anything because I don't bother with that nowadays. But I don't think... And I think to the first part, could be. I mean, it sounds like he wants to keep playing, and he's got a great record recently in the subcontinent. You feel there's a slight masochistic streak there somewhere.
Now,
but I don't know.
Our bell ringer today is the former commander of the HMS Illustrious, Admiral Sir Jonathan Band. And the bell is from the HMS Illustrious. here at the Oval. The players are now lined up. The anthems are about to start very shortly after the bell goes. Quick word on Stuart Broad. You're a big fan of tall, fast bowlers. You go googly-eyed when you see Glenn McGrath, Stephen Finn. Quick word on Stuart Broad.
I think just unbelievable 25 test matches in a row that he's played. He's had David Warner's number again, hasn't he? And he's bowled beautifully all series, and he's bowled game-turning spells in the test matches, so it's been fantastic to see.
Right, well, it's time for the national anthems. Jonathan Agnew's going to take over and take you through the first 20 minutes of play. Thank you, Vic. Thank you, Stephen.
And singing today is Laura Wright. Poignant reminder, it was during England's last test match here, of course, that Her the Queen died. And the surreal atmosphere that there was around the Oval after that. But anyway, those are the formalities completed. The umpires are on their way out into the middle. Kumar Dharmasena and our old friend Joel Wilson on his way out into the middle. And, of course, the Australian team having won the toss and chosen to bowl first in, I have to say, Tuffers, good morning to you. I feel like good bowling conditions, you know, it's muggy, it's humid, the cloud is low. The ball does swing here at the Oval in these sort of conditions. Anyway, how's things? How are you?
I'm very well, John. Morning.
Good.
Morning, and morning, everyone. Morning, listeners. Yes, no, good toss to win, isn't it?
Yes.
They deserved it, didn't they? They've had a bit of a rough end of the stick with the conditions, a little bit, perhaps, during this series. So, yes, that nice cloud cover, it is muggy. I've just been out there taking the atmosphere of the Oval and had to take the jacket off, so it is warm.
Right, okay.
And just a little bit tinge of green, so yeah, get stuck in and have a bowl.
Here come the batsmen, Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley. It's a bit of a music fest these days, the first day of a test match, because you get Jerusalem sort of tagged onto the back of the national anthems as well. Sun's trying to come out now, which is rather nice. It won't last for long, I don't think, because it is a real blanket of cloud, a mixture of light and grey cloud, really, but it doesn't look threatening. But as Chris Fawkes mentioned, it does look the type that could be a bit drizzly this afternoon, but let's hope not. So the batsmen arrive. How's Ben Duckett going to play? I think we know the answer to that, but it does feel the sort of conditions where you've got to have... Well, but most opening batsmen would think they've got to have a bit of a look at this and make the bowlers bowl at them and really challenge their line and so on. But I don't think Duckett quite thinks like that.
This is really when the opening partnership has to do a job, isn't it? It has to sort of like play for his off stump and, you know, get that ball a little bit softer and that newness away from it. Try and perhaps get to lunch only one down or something. That's a classic way of going about it in these kind of conditions. Leave well, you know, and then just let the bowlers come to you and sort of knock it off your pads. But I don't think these two play like that.
No, they don't.
I just hope that they're not 30 for 4.
Let's see what happens. Mitchell Starc trying to bowl the first over. He was happy talking about his golf about half an hour ago as we waited out there for the toss. He's been playing at Wentworth over the last few days.
I bet he gives it away.
I think he probably does. So he enjoyed himself. He's going to bowl, I think, over the wicket, although Duckett's standing in the way at the moment. So Zach Crawley's saying, well, there you go, move across, please. Thank you, Ben. So lots of bat twiddling going on, the usual sort of anxious-looking body language of opening batsmen before a ball's being bowled.
Careful to that big in-swinging Yorker.
Yeah.
First over, that's his trademark.
Well, he's got the wind in the right place for that.
Yes, it's perfectly set up for start.
It's and for all the bowlers, it's a cross. So the first ball of the last Test match, in comes Starc and bowls outside the off stump, and Crawley allows that ball to go by outside that off stump, and it's taken by keeper.
Yes, I was listening to Zach Crawley in his interview after the game, actually, and he said, well, I'm just looking to try and get myself in a little bit more now and everything. Did you hear that?
Yes.
So they are sort of like evolving in Bazball a bit. They are sort of coming back a little bit to the traditions of what gets you through.
Well, I had a jousting interview with Ben Stokes yesterday. They vary a lot, their interviews. They do. Depends a lot on the mood, I think, and what he rates as your questions as well. He very happily puts you away if he doesn't rate it very highly. In comes Starc from the far end, bowls outside the off stump, and so straight from Crawley again. And we're talking about the evolution, if you like.
Yes.
And the execution of Bazball.
Right.
And how it had changed from Birmingham to Old Trafford.
Yeah.
And he wasn't having any of it.
No, didn't happen,
The
mate.
approach had changed.
No.
And I said, looking on, I said, it appears that's been the case.
Well, the way they played it is completely different at Old Trafford.
And I then said, well, how do you decide how you're going to execute?
Yeah.
You wouldn't have that.
No.
Then comes Starc.
It sounds like he put you away.
Here he comes again, bowls to Crawley outside the off stump, and there's no stroke again, so he hasn't played any of these so far.
Yeah, well done.
By Carey. And then we moved on to saying, well, how do you know when you're executing it correctly for the conditions and so on? And he said, if you could work that out, you'd be the best coach in the world. I said,
Yeah, well, they do come out with some strange stuff, some of these England players, that sometimes they have definitely worked on how to play the short ball. They're not looking to hit it for six now. When it happens, they're looking to tap it on the head.
Tap it down.
Yeah, and get ones and twos.
Yep.
So,
and pick up the ones, and there's another one here.
Absolutely.
That man out at deep point is out there already.
Well,
deep square leg.
Yeah, well, David Warner said that he hasn't seen any Bazball yet.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Starc again bowling. Crawley's forward. The first one that he's played at on the off stump. He rolls down to. Well, was he asleep at Old Trafford?
Well, that's what I was saying. That's what I thought. I was listening to this interview, and he said, I think, I've been standing there at first slip, and they've just played the way they play. And I went, crikey, O'Reilly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, as you say, did you not see that partnership between Root and Crawley?
Perhaps he had his eyes shut.
Well, perhaps he did.
No, he's standing at
I think he has
slip.
when he's been batting. Sorry, I take that back. That's nasty. That's nasty. That was naughty.
There's 2 balls to go in this over, I think. And Henry was saying that he's come across somebody who's had a bet on a boundary being struck at the first over of every Test match this summer.
And he's done well so far.
So far, it's 4 dots. Somewhere out there in listener land is a very, very anxious
2 balls
individual.
to go.
He's got 2 balls to go. In comes Starc, bowls to Crawley. He's down the leg side, and Carey gets a glove on it. I don't know what sort of boundary he means, but that was almost evading Carey's lunge to his left. So there's one ball to go.
Well, it doesn't sound a bad little punt, that, actually, but I think he's going to get stuffed here.
Yeah, there's never been an Ashes series in which there's been a boundary in the first over of all 5 tests.
Well, whoever this individual is, it might be Henry himself.
He's sweating.
He plays a bit of a canny game.
Just need it. What do you need then? If it's wide, he's going to leave it. I think he needs to be on those pads and
huge gap through the offside look. It's going through cover. Relax, whoever this individual is. It's going for 4. In comes Starc, bowls.
No, he's left it.
Lets it go outside the off stump. He only played at 1 ball in the entire over, and it's a maiden.
Oh, mate.
There's one betting slip being torn up as we speak.
That's not a bad effort, though.
No, it's not.
But that's well played, actually, by Crawley. And it just proves your point there, Eggers.
Yes.
That perhaps, they are just assessing situations. It's green, overcast skies. You don't want to go out there and lose 2 or 3 wickets quickly and get yourself right behind the game. You can always lose a game on the first day, but you can never win it. Hey, there you go.
Here's a theory that's come to my mind, which I might ask Stokes. I've got one more interview left with him at the end of the game.
Say, well, he didn't play out a maiden first over.
Yes. Do you think, it's only just come into my mind, this, Bazball's done its bit. It's happened. It's done. It's got them beyond Grenada. It's got them through last summer. It's changed the mindset.
Yeah, you just tinker with it now.
Now it's just...
Oh, still played the test. I think that everyone will be looking to sort of catch up a little bit with the brand.
But the manic side of the brand, the frenetic side of the brand.
Well,
do you think that's been just...
Well, it cost England the Ashes in my mind.
Hazelwood's bowling the second over. Duckett plays away off his pads. England's first run to get a couple here. And a deep backward square leg. And Stark is the fielder. England away, 2 for no wicket.
Those 2 sessions, the one at Edgbaston when Root got stumped and Johnny Bairstow reverse swept with everyone on the boundary, and that 180 odd for 1 at Lords when the 4 main batsmen, happy hookers. I think that contributed a little bit to. I think that it was one of the main reasons that they were 2-0 down. It was the reason. There you go. Going to back it up.
It's quite bright out there again now, or trying to be. Hazelwood runs away, bowls, and Duckett plays a ball on the off stump, just outside. And Hazelwood picks the ball up, tosses it away out to mid-off, gives it a rub. That'll be Labuschagne. And there's no run, so 2 for no wicket. Australia winning the toss for the first time in this series. If you're just tuning our way, first time, and great to have you with us. We've had some remarkable listening figures, really.
I know.
During the course of this summer.
Oh, thank you, everyone. It's really been sensational.
It just demonstrates the love that there is for Test cricket out there.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Test match special.
In goes Hazelwood, bowls. Oh, it goes straight through Duckett. That looked a good ball. A really good delivery. Pushing forward outside the off stump.
Oh, I thought we were all going to pat ourselves on the back then. There's nothing to do with us. Nothing to do with us.
No, you can't do that. But there have been some remarkable digital listening figures.
Well, that's what's such a shame about Old Trafford, wasn't it? I mean, crikey, those last 2 days were frustrating. Could you imagine it? Listen, everyone's still here enjoying themselves, 2-2 instead of 3-1 and all that kind of stuff. But this place there would have been banners, there would have been flags.
People hanging off the chimneys again.
Yeah.
Hazelwood, shoulders rocking, bowls to Duckett. It's edge. She's got away with it. Landing just in front of third slip. And I mean only just. And Khawaja there got both hands to it.
Lucky there, because they usually carry at the oval.
Yeah, it should have carried, really. But didn't get there. Could he have left this one? It's outside that off-stump sort of area, isn't it? Going across.
Well, it sort of knocked it down a bit. I mean, genuine edge, though.
I think Alistair Cook would have left that.
Yeah.
2 for no wicket. And you just see the shadow now as Hazelwood turns below us. So the sun trying to come out. Past the umpire he goes and bowls on the leg stump. He's picked that off. And Stark again is the fielder way down in the distance. So that new stand behind him. Tossing it back. So it'll be Crawley's first look at Hazelwood. 3 for no wicket. A big screen up there on our right shows the action replay. We've got stewards standing perfectly still in their orange jackets, ringing the ground. And then there are green ones. They have 2 different teams here. There are green jacketed ones who I would suggest are the fitter ones. I think they're the sort of athletes who have to come on in case of streakers and so on. And then you've got your orange jacketed ones who just sort of keep an eye on things in the stands. You know, they haven't got to go running. 3 for no wicket. 3 slips and a gully. Hazelwood moves in and bowls, and that's driven away through the offside by Crawley. We saw that a lot at Old Trafford. And there you go. There's the first boundary of the day, but it's the last ball of the second over and not in the first over. 7 for no wicket, and he didn't try and hit it too hard. And that, again, is something maybe Crawley's just really worked on in his game. Sometimes you see him early on really follow through, but he's stood up on top of the bounce.
Top of the bounce. Yeah. That's where he's so good, you know. It's because he's such a tall player, but he also has those he sort of makes himself even taller. I mean, that was really on top of the bounce.
Like
still got it. Yeah,
Kevin Peterson did that.
Yeah,
stood up so tall.
Yeah, and got his hands high with it as well. Yeah, he's middled that, and that sort of like would have been hitting the splicer Ben Duckett.
Yeah. Well, we've got 2 out in the leg side for a hook shot that Duckett might or might not employ. He's going to face Mitchell Stark. I think virtually everyone in the ground now. Aussie's in position down there to our left, caps on. Mainly olive green shirted Aussies today. Some golden behind him. I saw Terry Alderman yesterday. He's out here with some of the supporters. Lovely to see him. In comes Stark, bowls, pushed away into the offside. There's that easy single for Duckett to collect. And Head has a long way to come in from in front of those spectators.
Yeah, I would have asked me Gully to go and get that.
Such an easy single, isn't it?
It is. It's a good ball.
Oh, that bet was 250 to 1, was it?
Oh, great bet. Well, great odds.
Doesn't say boundary will be struck, or does there will be a boundary, because it's unclear whether that's off the bat or leg buys or some sort of extra. Scored. Oh, well, that's everything.
That's everything. Could have nutted it. Could have nutted it for 4.
Might be a bit of small print in there. In comes Stark, moves in, bowls to Crawley, and there's no shot. That goes through at a nice pace through to Alex Carey.
Not making him play, Stark, just a little bit wide. I think he's left every ball in here, apart from the one down the leg side.
A nice chat with Carey today. I hadn't met him before.
Yeah, he's a nice chap.
A very, very friendly chap.
Could have been a Aussie rules player, couldn't he? Jimmy Carey. He wanted, yeah.
Oh, I forget all the Johnny Bear, because all he did in that Johnny Bairstow thing was just roll the ball at the stumps that wicketkeepers do all the time. I mean, what he did was irrelevant, really. I mean, all wicketkeepers do that. But no, nice conversation.
Oh, it's nice.
In comes Stark again, bowls outside the off stump. No, there's a peel flag before wicket. He's playing no shot. Umpire Wilson's considering.
Oh, he fancies that. Stark wants that.
He almost broke his back.
He did.
Leaning back there vociferously, and now Carey's going up for a conversation with him. It flicked the pad as he didn't play a shot. Cummins involved in a conversation. It's umpire Wilson. They're going to review it.
He was absolutely begging for it.
He was. He liked that.
Starkey.
They would have to have come back.
Umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
Nitin Menon is the third. Let's have a look. It would have to have come back, I think, quite significantly. It was certainly swinging back. Oh, it does come back.
Has come back. Ooh.
Okay, ball has clearly touched the back pad.
Hit the back leg.
No need for ultra edge. Can we have ball tracking? No shot offered.
Here we go, straight away. It's a quick one, this. It's not far away.
Pitching outside off.
Red,
impact outside off.
missing.
Ooh,
good decision, Mr.
Thank
Wilson.
You. I'll go back to Joel on field.
I've seen them
Joel,
given.
you can stay with your decision. You're on screen now. You can signal not out.
Just missing the off stump, and it's missing, so the Aussies lose a review.
Yeah. Not only did it swing, it just pitched and nipped as well.
It did nip.
That's what foxed Crawley. Oh, by a whisker.
Yeah, it was a whisker.
Yeah, I've seen them. Called county cricket, you're getting fired off for one of them, aren't you?
Especially tail enders.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably doing us a favour, actually.
Yes.
Yeah, he's nearly broken his back there, Mitchell Stark. He was, for a big man, he was down on his knees, arched right back, asking for it.
No, you really wanted that.
Oh, yeah, you would have done as a bowler. You'd be definitely reviewing that.
So a review goes. 3 slips. Gully's quite fine. And Stark again moves in, bowls to Crawley very wide. Could barely have reached that. He thought about it. And he's in cagey mode.
Yeah, yes. What are we going to call that? So we've got Baz ball, which is going for it.
Boyk's ball.
Boyk's ball. Jeff ball.
Yeah.
Boyk's ball. I like that.
Boyk's ball.
Boyk's ball. He's flipped the switch to Boyk's ball.
He has.
Power down.
Well, I think England supporters were quite happy with that.
Yeah, well, you've got to try and do a job. You've got to try and get yourself to the first hour, haven't you?
Yep.
And just negate losing the toss.
8 for no wicket. Stark grips the ball with his left hand, looks menacing as he starts that prowling run.
Yeah, he does.
Past umpire Wilson. Here he comes, very tall man. He bowls and Crawley's beaten there. A ball that didn't go flying through to the keeper again. I think Michael Vaughan said earlier that actually this pitch could well be a bit quicker tomorrow when it's just dried a little bit. It feels a little bit soft on the surface.
Tacky, and there was the cross seam delivery, and there was that little skip. When it hits the seam, it bites and bounces a bit, and when it hits the shiny side, it just skids on.
Yeah. Andy Roberts first did that. Well, certainly with bouncers.
Yeah. Daddy bouncer and the little mummy bouncer.
One that really skidded on.
I don't know whether you ever mummy bouncer, do you?
No. But that's what he felled.
You have a daddy bounce.
He felled Colin Cowdrey with that one.
Yeah, felled him.
In comes Stark, bowls, and Crawley on the front foot plays that back to the bowler again, and there is no run. So that's the end of the 3rd over of this first day of the final Ashes Test match. I can't believe we're saying that, and it's still in July.
First one had only just finished.
Yeah,
it should have only just finished, isn't it, or something I heard. This time when it was happening.
Funny old son, but you'll be dusting yourself down for the 100.
Yes, looking forward to that.
Still a lot of cricket to come.
Yeah, there is.
One dayers at the end in September.
Yeah.
But a month off international cricket coming up.
Come on, the spirit.
Is it?
Yeah, London Spirit. Plays at Lords.
8 for no wicket. And Hazelwood, past the umpire, runs in. He's there now, bowls, and Duckett pushes into the offside.
Perfect for Duckett having a chap not there.
Big gap.
All he does is look forward, and that doesn't then mean you sort of have to leave, because all you get a bat on it is a single.
Yeah.
You can just rotate the strike. What have you been up to, John, anyway, after Old Trafford? It was disappointing, wasn't it?
That's exactly what I did. I got home, put the washing on,
Spaniels.
mowed the grass, and got in the car and came back down to London. It's
did
a
you?
quick turnaround,
Oh,
isn't
well,
it?
you have to get down here a day early, don't you?
Yeah, quick turnaround. So no, it's that time of year. If you don't get a chance to get the mower out,
you got ride on.
It's a bit of a jungle. Oh yeah, it's a bit of a jungle, isn't it? You've got to slashing through with a scythe. Then goes Hazelwood there now, moves in, bowls, and tucked into the leg side by Crawley. Again, only seen that one. Well, it wasn't an aggressive shot, his drive. It was a carefully controlled drive to a ball that deserved it. So there hasn't been any reckless shot played at all in this innings so far. It's been very careful. Duckett hasn't left any. Crawley has quite a few.
Is that to sort out your land? Your land.
There's no land. Quick next door to the pub, see how everyone is.
Oh, right,
see how morale is in the village.
Yeah, jolly good.
Seem to be okay. Heading towards harvest. 10 for no wicket. And in goes Hazelwood, moves in, bowls to Duckett, who plays at one really, if he'd nicked that, people would say
should have left it.
Should surely have left it.
Because he's not going to swing it back in it. He's more of a seam bowler, so you can leave that a bit more on line, I think.
Yeah. Pushed across.
Nipped away.
Yeah.
Should have left that. Well, they won't like this wet weather.
No. Not come at a good time.
No. They need it dry, don't they?
But it's the sideage. It's been amazing. I mean, 4 or 5 cuts. That's it's been a 4-cut summer.
That's it.
10 for no wicket. And in goes Hazelwood. Over the wicket, moves in, bowls to Duckett. He plays at that one. It's the middle of the bat and rolls out to the bowler. There's no run.
I thought it grew, then you cut it. No, that's not what you do, is it?
It just kept growing this year.
Oh, right, okay.
Now, umpire Damascena's not happy, and that's because Hazelwood is already transgressing and he's running on the pitch. So it was a friendly word there. The umpire was saying, come on, off you go. But a warning of types, nonetheless. It wasn't an official one. 10 for no wicket is the score. England put into bat. Hazelwood runs in, bowls to Duckett, who gets a thickish edge on this. It runs through the offside. They'll think about the second. Short boundary down there. The fielder gathers and throws. Bit of a wild throw over Carey's head. And they take one more. So 12 for no wicket. Few alarms so far. Just that, well, a couple of plays and misses, but you'd expect that.
It's got a bit brighter as well. Just feel that sun trying to shift this cloud away.
Duckett grips his bat. 3 slips crouching. Hazelwood moves in, bowls, and Duckett works into the leg side, bat and pad there. Pick up another single, through they go. And that's the end of the over. 13 for no wicket. 4 overs have been completed. I think at lunchtime, are we reflecting on Tuffer's many moments of glory actually on this ground, aren't we?
It's lovely walking back to the Oval. I don't know why. I mean, I played at Lords, HQ, of course, for 20-odd years, Middlesex. You just have so many lovely memories, don't you? They do come flashing back, and I think that's, why you play the game a bit as well, wasn't it? To come back here.
You had 2, was it 2 very memorable
West
games?
Indies.
West Indies and Australia.
Yeah.
I think it's the Australian one that we might well be reflecting on.
But it was... it was very nice this morning. Still gives you a little smile, and you go, oh, well, did all right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, happy old days. Christ, this place, it was jumping. Oh, my life.
Well, I'm lucky enough to have played with the West Indies supporters.
Yeah.
All down over there by the groundsman's shut.
Kicking off.
That was such a...
atmosphere.
It was so vibrant.
Yeah.
13 for no wicket. And in comes Stark and bowls, and Duckett clips him away for 4. They brought the man up. And so there's no one back on that boundary now, and it was wide. Duckett chased it.
Little shimmy.
And hit it for 4 through backward point. So that's his first boundary, and England's a very positive start here, really. Put into bat a 17 for no wicket.
Yep.
And we're in the 5th over of the match.
He must get hit in a very specific place, because he's got the smallest arm guard I've ever seen, Ben Duckett. It's about, what's that, 4 inches long. So it must be just the place he always seems to get a nobble on, otherwise why wouldn't you have a bigger one? Tiny little arm guard,
Yeah.
that is.
It's an important piece of equipment. 17 for no wicket. And then comes Stark, left arm over, bowls to Duckett, tries to work it into the leg side. Bit of extra bounce there. And Stark casts a quizzical look at him as he picks the ball up and returns to his mark. I remember Tim Boone. You remember Tim?
Yes, I do.
Leicestershire?
Yes, I do.
Playing at Chesterfield.
Yeah.
Got a horrible ball. Probably from Michael Holding. Might have been Ian Bishop. Broke his arm.
Yeah.
And what was lying in his bag?
An arm guard.
An arm guard.
There you go.
Put it
Yeah,
on.
I couldn't think of anything more unprotected to
No.
go. A lot of boys don't wear them, do they?
No.
Well, the batters don't, anyway.
But there it was. He had one. Didn't put it on.
No, I'd wear an arm guard. Right on the old, what's it called? What's that? Oh, what's that called? Not a
Arm. 17 for no wicket. In comes Stark. Moves in, bowls down the leg side. Now Carey's caught that. There's an appeal from the excitable Smith. And second slip for a catch.
It's a four.
Nothing from Stark.
It's a forearm. It is.
That'll do. But I mean,
yeah, no, nasty.
Jeff Arnold hit me there once. Remember old Horse? He used to bowl here.
Yes, yeah.
He used to hit the seam and make the ball bounce. I
Yeah.
remember it's from nowhere, bang.
Yeah, nasty.
Very painful.
Absolutely. I've been hit. The worst one is on that under elbow. As you sort of pop forward and it's nipped back to revert bottom hand elbow. Oh my life.
Then comes Stark, past umpire Wilson, bowls, and Duckett's clipped him through mid-wicket. In the air, but it's bounced 4 times before hitting the boundary at square leg. Beautifully struck again. Stark straying quietly there, and it's 21 for no wicket with a couple of balls to go in the 5th over. And a nice start for England. You can hear that very contented hum that there is around the Oval at the moment.
It's a Lord's hum, isn't it? It's a Lord's hum, and this is the Oval. I don't know.
The Oval Hom.
Oh, the Hom. Okay, we'll call it the Hom.
Yeah.
The hum and the Hom.
Stark past the umpire, moves in, bowls, clipped away by Duckett. Between the 2 fielders down to our right, one of which picks up, throws it back again. That's the spinner back in the side there. Long leg, Todd Murphy.
Let's be fair. The only tactics that England have Australia have really come up with against to counteract England are having 2 blokes back square early on, and then when it really starts hitting the fan, they all go back on the boundary.
Yeah.
That's it, isn't it?
There are so many gaps, though. I mean, it's very difficult as a bowler.
Yeah.
Really to keep control with a field like this.
Absolutely. And I think you then start searching because it's, as we've said so many times, that your good ball then goes for 1 and you sort of subconsciously think, well, I've just got to bring it back a little bit or something.
You've got a left-hander, right-hander, about a foot in height difference.
Yeah.
In comes Stark bowling. He's picked him off again. Sends the ball away to Murphy at deep backward square leg, and that's the end of the over. So a positive start for England, but a calm one. 24 for no wicket from the first 5 overs. Duckett has 19 of them. Crawley has 5. Tuffers, good to see you.
Yeah.
You're going to be joined by Jim.
Yeah, nice sort of calm start. Crawley's left majority of start deliveries outside the off stump. There is a bit of green grass out there. There is a bit of overcast conditions, and they've played it very nicely that first 20 minutes. Put a few bad balls away and negotiating things quite nicely. Oh, Dan! Nice to see you.
It's not Jim. It's Daniel. Yes. Hello. How you doing?
I'm all right, mate. You?
Very well.
Good.
Very well. What a splendid start for England this morning. The bowling hasn't been quite on it yet, has it? In that search for swing, they've been a bit full, but more than anything else, been a bit wayward on the pads of Duckett so far. So Hazelwood starts a new over from the Vauxhall end. 3 slips and a gully in place. Right arm over the wicket. Down he comes and he whacks it back past the bowler for 4. Do you know what that was? The Kevin Peterson slap shot in 05 at the Oval. You remember when horizontal bat, it went about ankle height, nearly cleaned up Crawley at the non-striker's end. He's just come charging at him. First morning, 24 minutes gone, slate grey skies, ball doing a lot. England are running towards the danger, actually, literally in that case.
You're right. I mean, I bet Josh Hazelwood hasn't that happened to him too many times. I mean, he's run down to him like a spin bowler there.
Yeah, is this going to be short?
I would imagine so.
Hazelwood into Duckett. No, it's full, and it's skews up a thick outside edge, leading edge out over point, where it bounces in front of Todd Murphy, and they get through for a single.
Good luck, cameraman.
Well, good luck all of us. You don't know where to look for the ball, because it's not in any conventional place. 29 without loss, England. Duckett to 24 already, and he's only had 19 balls.
Not messing about. They've got themselves in for 2 overs. Crawley less.
It was a maiden, wasn't it?
First
over was a maiden.
I know. Feel sorry for the chap who had a few quid on it.
Yes. I do, because he was going very well.
250 to 1.
Well, it should be at least that. Hazelwood into the right-handed Crawley. Crawley gets up on his toes and drives beautifully through cover point, but there is a deep point. It's been such a strange series, isn't it? On these beautiful bowling conditions, England 30 for none with that single, Crawley to 6.
Times are changed.
Yes, I mean there's a lot of encouragement for Crawley to drive, but there's a deep point. You've won the toss, you're bowling.
I know.
You don't see that normally.
No, I couldn't agree more. I don't know why. I don't know why. Because it was always in my book that you bowl your good ball, it doesn't go for any, and that's your dot ball. That's your stock delivery, which means they're not scoring and you can create pressure. But okay, that man will save the boundary because of the way these guys like to go after it. But then that encourages the end to go to slips.
Hazelwood, round the wicket. Change of angle, and this has been thrashed through backward point. It'll only be a single. There is a deep backward point. Honestly, it's like watching the last 10 overs of a one-day match at the moment. England 31 without loss.
As soon as you came and sat down, it was all very nice. Me and Naggers, we were talking, lovely leave. That's amazing. It's just starting to sort of play a few nice shots. As soon as you sat down, they start running down the pitch and trying to whack it through backward point.
Well, we did sort of wonder in the pre-match how long England were likely to trouble us with the bat today, but it might only be 60 or 70 overs, but they might be on about 350 by that point. You never know.
I think that's their thinking.
Hazelwood into Crawley, and Crawley clips off a thick inside half of the bat down towards long leg for another single. Runs coming off almost every ball here, 32 without loss.
Well, Michael will talk to you about in 2005 about Shane Warne. They were saying, because we always used to go out and play show and I don't know which way it's going. Is it a zooter? Or he never used to give you too much or something like that. He bowled it very accurately, the odd short ball and what have you. And he always got wickets. So then I think Mike in that 2005 said, well, he's always going to get wickets. We may as well try and give him a bit of whack before he gets his wickets.
Well, and they got 400 in the day, didn't they?
Yeah, well, there you go. And he still got 40 wickets and lost. Yeah. He's going to get his wickets.
Hazelwood round the wicket to complete the over. Duckett just pushes a back of a length ball square of the wicket on the offside. Another run. Was there a run off every ball?
There was a run off every ball. There have been runs off 4 of 6 balls in each of the previous 2 overs. So 14 of the last 18 balls have been scoring shots, and this continues a trend we've seen throughout the series. Over the first 4 tests, England scored off 40% of their deliveries, and Australia around about 25%. The gap in dot balls or scoring ball percentage was the biggest ever in an Ashes series.
It's 33 without loss after 6.
I knew a biggest ever was coming. I could see it in his face. I could see it in his face.
Well, if you think about it, you see, 3 and over. If England, there was one point in the last game, didn't they have a 50% dot ball percentage? That means you've got a minimum of 3 and over because you're getting a run off every other ball, right? And then some are going to go for 2, some are going to go for 4, and that's how you end up getting 170 and 25 overs in a session.
There you go. Helps with everyone on the foundry.
Does help a bit. They're not here, though. 3 sips and a gully. As Stark starts in the over from the pavilion end. This is clipped away nicely off the hip by Duckett for another single. Out to deep backward square leg. England are 34 without loss. Crawley 7, Duckett 27. Let's enjoy this while it lasts, because, the next test match in the United Kingdom is in 11 and a half months' time.
Really?
July the 10th to the 14th at Lord's.
Wow.
Well, there's a reason for it next year. There's a World T20, Andy's gone.
Andy's lying in his...
11 and a half months we've got to wait for a test match.
Andy's collapsed in his pens.
I'm with him. It's very nice of the producer to give us that, just as we're really tucking into some great test cricket.
I know. I don't like it.
I don't like it either.
No.
Stark into the right-handed Crawley. Crawley works into the onside of a thick inside edge, a full ball on his pads, gets a single because there's only one player in front of square saving one on the leg side. The field has spread, but there are slips and a gully. How long? I mean, I genuinely thought today we might be saved the short ball ploy, but I'm starting to wonder what's going to happen.
Start. Well, it was interesting. I was talking to Waggers about it earlier on, and he asked Ben Stokes whether Bazball has sort of evolved a little bit because at Old Trafford they didn't look to hit the short ball up. He went, no, don't know what you're talking about. We just play as we play. The stock.
Oh, well, yeah.
But they have changed a little bit.
They're not allowed to admit that.
No, they're not.
They were right at the beginning. They're always right, and they will be for eternity.
Yes. The cult of Bazball
is in to Duckett. And Duckett just guides this into space, square of the wicket on the offside. There's so much space for him to do that. And if the ball is just back of a length, all he's going to do is lay bat on it. Picks up another single, 36 without loss. Duckett to 28.
What was it? What's the first rule of Fight Club?
Yeah.
Don't talk about Fight Club.
Yeah, it's a bit like that.
What's the first rule of Bazball?
Don't question it. Yep. Well, the first rule of Bazball is that it's apparently not called Bazball, isn't it? So you go back to the very essence, and it doesn't even exist.
No. So there you go. So how can you counteract it? How can you set a field for something that doesn't exist?
It's just spooky, isn't it? No wonder the opposition are confused. Stark into Crawley, and off his hip, a shorter ball is worked into the onside. Innocuous stuff this from Stark, not getting the ball to swing. And not testing that outside edge. Crawley gets off strike, another single. He goes to 9.37 without loss.
No. I mean, you win the toss, you would start just to... I mean, the roller usually takes half an hour to sort of come off. But
and the lacquer.
Yes, but...
and we haven't seen Cummins.
No, he's probably having a rest. He's a bit tired, I reckon. But you're right. You win the toss, it's overcast skies. You just feel that there's a touch of green out there and that it would swing and seam, but... Not a lot has happened.
Well, not yet, but Cummins is going to be important. In his last two innings, he's taken 2 for 206.
Wow.
In, I don't know how many overs. Andy, you'll have to tell me. Not enough. Stark into Duckett, short.
Shot right.
Pulled out towards deep backward square leg without great timing. For a single, he goes to 29.38 without loss.
And didn't bowl particularly badly. Pat Cummins doesn't bowl badly. He's a strong bloke who runs it, looks to it at the top of off stump. You know what I mean? And that's his game. And bouncers and a bit of swing and whatever. But it's not like he was bowling full tosses
or long hops.
No, exactly. He just got
taken down.
Yeah, man.
I mean, how many overs was it? 25 plus. I'll have to work this out. 23
that's what Andy's for.
Plus 15, 38 overs.
So what's he going
for 206? Well, over 5, nearly 6. Stark into Crawley, and Crawley punches off the back foot, guides it to deep backward point. Singles are coming easily. This is actually the essence of Bazball. The field is now set back. 39 without loss after 7 at the end of the over. Just a reminder, you can follow us on the BBC Sport website and app, and you'll find text commentary with Callum Matthews on duty at the moment, plus video clips, and today at the test is on BBC 2 and the iPlayer. BBC iPlayer from 7 p.m. Andy, you've been jumping up and down, as John Arlott once said of Peter Loden, like a monkey on a stick. So obviously there's something exciting here.
Well, it's quite. We've had 2 overs in a row with 6 scoring shots. No dot balls, 15 scoring shots in a row.
Yes.
Is that a record?
Well, I've had a delve into the Cricketers database, and yes, it is.
Great.
So, in the entire history of Test cricket, in the games where the ball-by-ball data is available, which is almost all of Test cricket now, I think over 2,000 of the 2,500 games Cricketers has full ball-by-ball data. There had only been 3 overs inside the first 10 of an innings with no dot balls.
We're going to have to come back to this. Hazelwood starting a new over from the Vauxhall end. He's into Crawley, who gets struck on the pad, and I think it's going down the leg side. Umpire Dharmasena says no, and they go through for a leg by. So that counts as another run, does it? Or does that...
They don't seem that interested. I thought they might be, actually.
I think that was actually... Don't you think?
No, I thought...
Angling down, you think that's close, do you?
I do. The ball went out on the offside. That's always a bit of a worry. No, you're probably right. Just.
Might be clipping.
Yeah. Anyway, they haven't. Of course, they've lost a review already.
Yes.
That's a better. I think that would have been a. Well, the first one was very optimistic. I think Hazelwood may have accepted it. He usually knows. So maybe not, but
Right.
I don't think it was the worst yet.
We're going to have to get back to Andy in a minute because that's now 16. 16
Leg byes
consecutive-
count, do they?
Surely.
Yeah. Guys.
Well, it's
a run.
runs.
It's a run. It's not a dot ball, is it?
Hazelwood into Duckett, and Duckett defends a ball back to the bowler. It's over. And there's no run.
Saltzman is crestfallen.
Well, the record is still there. So, yeah, we've had 2 consecutive overs with no dot balls inside the first 10 overs of a test match. So there'd only been 3 overs in the history of test cricket in the first 10 overs of a match with no dot balls. 2 of them were in the 19th century when they had 4-ball overs.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't
So
count.
what's the other one then?
We'll come back to it with Sehwag involved. Hazelwood into the left-handed Duckett. Duckett comes charging down the wicket and then pulls a ball straight along the, on the bounce to Cummins at
Front foot
wide
pull.
mid-on.
He's played one. I mean, Crawley has been playing like boycott,
Well,
more or less.
yes. He's got 10.
Well, yeah.
But yes, I suppose.
Duckett has played, we played one glorious running drive, smashed it past mid-off, and there was the running pull. So he's the one who's playing extravagant shots.
He has
now and
29
again.
from 26. Crawley's got 10 off 19. He's striking it over 50 as Hazelwood is into Duckett. And Duckett works the ball into the onside, thinks of a single. It isn't there as Cummins does the fielding. Finally, a bit of control coming into the Australian attack as Hazelwood probes around the middle and off stump line.
And it's obviously partly the field settings in that good balls have been pushed on the offside for that single.
And there's
Square of
huge
the
gap,
wicket.
isn't there?
Yeah.
Sorry, Andy, what was that other over?
It was Flintoff to Ponting and Hayden in
Ponting was opening the batting.
No, he was in. Lang had already been out.
I see. Yes, of course. Yeah.
In where?
It was the
Adelaide?
ICC World 11 Super Test against Australia.
Oh, do we count that one?
We certainly do. Hazelwood is worked into the offside by Duckett. He just lays bat on a straight ball, and there's a gap on the offside. It only goes about 20 yards, but he gets a single, goes to 30.
I'm not sure Bill
41 without
Bill
loss.
Frindle did. But Saltzman has given it his
Well, no,
blessing.
it is classified.
It's clarified.
as a test match.
Okay.
So when you look at all of their stats,
Okay,
Armison's
thank you.
got X
Yep.
number of wickets for England plus.
Okay, but it was a slightly odd test match. So there's a slightly odd test match and a couple
falls.
instances in the 1900s
with a 4-ball over.
With a 4-ball over.
1800s, 19th
Oh,
century.
yeah.
1880s, in fact, both of them.
Hazelwood into Crawley, and Crawley drives languidly, but up to mid-off. Can't beat the fielder. End of the over. Only 2 runs off that over.
Yep, single and a leg
Genuinely
by.
parsimonious. 41 without loss after 8. Crawley 10. Duckett has 30.
I don't think you're making enough of this, Dan.
No, I'm
We've seen
very
one
excited.
over in the first 10 overs of a test match with all scoring shots.
I'm trying, but you see, there's
And
a
then
lot of
back to
cricket
back.
going on at the same time.
It's like
So
London buses. You have 1 in 13 billion years, and then 2 come in the space of 5 minutes.
What you're telling me is there have been twice as many overs in the first 10 overs of a test match that have had runs off every ball of the over than in the entire history of 6-ball over test cricket.
I think our scorer needs a pat on the shoulder,
He
psychologically
really
speaking.
does.
He's been
Do
slaving
you know,
away.
Andy, thank you so much for that. I mean, that's a genuinely amazing stat.
Yeah, no one would ever have thought of that, would they?
I don't think
even
so.
looking it up.
No, I bet,
Except
I bet Benedict
a
hasn't
man
got that one yet.
I met yesterday or 2 days ago. I don't know whether you've ever met him, but I met the famous Steve Pittard at Taunton.
Did you? How'd it go?
Very well.
Yeah.
Fascinating, man.
Tell us more.
You know who I mean, don't you?
As Cummins replaces Stark. First bowling change, and it's edged and dropped. Dropped at first, if it bursts through Warner's hands. Duckett, of course, flashes at the first ball he receives from Cummins, has a little look, and smashes it off the outside edge. Warner, it was a comfortable-ish height, just above his head. It would have gone very quickly because Duckett absolutely threw his hands at that. And, yeah, it was around about forehead height. And, of course, it's Warner. So, of course, the crowd are delighted. And Warner has a look at those hands and casts his eyes to the heavens. 42 without loss. Duckett survives. First chance of the day.
Well, it was travelling. If you want to flash hard, you went at it pretty hard. However, He's quite a long way back because there's a bit of bounce in this pitch. He's about 30 yards probably from the bat, and he would reckon to catch that, albeit that it was travelling.
Will that change Duckett's approach?
No. he might think that if I flashed a bit harder at that would have gone over his head.
Yeah. Well, that's a false shot.
Well, of course it's a false shot.
I've got a stat about false shots for you.
Oh, my goodness. Well,
you might like this. Cummins is in to the right-handed Crawley, and he's turned around a little bit, gets a thick outside half of the bat, but it just rolls into the offside, where an easy single is taken because there's a mid-off and a deep backward point, no one else saving one, 43 without loss. England are scoring off their false shots an average of 1 run more than their opponents since Bazball.
False
pretty
shots.
much
0.9 to 1.
False shots. Well, I don't define it. So Crick Viz and the like.
Yeah, so false shots are defined in the Crick Viz database as plays and misses or edges. So I guess what that shows is
you can't score off a play and miss.
You can't score off a play and miss, but you can score off an edge. And what it shows, I guess, is that England are playing a lot of attacking edged shots.
Cummins into Duckett, who's just been dropped. And he now chops at this, and it bounces down and over the stumps. It was coming in from the angle, and he just stays in the crease and sort of plops it on the head like a man knocking the top off a boiled egg, and it just bounces over the stumps.
So I guess the reason why England are scoring so much faster is a lot of their full shots are attacking edges. So they're more full shots because they're playing a higher risk game. We saw this with Crawley's century at Old Trafford, and the stats came up that it was when he reached 100, he had 24% of his deliveries had been false shots.
Did he have 51 out of 182 in the end, or something crazy? Here comes Cummins, and this is chopped out again. This guided down through deep backward point, and it's going to run away towards the boundary. A brilliant stop, a genuinely brilliant stop from Hazelwood. Josh Hazelwood running round to his right. He had to get a paw down to it, flick it away before he himself was in contact with the boundary sponge, and he managed it with great skill and athleticism. They pick up 3 though, 46 without loss.
So on that, so it showed that it was the 6th highest full shot percentage by a player who's reached 100. So at the moment they've reached 100.
It's the luckiest 100 you've ever seen.
Well, that would be one way of interpreting it. However,
Rory Burns at Edgbaston.
He was very high on that list as well. However, he didn't face that many balls. In terms of the total number of full shots to reach 100, it was above average, but not significantly.
This is okay. Cummins is to Crawley. Crawley, he's beaten on the outside edge, but absolute beauty. Turns him round, didn't move his feet, and it's come off the pitch as much as anything else into the gloves of Carey. No run.
And a lot of those full shots were attacking edges that flew quite a long way over the slip, so it wasn't like every full shot was close to a wicket. It was sort of the way he was playing, the way he's sent out to play, and the way that he's had success.
He did have a couple, I remember, inside edges past the leg stump before.
Yeah, definitely had a few of those, but also sort of full shots that were, not far off being what he was trying to do with them.
Well, this is fascinating stuff, although I think if I was writing...
Cummins to complete the over, is playing and missing again. Here's Crawley, it goes through to the keeper. Good over, says Jim Maxwell. He'll tell you more about that in a moment. He's going to come and replace me with England 46 without loss. Duckett 34. Crawley 11, but finish your point, Andy.
So I guess what that shows is partly, the nature of luck. Most centuries have an element of luck within them. I don't think there are any hundreds that have 0 full shots, but there are also false shots and full shots. We saw 4 false shots in that over, the drop catch and inside edge, and 2 plays and misses. But also we saw a lot of full shots in that Crawley 100 that were almost controlled false shots. So I guess what I'm saying is
false shots.
You've got the stats can be a little misleading, and they don't always mean what they appear to be.
I have to admit, Andy, that if I was writing, I might have focused more on your earlier stats about the absence of dot balls, but thank you. But obviously these false shots, you're more likely to get them from a Crawley and a Gilchrist than a Boycott or a... Anyway, welcome, Jim. We were having a convoluted conversation about false shots. Ask Andy.
My goodness. Just bowl one side of the wicket, please, these Australian bowlers. Marsh is in, and he bowls outside the off stump, a bit short and wide, and he's slapped out towards deep cover for a couple of runs as Murphy comes around to collect it. So England scoring pretty freely here. The Australian bowling has It's a bit like a former New Zealand fast bowler whose name I shouldn't mention because we're on the BBC. But you know what I mean. It's neither one thing nor the other. They bowled a bit on the leg stump. They bowled a bit on the off stump. And Cummins has just bowled a superb over and should have had a wicket, but Warner dropped a sitter. So Marsh runs in, Duckett chases and miscues slightly on a pokey offside shot. But Duckett's the one, not Crawley, who's given this early momentum.
Yeah.
Sent in England 48 in the 10th over.
Yeah.
How are you, Victor?
I'm fine, actually. I'm thrilled to be here and enjoying
Nice
it.
to see you
It
here
hasn't-
again.
Yeah. It hasn't done quite as much, has it? Hasn't swung a great deal. You'd think it would. It's a sort of muggy, cloudy day, a bit of a breeze, but hasn't really swung yet. Duckett is the aggressor. Crawley's playing like an old pro by comparison.
2 slips, a gully. Duckett plays down almost into his stumps. They chopped it off the bottom edge close to his body, trying to run it away towards third man. But Australia is ever starting with these deep set fields, 2 men behind square, a deepish backward point third man. And that means, of course, they concede very easy singles. But in between, we've had the odd good delivery, but not enough of them because of, as I say, they're bowling one side, they're bowling the other side. You've got to get a line going, mainly around the fourth stump or outside. Let's see. Mitch Marsh runs in again and Duckett's forward. He gets another inside edge. It goes running away on the offside. And there's no run there with it's been collected by Cummins out there. So none for 48. Did you have a look at the pitch?
I haven't been down there, no. I know they shaved a little bit of grass off this morning, but it's a little bit greener than we've seen previously for Test cricket.
It's a bit like the pitch at
the World Test Championship.
Yeah, I think it's a bit like that, and it's behaving a bit like that.
Well, that looked like quite a good cricket pitch because there was enough going on.
Well, Australia's sent in there as Marsh bowls, and it's short, and he tugs it away, missed cueing, and it wobbles on a bounce or two to Cummins at mid-wicket. Duckett 36 and Crawley's 11.
Yeah, he hasn't timed the ball actually once in this over. He's got inside edges. He went for the pull shot there, but he didn't middle it. Marsh is fairly early into the action. Didn't bowl much at Old Trafford, did he?
He had a sore ankle, I think, going in the latter stages of the shellacking. 2 slips, gully. 3 men out. Marsh bowls, and around the pad he wobbles it down to fine leg for another run. Duckett will keep the strike. He's moved to 37 at the end of the over. So England sent in. Whoops, what are we getting here?
No ball.
A no ball.
Everyone goes
no
back.
Ball. Wow.
50's up.
Yeah. 50's come up for England with a no ball, an overstep from Mitch Marsh. Cameron Green out of the Australian side, and the off-spinner Todd Murphy is playing here. England fielding the same 11 as Old Trafford. It's fine at the moment. High cloud cover around. Most of the game looks okay. Maybe Monday. That could be iffy. Marsh bowls. Back he goes. Edges wide of Smith, and it goes down towards the boundary. He got a hand on that as he dived in vain to his right. That would have been a super catch from Smith. But he got his fingers on it. And they only have 2 slips. There's no third slip. And so Crawley has a life of sorts. It would have been a spectacular catch, but as he fished at that one outside the off stump and followed it, it did go, to the right of Smith. He got a hand on it, and I think even in Smith's estimation, that it would go down as a chance, as tough as it was.
Yeah, well, it's a hard life, but he was at full stretch. Right arm spread out, he got his fingers to it, and then it brushed the fingers and went off the 2. He was completely airborne by the time he tried to catch it. But it's a far trickier catch than the one Warner put down. It would have been a brilliant catch, but it counts as a chance.
Now he bowls, and it's charged here by Duckett, who goes banging away across the square out to deep cover. It won't quite get there. A sliding save out there in the deep from Labuschagne. They get 3. But another one of those premeditated bangs from Duckett. running down the pitch at Cummins and getting him through the covers for 3. So England's bazzing, or whatever you want to call it, continues. It's certainly attractive, particularly when it comes out of the middle of the bat.
Yeah. I mean, it's an unusual sight, but we're sort of getting used to it.
Yeah.
There's Cummins, one of the best fast bowlers in the world, and he's shimmied down the pitch just as he did to Hazelwood earlier on, and swung through the line. Only got 3 there rather than 4, but they'll take that.
3 slips and a gully. Cummins bowls and down the leg side. He tries to flick that and misses out. There's a fine leg and a deep square, a mid-on and mid-off. A backward point. 3 slips and a gully. So certainly the coming of Cummins has given more hope, I think, of Australia getting a wicket, but you've got to catch him. None for 55 at the moment. Crawley's 13. Duckett's 40. And Cummins is bowling with pretty good pace here. A little bit of bounce and movement off the surface. He runs in at Crawley. Crawley back, beaten outside the off stump. I mean, tried to fire that through the offside and it beat the outside edge.
The only observation I might make is with that slip cordon, where you stand at slip is obviously dependent on the pace of the pitch, but it's also dependent on the sort of bloke who's at the crease. So you get someone like Duckett and indeed Crawley who go after the ball hard. You can give yourself another yard and give yourself a better chance of catching it. If you're playing against a guy with very soft hands, essentially a defensive player, you would creep up. But if you're playing against players who go after the ball.
Let's see. Cummins bowls. Crawley's beaten again outside the off stump. That went through a little bit lower, actually. It was taken about knee height by Carey. Again, fizzing past the outside edge.
So all I'm saying is the slip cordons should adjust sometimes, dependent on the nature of the bloke who's batting. If they're going hard at it like Duckett, you're going to see that ball flying through.
Yes. The conversation in the slips is mainly between Smith and Khawaja, not Smith and Warner. Just a point. None for 55. We're in the 11th over. And from the pavilion end, Cummins rushes up and bowls. He beats the edge at the bat. Again, this is good bowling from Cummins. Moral victories, one after the other, but no nicks that have been caught so far. Excellent bowling.
Well, that's what you were asking for, Jim.
Yeah.
In that sort of channel, just outside off stump.
A la McGrath.
Yeah.
That's where you've got to bowl. This stuff bowling near the pads, it's meat and drink to good players. And we saw too much of that, I thought, from Stark in particular. Maybe he's got a wobble, I don't know. But it wasn't all that good. Cummins once more. Here he comes. Crawley's forward and he meets the ball with a good defensive shot. And he's made 13. I fancy Duckett's had more of the strike. He's got 40. What are the numbers there, Andy?
Duckett has faced 38 balls to Crawley's 29. The 50 partnership came up from 9.5 overs with that no ball, which is England's third fastest 50 opening stand against Australia. Their fastest since on this ground, the second innings of the 1993 Oval Test, when England got their first win against Australia in 6.5 years under the nascent captaincy of Michael Atherton. In all Ashes cricket, in the opening innings of a test, so the first innings of the match, there's only once been a faster 50 opening stand, and for that, Jim, you've got to go back to 1902 at Old Trafford, Australia batting first.
Trumper.
The Dave Trumper got 100 before lunch.
Victor Trumper must have been good. Now Marsh runs up. Duckett goes into the short ball outside the off stump and smacks it out to the deep field where there's some protection. They take a run.
I think that's a test where the captain said, the England captain, probably AC McLaren, said, we've just got to keep Victor quiet before lunch. Because I think it was a wet pitch that was going to dry out and become very, very difficult.
Just
keep Victor quiet. Not something I ever heard when I was playing, actually.
Wouldn't you love to see some video of the cricket
Trumper.
they played in those days, particularly Trumper, Grace.
Jessup, I suppose.
Jessup,
if you wanted a bit of sort of modern baseball, Jessup would have been your man.
Marsh bowls around the line of the stumps. Good. Hit the length. And Crawley met it with respect. Another belated no ball as umpire Damasceno stands there with his right arm outstretched, just to remind the scorers in case they didn't pick it up initially. Yes, you got that. The light goes on and the score goes over by 1. So the other interesting stat, of course, we had from Old Trafford, I'll bring to this place, is he's down the pitch and he's driving, and that's 4. Straight down the ground. He got onto the front foot and punched it on the onside of the stumps. A straight drive, and Crawley's on the way with that shot, if he hasn't been before, as the score moves along to none for somewhere or other. The score's disappeared.
61.
61, is it? Oh, down there. There's the scoreboard, of course.
Yeah,
thank goodness for that.
As a scoreboard. That, I think, was the shot of the morning.
61. Number 61. That was very good.
There was a bit of shimmy, but then a very, very controlled push drive. Down the pitch, push drive 4, thanks very much.
Marsh bowls again, and he comes forward. So that's the question. We knew from Old Trafford that no one had won a test there, sending the opposition in. And there's been wins and losses, I fancy, here at the toss when that decision's been made. Some of them have been massive defeats. Some good victories, but I know Australia's lost a few after sending England in. And
I can think of one.
Last 4 years ago.
Well, 2005, I was thinking.
Oh, yes. Here comes Marsh, pitching up, and he whacks it off his toes out deep into the onside. Didn't actually time it as well as it looked. And Todd Murphy came in off the boundary, another run. 62 without loss. Crawley moves to 18. And we've got a full house here at the Oval. It's a great sight to see so many fans here and so many of you listening in various parts of the world to what's going on after Australia at last. The call was tails for the 5th time in the series, and this time it was tails.
He stuck with it.
Yep. And that's why Australia decided to bowl. In goes Marsh, forward, Duckett, around the pad, out to Cummins, who's there at mid-wicket. 62 without loss.
I think we've got to the stage where Crawley and Duckett are now the old firm. Oh, you don't actually think about who's going to
open and Sutcliffe.
Well, you don't. It's reached a stage where we don't think about who's going to open the batting for England after this series. Crawley's just got 400 runs in the series. Duckett's got quite a few. They probably go about it slightly differently to Hobbs and Sutcliffe, or indeed Cook and Strauss.
Marsh bowls down the leg side. There's an appeal of sorts for a catch behind. Now what's going to happen here? They're looking at each other. Are they going to go upstairs? Umpire Damasceno not interested. Marsh is talking to Kerry. Is this going to be the signal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the second review. If it's not out, that's 2 burnt.
2 burnt.
But it might be out. But Duckett
the first one was fair enough because he didn't play a shot.
Yeah.
And it hit him outside the line and was missing.
Yeah.
It could have been hitting, but this one looks a bit optimistic.
Well, let's have a look. It's for caught behind down
the leg side. It bounces, and what does it do after that?
Well, I don't know. It doesn't look like it hits any part of his body, to be fair. If it hits anything, it's got to be his glove.
Here's the side-on shot. Has it touched?
One frame back, please.
Oh, it's touched the glove.
I think it has.
It has touched the glove.
I think
they might get a result here. Looking at the television pictures, he's going to be nicked off down the leg side. Very hard for the umpire to pick that. He's out. He's caught down the leg side. Australia somehow get a wicket with, well, a strangulation, you would have to say that is, for Duckett, who's played very well. And he's been caught down the leg side off it. A flick off the glove. And, well, they did well to pick that up. And when you see the replay from behind, you can just see a little deviation there, Victor.
Yeah. And, well, the squiggle was enough. I think Duckett probably knew.
41.
41 in no time. 40. How many balls? Well, Dandy will tell us.
It was 41 balls with just 3 fours, and that's, I guess, the interesting thing about England's batting through this series. They haven't hit generally a vast number of boundaries, particularly early in the innings, but they've scored off so many deliveries. Duckett just 12 runs in boundaries, but a run a ball 41, and the partnership was 62 in exactly 12 overs.
And here comes England's number 3, Moeen Ali.
Yes.
He's not quite the old firm. In fact, we haven't really thought about this, but there's every chance that this is Moeen's last Test match. In that, I don't think the likelihood of him being available to go to India is high. Maybe he may be talked into it, but at the moment, I'm not sure it is. And there's a long time before England's next Test match.
Has there ever been an English selection quite like this? A bloke who bowls and bats, and all of a sudden says to the skipper, "You got a problem at number 3?
I'll do
it."
No. I mean, the one that springs to mind is an ancient one, well, relatively ancient, but it's not the same. It's Cyril Washbrook being brought back, who was on the selection panel. And I think Gubby Allen or someone like that was the chairman. And they were having their meeting, and he said, "Cyril, could you go and get a couple of beers in for us?" And by the time he came back, they'd picked Cyril to play in the Test match at Leeds, and he duly got 90 odd to save, to ensure with Peter May when England was 17 for 3. Moeen's almost as extraordinary as that, but
he got 54.
Yeah, he did. And well, it's like a sort of fairy tale in a way, and we'll see what happens to the fairy tale today. But Moeen's out there. He's not facing. Michael's here.
And we've had a drink while there's a change of batsmen, and also it was the last ball of the over. So Australia getting a break, a bit surprisingly in the situation of the play there, but they just got a feather on the gloves. It's Cummins running in, and down the leg side, another strangulation. No, not this time, as he tried to turn that down towards fine leg and missed out. And Ishigua's striding in, so is Michael Vaughan. How are you, Michael?
Yeah, afternoon, everyone. Yeah, that was some innings by Ben Duckett. Very unfortunate to get the glove down the leg side, but let's be honest, Jim, the Aussies have been all over the place.
Terrible. Until Pat Cummins came on.
Yeah, Cummins has bowled in a different league. Mitchell Marsh has swung the ball a little bit, but the first two, well.
Here's Cummins, and forward bat to pad, goes running away into the gully, and Marsh is there to field. Yes, it was a bit of this, it was a bit of that, and wasn't impressive.
What this England side do is they spook the opposition.
Yeah,
I just think they get into their minds, and you think about the Old Trafford where the field was spread and England scored at over 5s easily, and a few days later you'd think that Pat Cummins and his team would have thought about maybe doing something different. The first ball of the day, cover point on the boundary, square leg on the boundary, absolutely no difference in terms of the field settings.
Cummins is on his way. He's got him driving well. It's going through the covers across the square. See you later. It's going off towards Archbishop Tennyson's school in the distance. Once it goes across the square, bye-bye. So Crawley getting into his rhythm a little bit more slowly this time. He's 22.
Yeah, he didn't quite time that one, but Ben Duckett had the field back for Mitchell Starc, and then Mitchell Starc realised because he was getting too many easy singles, he brought cover point up and square leg up. And what did Ben Duckett do the first ball? He danced down, gave himself a bit of space and kind of just did it past cover point for 4. So England have started to use their feet to the seam as they've danced down a few more times today.
So Cummins is in and Crawley is back. He's edging out. Safe hands of Steve Smith, a second slip. Beautifully bowled by Cummins. His first ball, a catch, went down. Warner dropped a sitter, and now Smith's taken one over his head, and Crawley is out. And that's what you expect from Pat Cummins, I have to say. It's 2 for 66. The good wicket of Crawley. It just bounced a little bit, and he was looking to get it away to the onside, perhaps. So I'll leave it with Michael Vaughan. Ishigua's coming in, and Australia have got 2 wickets in the space of a couple of minutes.
Yeah, they needed it, and 2 new batters out there now with Moeen Ali and Joe Root. Crawley goes for 22, extra bounce, just a little bit of movement as well from Pat Cummins. Here we go, Jim.
Just a break in play. It won't be a moment. You ready? Commentary continues on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Sounds, and on the ABC in Australia. But Radio 4 long-wave listeners are leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast.
Well done, Jen. Yeah, Joe Root, the roots echo around the ground, but Cummins is making this pitch look like the pitch that it is. There's a bit of juice in it. There's a bit of green tints. There's movement out there. Hazelwood start just, well, I reckon it's possibly the worst opening burst I've seen from that pair. Mitchell Marsh has got a bit of swing through the air, and Australia have just got back into the test match. That first 50 minutes, it was so easy.
It really was, Michael. We were next door in the highlights room talking about those easy singles, that rotation of strike, making it very easy for England. But Pat Cummins has looked like he could take a wicket every ball with the way he's bowling at the moment. His pace is up. It dropped off a touch at Old Trafford, especially towards the end of that test match. But he's back, and he's back with a bang. 89 miles an hour he's averaging at the moment as he's facing up to Joe Root with 3 slips and a gully in position. Here comes Cummins. Root edges, it falls in front of Gully. And he's got his rhythm up here, the Australian skipper. He's got the conditions to play with as well, with the overcast skies, and he's getting some movement.
Yeah, and this is what you would expect an Australian field to look like on a pitch like this. There's 3 slips of fine gully, backward point about 5 yards behind square, mid-off quite in tight, mid-on in tight, square leg 5 yards in front of square. This is what you would call an Australian field to a new batter on a pitch like this.
Root standing still, back and across, gets on top of the ball and this time dabs it into the pitch to Gully, no run at the end of the over, but a fruitful one for Australia. They've extracted Zach Crawley for 22, England 66 for 2. 13 overs have been bowled, that run rate over 5s. Andy?
Cummins had made Crawley play and missed 5 times in 10 balls before the one that took the edge and dismissed him. 5 times in 11 balls. That catch from Steve Smith is 55th in Ashes cricket. That is a new Ashes record for non-wicket keepers, overtaking Ian Botham's 54 in just 32 tests. This is Smith's 37th Ashes test. Botham did have more catches in non-Ashes tests between England and Australia during his career. There was a 3-test series in Australia that didn't count to the Ashes in 1979-80, and the centenary test at Lord's in 1980. But in pure Ashes cricket, Smith now has more catches than any other non-keeper.
Andy, can I get you typing away on that computer? The singles that England got on the top, was it 11 on the bounce, or was it more than that?
It was 11, yes. They scored off 15 consecutive balls.
Marsh coming in to bowl to Moeen Ali, who allows the ball to go past him in the channel.
That has to be a record in the first hour of a test match.
Well, yes, it is. I don't want to repeat a stat I did earlier on, but they scored off every ball of the 6th and 7th overs, and in the entire history of Test cricket, there had only been 3 overs within the first 10 of a test in which every ball had been scored off in over 2,500 games. 2 of them were 4-ball overs in the 19th century.
I like it.
There you go.
It's my stat of the summer, I think.
The man in the know, Andy Zaltzman, as Mitch Marsh from the Vauxhall end bowling to Moeen Ali. A teaser outside off stump that Moeen Ali just leans forwards and rehearses a couple of shots too, but allows it to go through. So 66 for 2 for Radio 4 long wave listeners coming back in. Root has faced a couple of balls from Pat Cummins, and Moeen Ali here now facing Mitch Marsh on the gloomy skies here at the Oval. Joe Root averaging 44 here at the Oval with 2 centuries, highest of 149. He's at the non-strikers end as Mitch Marsh shuffling forwards past the stumps. Moeen Ali again lets it go. This is the last test match where we are broadcasting on Radio 4 long wave, but there's plenty of other ways to follow the cricket. BBC Sounds, where you can also rewind and pause the commentary. 5 Sports Extra on digital radio via the BBC Sport app, and if you have a smart speaker, just say play 5 Sports Extra and it will take you to the cricket.
Have you got one of those speakers?
No, I haven't.
Does that speaker do anything you say to it?
Apparently so. As Marsh bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Ali, who again just lets it go, leaning forwards, no run.
Well, Australia have got a great chance now. I mean, that first hour, just under an hour when they got that first wicket of Ben Duckett, but they look flat. I think they've won the toss, and it's perfect for bowling. Well, they've got the 2 key wickets, and you always feel with this England batting lineup, if you get Joe Root out early, well, they'll fancy making inroads. Harry Brook in at number 5, and it's the captain.
Marsh bowls on the stumps, and this time Moeen Ali gets it away. down too long leg, which is stopped on the boundary. He'll come back for a couple. So he's off the mark. As England go to 68 for 2. The throw is sent in. And another partnership that will have to form here for these two. Mo and Ali, who batted really well at Old Trafford, picked up 50 there. Michael, he put his hand up, volunteered to bat at 3, and he looked pretty comfortable, especially against the short ball, which has been a vulnerability of his in the past. There's Marsh, pushes forwards, strongly built bowls, and Mo and Ali comes forwards, has all the time in the world to play that defensive shot, and that is the end of the over. 68 for 2.
Yeah, he did a real good service for the side when he, in the second innings at Hill, and he said, yep, I'll bat at 3, get Harry Brook back to number 5. And it's worked well for England so far. He's I always think Murray makes batting look so easy. What's his average in Test cricket? It's far too low for the talent that he has.
28.
Yeah, I feel he's he said mid-30s, 35. I'd say, yeah, it's risky, and he's played in different positions, so I'd get why he was around 35. But 28 just seems just a little bit too low for him. He's a better player than that.
It'll be Pat Cummins to continue from the pavilion end. 3 slips in a gully for Joe Root, who's backing across and defending the ball, but he plays it quite late. You might have heard it. It hit the bottom part of the bat and into the pitch. No run. Pat Cummins has bowled nearly 132 overs this series, which is a lot. That's the second most.
How many maidens has he bowled?
Oh, how many maidens has he bowled, Andy? I'm throwing that one to you.
I know before this game he was around 2 for 206 in his last 30-odd overs. England had played him nicely.
Pushing in again.
Oh.
Flashed away by Root. Plays it to point. On the bounce, no run. Looking to drive that through the covers. There is a big, wide-open gap there because it's a heavily laid slip cordon.
Cummins has 6 maidens and has now bowled 133 overs in the series.
Yeah, I'd have him down as bowling a lot more maidens usually. Just the fields that Australia have had set, the way that England play, it's very, very difficult to get a maiden bowled at this England side. It's quite ironic that the first over of the day was a maiden.
Joe Root nearly trapped in front. He's right across in front of that off stump, and we have seen this a lot from Cummins to Root, where it just jags back, and he manages to get some bat on it, trickles out to the offside, and no run is taken.
Yeah, I remember a spell from Cummins to Root in Brisbane, one Ashes series, where the ball kept on nipping back and hitting that inner thigh and getting very close to a little bit of difficulty for Joe. Just got to be wary of that one that just bounces on and around 4th stump now. Because that ball that's come back the previous delivery, you probably feel that you must play at a 4th stump line delivery.
Root this time covers the ball and plays it in between gully and point out to the 3rd man boundary. There's a chase on for Todd Murphy, who dives. They'll have to look at that one again. As he dives over the rope, he stopped the ball, but was he in contact with the sponge when he was touching the ball? It's been signalled a 4. He just waited on that, Joe Root. Beautifully played.
Yeah, he likes that area 3rd, doesn't he? Plays the ball so late. Cummins is bowling quick. It's like he's getting them down there with a little bit more oomph than we saw in Manchester.
Well, with that boundary, Michael, that's 6,000 test runs for Joe Root here in England as Root beats the edge through to Alex Carey. He was back in his crease. A bit of movement off the pitch, following the ball.
Yeah, there's that ball just outside of off stump that Joe's thinking he has to play because of that ball that came back. He actually can leave that on length. It's quite a shortish delivery. It bounces, steep bounce through to Carey. Dropped it actually. Cummins just pushing his mid-off slightly wider. Marnus Labuschagne there
He's pushing forwards into his stride. He bowls. Root drives. Diving Pat Cummins gets hand on it as Labuschagne chases it down. He'll come through for 1. 73 for 2 then at the end of the over. Joe Root will nick the strike. He's on 5. Moeen Ali on 2. Did you get up to much in your days off, Michael?
It's a very good question, Ish. No. A bit of reformer, Pilates.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to sort the back out. Tried to play golf one afternoon, but that game's gone. It's, I'm hitting too many. No, I started watching a series on television, which is quite interesting, but no, I've been chilling. And yourself?
Yeah, same.
Just on Pat Cummins' maidens, before we get into the details of the chilling that's been going on, up to this series, almost a quarter of his overs in Test cricket had been maidens. Over 426 out of his 1,740. That doesn't count partially completed overs, but it's enough to give you a rough idea. 24%, and in this series, less than 6% of his overs have been maidens.
Josh Hazlewood back into the attack, bowling from the Vauxhall end, coming in on an angle with 2 slips in play for Root, who's forwards and covering the ball on the off stump to extra cover, no run. He's got 2 gullies in position there as well, Josh Hazlewood. No, the reason I asked was because it's felt like these matches have come thick and fast. We've had 5 test matches inside 6 weeks, and I spoke to Ben Stokes this morning after the toss. He had 1 day at home, and then it's right back into it. So it's been a fairly mad period of time for everyone as Hazlewood spins at the top of his mark. Running away now, past the stumps to Root, who's guiding the ball to gully, no run.
Yeah, they like Hazlewood to Joe Root when he first comes to the crease. That length delivery just on and around off stump. They feel that they can get him snipped off. I tell you, on Monday actually, I went to Bard Green Cricket Club in Birmingham, but it was similar to Old Trafford. I got there and the covers were on. So I decided not to sit in my car and watch the ground staff. So I felt that I'd done enough of that over the weekend.
Yeah, it was a fairly flat feeling, wasn't it, at the end of that Manchester test, as Joe Root backing across. Chops onto the stumps. The match-up works for Australia. Josh Hazlewood extracts Joe Root. And he's looking to guide the ball. He inside edges onto the stumps, and Australia have their 3rd.
Well, he's just trying to glide it down to that, profitable area that we see Joe Root score so often, but the ball nips back down the 3rd. Yeah, it's just the inside edge. I don't quite know where the shot is. It's a bit of a nothing shot for Joe Root, because that cordon's packed. He's just trying to run it down. Thick inside edge. He's whacking his bat as he walks off with his gloves. He knows he's made a mistake. England now from going from a position of making look Australia like they've been spooked by Old Trafford. Well, inside, since you've arrived in the box, Isha, in the last 20 minutes.
Don't blame me.
Australia have picked up 3 huge wickets and are well on top in the test match now. How things can change.
Really, absolutely. Stark and Hazlewood at the top. They were going at 5s and over before the captain came in. Pat Cummins applying lots of relentless pressure. Mitch Marsh as well, before Josh Hazlewood coming back to remove Joe Root as Harry Brook emerges down the stairs and onto the pitch. Just a reminder, you can follow us on BBC Sports on the website and the app. You'll find text commentary plus video clips. Those wickets will be available to see. And Today at the Test is on BBC Two and the BBC iPlayer from 7 o'clock this evening. Andy?
Yeah, you mentioned that match-up that Australia were looking for, Hazlewood to Root. The 10th time Hazlewood has got Root in tests for 304 runs, averaging 30 against Hazlewood. His overall career average around about 50. Cummins has got him 11 times for an average of 23. So these are the 2 bowlers Australia most wanted at Root, and it's worked for them very quickly.
Josh Hazlewood then to continue from the Vauxhall end. He's got Harry Brook.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Harry goes about this, because there is a bit there, and particularly from Pat Cummins' end, there's that bit of bounce and zip. Will he play the Harry Brook way, or will he try and just graft it out?
Well, he grafted it out in the early part of his innings at Old Trafford as he's back now and letting that go past him, and that has flown off the pitch. See that green tinge of grass on this oval wicket that has pitched and gone away.
There's plenty there, isn't there? If you bend your bat, I know it's not easy for both sets of bowlers because they've been running in for weeks. But Australia have just found that energy. It's Pat Cummins really that started it. As soon as he got the ball in hand, he was like, right, I'm going to show you how to bowl on here.
So that last one way outside the off stump to Harry Brook as he taps his bat down gently now. Hazelwood approaches and Brook defends on the stumps that time from the big quick. Yeah, it was that evening session on day 2 where we saw England going at 7s and over in the afternoon session, and then Brook and Stokes came together, and he wasn't many off 40 odd deliveries before he then got into his work the following day and got a bit of a move on, but he definitely struggled in the early part of that innings. But he certainly looked comfortable up against this Australian side as Hazelwood is in to Brook, who's forwards and inside edging out to long leg, short boundary out there as Mitch Stark comes off the boundary to collect it. So he's off the mark. Brook, he goes to 1, 74 for 3. Ali on 2. A few more words from you, Michael, and then it will be Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, I don't think Australia will mind that. Getting Harry Brook on strike to Pat Cummins. Had him out a couple of times at Lord's. Got him a couple of beauties in the test match at Lord's when there was a little bit of nip and movement. Pat Cummins is, I reckon, bowling as well here today, and we've seen him for a few tests, probably back to Lord's when he was outstanding. He wasn't quite, he's even got 5 at head and he wasn't quite at his best, where you feel that he's arrived here and he's back bowling the Pat Cummins of the first 2 test matches.
How quickly a game changes, and it is due to Cummins, who's on his way now and bowls to Brook, who's forward, gets a thick edge that runs down to third man, is pursued by the gully fieldsman, can't get there. A welcome boundary. Just a slight release of pressure, but you can tell from the crowd they're rather on the edge of their seats here at the moment. The England supporters are daring to breathe. They've lost 3 for 11. They made such a confident, very easy start. Crawley and Duckett picking up those singles almost at will.
Well, on Twitter at 11:40, I tweeted, England have started like they are facing 70 miles an hour trundlers. They certainly are not.
No, they're not. In comes Cummins and bowls to Brook, who fields outside the off stump. That wasn't far away. There was that anxious jerk back of the head there. Often makes a batsman look guilty, as if he's edged it. But fortunately for him, he hadn't done so. But a bit of fortune there for Brook, which is what you need when you first come in. The movement off the seam. 78 for 3. And Brook is on 5 now. Cummins again runs in over the wicket. Bowls to him. Oh, that's a nasty one. Cuts back and hits him high on the thigh. Carey was excited there, jumping up, gloves raised, ready for an appeal, but nothing from Cummins.
This is Cummins at his best. He's getting that wobble seam. He's nipping the ball back. He's getting the odd one to bounce. He's getting the odd one to go away from the right hands as well. Hitting that heavy length quickly.
Yeah.
He's got those legs pumping. You can see it in his body language. This is Pat Cummins saying, I can really make big strides in winning this game today. I can continue to bowl like this.
Turns in the distance. Past umpire Wilson he comes and bowls. It's edged. Carey's dropped it. It's the 3rd chance Australia have put down today. And that was to his right. It went quite quickly. He's got in front of Warner. Another chance goes down. The 2 that they dropped previously have both been dismissed. They haven't been expensive chances, but even so, he should have caught that. That's a bad miss.
That's a bad one. That's just a little bit of tiredness, sharpness, just not quite getting there, and then going with his right hand. I reckon he could have got 2 hands to that.
Yeah. So a life for Brook as well, on 5. And Cummins once again moves in, bowls to him, and is forward this time on the off stump. And rolls up for Labuschagne to field. Put mid off. So the Aussies getting the English disease, putting down these chances. Yeah, that was a bad miss. That was a real sort of dustbin lid going at it, which is unlike him. He's had a good series.
Yeah, his legs just look like, almost like flattened. They didn't have any power to go across. It was a relatively straightforward edge. It wasn't an inside edge or one that came blindsided. You'd have seen it all the way.
Cummins moves in, bowls, and Brook allows that to go speeding through outside his off stump. So it's a misfortune for Cummins. Should have had another wicket there, and England should be 4 down. But they're 78 for 3. They've lost both openers and Joe Root. Moeen has 2. Brook has 5. As the wind is still blowing here, which I think is a good thing, because there's a possibility of some drizzle coming in this afternoon. And if it does, at least if those flags are still flying as they are at the moment, it shouldn't last for long. But,
well, you're usually good with the positive weather.
I've given up. After Manchester, I think everyone, and every amateur meteorologist who was there that day should just pack up. Leave it to the experts. Not even bother looking at a rain radar anymore.
Got it right on the last day.
Even the groundsman here told me off. Said, I was listening to you up there. We said, which one are you using? And I said, he said, no, don't use that one. In goes Hazelwood, runs in, bowls, and Moeen stands up. Plays that carefully up to mid-off.
But is it a certain app that the grounds people around the country use? Is there one that they trust more than another?
Well, here, evidently.
Which one is it, do you know?
No, I'm not going to say. There are other apps available. There are many of them. The problem is they don't show the light rain. But, I'm going to leave it to Louise Lear and co. They know what they're doing.
Do they?
Certainly do. I wouldn't doubt them for a minute. 78 for 3. In goes Hazelwood, bowls, and that's Moeen there got a bit of bat on this, or pad. It's just roll past his off stump and into Carey's gloves. I think, given the information they're trying to deal with, imagine trying to forecast the weather in this country.
Yeah, but that's their job. What's it like facing the new ball? I mean, it's your job.
I did a tournament once in Sharjah, going back a lot of years now, and it was one of those one-day tournaments that they had there. 78 for 3. And goes Hazelwood over the wicket, runs in, bowls. Moeen forward, wants a single. Yep, he'll get that. Let's push carefully away to the offside. And funny enough, we'd just been on holiday. We'd just been for a few days in Dubai, and I knew that this tournament was on, and Tony Gregg, who's a great friend of mine, was there, and said to him, no, we're not going to go, but this is a cricket-free few days. Got back home, and the old days of the answer phone, red light was flashing away. I thought, what's this? You press the messages. I got through to one. Hey, Aggers, it's Greggy here. I've got to go back to Australia, and I've told them that you'll come out here to Sharjah to do this tournament. I thought, let's go off the aeroplane. So I've told them you'll come. This is the details of the flight. I literally had to go back to Birmingham Airport and get the flight back. Here's Hazelwood bowling outside the off stump. There's no stroke. Flew through the night. The next match was the next day. He'd gone back to Packer's wedding. James Packer, was it? Anyway, I got a bit bleary-eyed. Got there. Turned up at the ground, and I was presenting it. And the chap came on and said, he said, Aggers, what you're going to do here, you're going to cue the pitch report from Tony Gregg. I said, but he's not here. He said, no, but let's do it anyway. So in goes Hazelwood, runs in, bowls, pushed away into the offside. So I was a bit surprised. I went, here we go, morning everyone, and let's go and join Tony Gregg for the pitch report. Yeah, well, here we are. It's this hard slip in Sharjah. Of course, it hadn't changed in a week. So he did the pitch report, and I said, thank you, Greggy, that's terrific, knowing he was on a flight to Sydney. And the chap in there said, all right, there we go. Cue for the weather forecast now with Tony Gregg. So I said, right. Let's have a look at the weather for. Yeah, it's a beautiful day. It's 40 degrees, not a cloud in the sky. It's exactly what it was going to be every single day. So he'd recorded the pitch, he'd recorded the weather, then got an aeroplane gone. Then goes Hazelwood and bowls his edge and goes flying through the slips, just past the outstretched Khwaja at third slip. And down to third man. That was Greggy for you, though. That was Greggy, yeah. Did the game, got the plane and flew home again.
Let's be honest, England could have been 6 down today.
Yeah.
They've dropped chances, Australia, and there's been a few that have flown through the cordon. His technique doesn't look quite ready for the moving ball yet, Harry's. When it's going straight, he's a brilliant player. He can whack it to all parts, but you can see there he's leaning back to a ball that's just a yard or so outside off stump with a bit of shape away. He's playing a long way from his body. The outside edge was found.
I was sad they put him at number 3. I just don't think that was. I can't think of any part of that was a good decision.
No, he's nowhere near a number 3.
No, and it was just going to expose him, you know. And he's got so much confidence, and he just plays so naturally. You know, he put him somewhere in that key position in the spotlight, and a couple of failures.
You see him here already at number 5. And
Yeah.
he could have been out twice inside.
It was
his first 12 balls.
Poor decision that. In comes Cummins round the wicket, bowls Mowins forward. The ball rolls to Labuschagne mid-off.
Alex Carey will be worried because this Australia side are very, very close to doing something special. To win overseas is a big achievement. And you wouldn't want Harry Brook to still be there at 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon. Because yes, he looks like he's going to give chances because the ball's moving, but he's such a dangerous player that if he gets in, seen it in the last year, he goes big and he goes quickly.
Cummins bounds in round the wicket, bowls, and Mowin turns that into the leg side. There's a fielder there under the helmet, and 2 back in case Cummins is tempted to fire Mowin the short ball, which is always
so Greggy's pitch report and weather report was the same every day.
Yeah, I think I did. That was the final. He just knocked it off the day before.
But did the punters not realise that did he change his hats at all, or did he just the same one every day?
Same one. Yeah, same report. He was great, Greggy. I know he would have got away with something like that. 83 for 3. Sometimes Cummins bowls a bouncer, which Mowin doesn't like. He took his eye off that and it hit him. So I mentioned with 2 back and a short leg, it's difficult to know how to play it sometimes. And it's in the slot like that. Almost fended a catch away to the fielder there. With the helmet on.
Just hits him on the wrist.
Blow, yeah, nasty.
He's got an arm guard on the like a sweatband with a protector underneath the sweatband. It's hit him straight on the protector, so he's fortunate there, Mowin Ali.
83 for 3. Cummins bowls to him, hops back, plays that carefully. I don't know what it's like these days. We used to wear football shin guards on there, strapped on with a bit of tubey grip. I was mentioning next door actually when we was hit earlier on. It was like the arm guard that Duckett had, a very small one. I remember playing in a championship game at Chesterfield. And it was either Michael Holding or Ian Bishop hit Tim Boone, who you might remember, played last year. Broke his arm horribly, and in his case was his arm guard. Didn't put it on. Here's Cummins bowls, and that's thumped into Mowin's thigh and is fielded by Cummins in the follow through.
It's funny though, you look at this field, they've got a cover point on the boundary. Mowin's 3 from 14 deliveries. So they obviously feel that Mowin Ali's a player that likes to strike in boundaries, and they just want to protect it.
Well, they have been very, very defensive with their field settings throughout. We can go right back to Birmingham. And it's been similar, hasn't it? 83 for 3. Cummins runs in strongly and bowls, and that turns Mowin round, hits him on the pad. He wants a leg by there, but Brook's not interested. As Labuschagne comes skidding in from mid-off to field at point. 83 for 3. 19 overs gone so far with England put into bat by Australia. The first time that Cummins has won the toss. He went for tails again, so he's called out 5 times. Has come up once, and England have lost Crawley for 22, Duckett 41 and Root for 5, all falling in the space of 11 runs after a very good positive start. But Australia have dropped 3 catches today. Crawley and Duckett didn't cost them very much. Who knows what Brook might cost them. He's on 9 now, and he's facing Hazelwood coming up from the Vauxhall end. There he goes and bowls, and Brooks 4 plays that carefully square into the offside for Head to pick up and field at point.
That was Pat Cummins' first maiden since his 2nd over of the 3rd test. He bowled 59 overs in a row without bowling a maiden. As I mentioned before, this Ashes, almost 1 in 4 of his overs over his career have been maidens.
But wasn't that an extraordinary stat that England have bowled 100 maidens more in 4 test matches than Australia have done? And that reflects, well, particularly the way England have been batting, but 100 maiden overs in 4 test matches. Hazelwood bowls. Oh, it's a good one. Goes past the outside edge, and Brook really in no man's land there. Not much foot movement and a tentative prod. Unfortunately for him, the edge not found. And Glenn McGrath's back. Nice to see
G'day,
you,
Agus.
Pitch.
G'day, everyone. Yeah, no, it's good to be here.
Quite a couple of days coming down from Manchester.
Yeah, just spent an extra day in Manchester and then wandered down on the train.
Did it
Nearly
stop
by
raining?
myself.
Did
Which
it stop
was nice.
raining, or
yeah, it was a beautiful day. It would have been a good day for cricket. And then met up with some friends down here, but it's been good.
Good. In goes Hazelwood again. Bowls to Brook. Shorter this time. Brook can go on the back foot. And Head picks up at cover.
Funny old game, cricket, isn't it? The way Australia started, they were a bit sloppy, sort of with in the field, drop catches, even throws to the keeper were all over the place. They didn't bowl that well. And then all of a sudden, bang, 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 3, and another drop catch. It's all happening. This test has just been a highlights package. Apart from Old Trafford, take Old Trafford out as if it didn't happen, and the rest have been right on the edge of your seat.
83 for 3. Hazelwood on his way again. Bowls. Brook defends that nicely. Head right over the ball. And Head has a little further to run this time, coming in from point, but still denies them a run. Saw Terry Alderman in our hotel last night. It's lovely to see him. He's here with a supporters group. I've seen him for a little while. That's on very good form. The tormentor of Graham Gooch and many others.
Yeah.
Wonderful bowler, especially actually at the whacker with the old doctor blowing in, made him formidable there. And of course in England he was outstanding. Had a very good few seasons with Kent as well. In goes Hazelwood and bowls, tucked away into the leg side. ABC summariser, of course, I worked with Terry many times on the radio over there in Perth. Yeah, it's good to see him. A very healthy number of Australian supporters. I know some have been here all tour. Gone off and little diversions along the way. One I met in the lift last night has been to the Open and combining all these things. Fantastic, really.
The Open, Wimbledon,
trip, yeah.
Pop over to Europe. Everything's so close.
Brilliant trip. 83 for 3. Hazelwood past the umpire, bowls, and Brook launches into a drive and beats Head. And that'll go for 4. Flashing square drive, a little bit of width from Hazelwood that time. And Brook seized on it, hit it hard, just avoided Head's dive. And England moved to 87 for 3. Put into bat today. They had a very confident and positive start. But then there's 3 wickets falling for 11 runs. And at lunch we're going to reflect on that Ashes test match here in 1997, involving primarily Phil Tufnell. He's been mugging up and remembering every aspect of that test match.
What happened?
I think you were playing, Dan.
Yeah, I think I got a couple of wickets in the first innings, but didn't amount to anything once the match was over.
I'll just run through it with Tuffers, at the end of which he said, I better go and look the game up just to refresh my memory.
Yeah.
Because he couldn't remember any of his teammates. He couldn't remember the captain.
But apart from that, he was all over it.
He was all over it. He knew he'd taken 11 wickets. So no, he's refreshing his memory. In comes Stark, change of bowling. Bowls, and there's a beautiful stroke from Moeen. He's hit that square through the offside. And the misfield. At a deep point. I have to say, Australia in the field today have really had a bad time. And that's Khawaja there, who had it covered. He'd done everything. Got to the ball, and somehow it slipped through his fingers. That's 3 catches, and that's a bad misfield out on the boundary. Bit of tiredness, perhaps, I don't know, but he had it covered. And Moeen picks up 4, and if there's a more graceful square driver in the game at the moment than Moeen, then please show him to me, because I can't believe there is. It's a wonderful shot that he has. Stark again moves in, bowls to him, and is forward this time. A languid defensive stroke, which is fielded by Labuschagne at mid-off.
Yeah, no, he is quite elegant, isn't he?
Wow.
No. The guy there was an England batsman that actually compared himself to Moeen.
he compared himself
Yes.
to Moeen. Well, see, I mean, the nearest I've seen is Gower.
There we go. That was who David Gower said it was a bit like that, where he'd play elegant shots and then just play a random shot and get play and miss. Or
I think they are very similar. Something like left-handers.
Yeah.
That they do somehow look very elegant out there. But I would definitely have Gower and Moeen in the same breath with that shot. In comes Stark. Bowls tucked away into the leg side by Moeen. That's a leg by. Fielded down to our right by Hazelwood. One more to England. They're rattling along. 92 for 3. So they're going at about 4.5 and over. They were going at 5.5 earlier on.
Yeah, no, it's been... when Pat Cummins came on this morning, the game changed. He bowled so well.
Yeah.
I thought Mitchell Stark wasn't quite on his game. Josh Hazelwood early on. And you mentioned the fielding. It just looked a little bit sloppy, a little bit shoddy, which is not what you'd expect from the Australian side. We've seen England not have the best days in the field, and Australia haven't been too bad. But
wonder when Australia last dropped 3 catches in a session. You'd have to go back. There must have a column there somewhere, Andy. There must be. We can program it somehow. But I mean, I would suggest that's very rare. Stark again bowls to Brook, forward. And Stark fields there as he follows through. I don't know how he'd even check one of those things, but I can see Andy thinking about it. 3 catches in a session.
I'll dig around just on Cummins' spell. 1 for 21 from 6 overs, 36 deliveries, 2 dropped catches as well as the wicket, and 24 false shots, plays and misses and edges.
Terrific spell. He should have had Brook out. He's on strike now. Stark bowls to him, and he's got away with this. Carving it through slip. And interestingly, Khawaja there didn't really move for that. I'm not sure. Let's see a replay as to how far away it was from his right hand.
I think it was. It didn't carry, did it? I didn't think it carried. I think it was. It carried.
Yeah, I think it probably did.
But it was right in the middle of that gap.
It was.
Maybe Cameron Green might have got across to it.
I think he would have done. No, it's gone absolutely straight through the gap at that low catchable height. And now they're bringing Marsh into that Cameron Green position, really, a fine gully.
But Khawaja's gone a little bit further in a floater rather than third slip there. So it's they're having a bit of an each-way bet now.
They are. 96 for 3. So there's 4 lined up there, waiting for an edge. Stark again bowls, and Brook plays that carefully into the offside. Rolls away for a single. Murphy tosses the ball back again. Umpire Wilson calls over, and we've got 20 minutes to go until lunch on this first day. An eventful morning. England 97 for 3. 3 catches have been dropped. Thoughts from Glenn McGrath, and then Dan Norcross will take us through to the interval.
Yeah, we got Mitchell Marsh coming back on, replacing Josh Hazelwood. Yeah, it's all been happening. 3 wickets, 97 runs flying everywhere. But Australia did well to stem the tide. They got to 62 quite comfortably, England, didn't they, when they started? And then Pat Cummins, along with Mitchell Marsh, just stemmed the flow a little bit.
Well, how often do we see it? The strangle down the leg side. That's what opened the floodgates. 3 wickets for 11 runs.
The old strangle.
Yeah.
There's been a few of them this series, hasn't there?
Yeah. And very few actually given by the umpires. Had to be referred many of the times. Mitchell Marsh starts in the over from the Vauxhall end. He's into Brook, who drives just past the diving hand of Cummins out towards the extra cover boundary for 4. And the 100 is up in double quick time. Just the 22nd over of the innings. It was, again, a loose, if spectacular shot from Harry Brook, who's living a charmed life out there at the moment. But in the end, actually looking at that was beautifully timed. And Cummins dived away to his left, couldn't get anything on it. Deep point goes out. 2 slips and a gully. The first morning of a test match. One side's taken 3 wickets, and they got a pretty defensive field. As Marsh is into Brook. And Brook pulls murderously out through mid-wicket. And that's gone all the way for 6. That was just a little flick. Wow. Brook to 28. First 2 balls of this over, 4-6. The first 6 of the match. I don't suppose it's going to be the last, judging by the way England are playing.
Yeah, it was just short of a length. That would have, and he's just picked it up. I think whether there's a little bit of premeditation there, the ball was a little bit fuller, drove it through the covers. Thought that the next one's going to be a little bit short.
Marsh in again, and Brook dabs this into the gully region on the bounce, where it's fielded by Khawaja. Of course, with no Cameron Green in, that takes away one of the points of difference between these two sides. In the first couple of tests, Cameron Green pulled off some fantastic catches in that region. Marsh is his deputy in the gully, but of course he can't be there when he's bowling. So we just take another look at that Harry Brook 6. This is the measure of the way England play. Counter-attacking, 107 for 3. Marsh in, and Brook guides this ball through backward points, running away towards the boundary, chases on. And they'll come back for a couple of runs. Brook to 30, 109 for 3. We've got sort of so used to it now, Glenn, that it doesn't. It's supposed to not seem strange, but that first hour with Ben Duckett charging down the wicket, playing that whack back past the bowler. I mean, it was actually, under the circumstances, I think either side being put into bat in those conditions against this attack would have taken an aggressive 41 from an opener. Marsh in, Brook just defends into the offside from the crease. A ball just around about off stump. It's picked up by the skipper Cummins, and there's no run.
Yeah, this whole series, the openers, and get off to a bit of a start. We saw Zach Crawley at Old Trafford played in incredible innings, and it seemed that they just picked up where they left off there. They had a bit of luck, which you've got to have a little bit of luck. Unfortunately for the two openers, they didn't make Australia pay for it. I wonder if Harry Brook will make them pay.
Well, he's had quite a lot of luck in this innings so far. Hazelwood is into him, and he defends solidly on the front foot up along the ground up towards Hazelwood at mid-on. That completes the over. No run off the last ball. England 109 for 3. Brook has 30 from 27. Moeen Ali, who's been there for 45 minutes or so. Duckett was out just before 12 o'clock. In all that time, he's only faced 18 balls, which is unusual. Playing in what we imagine will be his last test. Andy.
Yeah, during this partnership, Brooks faced 27 out of 39 deliveries. Just on that Pat Cummins spell, I mentioned 66% full shots. 24 balls out of the 36 he bowled were either plays and misses or edges. And in the CricViz database, of all spells of 4 overs or more in England, and the ball tracking goes back to 2006, that is the highest full shot percentage during a single spell.
Well, I'm not surprised. It's 66%. It's quite the spell. Stark starts in from the pavilion end. Moeen evades a bouncer, goes through to Carey. 2 slips and a gully. Deep point and mid-off. That's the offside field. It's a forward short leg, mid-on. And then 2 players out for the short ball. A fine leg, or long leg if you like, and a deep backward square leg about 5 yards in from the boundary. We've seen that position a lot in this test series. Moeen is thought to be susceptible to the short ball. So far he's not really taken it on, has he, Glenn?
No, after Headingley, where he got out the way he did, he's probably just shelved it a little bit. I think he copped a little bit of criticism over it.
Stark is into him now, and Moeen drives and misses at a ball in the channel outside the off stump. There's no run. The clouds are high and lifting. It's a little brighter now than it has been for much of the day. There was tempestuous quantity of rain overnight. Were you aware of it, or were you fast asleep?
No, I was out. I caught up with some friends last night, went out for dinner, and come out of the restaurant and it's raining.
And it stayed raining till about 6 in the morning.
When you got home? So, you were up going for a run at that time, were you?
Absolutely.
Through the park? Battersea Park there?
Well, at least Battersea, Wandsworth, Tooting-Beck Common, and like a good 20-mile run in the morning. Stark is into Moeen, who push drive square of the wicket off the front foot out towards the backward point. Khawaja trots into field. 1 more to the total, 110 for 3. Moeen moves to 8, which brings Brook on strike. How many false shots has Brook played? It feels like most of them, but interspersed within that have been a couple of really lovely drives.
I count at least 6 in his innings so far.
Out of 26 balls?
Yeah, including 2 edges for 4 in the drop catch.
Australia have been strange in the field today. They've dropped a few, and they've also had a few misfields out on the boundary. One that conceded a boundary, which should have just been the one. The start into the right-handed Brook. Brook defends on the front foot, back towards the bowler.
Yeah, there's been a lot compared to 05 this series. I've been reminiscing. And then I remember that match, last day of the test match. Kevin Peterson came in. Brett Lee bowled a full, just outside off stump. Kevin Peterson edge straight to Shane Warne. Similar to Dave Warner there.
Yeah.
Hit the hands and up over the crossbar. And, similar result. So
key moment that was, that day.
Yeah, but KP went on, got a big 100, 150 plus.
Duckett out soon after, wasn't
whereas, Duckett, not so much.
Start into Brook, who gets one that's, well, he came down the wicket and then it spat on him. He ended up playing it pretty well, rearing out of the way and guiding it into the gully region. You can take the cricket with you this summer on BBC Sounds, live commentary, plus our podcast, including a brand new episode of Tailenders with James Anderson, confirming he wants to play on past this series. Heard that for many years now. And don't miss the excellent documentary How to Win the Ashes, which is still available on the BBC iPlayer, including lots of memories of that 2005 summer.
How to win the Ashes?
Yeah. Well, neither side might win it, one side might retain it. You never know, as this is driven in the air by Brook, but it bounces about 15 yards in front of mid-off, goes straight to the fielder, and no run to end the over. Some good speeds there from start. 88 to 93 pretty much in that over. England 110 for 3 after 23 overs. Brook 30, Moeen Ali 8. This was after they were put into bat by Australia. It was an absolute no-brainer. First time that Pat Cummins had won the toss. They got off to a ripping start. Ben Duckett, though, the first to go after he was dropped at slip by Warner. That was 62 for 1 after 12 overs. Duckett with a runner ball, 41. Strangled down the leg side. Overturned on review. Zach Crawley, the next to go, caught by Smith. That's probably ball of the day, would you say, so far? But just slightly turned him round.
Yeah, not a bad delivery.
Got a leading edge. Difficult ones to catch because you're looking at the bat. You might be thinking of the ball going through the leg side and it flies through the second slip.
Yeah, never fielded there. You fielded there?
I
Found
have,
it tough?
but not off Pat Cummins. As Marsh is in wide outside the off stump and left alone by Moeen. He went for 22, Crawley. It's quite a controlled 22. And then Joe Root on a pitch which has just got a little bit more pace. The wobble seam ball from Hazelwood. He aimed to play that little dab between the slips, and there were 2 slips and sort of 2 gullies, and he was trying to find that gap, and the ball was a bit too close to him. Got an under edge, crashed back onto the stumps. At that point, England had lost 3 for 11 in 4.4 overs, 3.4 overs, 22 balls. Marsh is into Moeen down the leg side. Good tumbling take by Carey, prevents any runs. But since then, 37 runs have been added in under 8 overs, 7.4 overs, and Brook has been the main man, 30 off 30.
Well, he's going along at a nice rate of knots there. He's had a little bit of luck, but you do have to chance your arm sometimes, and on a pitch that's just offering a little bit for the fast bowlers, there's good bounce, there's a little bit of movement in the air, a little bit off the pitch, but it's also coming onto the bat quite nicely.
Marsh in, that swings back into the pads of Moeen, but he plays around that front pad and tucks it into the onside. It's a deep set field, so Cummins has to move from mid-on to field. 1 more of the total, and those of you of a superstitious persuasion should be alerted to the fact that England are 111 for 3.
Yeah, old David Shepherd.
Yeah,
remember
hopped him out.
He was hopping around. Yeah, 111's not an unlucky number for Australia, or
do you know,
it's 87 is the number in Australia.
But we looked into this and discovered that Australia had been bowled out for 111 quite frequently by England in Ashes
in
tests.
England.
Yep. Marsh in. This is flicked away off the thick inside edge down towards long leg by Brook. Gets to 31. A full ball with a little bit of a way shape. England are off Nelson, 112 for 3. They did it famously in 81 at Headingley.
Yep.
I think there were a couple of times in the 50s, weren't there? A number of times Australia had been bowled out for 111. Oddly, it's...
I don't mind the 3 ones.
You're like not scared of them, are you?
11. 11's my lucky number.
Is it? Well, I suppose you batted there a fair bit.
Yeah. And, all the ones. So, I don't mind them.
When did you not bat at 11? Who was below you? As Marsh is in, defended into the offside by Moeen, playing from his crease.
Yeah, I batted 10 a couple of times. I think even batted 9 once. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I think Stuart McGill may have. But a couple others. But I think I'd have to ask Andy. He'd have to go back through the records to see how many times I didn't like batting 10.
No.
Yeah. I get lonely. You get out and you walk off, and you're walking off by yourself. Yeah. Whereas number 11, as tough as always said, you always walk off with someone, no matter what happens.
What do you walk off with?
With
15 people, 14 others. As Marsh is in, and this is a forward defence from Moeen. It's a good firm shot, played into the covers, but finds the field at end of the over. 112 for 3, England. Brook 31. Moeen has 9.
On your musings on 111, there have been 12 times in Test history that a team has been bowled out for 111, and Australia have been the batting side on 7 of those 12, 6 of which have been against England.
I thought so.
2 of them in the famous 1954-55 Ashes series at Melbourne,
of course,
Adelaide, when Frank Tyson,
Bob Appleyard,
bowled like the wind, Brian Statham.
Yeah,
I don't remember that.
Johnny Ward.
That was when England were number 1 in the world.
Okay, 1954.
54-5. They won the
Just a
Ashes
couple of
back
years ago.
in 53. Yes. I mean, there isn't a man here that doesn't remember that as if it was yesterday.
Who's that?
Right, now we might get 1 over, we might get 2 overs in today before lunch, as Stark starts a new over and Brook drives, but to mid-off. Thinks of the run, but it's actually too close to the fielder. The score remains 112 for 3. We've got 5 minutes or so to go until the lunch break. Australia would probably love to get through another couple here. When you win the toss and bowl, 3 wickets in the first session's not bad. But these have been good conditions for Australia to bowl in, and Australia have pointed out on a number of occasions that England have had the rub of the green in this series. Well, they didn't this morning when Australia won the toss in good bowling conditions, and I'd say it's pretty even at the moment. Stark into Brook, who gets wrapped on the pad trying to work the ball into the onside. Can't beat Head at short mid-wicket. Brook on 31, Moeen on 9.
You've got your batting stats, Glenn.
Do I really want to hear them?
128 innings at number 11.
Ooh, that sounds like a lot.
Just 9 at number 10.
Yeah.
28 runs, average 3.5 at 10.
Yeah,
So you'd have to thrived more at 11.
Yeah, at 10 was
7.3. 1 innings at 9.
Who was that against? And who was it?
Two injuries, probably.
Who was batting 10 and 11? Stark in. Brook gets one down the leg side, which he doesn't catch up with, but we've seen somebody out today like that already. Mitch Marsh making the breakthrough, getting rid of Duckett with that sort of a dismissal. It's very difficult for batters, isn't it, to not have that little waft, but the risk reward is very much in the bowler's favour with that. Around about hip height, you flick at it, you get a little flick and it goes through to the keeper. The best you're going to hope for is that you play a false shot, get a thicker inside edge, and it runs to the boundary. But you can never stop yourself from playing it. Stark in again, and Brook drives beautifully through extra cover. It's running up towards groundsman's hut. It's being pursued in vain. Good dive though, like the dive, totally unnecessary. Must be Marnus.
Yeah.
And England moved to 116 for 3, Brook to 35. Lovely cover-driven 4. But this over, Stark's really got his pace up. Actually, I want to see that again, because that looked at first glance like a massive no ball. But
no, it cut the line 50-50.
Did he?
I don't know what you're looking at. But yeah, quality shot in the air through the covers. But Marnus is going to chase it all the way. Even when it hits the fence, he's still chasing.
And he's still diving. Stark in again. And he's given himself room, and he's clattered this through offside for Brook. What a shot that is. Given himself room to away to the leg side, and has thrashed the ball through backward point. Well, almost actually just dead square for his second consecutive boundary. Wallop. What a shot that is.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, there's been a couple of times where he's played a big cover drive and the next ball gives himself a bit of room or does something different, thinking, okay, I've hit a full ball, the bowler's going to bowl it short. A little bit shorter. You don't want to get too predictable, but it's gutsy batting.
We're coming up to lunch as well. Stark in, and he's gone for a big pull, and he's done it all the way for 6. Moved across his stumps. A wonderful shot. Picks it up, and it goes way over long leg. That's gone, well, I can count them, 9 rows back. over the head of Hazelwood, who was never in the game there. So that over ends 4-4-6. We've got 1 minute to go to lunch. And England are 126 for 3. Brook has 45.
That brings up the 50 partnership in 9.3 overs. Brook, 45 of the 53 runs. But he's faced, 37 of the 57 deliveries.
I mean, he's not had, by his standards, the most productive Ashes, as Marsh is in to Moeen. Down the leg side, dropped by Carey. And they'll scamper through for a bye.
Though he didn't hit it.
No.
So he knocked it down.
Ball is dropped.
Knocked it down.
Yeah.
Knocked it down.
Knocked it down. 127 for 3. Brook, before this, averaging 38.7, perfectly respectable. But he's hinted, hasn't he, a couple of times, of actually just cutting loose.
Yeah, and you've got to make the most of it. He's had one life. What was he? How many was he then?
He was on 5.
5. So it's already cost Australia 40 runs. But, those last 3 shots were... He is a quality batsman. He's happy to back himself too.
Marsh in term, and that's pushed into the onside up to Hazelwood at mid-on. There's no run. The only sort of fear factor for the fan is, when you get a player that's so fun to watch, you suddenly have more jeopardy on the shots that he plays, and yet obviously he's fun to watch because he's playing shots of jeopardy.
Well, you don't want him to get out playing a shot like that, the over before lunch or something like that. But that's why this England team plays.
Marsh into him again, and he comes forward in solid defence. Good half stop, diving stop, but in so doing, Labuschagne parries that past Cummins, who's at mid-off, and they can get through for a run. Brook to 46, 128 for 3. Brings Moeen on strike with 3 balls to go until lunch. What a great session of Test cricket this has been. Australia will be delighted to have picked up the 3 wickets. They won't be delighted to have conceded 128 runs. But this is what we were talking about in the pre-game, wasn't it? England don't tend to bat long, but they can still pile on a pretty decent score. As Moeen pushes forward in defence. They go through for a quick single. This could be tight. Throw comes in at the non-striker's end. Hits Moeen Ali's boot. I think he was home anyway. And they've scampered another run. Moeen has finally, after 1 hour and 5 minutes, made it to double figures. In fairness, he's not had very much of the strike. It's not that he's gone particularly slowly, but he's made it to 10, having come in at number 3. Well, Brook at number 5 has 46. Always looks weird on the scorecard, that. 2 balls left till lunch. Can Brook survive? Marsh in, and he's defending on the front foot up to mid-on. Hazelwood fields. Goes right along the ground. That's a nice solid shot. Last ball before lunch. What's he going to try and do? Whack it for 6 into the...
Yeah, why not? Maybe come down the wicket, try to hit him over the top, or reverse. I don't know. You're likely to try anything, but I think he'll be just getting through. But if it's there to put away, I'm sure he'll put it away.
Worth doing a tempter then, perhaps, maybe. A short ball. There's a man out for that. Here we go. Last ball before lunch. It's full, and he drives instead. Square of the wicket. Well, more in front of square of the wicket in the offside. He's going to pick up at least 2. It will be just the 2. So, that is lunch on the first day of the 5th and final Ashes Test. England go into lunch on 131 for 3. They're that kind of a team. It's been brilliant to watch. Just the 26 overs have been bowled. Brook has 48. Moeen Ali has 10. They got off to a great start, having been put into bat by Pat Cummins, who won his first toss of the series. Duckett and Crawley putting on 62 before Duckett was out, strangled down the leg side, little feather on the glove, caught by Carey off Marsh for 41 from 41 balls. Zach Crawley had been fairly solid, despite being dropped, made 22 off 37 before he was caught by Smith. A good sharp catch, round about head height by Smith, a ball that just slightly straightened Cummins. That was his first wicket, 66 for 2, England at that point. And then the huge wicket of Joe Root, who was looking to play that classic Root angle bat shot, trying to thread it between 4 slips. There were 2 placed close together at first and second, and then another 2 at sort of 4 slip and gully, looking for that gap. Got an under edge, clattered back onto his stump. So wicket for Hazelwood, he made 5 off 11, and since then, well, Harry Brook has cut loose 7 4s, 2 6s, He's hit 48 runs from 41 balls. At the other end, Moeen Ali has provided stout company, 10 from 28. And the partnership worth 58 in 10.3 overs, 63 balls, which is quite something. Andy?
Harry Brook was 9 from 17. So he scored 39 from his last 24 balls. The collapse was 3 wickets for 11 in 22 balls. It would have been 4 wickets for 16 in 29 had Carey taken that chance.
Thank you, Andy. Bowling figures: Stark, 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 42. Hazelwood, 7 overs, no maiden, 1 for 32. The first over of the match was a maiden, incidentally, so no 4 off the first over. Cummins, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 21. Marsh, 6 overs, 1 for 33. We've had a record already. 2 consecutive overs, which not a dot ball was bowled in the first 10 overs of a test match. That's never happened before. It's only ever happened once, 1 over in 6 ball over test cricket. England are going along in their magnificent style. A reminder, you can watch highlights of this very eventful morning so far on the BBC Sport website and app. Plus, today at the test is on BBC Two and the BBC iPlayer from 7 p.m. tonight. Talking of the iPlayer, I urge you to watch the excellent documentary How to Win the Ashes, which is still available, including interviews with the likes of James Anderson, Ben Stokes, Steve Smith and Mitchell Johnson. And in a moment, we'll be taking you back to a famous Ashes series, the summer of 1997, that was bookended by England wins at Edgbaston and here at the Oval, where Phil Tufnell spun England to victory. But first, let's check on today's other cricket action. Every ball of every county game is live as normal on the BBC Sport website and app, and Kevin Howells is at the Ageas Bowl, where 2 of the title challengers, Hampshire and Essex, have been involved in a low-scoring game. Kevin?
Hey, it's pretty tense stuff. Hi, Dan. Good afternoon to you. I don't think we're going to get this done just before lunch, which is slightly delayed till 1:10. I'll tell you about it in just a second. Just a reminder, of course, we lost quite a lot of cricket yesterday on day 2 for most of the matches. Rain sweeping across from about 4 o'clock on. So we're on day 3 for all bar 1 match in the Championship today. This is the last round also before they take the August break, back together again in September. This Championship title race, though, 3rd versus 2nd in this game. It's Hampshire versus Essex. As you say, it is a low-scoring game. That's the way it continued this morning. Hampshire all out in their 2nd innings for 131. They lost the last 4 wickets in very quick time, adding only 9 runs. Jamie Porter of Essex having a terrific season, 10 wickets in the match, 5 for 37, 5 for 46. Overcast conditions as well, difficult to bat. Essex needing 83 to win, are currently 61 for 4, so they're very, very close, but there have been chances which have just fallen short. There have been drop catches as well. The not out pair at the moment are Pepper and Walter. Paul Walter on his 22, I think that's off 55 balls, so it's a bit tense, but you would imagine that Essex are going to maintain their challenge upon Surrey at the top with a victory here. It'll be a different story probably from Hampshire in their title race aspirations. As for Surrey, they're at Somerset. They're pushing for victory because Somerset in their 2nd innings really are struggling. Latest I've got at 45 for 4. They trail Surrey by 153 runs. It's 3 wickets to Jordan Clark in that game there. Rain between Lancashire and Northants this morning, so no further play at Old Trafford. At Trent Bridge, Kent 170 for 4, trail Nottinghamshire by 180 in that crazy game in Birmingham at Edgbaston. Warwickshire all out for 60 on the first day against Middlesex. 2nd innings making 232. Middlesex only require 94 for victory. Remember, a day to go tomorrow. It won't be needed. 35 for no wicket. Division 2 got 3 games going on at Scarborough. No play so far today between Yorkshire and Durham. Durham 106 for 1, trail Yorkshire by 234 runs. At Derby, Derbyshire at lunch 170 for 2 after Glamorgan declared yesterday at 521 for 8 declared. And at beautiful Cheltenham for the festival there at the College. Worcestershire, the opponents against Gloucestershire this week. It's only on the 2nd day, and Worcestershire have been bowled out just a moment ago for 406.
Thank you, Kevin. That's a roundup of all the County Championship scores. Somerset 46 for 4, so it's looking like Surrey are going to win, Essex are going to win, and that would almost certainly make a 2-horse title race going into September. The next round of matches after this begin on the 3rd of September. So, as promised, we're going to take you back to an Ashes series which ended in dramatic style thanks to a brilliant bowling performance by one member of our team, Phil Tufnell. England also won the opening match in that series at Edgbaston to give them real hope of a first Ashes win in 10 years. But There was another member of our commentary team who turned the series around, Glenn McGrath. Glenn talks us through that famous Ashes summer as we go back to 1997.
A new dawn has broken, has it not?
Love, shine a light in every corner of my heart.
The United Kingdom, with an amazing score of 227 points, are in fact the winners of the 1997 Eurovision Song Contest.
Let our love shine a light in every corner of our hearts.
The IRA has announced a complete cessation of all military action from midnight tonight.
Hingis with a forehand, cross, caught, and that's it!
Hingis presents the one.
And Wimbledon has its youngest singles winner this century.
Now, Hong Kong people are to run Hong Kong.
Like the mighty river flowing from the stream.
It's June 1997. Tony Blair's New Labour have just swept to power. The UK has won the Eurovision Song Contest, and the first Harry Potter book has gone on sale. And at Edgbaston, Glenn McGrath is making his first overseas Ashes appearance. It's already been a decade since England last won an Ashes series. Could McGrath and co keep up Australia's dominance?
The TMS podcast from BBC Radio 5 Live.
I came into the team in 93-94, and I think the Australian team had turned the corner for quite some time. I remember when Alan Border took over from Kim Hughes, and Australia were a bit of a rabble then, and they really, I think AB along with Bob Simpson really brought the Australian team up and created a bit of an awe around it, self-belief.
May strides in again. Little hop, skip, jump, bowls to Ireland, who hits this in the air, down the ground. This could be out. The test has been won by Australia, and who is it that took the catch? None other than Alan Border, the Australian skipper. The Australians have won by an innings and 148 runs. They take a 3-0 lead in the series. They have now well and truly retained the Ashes.
And when I came into the team was already playing well. And then to play along some of my heroes, sort of I've watched for a long time in Alan Border and David Boone and Craig McDermott and co was amazing, and it just was continuing on the up, and lucky to play in an era where we didn't lose very many series at all.
Gooch just enjoying the moment. It'll be his last test match here, and he's going to bowl the last ball of it, and he runs in now and bowls to Shane Warne, who drives, and he's been dropped by Devon Malcolm at wide mid-off. Well, if anything sums it up, that does. That could have been Gooch's wicket. Shane Warne was dropped at the very last ball. It wouldn't have made any difference as far as the match was concerned, because that was the last ball of the final over, and Australia have retained the Ashes.
Yeah, when you're winning on a regular basis, you learn how to win. You get that confidence, and you don't even doubt that you wouldn't win, and I always try to have a bit of fun and make the odd prediction, probably more to the latter part of my career. But I believed that if the Australian team went out and played as well as they could, then we shouldn't lose the series. To be honest, we shouldn't lose the test match. That's the way I felt, and so those predictions I thought were quite easy to make.
And here comes Shane Warne. Off only 2 or 3 paces, he bowls, and Gatting is taken on the pen. He's bowled. Well, Gatting's still standing there. He can't believe it, but that must have turned a very long way.
Someone like Shane Warne, who's one of the greatest cricketers to have played, and to have someone like Warne in the team, just his charisma, his attitude, his never beaten attitude. You can win from any situation, and he loved the theatre of it all, and just he was amazing to have in the team, and to have at the other end gave me a lot of confidence, and together we could build up pressure. So someone like Shano, who was just an ultimate competitor and just an incredible cricketer. Adam Gilchrist coming in at number 7 could just either get us back in the game or take the game away from the opposition, a luxury I felt no other team had at that time.
Gilchrist swings and he hits it long and high. See you later. That's way over the boundary. It's almost down the street, that one.
Ricky Ponting, you can go through the wars.
Dawson comes up and bowls to Waugh, who drives through the offside for his 100. That is extraordinary.
Yeah, and then alongside my other fast bowling teammates in Jason Gillespie, Brett Lee and co.
Gillespie, a big jump, he bowls outside the off stump and Flintoff's out. He's caught behind. I heard it from here.
It was a strong unit, but the thing I think I enjoyed most was we probably spent more time with each other than we did with our own families. So we became a very close unit, and I always spoke to a few of my teammates about what made us successful. And they, a few of the guys said it was because we really cared about each other. And I think that's important. But I felt that we enjoyed each other's success as much as our own. And if you've got a team or a unit, no matter if it's in sport or the workplace, where you can really gel like that and enjoy each other's success as much as your own, then you're definitely on a winner. And that's what that Australian team had. And it was good fun.
Here comes Darren Gough to bowl the first ball of the series. He bowls to Taylor, who's beaten outside the off stump. And listen to the roar around Edgbaston as that one flies past the outside edge. And Darren Gough follows through there. A bit of eye contact, I suspect, between bowler and batsman. And why not? This is what Test cricket's all about. And we've waited for this.
Yeah, so 97 was my first Ashes series. And I was pretty excited coming over. We landed first Test Edgbaston.
11 without loss. Here comes Gough again and bowls to Elliott, who's bowled him. First blood for Darren Gough.
Here goes Malcolm again. Bowling across Taylor, who edges to second slip and is caught by Butcher.
We didn't bowl very well. We didn't bat very well.
Here's Caddick in again. He makes rubber swings as it's gone high in the air down to third man. Malcolm's underneath it. He's going to be caught. He has been caught. Malcolm has held it. So Warner's gone for 47. Australia are all out for 118.
Beautifully straight driven by Nasser Hussain for his 36th four. Cut away by Hussain, and there's his double 100. Cut through third man.
Hammered away into the onside field. This might be four. It runs down to the boundary, and it is 4 runs. A century for thought here.
Warne turns down at the far end and comes in and bowls to Stewart. It's tossed up outside the off stump. It's driven through extra cover for 4. And Stewart stands there with arms aloft for a moment. He shakes hands with Ian Healy. As all round the ground, hundreds of people come running on to the Edgbaston playing area.
We lost that test by 9 wickets. I think there was a few things said in the media about the Australian team and this and that, especially after what happened in 93, 89, where Australia was so dominant. The day after, I remember Jeff Marsh, who was our coach, got us all the fast bowlers out into the middle at Edgbaston, prepared to centre wicket, and we bowled off our long run for nearly 2 hours about getting the right length. And that's probably what we needed. Then we went off to Lords, first game at Lords, and things turned around.
Here comes McGrath, bowls to Butcher, and he's edged that. In fact, I think he may have played it into his pad. It's been taken by short leg Blewett, and England lose their first wicket.
From there, Australia were dominant in that series.
McGrath again, and Atherton Nixon has caught it, slipped by Taylor.
Quality bowling. He's really in the groove now.
Then goes McGrath once again and bowls to Stewart. Is bowled. Forwards cut back. Stewart didn't play a shot. And England are 13 for 3.
Here comes McGrath. Bowles Dermot beats him outside the off stump, but in fact he's got the edge and Crawley is out.
We went off for a break and I had 4 wickets. And the first ball after the break, I was bowling to Nasser.
The first ball of this next session of this test match is underway. In goes McGrath.
I ran in, bowled it full, and it hit him on the pad in front of middle off.
And he bowls, and it's saying struck on the pad. He must be out. He is. Leg before wicket. And umpire Shepard had his finger up in a flash. Well, we gave him out from here, quite frankly. 62 for 6.
And knew it was going on to hit the stumps. David Shepard gave him out. And I had 5 wickets, and I knew my name was going up on the board alongside some of the greats of all time, and that was a special over.
A terrific breakthrough for Australia. Not a very good shot from Hussain, who played all around that.
My first innings at Lords, it was probably perfect. We'd worked out what length we should be bowling because we bowled rubbish at Edgbaston. Overhead conditions, which is always great. The ball does a little bit more, and the slope at Lords. So everything for me was probably perfect.
In comes McGrath and bowls, and he flashes at that, and he's out. He's caught behind. McGrath has taken his 6th wicket, short, and he's hooked. He's going to be caught by the wicketkeeper. Healy runs round and catches it.
Here goes McGrath again, pounding across the turf. He bowls a full length to Caddick. He appeals to the LBW, and he's got his 8th wicket. England all out for 77.
To then go on and get another 3 was a bit of icing on top.
And a fabulous performance here by Glenn McGrath, his best test figures by a considerable margin. And this from a man that was thought by a lot of us to be terribly out of form. He bursts back in the most amazing way.
Walking back and coming up, as you walk off, you sort of wave to the crowd, then you come up into the long room, and they're all going, "Oh, well done, old chap," and you're getting a bit of a clap and sort of coming through.
And Glenn McGrath will get a memorable reception here from the members. They love their cricket at Lords. And obviously they're going to say to this man, very, very well done.
Got up to the top of the stairs into the change rooms, and they'd already up on the board in, the tape that we tape our ankles up with, was up on the board. My name, 8 for 38. It was a very special moment. A lot of fond memories there.
The applause that he's getting now will live with him for the rest of his life, and he looks up to his teammates on the balcony with a very big smile. Well done, Glenn McGrath. And here's the reception.
Well, Lords is an amazing place. I think for any touring cricketer, especially the Australian team, there's something very special. Coming to Lords, home of cricket, just the tradition, the history, everything that goes into what Lords is amazing. To walk up the stairs into the change rooms, to then walk out in the field, down the stairs, through the long room, through all the MCC members with their egg and bacon ties and jackets on, is quite unique as well. And you walk out in the field, and I always like bowling from the members' end, and the slope went from my left to right. For my style of bowling, I just put it outside off stump, someone hold their line and continue on, others would come down the slope. So I always felt it was a perfect pitch made for my style of bowling. And the other thing that's quite unique, when you stand at the top of your mark, if you're bowling at the start of a test match, and normally I would just take my time, and then the noise and the atmosphere would build. And I always felt that it put a little bit more pressure on the batsman. It's building, and then you run in and bowl. At Lords, you can hear a pin drop. You're standing there waiting, you're waiting for the atmosphere to build. Nothing's happening. You feel like a bit of an idiot. Okay, I better go in and bowl. But the Australian players always lifted when we came to Lords.
Here's Croft again, and he tosses this up, and Elliott's down the pitch driving. He'll take the single here, and he's going to get there as well. Matthew Elliott has reached his first century in Test cricket, and he's done so at Lords. And I would think that maybe apart from scoring your first Test century on your home ground, I think most people in the world of cricket would choose Lords as number 2.
Up in the change room, I remember Steve Waugh said, "Choose your seat," and I'd quickly grab the one near the window, on the right-hand side window as you walk in, looking straight down the pitch. And that was my seat every single game I played there. And I guess, that says a lot about cricketers with their little idiosyncrasies and superstitions, but Lords is a very special place.
And in goes Bevan. That's bowled on the leg stump. Thorpe comes forward and plays it back to the bowler. Now, Mark Taylor's asking. Mark Taylor's saying, "What's going on, chaps?" Thorpe has tucked his bat under his arm, and that is it. The match ends as a draw. What an irony it is that it's ended in this beautiful sunshine. A game that really was ravaged and will remembered, sadly, for the terrible weather.
After Edgbaston, where we performed badly, Lords, where we really turned things around, but sort of the match was seriously affected by the weather, so you didn't get a result, and then off to Old Trafford.
Steve Waugh is on 97. Croft bowls to him, and he goes back and cuts, and that's 100. That's a beautiful shot out to the cover boundary. Waugh shakes his fist in the air in triumph. Here comes Headley again, bowls to Gillespie, who edges, and he's caught by the keeper. 6 catch to Alex Stewart, and the Australian innings is over at 235 all out. Shane Warne to continue, and the ball is off the edge to slip, and it's caught brilliantly by Taylor. Stewart is out.
Here comes Warne, and this he's struck on the pad. He's out leg before wicket this time. That may have been a full toss, in fact. But Gough again was on the front foot. There's the Yorker, and he's bowled him. It's all over. The innings has been wrapped up very professionally by the Australians, so they lead by 73. So Waugh waits now as Croft comes dancing in and bowls, and he's flicked the way through mid-wicket. There's his century, and that really is a landmark for Steve Waugh.
It's going out towards the boundary at deep mid-wicket. It won't go all the way, but he'll come back for the third. And Old Trafford now rises for Steve Waugh, who's become the first batsman for 50 years to score a century in each innings of an Ashes Test match.
Steve Waugh had a great series. Stephen, I think every time he came in, Australia were 3 for 30. So our opening batsman hadn't performed as well as we probably would have liked, but Stephen, he loves the pressure. He went out there and he never gives an inch, and 2 amazing hundreds there. And when your batsmen fight like that, and then all of a sudden, the bowlers are doing the job. There's bowling well, a bit in the pitch, bit of reverse swing. Warney's come out spinning it, and we knock England over a couple of times.
All eyes to the bell. Yes, he's declaring, he's holding up his hand, and he's waving them in. I actually saw it. And so the declaration has come. 395 for 8. The target is 469. That is what England need to win. More realistically, I think they've got to think in terms of batting for the best part of 5 sessions to save the match.
Again, and Elam edges and is caught and slipped by Healy, so the first wicket falls.
And here is McGrath again, he bowls, and that's played away in the air. He's going to be caught. Croft is caught, a backward short leg by Rifle. It was short, he didn't play it at all well. 170 for 7.
Next ball to Caddick, and he hits this in the air to mid-on, out. Australia win the test match by 268 runs to square the series at 1 test match apiece.
To get our first win under the belt, we just seemed to get growing confidence each game, and that series was probably over then.
Here's Gillespie again. And he bowls to Crawley, and that's a catch at short leg by Blewett, a sensational catch.
Yeah, I think just the way Jason Gillespie bowled was amazing. He's just bowled with pace, with venom.
Anyway, let's watch Gillespie coming in from the far end to Headley, who drives and is caught in the gully. Easily taken by Steve Waugh as Gillespie comes motoring in again and bowls a smell. Dear, Smith clean bowled, and he took a little step away to the leg stump there and completely lost his off stump. It's been blown out of the ground. Gillespie has taken his 7th wicket. He's the hero of the morning here for Australia. England are all out for 172.
To pick up 7 for deserved it. Matty Elliott, 199, so close to that double 100.
And Elliott drags this ball from outside off to the deep square leg boundary. No matter how many he gets here, he's past 150. He's going to get a couple of runs. They'll come back for the third as the fieldsman out there, that Smith, slips. So with 3 runs, Matthew Elliott reaches another milestone. He's 152 now. Next ball to Elliott. And he bowled him! Absolutely played over the top of that, trying to work it through the onside to mid-wicket. And Elliott's grand innings has stopped 1 short of a double 100.
Off comes in, he bowls to Ponting, well pitched up, and there goes the drive off the front foot for through cover.
I never thought the Australian team went in to win. They went in to play the best brand of cricket. And if they could do that, then I felt pretty much every time, if we played as well as we could, then we were going to win the match.
Here's Croft, and Ponting turns around the onside, a quick single taken here, and he's got his century. A moment Ricky Ponting will never forget.
So it wasn't whether we're going to win or lose this match. The attitude was we're going in and we're going to play better than the opposition, and we're going to win not only the test match but the series.
Here comes McGrath again, and he plays and misses. He's out as he caught behind. The Australians start the celebrations. Butcher just looked around eventually. I don't really believe he needed the bad news from the umpire. He knew he'd nicked that. McGrath picks up the first wicket.
I think it was that attitude that sort of held us in good stead over that period. As I mentioned before, that a lot of incredible players, and a lot of teams may have 1 or 2 guys in the team that can really win it. Match winners, I guess you could call them. But the Australian team of that era, I always felt, had 11 match winners out there. And when you have that, it's you can form a pretty strong unit too.
In comes the end of Atherton and probably the end of England. Very well bowled by Glenn McGrath. 28 for 2.
The team was playing with confidence and, back to business as usual.
In goes Rifle and bowls to Croft. He's caught behind first ball. The first ball of this session, Robert Croft is caught behind by Healy off the bowling of Rifle, and it's all over. England are all out for 268. And so Australia have won by an innings and 61 runs.
I think the way the Australian team were playing, we deserved it. We'd been playing some good cricket. We had that self-belief. I think England were on the back pedal. They didn't know how to combat it.
And Hollyoak is on his way in. Past umpire Mitchley. He's there. He bowls. Blewett drives down the ground for 4 runs.
Headley bowls again and bowled in. Absolutely straight through him. Glenn McGrath took a swing. Middle stump knocked back. McGrath bowled by Headley for 1. Australia all out for 427.
McGrath in again. He's there. He bowls to...
Yeah.
Oh, I bowled him. That's bowled him. That is the end of it. Malcolm jumped around in the crease. And that was the straight ball that ended it all. England 313 all out. Here comes Hollyoak, and that's played round the corner by Blewett. That's his 50. Goes down to Carrick at long leg. 1 run there. So Blewett has got 50 against his name.
Croft ambles in again from the Radcliffe end, and Healy rolls this out to backward square leg. That's his 50. Wonderful 50 by Ian Healy. Next ball to Rifle, and he goes for a big hit in the air out to deep mid-wicket, and he's caught out there by Ben Hollyoak, and the Australian innings is over. Alex Stewart gallops off the ground. Australia all out for 336. England will need 451 runs to win.
Always enjoyed bowling to Athers, to Michael Atherton.
Let's watch McGrath bowling to Atherton. There's a snorter and he's caught behind. Oh my word, what a delivery that was.
I knocked Athers over a few times throughout my career and probably had the wood on him a little bit at the end. But yeah, opening bowler's job is to get the opening batsman out. So I felt that I'd done that okay.
Devon Malcolm hears the roar of the crowd and watches McGrath roar in towards him, and he's out caught at slip, and the Australians have won the series by 3 matches to 1. They've taken 5 series in a row against England now. They've won the Ashes 3 test matches to 1 with only the Oval to go. The jubilation in this great Australian team is there to behold. They are hugging one another. It's a marvellous moment of quite a young team. Look at Glenn McGrath, great smile on his face.
My memory of that is Warney going out the front and dancing with the stump above the head, which was Shano to a T, and the crowd getting stuck into him, but he absolutely loved it. So yeah, there was a lot of that was a special moment.
The Australians very clearly the better team in the series. They lost the Edgbaston Test. They had the better of the draw at Lords and have won 3 consecutive Test matches to take out the 1997 Ashes series by a margin of 3 tests to 1. The Ashes are secured for Australia.
The way we played in the middle 4 matches, because it was a 6 Test series, was, we played some exceptional cricket.
McGrath bowls round the wicket. Oh dear, well, Butcher's played on there. In fact, I think he's actually hit his wicket.
McGrath bowls again. Atherton is beaten by that. It's an inside edge to the keeper. He's out.
I always felt the bowler, fast bowler, whatever you want to say, he controls what happens.
Here comes McGrath then for his first ball after lunch, and it cuts back and he's out. Stewart is LBW.
That batsman can't do anything until the bowler runs in and bowls the ball. And if we bowl it full, then the batsman generally comes forward. If he bowls it short, the batsman goes back.
In comes McGrath, running towards us again, and bowls to Hussain. Hit it in the air and caught, well caught too, low down at mid-on. Here's McGrath again, round the wicket, and bowls to Thorpe, who's bowled behind his legs, and Thorpe looks aghast. Glenn McGrath has taken 5 wickets.
And I wasn't overly quick. I didn't swing the ball much, but I had good control.
Here's McGrath again, and that's a lifting delivery, and that's off the thigh pad or the bat. That's out. Caught by Blewett at short leg, and McGrath takes his 6th wicket.
I think you've got to have that self-belief, that confidence. Being a bowler, you need to have the skill to be able to bowl. You need to be physically fit and strong, and attitude.
In comes McGrath, bowls again. Full length, he plays on. Off an inside edge, full length, he played a little push shot at it. Glenn McGrath has taken his 7th wicket.
All those things go into making a good bowler, and I think if I had the choice again, I'd be a bowler any day because I feel we control what happens out there.
Kasparovich was in now, bowls. And is he out? No, he's gone, LBW. He had a tremendous swing at that. I thought he had to be given out. England on the point of tee are all out for 180.
We got into a position in that final test to win chasing 120 in the last innings a bit more.
Here's Kasperovich now and bowls to Malcolm. Is bowled him, leg stump out of the ground. Congratulations to Michael Kasperovich. 124 required by England to win.
And Tuffers, I think, bowled us out. We sort of let things slip.
Tufnell bowls. Bonding can't hold. He's given out. He's LBW. He's gone.
And now we have Tufnell, and he's moving in and bowling to McGrath, who hits it in the air towards mid-off, and the catch is taken. England have won the match. McGrath is out. What a stunning victory.
To finish that series 4-1, I thought would have been probably a better way to finish off. 3-2, so be it. It was still a win, quite a dominant win, but it took a little bit of shine off at the end.
Australia, of course, have taken the series 3-2, but what a match to finish the summer. It's been a terrific summer of cricket.
I was happy with the way I performed in my first Ashes series to finish that with a series win. I think I got the Australian player of the tournament. They give one to each, which is always interesting in the Ashes. And but yeah, it was very satisfying to come out of England and to perform well in these conditions. Yeah, so I always loved playing cricket in England, and bowling in England is nearly the perfect conditions.
Yeah, a real scourge, wasn't he? Glenn McGrath on his first tour of England, one of 3 bowlers to take 7 wickets in that match, which is quite remarkable, really. Just a quick reminder of the score here at the Oval, by the way, in 2023, 131 for 3. That was an eventful session as well, with Harry Brook fighting back towards the end, 48 not out, Moeen Ali on 10, and they'll be underway here in just under 10 minutes from now. So back we go then to 97. England 3-1 down in the series when this match started, and 3 bowlers taking 7 for. The first being Glenn McGrath, as you heard there, 7 for 76. In England's second innings, Michael Kasperovich took 7 for 36. Ooh. And in the middle, 34.3 overs, 16 maidens, 7 for 66, mopping it up with 4 wickets in the second innings as well, which Andy Carrick got 5 actually in the second. Tuffers.
Yay!
No, that was the only game. That was the only game you played in that series.
It was, yes.
So why was that?
I'd been 12th man and gone up and down the country all summer and never got the nod.
Who's playing instead as a spinner? Robert Croft.
Robert Croft occasionally played, or I think we might have even gone with 3 seamers and an all-rounder, bowling all-rounder or something like that. And it came to the last one, and they sort of said, well, come on, Tuffers, you have a go like that. And I performed well, which was fantastic. And they always made me laugh. We were sitting up in the dressing room after the game and having a beer with everyone and a chat and everything, and there were about 5 England selectors at that stage, and each one of them sidled up to me and said, Tuffers, I wanted you to play in all of them like that. So I've gone, oh, well, thanks so much, not to worry, great. Another one came up. Well, hold on a minute, why didn't I play there?
You all wanted me.
You all wanted
How extraordinary.
Me. Yeah.
Oh, so, and another odd aspect, we'll talk about your bowling in a minute. Sean Young.
Oh, bless him.
Now, he's called in because there was an injury to Gillespie, and Paul Rifle had gone home for the birth of his child. So this fella pops up. It's the only test
Gloucester.
match.
He was over playing for Gloucester.
He was sort of proing there.
Yeah.
It's the only test match he ever played. He got a blob in the first innings.
Yeah.
He got no wickets. No. And then he got 4 not out in the second. So it was
Gavin Hamilton.
It was a quiet test.
Yes, it was. And bless him, I've got to just tell you about the delivery that got it. It wasn't the best delivery in my life. I sort of run up and bowled this sort of beautiful flighted, bit of a short one.
Oh, yes.
So he's gone back and it leapt out of the rough, and he put his hands up in front of his grill. It absolutely leapt at him.
Poor
and he gloved it up in the air, and Alex Stewart caught it.
Yeah. So it's quite unusual. I mean, I assumed that we were looking at this, and you talk about the 7 wickets, that actually you'd have got them in the second innings, because that is kind of is more typical for a spinner, isn't it? But no, you got them all in the first. So what was going on?
Well, no, there was a little bit of rough there. The Oval for spinners back in the day always used to have a bit of bounce. And I think I got Mark Waugh sort of like playing forward or something like that, and it just bounced, hit him on the glove and went a butch at Silly Point. Couple sort of hit the shoulder of the bat and I think got caught to slip. So it was one of those places that I always loved. I always liked bowling here. I mean, I bowled the West Indies out here as well, and it was just one of those things that, with my style of bowling, which was a little bit more flighty and gave it a little bit more air, it just, you sort of put the up of it, then when it pitched, it just sort of bounced a little bit, and that's what had him on. I had him on toast that day from it. There was a little bit of spin, and then in the second innings, as the Oval does, a nice big foot mark, just popped it in there and got 4 for.
Just looking at the openers,
two
Elliott. Left-handed openers,
Matthew Elliott was one.
Elliott and Taylor.
Yes,
and actually Elliott bowled Tufnell 12.
Yeah, beautiful through the gate.
Again, you must have been on quite early then.
Yeah, but probably, yeah. Yeah, because it wasn't looking good.
If the openers bowled for 12.
Yeah, and I got Toby Taylor, middle one, Adam Hollyoake hit him in the stomach at short leg, and because he's quite a tough boy, isn't he, old Smokes?
Yes.
And he sort of went like that. He wore it with the old abs and managed to just grab it.
I mean, you got all the big ones, Tuffers.
Yeah, well, I used to get a few out.
I know you did. and then Caddick 5 for at the end. Again, it's almost like the wrong way round. You'd expect the seamer to take
it just started. There was just a little patch out, sort of like on a length just outside off stump, and the odd one. Was that day 5 or day 4?
I think it would be 4.
Day 4. Yeah. And the odd one just bounced a bit and Caddy bowled beautifully. But what an atmosphere it was here. It was a wonderful atmosphere.
Even though it's 3-1.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Oval has got something special about it. I don't know whether because it's the summer's coming to the end, and there's that. I can always remember CMJ listening to him there, the golden light.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
It's a wonderful, wonderful time.
Late summer, wasn't it?
Late summer.
That's why it's so odd.
Yeah.
Odd this time.
And the pints, I always remember it, and I describe it as washing a tumble dryer as I walked down to Fine Leg, because everyone was just like, arms were waving, pints were getting thrown. And funny enough, you see those boxes down there, he didn't tell me, my brother. He'd hired one of those boxes for his stag party. Yes, and I didn't know. And I got about 6 wickets, and then because you walk back and you sort of doff your cap, don't you? You take the applause of the crowd.
Yes.
Like that. And I've sort of looked up, and there's about 20 great big blokes hanging out the box, going, Phil, and I've looked up, gone, my brother, what are you doing here? That's lovely.
That's really nice.
Yeah.
I'm best looking at your dismissals here.
Yeah.
So Warne got
I can tell you him if you want.
Caught Blewett, bowled Warne.
Caught Blewett, bowled Warne? Who, me?
Yeah.
Probably nicked it
to slip it in. You don't remember. 20 balls for your one.
Oh, well, thanks very much. I think I hit him for 4 in the second innings. Yeah, go on. I got a few second innings.
Let's have a look. No, you didn't.
Oh, didn't I?
You got a duck.
No, I didn't. I hit for 4
You were caught
here.
Healy bowled Kasrovich, naught. Second ball.
Well, I've hit him for 4 here.
Well, not
one
that
day,
year,
not 97.
Not that year.
Oh, no, that was on the last time I played.
There you are.
Yeah,
I wonder, actually, we've given the game away just as if Aussies come out here with most of our team then.
Yeah.
I wonder how many people would have got it without the clues they've heard. I'll just go through it. Butcher, Atherton, captain. Stewart, Hussain, Thorpe, Bramblecash. They probably have got that.
Yeah.
Adam Hollyoake, well, again, Caddick, Peter Martin.
Yes, digger.
And Caddick, by the way, batting at number 8.
Oh, it's a bit high. It's too
So you got Caddick, Martin, Tufnell and Malcolm.
Well, there you go. I came in 10.
Yeah.
Crikey.
Devon must have forgotten his glasses.
Well, there you go. I mean, that is a bit high for the old cat. Yeah. Brilliant. Quick story, if I may, about Smokes. Adam Hollyoake, great fella. And Warney was playing, and Smokes has gone out there. I don't know what ball it was. I don't think he got too many. But he shouldered arms to one that pitched middle and hit middle of middle, right, okay. And he's walked in, and we've all sitting in the change room going, oh dear. You know what I mean? We didn't want to say anything, and Smokes has come down, he's sort of gone, like that. He's put his bat down. He looked up at the telly like that, and there's a replay of it, to which it's hit middle and hit middle. Smokes turned around to me and went, Mark misjudged that one. And we laugh.
What more can you say? Tubbers, lovely memories. Thank you. 1:31 for 3 here. And where's this afternoon going to take us? We will find out. Jim Maxwell.
Jimbo.
Tuffers, you've been having fun there?
Yes. Oh, wonderful.
A bit of
memories.
reminisce?
Yeah, wonderful memories, isn't it, Jim? Lovely. As I walked in this morning, I kind of just, the little smile comes over your face from places where you've done well,
I wonder when we will see some spin in this game with Todd Murphy playing in the Australian side, but you'd think it'll be mainly pace. And that pace produced 131 runs and 3 wickets. Now, around the wicket, it's Cummins bowling to Moeen Ali, who is back and across and playing the ball down at his feet. Cummins was the star turn with the ball this morning around what you'd have to say was a languorous performance, mainly by the Australian side. 3 drop catches. Starker's 7 overs for 42. Hazelwood 7 overs, 1 for 32. Cummins 6 overs, 1 made and 1 for 21. Marsh 6 overs, 1 for 33. And at the moment, Brook is having a whale of a time. He took 14 from Stark's over.
I know. Just before lunch.
Yeah. Here's Cummins around the wicket. Forward comes Moeen carefully playing it down the pitch.
Well, in my day, Jim, of course, you know, we used to sort of say, well, you know, a couple of overs before lunch, you know, make sure you don't lose a wicket. Make sure you don't lose a wicket. Harry Brook smashes in for 2 fours and then plops one in the stands. I mean, it was an incredible shot, that, you know. It wasn't short and it was wide of off stump. And he's just sort of hoiked it into the stand. Not many people
that
could
would have
play
been
that.
6 in Adelaide that went so far back over fine leg.
Not many people could play that.
No, he does play some shots. He had a bit of luck on the way, but he's a thrill to watch when he's going. Cummins around the wicket and Moeen Ali back and lets it go, flying down the leg side. Yes, the catch is Warner put down. When you say a sitter, looked pretty
sitter
easy. Yes, he dropped Duckett, and then Smith dropped a very difficult
Tricky
one wide at second slip, and then Carey put Brook down. Going across and in front of slip towards slip, and he got his glove all the way on it, around it, but didn't hold it.
95 out 100, you're catching them, Carey's one.
Well, that's why you've got gloves and you're a wicket keeper.
Oh, there you go.
But there you are. We don't want to be too harsh on anyone. It can happen.
No, we're not harsh on anyone anymore.
Cummins bowls a bouncer, and that's gone for 4 byes, I think. Yeah, because Carey couldn't get his mitts on it, just as we're talking about him. It bounced and went on his inside towards the leg side. Maybe just moved off the surface as well. Yes, it did. And it went away from him. He didn't even get a glove on that, and 4 byes.
Yeah. No, we don't have a go at anyone now anymore in cricket, do we? It's all very lovely, lovely, lovely.
Well, the selectors certainly don't. I mean, it's a love-in on both sides. 2 slips and a gully. Cummins around the wicket and he's forward, forcing the ball with a good punch up towards Labuschagne. So Moeen Ali's 10, Brooks 48. England rolling along at the usual rate, 5 and over. That's what you get in Test cricket now.
Falling off a log now, isn't it? 5 and over. Crikey. Absolutely, as you say, rollicking along. They would have liked perhaps just to lose only 2 wickets before lunch, but you know that can't be helped. And in a little precarious. What were they, 70 odd for 3?
They were 1 for 62 as the first wicket. Here's Cummins again around the wicket at Moeen Ali. Moeen Ali goes forward and plays it down towards mid-on. 1 for 62, 2 for clickety-click, and 3 for 73.
Yeah, there you go. So if we'd have lost, let's say, a Harry Brook there when the catch did arrive to Carey, we would have been, you know, in a little bit of trouble, a little bit of shtuck just before lunch. But as you say, a little bit of fortune.
Yes, there just seems to be a languor about some of the cricket coming out of Old Trafford and a washed-out game. And they haven't quite focused all together.
Who's this?
Probably on both sides.
Probably. Well, yeah, perhaps. I mean, it was a good toss to win.
It was.
You feel it was a good
They
toss to
didn't
win.
bowl particularly well in the first 40 minutes.
As you say, 62 for 1. And then Cummins came in the attack and just looked in rhythm, didn't he? Bowled beautifully.
They bowled, as I said, a bit like the name of a former New Zealand fast bowler. Neither one thing or the other.
Oh, yeah.
You remember that one?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Well, they're a bit this side, they're a bit that side. A bit of everything. Hazelwood's got the ball in front of us and he moves away and he's pushed square of the wicket by Harry Brook out to that deep point where Travis Head is fielding and they collect another run. So he's 49. He's a pretty good player, this fellow. And looking forward to seeing him in the next Ashes series down under. He'll enjoy those true Australian pitches with a bit of bounce.
He will do.
He's got a good eye, this fella. My goodness, he's got a good eye.
And he's got that sort of youthful laissez-faire, if that's the right word, if you know what I mean. He just takes it on and he smiles and he enjoys his cricket, but he's got the shots to back it up.
Not so sure if he plays in a series in England where there's more grass and the ball's moving around, he's going to be the same, but then there'll be plenty of others who'll be vulnerable against the moving ball. Hazelwood bowls and he lets that go. I think he just played inside the line outside of the off stump. But the interesting thing about being here today and on June the 7th for that final is the crowd, because the crowd in that game was mainly supporting India, you'd have to say. And the noise was there all the time. This crowd, it's as if they're all at lunch and had just fallen asleep after the third bottle of Chardonnay or something.
Yeah.
Or third glass, that's enough. It's very quiet, very respectful, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hazelwood goes in and forward, Moeen Ali tucks it away, around the corner, down behind square. And you can't hear a burble, can you?
No, but it's... it takes a bit of warming up, the Oval crowd. They get there. They'll get there at the end. They'll get there in the end.
A few more sixes from Harry Brook.
Well, there you go. But they're just taking it all in now. It's a bit nip and tuck at the moment, isn't it? As you said, they're just watching patiently to see who's going to come out on top. I'm just going to give England that session.
Having been sent in, I think that's fair enough.
Yeah.
They're now 3 for 137. 2 slips and a sort of fourth slip. And then the usual outfielders, fine leg, deep square. There's the mid on, the mid off the cover, and the deep point. Hazelwood bowls, Brook forward, watchfully, playing the ball with respect down the pitch. So what do you make of the pitch? Is it everything the bowling team thought on winning the toss?
Well,
is it doing much?
It didn't swing much, did it?
No.
It didn't swing much. You expect Mitchell Stark to bowl those big sort of hooping boomerang in-swingers to the left, to the right-hander.
Yeah.
It didn't particularly swing much. There was a little bit of sideways movement. It was a definite win the toss and have a bowl day for sure. But
still cloud around,
Yeah, I think it'll just harden up and probably be better for batting tomorrow.
Hazelwood bowls another forward push, and a single results just wide of Marsh, who's very fine in that gully fourth slip position, and another half century in the series for Harry Brook. That's the applause for him. Well played. He raises his bat in acknowledgement of that applause, very quietly. No demonstration there of a moment. Just accept that. I'll give it a bit more of a ramp if I can get to 100. And might do a gladiatorial romp. Okay, what's the story there, Andy? How many pills?
44 balls, 2 sixes and 7 fours.
There you go.
Handy. 40 of the runs. Here comes Hazelwood. Bouncer. Ducked by Moeen Ali. Getting out of the way of it. And that's the end of the over. So, 3 for 138.
It's his 11th 50-plus score in just 12 tests. This is his 19th innings. When he reached his 10th 50 in the previous test, there are only 2 players who'd scored their first 10 50-plus scores in fewer innings in test history. Herbert Sutcliffe, great England player of the interwars years, and Everton Weeks, who played for West Indies in the 1940s and 1950s.
Everton de Courtesy Weeks. Lovely man. Did you ever meet Everton?
Yes, I did.
He's a mad bridge player.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lovely, lovely man.
Lovely.
Oh, he was. Yeah. So gentle. So gentle. Ever smiling. Never stop smiling.
You give it a bop with a cricket.
4 in the slips. Cummins comes in and bowls tight at Harry Brook, who knocks it away on the offside. Everton de Courcy Weeks with Frank Worrell and Clyde Walcott. De Courcy was his name.
De Courcy?
Yeah.
Like John de Courcy. Is it John de Courcy? No, who was the bloke with the bear? Nookie Bear.
The what?
Who's Nookie Bears? Who's Nookie?
You've lost me, sorry.
No.
It's the wrong generation. What have I missed?
It's our generation. What's his name?
Roger de Courcy.
Roger de Courcy.
Thanks for the info as he bowls, and he's beaten the outside edge there. Another fanning shot at the length of the ball that fizzes past the outside edge of the bat. What's he famous for, Roger de Courcy?
He was a ventriloquist.
Oh, right.
And he had a little bear that used to sit on his lap, called Nookie. There you go. There's Nookie Bear.
Yes.
Do you remember him? You might not. Got to Australia.
There's a bloke in Australia who's very good. Cars, his name. Yeah. And that's so clever. Doing the ventriloquy.
Yeah.
Yes. There's been a few cricketers who've tried it on the field. Here comes Cummins now, back and across, and off the pad it goes ricocheting towards backward point.
Yeah.
Who was There was I remember Carlisle Best used to do a description of his batting.
He used to commentate.
Yeah, he used to commentate it. And Best.
And then comes Tufnell.
Yeah.
In comes Tufnell. It's sure his face. Oh, Best puts that away through extra cover for 4. I'm going, blimey, O'Reilly, what's going on here?
Is there anyone else who did that?
Clayton Lambert used to sing.
The big lumpy opener.
He used to sing. He used to sing. Yeah, he used to sing when he got 100 or something. There was this song out, I think it was like Under the Coconut Tree, My Honey, or something.
Cummins bowls around the stumps and pushed down towards mid-on.
And as I was running up the bowl in Antigua, he was going, underneath the coconut tree, my honey, wallop. Did it.
How did you respond?
Well,
could you offer a song in reply?
Yeah, well, no. I mean, I was just sitting there,
you know, bemused.
A little bit bemused. Yeah. No, there's some great characters knocking around.
Carlisle Best.
Yeah, amazing chap. Decent player.
He could bang it. Yeah. Cummins runs in again and bowls just outside the off stump, and that came off the seam back at Brook. Missed everything. The inside edge went over the off stump almost. Beautiful delivery. Cummins has really bowled superbly here.
He's just got a perfect length for the oval, which is just that sort of, do you go forward, do you go back? And if you go forward, it gets that bounce. Look at that. I mean, it was just, well, you can't look at it on the radio. A great delivery that was just around that off stump and absolutely carried. Beautiful bit of bowling. He's in good rhythm.
He's in really good rhythm.
Yeah, well, he should be. He's played enough.
Well, that's the extraordinary thing. He runs in now and he's pushed away now. So there's a run-out chance at the balls, and then he hit, it would have been out for sure.
Wow.
That was a hairy single. Cummins chased the ball, pushed out to cover, turned and threw at the stumps, and Brook would have been run out with a direct hit. That was a bit too zany, that single.
Run out by half a pitch.
Brook was even having a look at Cummins.
Not in the front.
He's out by 3 yards.
Yeah, well, a couple of metres almost.
He missed.
What it did do was just hit it too straight on that forward defensive push. There's that great big sort of gap at point where England have just milked Australia all sort of series, and it just went a bit too straight, and Cummins was onto it like a flash.
Yep, alert fielding, and they got the single, 3 for 139, and so Brook keeps the strike on 51. There was a little a story I should add to yesterday's chat with Pat, who was in a good mood and looking forward to it as Hazelwood bowls and it's defended down the pitch. At the Lord's Test match interview, I was in the company of Bharat Sandaresan, who you know is working for our friends at SEN.
Yes.
And he wears colourful pyjamas.
He does.
Say. They're very colourful.
You see him coming.
And I said to Pat, I tell you what's going to happen, Pat.
Sure.
If you play all 6 tests in this series, you're going to wear Barrett's gear, right? You're going to put it on. Oh, yeah, okay, I'll do that.
Yeah.
So here comes Hazelbrook now. He's bowling a ball that's off the back foot and steered down to third man for 4. A good stroke getting over the bounce as the clouds get a little bit duller and greyer as the game moves along. 3 for 143. So yesterday, in the interview at the end, I said, and you ready to wear the Emperor's clothes or whatever at the end of this? He said, what do you mean? I said, don't you remember what happened at Lord's? Oh, I'd forgotten all about it. So we'll see what happens, because here he is. I mean, it's been a magnificent achievement to play 6 straight tests.
Back to back.
And he still looks as good as he did 7 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Hazelwood bowls and forward stabs Brook this time and sends it down to Cummins at mid-on.
Having seen the clobber next door, I'm surprised he didn't give himself a game off. It's bright.
It's bright.
Yes.
Yes. How could you describe it?
I don't know really. Vibrant.
Vibrant. Yes. There's a lot of colour there.
Squiggles. It's got squiggles all over it.
And when he wears the shorts instead of the camise, it looks... Hazelwood bowls forward. He's hit on the body and appeal for LBW. It looked a bit high. A squawk from behind the stumps and hands in the air. Steve Smith will never die wondering when it comes to an appeal. He goes hard, but I don't think that was going into, but maybe over the stumps.
Yeah, it's that bounce again. It says hit
him around the knee roll, didn't it?
Yeah, I thought it would hit him in the mid-drift.
Maybe going down leg.
Yeah, perhaps. But
I thought it was higher than that anyway.
Yeah, I did. But
there's no review.
No, but that's the Oval. You're talking about this pitch. You will always have that good true bounce.
3 for 143. Hazelwood bowls forward again. Little inside edge into pad, and they sneak a single as Hazelwood shuffles down and sends the ball towards goal, but he was wide of the target, and they made an easy single off the inside edge. 3 for 144.
Yeah.
And Brook is 56.
I don't think that was an inside edge into the pad, actually. I think that was an inside edge into something else. Oh, yeah. No, that one was in the midriff. That was sting a little.
Right, well, most of this protective stuff's got the height of an armadillo. Hasn't it? Yes, just as well. Now, has Hazelwood got a problem? What are we looking at, Andy?
I think Moeen might have hurt himself running there.
I see.
Feeling his hip.
Yes, Moeen Ali's got the valet, the physio out there attending to him.
What's the X Factor sign for? To the dressing room? What would that be?
Used to be bring on a stretcher, but I don't think you need to do that.
He's giving it the old X Factor.
Just on Harry Brook's half-century, 44 balls, as I mentioned. That's in the top 10 fastest 50s for England against Australia. In fact, it's joint 10th. But in all Ashes cricket, there's only been one faster half-century in the first innings of a match. That was Damien Martin on this ground, 43 ball 50 in 2001.
What a player when he was going.
Who's that?
Damien Martin. Marto, that's him. There's another one of the valets coming out now. It's time for Isha to come in and join you.
Yep.
While they're flexing their legs and adjusting their equipment and so on. It's 3 for 144. Isha's here and tough as full of steam.
Yeah. No. No, he's gone. Yeah, he's on the floor now, Mo. I think it might be knee or hammy or something behind the back of the knee. Looks like Ben Stokes is leaving his chair just to do a few warming up exercises as well. Well, we don't want that. Oh, no, groin. Oh, groin. I've had that finger right in that groin hit and half. It does hurt. Got to go deep. Morning. Hey, afternoon-ish.
Afternoon, Tuffers.
Yes.
What have I walked into here?
Well, I think he's got in the groin, mate.
Okay,
I think he's got in the groin.
He's
there you go.
Swayed across the floor. That leg is... Yeah, he's getting right into the hip flexor there, isn't he? Oh, that is nasty.
Yeah, it is.
Don't like that.
No. I think he might be in a bit of trouble here, Mo.
Moeen Ali, England's number 3, number 11. He's just picking himself up off the floor.
He's played like a number 3, hasn't he, today-ish?
Yeah.
What's he got? 11 off of 37. Been very watchful, hasn't he?
With Harry Brook at the other end. The ball just seems to be gliding onto his bat. He's making it look very easy. 56 from 55. England 144 for 3. England were 50 for no loss in the first half an hour of the day's play today, day 1 of this final test match. Pat Cummins winning the toss, electing to bowl under leaden skies, and Duckett and Crawley came out playing beautifully.
Bit of luck, didn't they? Drop catches.
Yep, that's right. Stark and Hazelwood.
And then Brook was dropped.
And then Brook was dropped on 5.
Yes.
Andy. There have been a few drop catches today in the slip cordon. David Warner with one off Duckett when he was on 11, and Crawley behind the stumps as well. So that was a diving catch. That would have been difficult to take. Very difficult.
Yeah, it's a great slipper, Smithy.
Yeah.
Smithy.
But then the 3 quick wickets with the introduction of Pat Cummins into the attack first change, which I still kind of shake my head at because he is their best bowler. So
and he should be knackered.
Yeah, he should be.
He looks fresh as a daisy.
Nearly over 130 overs in the Test series, yeah. But he was coming in bowling beautifully. This extra covering of grass. You'd expect Australia to fight back because it is nibbling around a little bit. The overheads as well. But then Harry Brook into the lunch break was just brilliant. So 144 for 3 here, and Moeen Ali has put all his gear back on. Just assessing conditions right now. 2 slips in a gully, and it will be Josh Hazelwood from the Vauxhall end to complete the over. as he pushes away now. He's got 2 men back in the deep on the leg side as Hazelwood past the stumps on the back foot. He pushes the ball to the offside. Moeen Ali up on his toes, and he's still just doing a few leg movements. Still not comfortable there, but that is the end of the over. 144 for 3. Tuppers.
Must have been just a little tweak, but he seems to be all right now. No, it's just as well that captain was knocking around there, because they didn't bowl particularly well in that opening spell, did they? I don't know whether they felt, a little bit...
Well, rotation of strike in the field setback.
Well, absolutely, but, both sides of the wicket, and we were expecting, Mitchell Starc to be getting some swing. England played it quite nicely, but then, Pat Cummins just looked like he was playing on a different pitch. Really got bounce from that sort of, good length off and on and around that off-stump bowl beautifully. A real captain's... we have a captain's knock. Captain spell.
Captain spell.
Yes.
Well, he's hoping for another captain's spell right now. 1 for 22 from his 8 overs, and he's bowling from the pavilion end. Here he comes now. 2 slips and 2 gullies for Brook, who's back and driving the ball through the gap, out to the cover boundary. It's a delightful stroke. He's almost just put his bat out there, and the ball has found its way to the middle.
Yes, good ball.
He's
Very
positioned
nice
it
ball.
away for 4. Harry Brook to 60.
What a clever ball that is. Yes. I mean, it's a pretty good ball. I wouldn't say it was a half volley. It was almost sort of length outside off stump. A little bit fuller than he's been bowling.
Yeah,
and just slid onto the middle of the bat beautifully, didn't it?
Yeah.
That's what you can get here at the Oval. I mean, one thing you're going to get that nice bounce. And it's true bounce as well. So once you get in nick, you can play through the length of it a bit.
Cummins moves in. Brook drives
Like that.
this time. That is beautiful. Back down the ground. A lovely on drive. Silky smooth touch here from Harry Brook. We heard from Zach Crawley in his mammoth effort. 189 for him in the last Test match. He said his favourite shot that he played was the on drive off Pat Cummins. And here we see another one, this time off the blade of Harry Brook. Stand and admire that one. That is delightful. You can watch that back on the highlights. That's 150 up then for England as they go to 152.
Yeah, just hold the post. That one was a slightly bit fuller, but it's still...
Brook again, this time defending back down the pitch. Back of a length from Pat Cummins. 152 for 3 then inside the 31st over for England.
Rollicking along. They weren't real half volleys then. They are just, as you say, laying the bat on length. You get the line very quickly, and then almost, if it's full-ish, you can just lay the bat on it, and it's gone.
They're shots we could only dream of.
Well, I've done
Toughest.
a couple. During my 67 not out, I did that.
Who is it off the bowling of as Cummins
All
comes
internationals.
into Brook? He works it to mid-wicket. No one there as mid-on rushes round to collect the ball. Come through for 1.
Yeah,
65 for Harry Brook.
international
153 for
All
3.
international bowlers. Tom Moody, Sherry R, Richard Illingworth. Who was the other one? Oh, no, it was a Lion, Jed Lampett. Was it? Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Tom Moody was very tall.
Very, very tall. Yeah, he was a good player, Tom. Surprised he didn't play more for Australia, actually. He was a good player, Tom. Great arm, crikey O'Reilly.
Oof.
Yeah, probably one of the best arms I've ever seen. From, I can remember, yeah, go on.
Here comes Cummins, bowling across Moeen Ali, who steps back, and he's just whipped that away to the boundary for 6.
What?
Wow. He's warming up for the 100 early, Moeen Ali. How dismissive was that off Australia's premier quick? He just slots himself into position, shows all the stumps, and goes whip it away. 6 runs, thank you very much. 159 for 3.
Well, that's just...
what do you say to that?
Well, he stepped a couple of yards outside leg stumps. To be fair, Pat, I think, followed him, and it's followed him right on again. It's a very nice ball, this, because it keeps finding the middle of the bat at the moment, and he's walloped that into the Archbishop Tennyson School. And then an incredible shot, and yeah, there you go. He has to sort of a little bit. He's played very sort of circumspectly up until now, and then he just squish, and it's off.
All of a sudden, this over's gone for 15, and we've got one more ball left.
15.
Change of angle from Cummins, coming round the wicket this time. Again, steps across over the top of the stumps, and it's past Alex Carey, diving to his right, and it flies down to the boundary in front of us. Well, What an over that was. I mean, you do expect it with this era of English Test cricket, but wow. 163 for 3 then at the end of the over. Pat Cummins, that's gone over the top of leg stump. He showed all of his stumps again, Moeen Ali.
So what went
he
off
can
that?
only smile at that.
What was off that over altogether?
19-15 off the bat. Cummins conceded 21 from his first 7, his first spell. 1 for 21 from 6 with 2 drop catches. And I mentioned earlier on the highest recorded false shot percentage in any spell of bowling in England since 2006 when the data began.
All action cricket this series has been.
That was a bit of a wild slot.
It was.
No need for that. You just hit him for 6.
That last one, yeah.
I mean, chill out.
That's 6 though. That was.
Well, just beautiful.
That was a lovely
pick up,
flick, wasn't it?
Just picked it up, just bowled right into his arc.
Here comes Hazelwood, past the stumps. Brook defends to the offside, no run.
But that's the difficult thing, you see, because it's a shot that isn't a Test match shot, and I just said he's bowled it right into his arc, but that's a Test match arc. And do you know what I'm trying to say there? You know what I mean? So you're going, hold on a minute. You know, that's where I've been bowling in Test match cricket all my life. And all of a sudden this bloke's just stepped outside leg and bopped me into the stand.
And it's one of the reasons Pat Cummins can actually go a little bit in T20 cricket, because he does bowl that length on a regular basis.
Yeah. I mean, it's a great Test match length.
Yeah. 2 slips and a gully in position then for Hazelwood, who's forwards, and that is driven to extra cover on the bounce. Again, he's just looking so fluent out there, Harry Brook. There's a man out at deep point, a man at deep square and fine leg. They're the only men out at the moment for Josh Hazelwood.
There you go. Next thing you know, 163 for 3. Where's that come from?
Run rate casual 5.2.
Brian Lara used to do that. He used to score in blocks of 10. And it snuck up on you. You never quite knew. And you'd be walking down and you'd just glance up at the straw ball and go, hold on a minute, he's got 81. Where's he got 81 from?
Brook steps into line and defends the ball to the offside. Nearly comes through for 1 out to that deep point, but sent back by Moeen Ali. And maybe it is affecting him. Tuffers, the groin.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's why perhaps he might have played a few shots, because I think I need to play a few shots here before my groin falls off.
Yeah, he's just raising that right leg up again.
Yeah, done. Those hip flexors are all as well. Right, that is, was it Gilmore's groin? Or if I made that up?
I don't know.
Isn't that a village in Devon?
No,
Gilmore's groin.
Gilmore's groin, look it up. Gilmore's groin.
Hazelwood on an angle short, pulled away by Brook, but he miscues it to mid-on, no run.
Someone will tell me.
Gilmore's groin.
I can remember, or is that just a cricketing term? I'm not quite sure. It's an interesting way they have to find it, put it that way.
Let's go no further,
no.
Shall we?
No.
Okay. Maybe someone can message us.
Yes.
With how how it works.
I don't think there's enough.
Hazelwood
syllables on the Twitter.
And struck on the back leg is Brook, leaning forwards, playing that to the offside in the end. As he comes through for 1, it's a leg by. 164 for 3. 1 more ball left of this over. Brook is on 65. A gentle breeze blowing across the ground here. There's a big crane behind the pavilion.
I think he's here.
Plenty of cloud cover.
Hold on. Someone's just sent me a picture, not of Gilmore's groin.
Because that would have been entertaining.
Of Roger de Courcy sitting next to, who's that? Is that who's the bloke, Tubular Bells bloke?
Mike Oldfield.
Mike Oldfield, and I think they're here at the cricket. As I was talking about. I was talking about.
There,
no, sorry. I was talking to Jim about Roger de Courcy. We are. Sorry.
I'm finding it hard to keep up as Hazelwood bowls to Moeen Ali off the hip this time, out to the boundary, and it's stopped by Mitchell Starc down there. Yeah. On his knees as he takes that, and he comes through for 1. Moeen Ali as he goes to 18 at the end of the over, 165 for 3. Brook on 65.
Sorry, Isha, me and Jim were talking about Nookie Bear and Roger de Courcy. It might be a bit before your time.
Yeah,
to be honest
sorry,
with you.
that has gone over my head.
He's here. He looks like he's there. There you go.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
That's 6 by Moeen Ali off Pat Cummins' last over. Was England's 37th of the series. That's the most England have hit in an Ashes series, overtaking the 36 they hit in 2005. Australia hit 40 in their 5-0 whitewash series in 2013-14. That is the most either side has hit in a single Ashes series, so England just 3 sixes away from equaling that.
Phil Tufnell stepped out, and in comes Vic Marks. It's a very interesting passage of play, and a passage with toughers, I have to say, is Cummins bowling from the pavilion end, round the wickets, short to Moeen Ali, pulls it, and it's gone for 6. He's played that so well, just rolls his wrists on it, and it's gone down to the boundary for another maximum. Moeen Ali goes to 24 from 42 deliveries. England 171 for 3.
But you could hear that was a good shot, couldn't you? You heard the crack. They're in full bouncer mode. There's 3 men on that leg side boundary. I think everything's changed because Moeen is struggling. He's hobbling.
Yeah, and that flick off his legs of Pat Cummins is just...
I know, so
it's been the catalyst
it
for
seems
Cummins
like
to go
Moeen's
short.
decided that, well, I'm hobbling now, I'm going to play some shots. He could retire hurt, I suppose, but he doesn't want to. What if he could hit it that well? But there are 3 men out there waiting. Is he going to go again?
Cummins in, inside edge this time. It's a good length delivery on middle stump, and he inside edges it out to long leg for 1.
Such a pity. Well, it's invigorated him. He suddenly decided, I'm going to play some big shots. Up until then, he'd played in a very old-fashioned manner, but very handy too, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, the partnership now is 99. Moeen's had a little spurt, but he's only added 25 of those.
Have you heard of Gilmore's groin?
I don't know what it is.
No,
no.
Neither do I.
But we probably, as Zoltzman, he's bound to know that.
We might be getting some information soon.
Where did that come from?
Phil Tufnell.
Oh, right.
We were just wondering whether he made it up or not.
Oh, I see.
2 slips and a 4th slip now in position for Harry Brook. 2 men back in the deep on the leg side, and a deep point for him as Cummins moves in. Working that to the leg side is Brook, nearly falling over in the process as he plays that shot. As he comes through for 1, and that is the 100 partnership for these 2. It's been very valuable for England with those 3 quick wickets falling. 173 for 3, and plenty of appreciation here from this Oval crowd. Smattering of applause.
Come very quickly.
There's 17 overs, 5.9 runs and over.
Now then, the field is set for short pitch bowling, and I'm just not quite sure whether Moeen's going to keep taking it on. He probably will, but there's 3 men waiting on that leg side boundary, not to mention 2 on the offside boundary.
Here comes the Australian skipper again, round the wicket. Moeen Ali squirts this one out to deep point. Goes full with that one. It's the bluff. As Moeen Ali shouting at Pat Cummins because the throw sent in and he wasn't even looking. So that quite easily could have bounced him on the head, but it misses him completely. 174 for 3.
It's a friendly series, isn't it? The ball was heading for the Australian captain's head.
The West Country, Richard in Cornwall, has emailed us. Gilmore's groin was first identified in 1980 by consultant surgeon Mr. Jerry Gilmore as a cause of long-standing chronic groin pain. So
he was onto something.
Yes.
Oh, well, I wasn't in on the conversation.
As
he had it, Tuffers.
Cummins bowls to Brook forwards and working the ball out to deep square for 1. 174 for 3.
Wasn't there a battle of Gilmore's groin in the 1750s?
Well, I'll make a note of that then.
We're getting a history lesson. I don't think he had it, but he was just in regards to Moeen Ali and the injury he might be suffering. But this doesn't feel like a chronic injury. It's more acute.
Hopefully not.
Moeen Ali on 26 shaping up to... And he's into out. He's lofted that up and over the keeper from Cummins. Another short one. And he's uppercut it for 4.
That's a terrific shot there. It's gone over the keeper's head. He's leant back. It's another short ball. And he's just guided it from the face of the bat, I think, straight over the keeper's head. I mean, it's a stroke of genius, really. It's nearly a 6. Just the 4. Let's have a look. It's off the meat of the bat. It's way above his head. Moeen Ali. What? He's brought some joy to this series, hasn't he? I mean, it's amazing.
So nonchalant as well. We can sneak a peek into the dressing room and Ben Stokes got a smile on his face.
I bet.
Cheeky smile on his face. 179 for 3.
It wouldn't surprise me. He ain't got his gloves on as well, actually.
Yes.
But Moen has now progressed to 30. This stand progresses at a huge rate. I mean, the obvious and worrying aspect from it, the English perspective, is Moen is hobbling. Will he be able to take the field? Will he be able to bowl? Well, the odds are against it at the moment, I think, the way he's looking. He's had his finger problem. And now he's got a groin injury. Whether we can seriously classify it as a Gilmour's groin, I'm not sure, but more information is rushing our way.
Yes, Gilmour's groin is sometimes called a sportsman's hernia, slapshot gut, or sports hernia. It's common in sports, which places a large strain on the groin and pelvic area through twisting and kicking movements.
Well, that's not normally associated with running a single in a cricket match, is it? Yeah.
179 for 3 then, and it's Brook on 67, Ali on 30 from 45 deliveries, and it's going to be Todd Murphy for the first time today into the Australian side in place of Cameron Green, just to change up that balance. That the lights are coming on here at the Oval, and it is a little bit gloomier than it was, although we can see some brighter clouds over to our right. That wind is getting up quite significantly. Flags blowing above the pavilion on the other side of the ground, and blustery conditions as Todd Murphy will come into the attack. What are you expecting here? He didn't get many overs at Headingley.
No, he's a quick off spinner actually. He's probably quicker than Nathan Lyon, who's fast. Brook attacked him vigorously in the last Test match, here he goes anyway.
Yeah, he's past the stumps to Brook on the back foot and punching out to deep point. There is almost a third man, quite wide out there. Usman Khawaja coming in to collect it and throw it in. So Brook off the mark to Murphy. Brook goes to 68, 180 for 3.
I wonder how Moen's going to play him. I mean, that injury has completely changed the way Moen's gone about his business. He has played 3 astonishing shots off Pat Cummins.
Well, he is a very good player of spin, but he does like to sweep and he does like to use his feet. But I don't know how much sweeping he'll be doing here.
Or feet usage, because he's
Murphy round the wicket short, pulled away, and that was a nice easy one for him to just slap away to the boundary. Another 4 for Moeen Ali. That was a help yourself delivery from Murphy. 184 for 3 then. There's this run rate creeping up again.
Short leg comes out. Wasn't there for very long. It was short. He pulled it beautifully, all on the ground actually, but he picked up the length quickly.
Murphy into a stride, and that's bowled. No. He's got Moeen Ali looking to swipe across the line, go over to deep mid-wicket, and it's gone through altogether, and that leg stump rocked back. So Moeen Ali departs. 184 for 4, England.
Well, there we go. The fun is over. I mean, it was a strange innings that initially was very circumspect, doing a fine job for England. Coming in at number 3, occupying that crease, putting on a big partnership with Harry Brook, and then he got the injury, and then he started playing shots galore, and some of them were terrific. The last one, however, was not pretty, and he's gone.
Yeah, he's gone for 34 from 47 deliveries. We can see him heading up the stairs now as Ben Stokes passes him on the way down. 184 for 4 then. I'm going to step out here. Andy, some words from you, and then it'll be Dan Norcross.
2 6s and 3 4s in that innings from Moeen from, as you said, 47 balls. Before he got injured, he was 11 from 37. Then hit 23 from 9 balls before being dismissed. The partnership 111 from 18 overs, just over a run a ball.
Thank you, Andy. And the other sort of sign of Bazball is that the off spinner's come into the attack, and his figures read 0.3 overs, 1 for 5. So
that was 10 overs of bowling for you, Vic, wasn't it?
Well, may have conceded a few more than 5 at that stage. But certainly in terms of strike rate, yes.
I mean, look, that was a horrible shot, which you can watch back on the BBC
Don't
Sport
watch it.
website.
Don't let your children see it.
You can also see it on Today at the Test on BBC 2 at 7 o'clock this evening. And you may look at that shot in isolation and think it was a shot of true grotesquerie. But actually, in the context of where he's at, clearly struggling with an injury, and the moment his movement was hampered, he decided he was going to swing for the hills, and he connected with a few, and then he got out. You'd probably say he's done his job, really.
Yeah, he could have retired hurt, I suppose, but that would be boring.
Yes. Well, it might just get worse, I suppose. Yeah. That's a possibility. Right, Stokes' first delivery from Murphy is full, and he drives into the offside, but it's picked up at short extra cover by Travis Head. 184 for 4. That partnership was worth 111.
Yeah. Well, that's a lot of runs, and Moeen may have got the minority of them, but it was valuable innings from Moeen.
Stokes drives again, push drives back to the bowler though. There's no run. We've got a slip in place, a forward short leg, backward point short extra, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. A long leg. Am I missing anyone? Yes, there's a deep cover. Sweeping on the offside. So mid on and mid off are up. As Murphy is in and Stokes comes forward in watchful defence. Comes off the inside half of the bat. The first 3 balls were highly eventful. The last 3 defensive dot balls. 184 for 4. Brook has 68. Stokes yet to score. Andy.
Well, it's quite hard to quantify the cost of drop catches, but had Brook been taken on 5, it would have been 78 for 4 at that point. Not too difficult catch to carry. So that partnership added another 106. Pat Cummins' last 2 overs have gone for 15 and 14. Previously, he'd only had 7 overs go for 14 or more in his Test career. He's bowled almost 1,900 overs. Back-to-back whackings.
Back-to-back whackings, yeah. So, continuing the bowling, Cummins has 1 for 51. How many overs is he now bowled?
10, I think.
10. So he's still going at 5 and over in these last 3 innings.
He's just had a spinner with some big overs.
And he's in now to Brook with 2 slips and a gully in place, and Brook comes forward in defence and plays with an angle bat to the gully region or short point region where Marsh fields. They thought of a run, but in the end decided better of it. England going at 5.39 and over in conditions we thought were treacherous. I think there were a lot of people in this box who, when they heard that Cummins had finally won a toss, were thinking, well, we haven't had that sort of bundled out in this Ashes. We have yet to have a side that's just been bundled for 120 or fewer, which has tended to happen in the last few series in England. Cummins is in, and we wondered if today was going to be that day, because the conditions were great as Brook defends a full ball. There's no run, just lands right in front of him. But England have counter-attacked, as they do when they're under pressure. Speaking of which, Vic, or speaking of someone who's not counter-attacking, I'm keeping a little eye for you on events down in Taunton.
Oh, no, you're not going.
No, you're fine. 67 for 4, Somerset. James Rue is still there. I was hoping you would be able to tell us a little about it, because his numbers are quite startling. Cummins bustles in, and that beats the outside edge of Brook's prodding bat. It's actually got nice carry, and it's gone away from Brook. That's been a feature of Cummins' bowling today, but he survives.
Well, I've seen James Rue score a lot of runs this year in the flesh. He's only 19. I think he needed about 20 before this match to get to 1,000. He's keeping wicket for Somerset.
How is that keeping, is he?
It's perfectly adequate.
Is he a keeper that bats, or is he a batter that, like Davy Smith and the like? As Cummins is in, and Brook defends a full ball on the front foot back to Cummins.
I think he's always kept wicket, although when he played for England under 19s, he wasn't necessarily the keeper in the team. I think the guy at Lancashire, Bell, was keeping in that side. But he is a perfectly capable keeper. He's kept in all the championship matches, and I haven't noticed him. So he's caught everything. Well, I saw him
standing up yesterday. He was watching on the live
stream. So I think he's okay.
Nimble.
But what has obviously turned heads is the fact he scored 500s this year. In fact,
as Cummins is in, Brook waits. Brook drives square of the wicket, but there is a deep backward point. Todd Murphy So they'll just get the one run. Brook to 69, 185 for 4.
There was a stat going around that he scores, at the moment, he's scoring hundreds more regularly than Bradman. In terms of innings played.
Yes, at the same age.
Yeah, well, probably something like that.
Yeah.
But he is a left-handed batsman. He's 19, but you wouldn't think so when you watch him bat, in that he is measured. He's got some of the modern shots, if you like, the reverse doodahs, but he doesn't use them very often. I watched him get his 200 the other day, and he didn't reverse sweep until he had 147, I noticed. And he's got some runs on some pretty good pitches to bat on, but very often from very poor positions, like 40 for 4, which is where he's gone to the crease today. So he's got a terrific temperament, very calm, pretty organised. There's a few shots that make you gasp, but not many. He's quite orthodox and prepared to wait before he starts scoring his runs.
Cummins into Stokes, who gets hit. Oh, has he got hit amidships? No, but he's up, and he's survived. And the ball's rolled out into the offside. The end of the over, a really good one from Cummins. And England 185 for 4. Brook 69. Stokes yet to score.
You don't find many 19-year-olds who are prepared to bat time nowadays before getting their runs, and he's been prepared to do that. So he is quite exciting. I mean, essentially, he's a perfectly good keeper, but he would walk into any county side as a batsman, or certainly into the Somerset side as a batsman. No question about that, as the figures demonstrate.
Well, we get excited about young players, and in part it's because looking at both these teams, both England and Australia, they are quite long in the tooth. It feels like they're among the older sides to have played each other, certainly post-war.
Certainly bowling at times.
Murphy is in, starting a new over, and his first ball is pulled round the corner by Brook for an easy single, a bit wayward down the leg side, little short. And Brook plays a controlled pull to Stark, goes into the 70s, 186 for 4.
So James Rew scored so many runs that he's already actually played for the England Lions along the way. He played for England 19s. They know about him, and I guess he'll play some.
Murphy in, shortened, played at by Stokes, trying to punch through the offside. Goes through to Carey from home. That noise sounded very ball on stump, didn't it? But it wasn't.
He is very quick for. He's very much a modern off-spinner, this guy. That's about 60 miles an hour, that ball.
He's in again. Stokes cuts, but straight to head at short extra. There's no run. For those of you familiar with Heather Knight's bowling action, he starts a little bit like Heather Knight. That left leg flicks up, rather like a dressage horse in the Olympics. Towel dangling in his back, rather like a horse's tail as well. He's in again. This is defended off the back foot by Stokes. You know when they sort of do the little prancy thing and then walk up to the judges?
Ask Aggers, he'll know all the right terms for that. If you want to ask
No, I
Aggers.
thought it was better if we do it while he's not here.
Okay.
That way we won't get chapter and verse. No.
Yeah. So yeah, we'd have to lay aside 10 minutes.
We would. Here's Murphy again. And Stokes comes down the wicket, clips into the onside, doesn't quite get there. Rolls out to David Warner, who does the fielding. Stokes was committed there, but managed to get bat on ball and not get out. There's no run.
Yeah. So that's his. Apart from the fact that he looks like a horse,
well,
it's
from behind.
the speed of his bowling that is quite unusual, even in the modern era.
Last ball of his over is full, defended back to him by Stokes. Stokes yet to get off the mark. He's faced 9 balls. Brook has 70 from 73, 36 gone. England 186 for 4. The pyrotechnics after lunch were kick-started by Moeen Ali and his slight groin twinge. We don't know how bad that is. Well, just come to an end now. We're into a different passage of play.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be working on that injury, and there'll be concerns as to whether Moeen will be able to bowl.
Hard to bowl with a
You'd have thought so.
groin stiffness.
And it looked. I always think with those sort of injuries that for a while you're okay because your body's warm and then they get worse after you've rested up. That's a big challenge. It's a pity for Moeen, who's actually hasn't been one of the main protagonists in these series, but he's appeared 2 or 3 times doing something rather clever and something rather wonderful, getting runs actually, which was, and also something quite surprising. And batting at 3 as well.
Got those 2 crucial wickets ahead in it, didn't he, when he got Smith and Labuschagne, different order, that arrested Australia's development in their second innings as Stark comes in to replace Cummins, and Brook plays an indeterminate pushing, prodding shot to the ball, but rolls up towards short mid-off, and there's no run.
Pat Cummins a spell there, 5 overs, none for 31. The first 2 overs and the 5th over went for a total of 2 runs, and the 3rd and 4th went for 29.
Well, his 5th over looked pretty dangerous actually, so he's clearly decided he doesn't want to bowl. But did he bowl 6 in the first spell? 6 in the first spell, 5 in the second. So England have got to think there aren't too many more spells from Cummins today, too many more overs. Stark runs in, left arm over from the pavilion end. Brook drives straight, nice shot, but can't beat Cummins, who sprawls to his left at mid-on to field. There's no run. Only had 1 run in the last 15 balls, isn't it? 2 runs.
Well, we'll have a slow hand clap soon. I don't think I've heard a slow hand clap in this century. You know, I mean, they used to be quite common. A good old slow hand clap.
Vic, I wonder why.
I'm almost pining for a slow hand clap. I'm not really pining, but they used to be a fairly regular feature.
Well, I was going to get you out an extraordinary scorecard to demonstrate the changing times as Stark is into Brook, who defends back to the bowler, no run. I want to take you back
as recently as
to 1965-6. How old were you then?
10.
You're 10 years old.
I'm afraid so, yeah.
And England were playing...
We're in Australia, are we?
No, New Zealand.
Oh, right.
I mean, we might have been there as well, but...
Yeah, we had been.
So...
MJK captain?
He was. So England went to New Zealand, and their first 2 matches were draws.
Yes.
So they're now playing the 3rd and final game, decisive match.
Yes.
I'm going to give you the scores in that game to show you how times have moved on. Stark into Brook. That's clipped away 5 down towards Hazelwood at long leg for a single. Brook moves to 71. 187 for 4. So New Zealand batted first, having won the toss.
Where are we?
And compiled at Auckland.
Right.
Eden Park. 296 all out in 132.5 overs. Not deeply boring, only 2.2 an over or so.
Right.
England replied with 222 all out in 88.5 overs.
Right.
Already you get a sense there's quite a lot of overs bowled. The over rate was splendid, really good. No one was complaining about the over rate. New Zealand, who now have a lead of 74 in this deciding match, thrillingly set up, crawl to 129 all out in 102.4 overs.
Very short boundaries at Eden Park too.
Indeed. Top score of 25 in that time. Stark into Stokes, who clips this into the onside, out through mid-wicket. Get 1, they'll settle for 1. And Stokes has already raised his bat, so I think he's broken his bat already. So, yes, he's got it on the toe of the bat. His bats have been a little fragile. You can see a few times he's had to get a new bat out there. 188 for 4. Stokes off the mark. So now England have been set 204 to win in what turned out to be 75 overs.
Yep.
In this, the 3rd and final match. And victory would provide glory for them. They ended the game on 159 for 4.
Well,
Stark is in to Brook, who edges in front of first, second slip on the bounce, about a metre in front. Played it with soft enough hands, slightly guided. End of the over though, just the 2 from that over as well. England 188 for 4, Brook 71, Stokes 1. So when cricketers of another generation roll their eyes at another England batsman getting out to a wahoo, I am minded to remind them that they did do their absolute best to destroy Test cricket.
And there's
as
a lot
spectacle.
of people who are so misty-eyed about some of the cricket of the 60s and there were great players there. There was the Graveneys and the Cowdreys and the Barringtons, all these sort of...
Peter May still left over.
Yeah, Peter May. And so there were some great players. But the notion that, this was a golden era of Test cricket has always really been a nonsense, because there were so many draws. MJK, I looked it up once, I think he captained England 25 times, MJK Smith.
Murphy round the wicket to the left-handed Stokes, who thrashes at one through the offside, but there is a sweeper out there.
And Andy will give us
scoring to 189 for 4, Stokes to 2.
Andy will give us the precise details, but I think 17 of those matches were drawn.
Especially when England went away, because they often got fined or dropped for slow play. You remember Boycott and his 246 when he was at home.
Yeah.
But when they've picked the squad for an away series, you can only pick the players in that squad, can't you?
That's right. Well, they were so desperate to try and liven the game up that Jeffrey got dropped and Ken Barrington got dropped.
Murphy into Brook, who carves one off his stumps into the offside, and they'll get an easy single. And they took quite a long time to decide it. They still managed to dawdle through. Brook goes to 72, 190 for 4.
So there was some incredibly dull test matches in the 60s. I think, and then they did, and people like Doug Insall who's dropping, actually took some pretty severe action to try and liven this damn game up.
Murphy, and down the wicket comes Stokes and nearly offers a catch to short leg. He was to move to his right to stop the run.
Starting quite well. He's got his wicket. Says Murphy.
He's got a bit of turn as well. The one
maybe,
off Brook,
maybe if it does turn, he will be dangerous because he is so quick. I mean, he bowls quicker than Lyon.
Stokes comes forward, reaches for the ball, and then pushes square of the wicket on the offside. Collects a single, goes to 3. 191 for 4.
He doesn't bury his pace much. Every time I've looked at we get on the TV screen, we get an MPH, and he always bowls at 59 miles an hour, which is quick for any spinner.
I saw him in India. I was really impressed with him.
Well, if it turns, the quicker you bowl, if you still get it to spin, the better.
Yep. Murphy in, and Brook goes back into his crease and punches off the back foot really nicely. He gets it to the left of cover. As a result, they'll pick up a couple of runs. Stokes not exactly herring between the wickets with that slightly wonky knee. Brook goes to 74, 193 for 4. Can we please say hello to Felix in West Yorkshire, who's 3 years old. He's listening to his first bit of TMS today. And apparently we're practicing counting with every time someone says Australia. Australia. He'd just like to hear his name on the radio. Please can he get a shout? Hello, Felix. And down the wicket comes Brook, and he drives up to Cummins at mid-off. He moves to his right to field. There is no run. That is the end of the over. Another decent one from Murphy. He has one for 11. Drinks are coming onto the field with England 193 for 4. Brook has 74. Stokes has 3. 38 overs have been bowled.
Australia.
I
know I'm going. The drinks interval, time for a bit of Andy. Are you going to go first?
I wouldn't go just yet, because I think Andy's about to tell us something fascinating about the 1960s.
Okay, well, keep going.
Well, MJ K. Smith had captained England 25 times, 17 draws. In away tests in the 1960s, England played 46 matches.
Yeah.
They won 9, lost 4, and drew 33.
Yeah, well, this is the so-called golden age. I mean, the Test cricket is increasingly watchable.
Well,
it's reflected actually in the crowds. Test cricket, they weren't all flocking into Edgbaston, Trent Bridge, and so forth in the 1960s to come and watch another draw.
Well, even in the 70s, I used to come here to the Oval, and you could get a ticket on the day because it was hardly full.
Anyway,
Vic's making his way. Michael Vaughan's coming in. Jonathan Agnew's going to join in a moment. Just to say, you can take the cricket with you this summer on BBC Sounds. Live commentary, plus our podcast, including a brand new episode of Tailenders with James Anderson, confirming he wants to play on past this series. And don't miss the excellent documentary, How to Win the Ashes, which is still available on the BBC iPlayer, including lots of memories of that 2005 summer. Andy, you were about to tell us something, and then I shall hand you over to Michael Vaughan and Jonathan Agnew.
Well, just quickly mention, no team has been skittled yet. The lowest score in this series for a team that's been all out is 224. There has never been an Ashes series without at least one innings in which a team has been bowled out for under 220.
Well, they're having a drink, and the ground staff going about their business there.
I've just seen Pat Cummins with a physio. He was having some kind of treatment on his left forearm. Maybe he's just strained it of some nature. I'm not too sure, but he was giving him a good prod onto that forearm.
In the balance innings, isn't it?
Yes, I was just about to say that.
Bairstow, Wokes,
How many times have we said that in the series?
We have.
The balance.
See what? Good pitch though. Not many people time the ball as crisply as Harry Brook. They're effortless. Even that last ball there, you just play it to mid-off. But it's beautifully played.
He's a young Kevin Peterson. He plays in a way that Kevin played for many years. He's just got that gift of being able to put good bowling under pressure. You know, Alex Carey, the longer that Harry stays out there, the more that he'll think back to that chance when he was on 5. It was an easy one, really. It
was.
And he had a ball that flew through the cordon, so he had a bit of fortune early, but he's a dangerous player, Harry Brook. His numbers are incredible. He averages 68, 400, 750s. He only played 12 games. Yeah. You agree with Peterson in the way that he can?
Yes, I do.
He's always on the attack of looking to put pressure on the bowler.
193 for 4. Floodlights still on, and we've got Stokes facing Stark, and he drives into the offside. Doesn't time that one though. Warner. It's Khawaja who fields there at cover. Mitch Marsh is loosening up down here. Did we get anywhere on those 3 Australian misses in a session? Somewhere to remind you. You'd hoped I'd forgotten.
There's a couple of slight problems with this. One is that session stats don't go back very far and are quite unreliable because they depend on being correctly coded by whoever does the coding. And 2 is missed chances stats are also quite unreliable.
Okay. Stark comes cruising in again. Stokes bat raised, waits for him. That's down the leg side. Carey leaps to his right, takes it at the second attempt. And there's no run.
Because they will count, for example, Smith's catch, which was would have been a blinding catch as a missed chance, but a ball that the wicketkeeper watches go between himself and first slip, but no one touches, wouldn't go down as a dropped catch. So I'll see what I can dig out.
No, don't worry. It sounds like it's futile anyway. But all I will say is that you don't often see an Australian team drop 3 in a session. Very rare. 193 for 4, and Stark on his way past umpire Wilson comes in, bowls trim. Oh, bowled in! Oh, wow. Off stump out of the ground, and Stokes can't quite believe it. And if I'm honest, nor can we really sitting here. It may have been an amazing ball. This. I want to have a look at this.
Yeah, he's looking at the pitch, Ben Stokes, as if it's nipped away from him late. Let's just have a look. Oh, it's a good ball.
Yeah, it's a good ball. I mean, it swung. It didn't do anything outrageous, but it was just a very good ball.
Yeah, I think the angle of Mitchell Stark, I think Ben likes to shape up to hit it from mid-wicket. And I think he was shaping up to kind of expect the ball to carry on with the angle from over the wicket. And he was thinking about hitting it through that kind of straightish mid-wicket, and it goes away from him right at the last minute. And he's off stump. It's not often that you see Ben Stokes' off-stump fly at the ground.
Nope, it's not.
LBW, you see him get LBW, but you certainly don't see him get bowled that often. Or in my memory, I don't think he has been bowled that often. That's a good delivery from Stark.
Yeah, spectacular dismissal. And the ground has gone a bit quiet. 193 for 5, the captain bowled.
And that is one of the individual head-to-heads we've looked at a lot during this series. Stark has been very successful against Stokes. That's the 9th time he's got him in test now for a total of 175 runs. So Stokes averaging 19 against Stark in test cricket, and his overall test batting average is 36.
So here's Johnny Bairstow.
Just on them, we're into the 39th over. We're an hour and 5 minutes. So in terms of time, we're halfway into the day's play.
Yep.
And all the debate after Manchester, a rain day. At the end, can we add another day on? The players of this era, their over rates are so slow. I think we lost 23 overs on the first 3 days in Manchester, just out of the allotted overs. And we'll be down again today. There'll only be 82 overs bowled again today.
They're not being punished anymore.
It is a good ball. I've just seen the replay. Angle in, shape away, right at the last minute.
Just enough.
Yep.
See where Stokes is looking to play it. Yeah, mid-wicket. That's what surprised us here, I think. He was aiming for mid-wicket and lost his off-stump. Stokes is shaking his head. I think he realised it's a bit of both. There's a bit of misjudgment and a fine delivery.
It's a good ball, but you can play it better.
Yeah, I would say that. Describes it very well, Michael.
If he plays it straight from where it's come from, he may have snicked it. But he would have got away with it, I think.
Here's Bairstow's first ball then, 193 for 5. And Stark bowls to him, is forward. He wants a single there. He gets away first ball. Rolling out to point. The light not very good at the moment, if I'm honest. The lights are on, and it's when you can start to see the shadows at the feet of the fielders, you know that it's not looking great. Umpire Wilson looking over his left shoulder there. Has he got his dark glasses on again? Has he? We haven't seen a close-up. Oh, yes, he has. He's got them on.
Yeah, just been downstairs into one of the corporate rooms. There's Danny Wyatt. She's having a good day out.
She's quite lively, Danny, isn't she?
She's enjoying the hospitality.
Good. 194 for 5, and in comes Stark. Bowls, and Brook slides it off the face of the bat, puts third man under pressure. Murphy throws the ball into Carey, takes that on the run. Dear old Joel Wilson, it's a bit surprising. I mean, I like commentating in dark glasses when it's bright. But then it gets to a stage where actually you can't really see it very well.
But they have... The umpire, you have like the yellow ones and the orange ones, the enhancers.
Yeah,
make it brighter. They're not those, are they?
I've had this conversation before with Jeff Lawson, our old friend. He'll be in Sydney listening, maybe. Hello, Henry. He was an optometrist, and he kind of rather poo-pooed that idea of sort of light enhancing shades, as it were. In comes Stark and bowls, and there's no stroke. I mean, Joel's look like they're just the sort of things you'd wear on the beach.
Yeah,
they're not yellow frames or anything. 195 for 5. Well bowled, Stark. England's run rate is at exactly 5 runs per over, so they've rattled along, but they have lost his wickets, and it could be worse too because Brook was dropped on 5. A catch that really should have been taken.
Oh, you get a sense if Harry Brook. Excuse me, Jonathan. If it had been taken, I reckon, what was it, 78 for 4?
Yeah,
could have been, what was Annie just talking about, under 200s. I think it'd have been on the cards if that catch had been taken.
It was a decent picture, so it's done a little bit, as you'd expect on the first day of a test match, and hope that it does too, and the conditions have been conducive for bowling. But it's sort of 320, 350 pitch to me. Bit of bounce for the spinner. But
this is England's method, though. They score at 5s and say, look, we're going to lose wickets anyway. What's the point in playing the attritional way and being 140 for 5?
Brook waits as Hazelwood starts a new over. The first ball's pushed into the offside. Bairstow runs through for that single. Moeen has what looked to be a strained right groin muscle, and he'll be having some treatment at the moment, I'd imagine.
Yeah, that looks vulnerable for Moeen's bowling. He's not done a great deal. I've just seen Stokes' replay. It's just that he's playing across the line and trying to hit it to his favourite area of that mid-wicket. He's done it a lot to Mitchell Stark.
Misjudgment, I think, there, and some natural movement for Stark, but nothing much more than that. 196 for 5. Bairstow looks around the field. The fact this stump flew out of the ground made it look really spectacular. Much tighter field here for Bairstow. No one back apart from a fine leg as Hazelwood bowls to him, and he lets that go through outside his off stump. He's got his bat and his ground there. He's looking round behind him.
But this is the debate about the England method, is that is it better to play this way and score on a pitch that's doing a little bit? So they've scored at 5, they've got to 200 pretty much inside 40, or to try and grind it out and leave the ball and attritionally play. Would they be 5 down anyway?
Yep.
You know, that's the great debate, and that's what England will always say, that playing this way we're always scoring.
2 slips. Gully's quite fine. Oh, and now Bairstow's seen something. Somebody moving below us, I think. Maybe Danny Wyatt.
Lee Westwood, he's down there as well.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, there's a good crowd down in the room. Big Stevie Harmison. Goffey. Goffey's in with Steve.
With some hot air down there then.
Yeah, they've got their perch. Can you imagine where it is?
Yeah. Hazelwood wearing number 38 moves in again, bowls. Bairstow drives him, a lovely shot there. He's just threaded it between cover and mid-off. Hitting very hard. It won't go for 4, and Quaritch will retrieve it, but absolutely in that gap.
But when you see shots like that, it's just a length delivery and a batter that's just come out there. Bairstow's fourth delivery just leans on it. You know, I always think here at the Oval, it's probably not as quick an outfield that we usually get. I mean, the actual square that goes all the way along from one side to the other, there's usually lots of bare ends. There's not as many. It's very lush, isn't it?
Yep.
So I don't think it'll be as quick this week as in previous years.
So much rain, isn't there? 198 for 5. Hazelwood moves in, bowls. Bairstow tucks into the leg side. It runs out to mid-wicket. Murphy fields. And there's no run. So windows open to our left, those the flats that are there.
When do you reckon the pigeons will arrive? They like coming here, don't they? There's not many around.
Not time yet.
What time?
Just after tea.
Yeah. Even though it's so lush, there's not as many seeds around. No, they'll still be here.
You're welcome.
From the right, they come pretty much over the...
There's one particularly conspicuous one that's come for years.
Really?
A black and white one. Here goes Hazelwood. Bowls, ball moves away. Bairstow lets it go by.
See, so you're saying that you know that there's one pigeon that comes
every year, every match, every day. Pecks around.
And it's a black and white one. Interesting.
Well, they went through a phase.
Okay, how do you know it's that same pigeon from the year before?
Well, it's quite unusually marked. Right. I'm not a pigeon fancier. I'm not Bill Lorry.
But you can spot a pigeon from the previous year.
Yeah, bit of detail.
Same technique, or you just can see it from the shape.
Yeah, he'll be here. I'll show you.
Okay,
he'll be here.
Look forward to
more
seeing
movement. Now, hang on. The umpire's saying, "Come on, sit down, everybody, please." Hazelwood glares rather at the offender down here, who's looking at the angle. He's not really directly behind him, but disturbing Bairstow anyway. He's waiting now. Hazelwood bowls to him, very full, hit on the pad. He tries to whip that away through mid-wicket. Going down the leg side, it's end of the over, 198 for 5. 40 overs gone. Brook 76, Bairstow has 3. And I must mention the Archbishop Tennyson School because it's been such a landmark here for so long. And I think that the way that the letters are just fading and beginning to come away from the wall confirms that it's closed now. That school...
We used to park there.
Yeah, we did. It's now no longer a school. I don't know what it is. And there are some windows open there. But one of the great landmarks of this ground for so long on the Harleford Road.
We used to park in the playground.
Anyway, not sure what that is going to become, but a school no longer.
Left my car there for a couple of days, actually, after 05.
Yeah. Probably very wise.
Not surprisingly.
No. 198 for 5. And we've got Brook on 76. Stark's on his way. Moves in, bowls to him down the leg side, brushed away off his hip. And Hazelwood throws the ball back from long leg. Just testing Carey's hamstrings a bit there, running backwards. 199 for 5. And moving along. About 5 runs per over today. They're going at 5.5 for a while at the start.
Yeah, I like this from Australia. They're offering the offside drive to Johnny Bairstow. He got out playing it a couple of times at Headingley. Played great in Manchester, but they've got 2 slips, fine gully, a backward point behind, square mid-off, quite straight, mid-on straight, mid-wicket, square leg on the boundary, fine leg. So the cover drive is available for Johnny Bairstow.
In comes Stark, and he bowls a bouncer down the leg side, ill-directed really. And Bairstow just move inside the line and let it go through. Again, it's worth mentioning the light, because we can definitely see the shadows at the feet of the fielders. Umpire Wilson sort of looks a little uncomfortably over his left shoulder. That's where the weather's coming from, and it is brighter over there, in fact. So, all well at the moment, anyway. Stark wheels round. He's got the old pavilion behind him there. That was rebuilt some years ago now. Stark comes in, bowls wide of the off stump. There's no stroke from Bairstow. Of course, one of those windows up there directly behind the play was the window to our old commentary box. Years ago, that was the leg over commentary box.
Oh, right over there, was it? It's a great old pavilion.
Yes, it is.
Fantastic.
Reeks of history, doesn't it? You can feel it. But the top they redesigned.
So the commentary box was where, from where we're looking?
Directly behind the arm.
and that would have been, I think, 3rd floor up.
Above the, is that the committee or the chairman's lounge?
Just above where those cameras are.
Oh, nice.
That was the leg over box. Then comes Stark, moves in, bowls. Oh, crikey, he almost dragged that into his stumps. Going for that off drive, as you mentioned there, that cover drive. His eyes lit up.
That was 2nd innings at Headley, exactly like that, but it did go back onto the stumps. 200 up for England. And he's got to be very careful, Johnny Bairstow, particularly when he first goes out there. It's clever tactics, though, from Australia to kind of open up that gap and say, go on, try and play it.
Yep. And you can see what they're doing, because for Brook, the man comes in there to block it off. It's just dangling the carrot, isn't it? Come on, have a go. 200 for 5. Brook on 77. Stark's on his way. Bowls to him. Oh, he's lofted it, but he's got away with it. Just past Khawaja there, that cover, and you can tell he hadn't timed that properly or controlled it, because he didn't go for 4. Came off an edgy part of the bat.
I just want to see this ball, whether it's a little cutter. Too short.
Held it back a bit, maybe?
No, I think it's just a length ball, and he just plays on the up. They just put an extra cover in there for Harry Brook, quite tight for the miscued drive.
Almost pulled it off too. 202 for 5, and Brook to 79. Brook dropped on 5. Stark runs in, bowls, pushed by Brook for a single to point. And that ends the over on 203 for 5. Then Brook on 80. And Bairstow just come in on 4. More thoughts from Michael Vaughan, and then Jim Maxwell's coming in.
Yeah, you just see Johnny Bairstow just having a chat with Harry Brook, who's whacking down the follow-through marks of Mitchell Stark. There's already a few marks been created from Mitchell Stark, so the off-spinner will be fancying that, particularly later on in the game. And obviously with Moeen Ali with that groin problem, so that's going to be a concern for England, that the spinner may not, we'll have to wait and see, but from what we saw with his batting, it's not going to be a case where he's going to be fine to bowl straight away, you would think. Afternoon, Jim.
Michael, good afternoon. How are you? You well?
Very good.
That's good. Not a bad game this, as Hazelwood is pushed away up the offside at the start of a new over. This fella Brook looks like he can play a bit the more the series goes on. I enjoy the way he goes about it, even though he takes a bit of a risk here and there, but it's I don't know, the energy of youth or something.
Yeah, it's exciting. I mean,
instinctive.
He's instinctive, always looking to put the bowler under pressure. You know, I like it when cover points go on the boundary and square leg. Unless it's a really bad ball, he's just looked to kind of milk it into the gaps.
2 slips in the gully. Hazelwood bowls, and he's defending and getting a run as he pushed wide of Cummins at mid-on. He moves to 81-5 for 204. England's scintillating run rate continues. 5 and over.
Yeah, you book England in for 5s these days, don't you?
Yeah.
But it hasn't looked reckless.
No.
He's played. I mean,
he's had a bit of luck, of course, but sometimes you need it. He was missed by Kerry when he was 5.
That was a big miss.
Yep. 3 chances put down by Australia today. 2 a bit more straightforward than the one to Smith, but still it went to hand. Hazelwood bowls right on the stumps, searching, probing delivery, and Bairstow managed to push it away.
Well, the 2 chances, Carey to Brook and David Warner to Duckett, they're the kind of chances that England dropped in the first 2 games. And at Headingley, actually, they missed some very simple chances, but it's very unlike Australia. The Aussies I've seen drop flying catches, but not straightforward ones. Very rarely do they drop a simple one.
Teams seem to be overtaken by a bit of languor going into this as Hazelwood pitches up and pushed away into the covers. Just that sort of mental fatigue that comes about when this series is sort of decided.
Yeah, I'd love to know the Australian think tank. I'd like to know that Johnny Bairstow is an aggressor. But Johnny's come out, and it's the perfect field because they've squeezed him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're saying, go on, try and whack it through us. Why do they do this for Johnny, but then to other players they spread the field? What is it that they're worried about in terms of Zach Crawley at the start or Ben Duckett at the start?
The best way to control the game is to get people out. Hazelwood goes in, pitches up and down the leg side. It's flicked towards the boundary, and that's where it goes. They're going to be leg byes, 4 leg byes, just brushing the pad as he went for the onside shot. And it's 5 for 208 with those Xavier Trousers sundries building up nicely in the score. How many have we got now in this total with all the byes that we saw this morning?
We've now had 18 extras in total, 9 byes, 7 leg byes, 2 no balls.
Yep. Some difficult ones for the keeper to take, but still, that's what you're there for. Hazelwood goes in and bowls it, and he's bowled him. He's played it on one of those shots that Bairstow plays so often and drags it into his stumps, having a flirt to bounce outside the off stump. He's dragged it in. He's out for 4. And England slipped to 6 for 208.
Yeah, good tactics from Australia, keeping that offside field and saying to Johnny Bairstow, go on and try and whack it through us. Very similar to Headingley. It was Mitchell Stark at Headingley. It's now Josh Hazelwood. It's a loose shot, but it's just the way they play. It's the way that England go about their business. Australia now have got a great chance. 208 for 6. Chris Woakes out there. They could easily bowl England out for 250 if they get it right and they take the chances. Yeah, it just seems very flat, this ground today. Don't quite know how it's so flat. It's still an Ashes game. It's still a great game of cricket.
Because India aren't playing. They're raucous. The crowd are raucous.
But England fans are usually raucous as well.
Well, they're very quiet, aren't they? Because I suppose wickets have been falling, but still. Harry Brook's played a few shots, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's been fantastic test match cricket. The game is moving forward, and rain's forecast on Monday. I get a sense we might not need it.
It's moving quickly.
Only 42 overs into the test match.
Yeah. Oh, well, this is the style of cricket we've seen. The combativeness of the teams, and it keeps moving. Wickets and runs. Not too many big scores other than at Old Trafford. So if you're just switching on around the world, England sent in, lost Duckett, caught by Carey off Marsh, strangulation, leg side, 41. Crawley caught Smith, second slip off Cummins, 22. Moeen Ali did his groin or something and had a swing and a swing and a swing, 2 sixes, 34, bowled by Murphy. Root played on to Hazelwood for 5. Stokes was bowled by Stark, a ripper of a delivery that extracted the off stump, out for 3, and Bairstow just out, bowled Hazelwood for 4. So we've had 4 bowled one way or another in this innings, and now Woakes comes out to see what he can do in a partnership.
Yeah, that ball just came back a little bit, and that's the kind of threat to Johnny Bairstow with that big drive through the offside. The inside edge is always in the game.
Stark bowls, bouncing down the leg side, a muted shout for a catch down the leg side, but nothing to go on about. It did bounce, and Stark's been a bit here and there throughout. He was a bit slow out of the gates, as they say in racing this morning, and didn't get it in the right spot too often. But
a couple of furlongs behind.
Yeah,
Starkey, wasn't he?
The first 40 minutes was dire. You would have thought I hadn't woken up to the fact that they had the new ball and they'd sent England in. But then Cummins came into the attack and things changed. Stark runs in again, pitches right up, and it's punched back past the bowler. That's a beautifully timed stroke for 4. It's racing down to the boundary. Labuschagne chased. He did his best. But the timing was phenomenal.
Jim, this is a special shot.
Ooh,
this is special. This is a...
He's a good one.
Oh, this is a length delivery, and he just leans back. It's not a half volley. Well, maybe just short of a half volley, but it's just the full face of the bat. Pure timing, straight down the ground. There's not a better sight. Just a little punch.
Yeah, you want to see... If you're watching the BBC highlights tonight, have a look at that shot.
Shot of the
It's
day.
worth watching. He's 85 now, 6 for 212. And Stark from that pavilion end, he goes in once more, and he's driving at this. He's caught by Smith at second slip. You went to the well just once too often. It wasn't quite there for that shot. And the surest pair of hands on the park, Steve Smith, takes his 56th catch in Ashes cricket. And alas for Brook, he's denied 100 because Stark has bowled a ball that he didn't quite get to as he aimed a luscious drive and snicked it to the right of Smith, who was pretty good in taking that catch.
Yeah, and Alex Carey's probably just gone up to him and said, thank you. You kind of haven't saved me, because Alex Carey's drops cost Australia 80-odd runs, 80 runs actually. He gets 85. Harry Brook, just a big drive, a length ball, wide of the off stump. It's just the way England play. It's not a great shot. Johnny Bairstow's wasn't a great shot, but it's the way that this England Test match team have committed to playing. They want to play this way. It's great fun. It's great entertainment. But the Australians, from being in a position of difficulty not too long ago, what were when Moeen Ali and Harry Brook were there?
184 for 3 before Moeen was out.
184 for 3, and now 212 for 7. With Mark Wood out there with Chris Wokes and the Aussies. I said 250. If they get it right, it could be 230 all out.
Well, the one thing this is doing is making sure that Ben Stokes won't have to declare.
Hey, don't rule that out. He might declare 9 down and just get on with it.
I love the speculation around these declarations. Went too soon at Edgbaston, too late in the last test. Anyway, that's history, isn't it? Look at this. 4 bowled, 3 caught, 2 by Smith and 1 by Carey, and they shelled 3 chances. And it's still Australia, you'd think, in the best position, 7 for 212, as Mark Wood comes out. Starkers has collected 2 wickets. Hazelwood's got 2. Cummins 1. Marsh and Murphy 1 apiece. So what's Mark Wood going to do? Ride high and handsome? Stark runs in. Wood is leaving a ball full and wide outside the off stump. The lights are on. The natural light has got a bit dimmer, but it's all right for playing. But England playing at a scintillating rate. They've still got 7.2 overs left before the 50 overs are up, though.
Well, I reckon Mitchell Stark will just bowl orthodox to Marwood. I don't think we might see the odd bouncer, but they certainly aren't going to go to the bouncer theory. It's quite clever bowling from Stark. It was the wobble seam across Harry Brook. Just went away from him a little bit further. He doesn't get that left foot to anything outside off stump. He doesn't really get that left foot close. He just uses his hands.
Here's Stark again from that pavilion end, and Wood is forward and running the ball away off a thick edge towards third man. And Murphy, he picked up the wicket of Moeen Ali, sees them take a single. So Wood's off the mark. Wokes is out there.
I think England like bowling because they don't bat a long time, and the bowlers must think, well, when you win the toss and or lose the toss and you're in there getting your pads on. I think this England bowling unit kind of know that there's a very good chance, even if they bat well, that they will be bowling on the first day. Whereas I guess usually bowlers think, oh God, bat all day, give us another day off,
give us a rest.
Let's be bowling tomorrow afternoon.
Well, these two are the ones that have changed the course of the series with their bowling at Headingley, and very nearly got England back to parity at Old Trafford. So Wokes has taken his guard. Stark is running in towards him and he's pushing away. No. That went straight to cover. Too much of a risk as Khawaja collects the ball. So we're kind of in between light. Harry Brook made 85, Andy.
85 from 91 balls, 2 sixes and 11 fours. His 11th score of 50 or more in just 12 tests in terms of most runs after 12 tests. He's now got 1,174. Puts him 11th on the all-time list, most runs after 12 tests.
11th.
Power to add in the second innings.
Who's top dog there?
Well, unsurprisingly, it's Don Bradman. 1,694 runs, averaged 99.6 in his first 12 tests. 314 runs ahead of second-placed Everton de Courcy Weeks.
Yes.
Then Mark Taylor, George Headley.
Mark Taylor's third.
Oh,
really? Yes, he did start strongly in that Ashes series after coming in against the West Indies. So here we go. Glenn McGrath's sitting next to me, and Josh Hazelwood has got the pill in his hand with 3 chaps in the slips waiting for something to happen, and Wood's on strike. Here he comes. Hazelwood bowls it, and he's leaning forward and pushing out into the covers, where Labuschagne is knocking it down. Good afternoon, Glenn.
Yeah, g'day, Tim.
Things have improved for
g'day, everyone.
For the green and gold.
Well, it's been a funny day's play, hasn't it? England started with a rate of knots, got to 62 without loss, then lost 3 quick ones. Then they got to 182 rated knots, and then lost 4 quick ones. So it's been little clumps of play where one team's wrestled it back off the other. So the way the series has gone.
Hazelwood bowls again. Wood swings into this, and he gets a good chunk of it. He's hit it straight down the forehand line. He's smashed it back over the bowler's head and down to the boundary below us. A straight hit crossbat shot. A typical Wood adventure. And it gets him 4 runs.
Yeah, I think he was probably expecting a shorter ball. And it was onto him a bit quicker than he thought, but still got enough bat on it to go all the way. He's got a fair few short balls in the short time he's batted, but he's dealt with them pretty well so far this series.
Got a good eye, the lad. Here comes Hazelwood again, and Wood forward defending and squirting it away, squared the wicket on the offside for what turns out to be an easy single. Wood 6, 7 for 218. What do you think about that? The Aussie bowling overall today?
Yeah, I thought it started a little bit slow. Australia was a little bit sloppy in the field to start with as well, and just not quite on song. And it wasn't until Pat Cummins, the captain, came on the bowl that things started to change, and the Australians switched on. And since then, it sort of ebbed and flowed a little bit, but the pitch is coming on quite nicely. England's playing their shots, so they're getting value for their shots. But with 7 wickets in the shed, I think Australia will be quite happy.
Now Hazelwood bowls back, goes Wokes and defends out there on the onside. Yes, given that they've shelled 3 chances, and they'd be happy to be in this position. I think it could have got away with them in that partnership that was romping along 40 minutes ago. It's 7 for 218 at the moment, and Hazelwood's tightened the game up. He's now taken 2 wickets. Yes. 40
for 50,
yeah, in his 13th over. He's running in again, and he's driven into the covers, through the covers by Wokes, past the outside hand of Labuschagne. It slows up and it hits the rope. Khawaja was after it, but he couldn't get to it. Second boundary in the over, and Wokes is underway. Can these two create a partnership to give some respectability, quality to this England total, which is the delicious number of 222 for 7.
Yeah, so it sort of wasn't a half volley by any stretch of the imagination, just a little bit wide outside off stump. And in true England style, with the way they bat these days, just plant the front foot, swing through the line, and a nice cover drive.
Glory be. Here comes Hazelwood back in defence, and behind goes Wokes to complete the over. So it's been entertaining, but it's been a bit quieter in the crowd than our previous visit here in June, when the Indian crowd was raucous.
Yeah, but we've just come from Old Trafford, the party stand, and at Headingley as well in the Western Terrace. It sort of I was firing up a bit there. Even Lord's fired up, Jim.
I don't know. Do they let trumpets in here? We need the trumpeter, Mr. Finch. Where is he? Need something to keep them going.
He has been tootling every now and again.
Is he allowed in here?
I think so.
It's only Lords that they don't allow flags and instruments.
I think you're allowed harps at Lords, but nothing else.
Combs. 2 slips in the gully behind Mark Wood. Here's Stark. He runs in towards Wood, and Wood is swinging and missing. Yes, I said they mightn't get the 50 overs here if they keep thrashing at everything. Yeah, in the 45th of the innings now.
Yeah, it's one thing you score along at 5 runs and over. You've got to. They're not all risk-free shots. You've got to sort of chance your arm a bit, and sooner you're going to edge the odd one. I'm wondering if they took that catch for Brook, where the score would be at, but you just never know, do you?
Could have been someone else, yes.
England have missed a fair few chances, and at Headingley went on. Mitchell Marsh went on and got a impressive 100, and that's why he's in the game. If they'd taken him, Cameron Green might be out there. So you just got to grab your chances when they come along.
Marsh has moved to a very curious position at short third man. Here comes Stark, and a push away by Wood off the hip into a gap on the onside at mid-wicket gets him a single, and he moves along to 7 for 2 to 3. Very interesting position. He was somewhere between gully and third man for the slash, I suppose.
Yeah.
He's back in the gully now for Chris Wokes. So the weather's holding up here, even though the lights are on. There's high cloud around the place. And let's see what Wokes can do. He's twiddled his bat about 4 times before he sets himself up. And it's Stark down at that pavilion end who runs in towards him, and he goes right across his stumps, exposed the whole lot of furniture, and he's going to get 1, not 2, because Travis Head zips around that square to backward. But he was so far across there, and he got the length to turn it away on the onside. A bit fuller, he might have been in trouble.
Well, there's a big gap on the leg side, isn't there? So he's just targeting that, just bat on off stump ball. So many gaps out there. So if they play smart, which we've spoken about before, you can just keep turning it around and turning the strike over. England have bowled 100 plus or 100 more maidens than Australia before this test match. So that says a lot about sort of field placements and how they've gone about it.
Wood's facing, Stark's bowling wide.
Wow.
He just lost control of that completely outside the off stump. That was a very strange delivery. Must have come out of his hand unexpectedly.
The old hand-to-header, but it was offline and big full toss, but it must have been above waist high when it passed him.
Gee. Ooh. Just as well it was offline. And it kept swinging as it landed beyond the stumps on the offside. 1 bounce to the keeper. Stark runs up again, and Wood is driving and missing. He went for the big larrup to the cover boundary, but he missed out. Yep. This is pretty much an instinctive method of batting.
He's not a mug with a bat, Mark Wood. He can.
He looks good when he hits them. When he hits them, he looks very good.
He's not shy either. He's prepared to throw a bit of willow at it. He copped quite a few bounces, which he got hold of.
Yep.
It's always good when you've got an express bowler who can bat a bit. You can always back yourself.
Marsh goes back to that short third man now. And Stark goes in again, and Wood is leaving at the last moment outside the off stump. Temptation, but he withdrew. 7 for 2 to 4. And Ishigu is about to come in join you. But a reminder, we've got something special at tea, so listen out for that. Over to you, Glenn.
Yeah, no, thanks, Jim. It's still quite overcast. I think the forecast was potentially a bit of rain between 2 and 3 o'clock, but 2 and 4 o'clock. But it's hanging off. I think we're going to be okay, and good to get a full day's play, Anish.
It's very bittersweet, actually, tea time. Celebrating the shipping forecast and its final...
It's all happening. Oh, I know.
Final day.
Historic day, isn't it? What's Jim going to do?
Final match, sorry. Final match.
What's Jim going to do?
I know. Well, we need surely we've got to bring all of his shipping forecasts together, haven't we? A compilation of Jim Maxwell's shipping forecasts.
Surely next time we could just say this is when we would have gone for the shipping forecast.
Yes. I like that idea, Zolds. Yeah. That's a very strong idea from you. There's Mitch Marsh is coming into the attack here under dark, gloomy skies. The lights are on here at the Oval as Marsh bowls, edged from Wokes, falls in front of Alex Carey.
Well, he's got a bit of swing, Mitchell Marsh, and he's had a bit of swing from when he started. I know Jimmy Anderson's playing this match, and it's going to be a big test just to see where he's at. And when the ball's swinging, if he's swinging the ball, there's no better bowler going around. But
this is interesting. First 6 overs, 0.36 average swing. Rest of the session, 0.6. As Marsh is in again, as Wokes plays that down to gully, no run.
I think he was trying to leave that ball in the end.
Yeah, he was. Just almost fended it.
But there's a fair bit of swing, which is pretty standard for this Duke ball. Once it takes a few overs, it looks like 6-7 overs for that lacquer to come off the ball, and once it comes off, it just starts moving around the air a little bit more.
So England 224 for 7, and it's been one of those classic push and pulls from these two teams. England starting off well, then Australia punching back with 3 for Harry Brook, batting beautifully as Wokes drives inside edge onto the pad, trickles out to the offside, no run. And then a real clutter of wickets. 4 for 28 England have lost, with Wood and Wokes now out in the middle, the two heroes of Headingley. Just to bring a bit of calm to proceedings, Glenn.
But it's quite calm, isn't it? Jim was saying before, there's just a bit of a hush around the ground, isn't it? That's, for such a big match for both teams, really.
As Marsh pushes away, he's past the stumps now. Wokes defending to extra cover off the front foot, and Labuschagne ending up on the floor, diving to stop it, no run. Yeah, it's pretty subdued. I've had a little wander round the ground here at the Oval, over to the pavilion, and it's an absolutely jam-packed stadium. And there is that kind of feeling of just waiting to see what happens.
Yeah, it's just in the balance, isn't it, really?
Wokes gently taps his bat down, back and across, clips the ball to mid-wicket and comes through for 1. Slightly more back of a length there from Mitch Marsh. Rising delivery, bit of bounce. 225 for 7 then. We're into the 46 over. They have got there quickly. Run rate of 4.91 England. Have you enjoyed this series, Glenn? It's been a lot to talk about.
Yeah, it's been all happening, hasn't it? I did miss the first Test match, which was very exciting. Well, from an Australian perspective anyway, even more so. But then Lords, Headingley, Old Trafford, it's all been happening. And it's only been the last match that England or one side dominated for the match.
As Wood defends to the offside. They come through quickly for 1. There's a throw on from Labuschagne to the non-striker's end, but Wood is there easily. So end of the over, 226 for 7. Wood 8, Wokes on 6. You had some success here, didn't you, Glenn? 19 wickets in your 3 tests.
Was it?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I think I got 7 for in 97, and we went on to lose the match, so not really overly impressed. But yeah.
There can't have been too many bowlers that picked up 7.
Well, there were 2 in that game.
Yeah, I got 7, and then Michael Kaspovich got 7 in the second innings, and then Tuffers bowled England a victory, and I was the last guy out, tried to sort of whip it through mid-wicket or mid-on, and leading edge to mid-off, and walked off not very happy, but we only had to chase 120 odd or something, and again the batsman let us down. Always the way, isn't it?
Wood fending at the ball in front of him, no run. Pat Cummins is on right now from the pavilion end, and he is so durable, isn't he?
No, he is.
He just keeps coming. He bowled an 11 over spell, broken by lunch. Andy?
That 1997 Oval Test is unique in Test cricket, in having 3 different bowlers take a 7 for. Never happened in any other game.
You love those stats, don't you?
It was
I
a bit
love
of
all stats, Isha. Don't make me choose.
It was a bit of a dead rubber, though, wasn't it, Andy? Australia were up 3-1.
Wood leaves in the channel. Oh, he looks quick there, Cummins.
Yeah, but no, it's there's no dead rubbers in Test cricket. Well, I never felt
always
there was.
something to play for.
Yeah, there is always, and a bit of pride, as there is in this match here. This is not a dead rubber. Australia need to win for the first time in, 22 years, and England want to take a little bit of pride out of the series. They've been talking a lot of talk, and to go away with losing the series 2-1 or 3-1, I think they wouldn't be very happy.
Cummins in again, as that's driven out to the boundary by Wood. Nice flay of the bat. Slightly fuller on that occasion from Cummins. And Mark Wood delivers. He moves to 12 from 14 deliveries, 230 for 7.
Yeah, no, he's happy to play his shot. Mark Wood there. That's a proper cricket shot. Hit it on the up, though, but backed himself. And we yet to see a short ball bowled to him. He copped a bit of a barrage, but he's taken it on. I think he'll probably take it on if he gets one too.
Cummins goes length and he lets it go past him. We did wonder. Fast bowlers never like being driven, do they?
No,
Glenn?
especially by another fast bowler through the covers.
Especially when he knows he's probably going to receive some short stuff when he comes out to face him.
Oh, there we go. England crowd starting to fire up a little bit now. Bit more noise.
Yeah, the afternoon slump after the lunch break, and now they're just firing up ahead of tea time as Cummins steams in once more. Short, into the air. Mark Wood does have a go at it. He tries to pull in. It's a miscue, and it's one bounce into the rope for 4. So it wasn't long. He just waited an extra ball.
Yeah, you don't want to make it too predictable, do you? So, but yeah, Pat Cummins bowls a real good short ball. Mark Wood, he's laid on it, dropped the head, but just got enough on it to get 4 runs. It just off the edge. Nearly went for 6.
Yeah, but, probably about 6 inches away from being 6 as Wood goes to 16. 234 for 7. Final ball of this over then as Cummins past the umpire. Wood back to driving again. Labuschagne stops the ball. He throws at the wrong end. And it comes through. Wood is back in his crease. In fact, he didn't let go. He was looking to aim for the bowler's end and then changed his mind with Mark Wood probably halfway down the pitch. He does aim for the keeper's end but misses, and I just wonder how close that was.
Oh, no, he would have been out
for 7.
He would have been out. That's at least 2 if not 3 run out chances they've missed this inning. Somebody was saying there hasn't been many run outs.
None so far this series.
We had a chance to, how many today, 2 or 3?
I've just got one other. That was Cummins off his own bowling.
And that one there,
I
reckon that one there he would have been out. So yet to have a run out in this series. That's quite a rarity, isn't it? Well, they've run pretty well between the wicket. They mightn't have played the best shots all the time, but I reckon he would have been well out here, Mark Wood.
Oh, he's in.
Maybe not.
As Marsh is in to Wokes defending back down the pitch. No run.
Yeah, might have called that one a little bit early there, Ish.
It was interesting because he actually stepped on the gas as soon as he saw Labuschagne stop the ball. So he continued on and then realised, what am I doing? And retreated.
Yeah, sometimes you get bowlers batting together. The calling isn't as good as it is with 2 batsmen, but they made it back safely.
2 slips in the gully waiting for Mitch Marsh bowling. It's a heave-ho from Chris Wokes. He advances and it's 6. A couple of steps forwards, up and over. Well, you can't wait too long for an English batter to look to take the attack to Australia. 240 for 7 then as Wokes goes to 12.
Another little partnership forming here.
You turned yourself off, Glenn.
Always turn myself off.
In the excitement.
Yeah, but another partnership forming here by the Australians. Is that 6 or did it half volley
it was
into
straight into the cushion there.
Oh, I thought it was for a bit of grass. No. It's like a catch. If you grass it, it's not. Oh, okay.
No, my eyes are pretty good when I'm looking at the TV screen, and that was straight into the cushion, Glenn.
Oh, yeah, 50-50. I'll give you maybe 70-30.
We did agree on one thing, though, is that Chris Wokes no ball call in the last match. Oh, it's been signalled at 4.
Your eyes are so good, Ish.
No, look at that back. Look at that back. Online.
Your eyes are very good. You're that good. And it's 4. But it's okay. I'll still give it to you.
Marsh is in to Wokes, who's defending. Back to mid-on, no run.
It sort of hit the ground the same time. It was probably 70-30. 70% hit
I need to have a look at that
the
again.
Cushion and 30 the ground.
Make your mind up wherever you're listening.
If it's a catch.
If you get a chance.
If it's a catch.
Maybe not where you're driving right now, but when you get a chance, have a look at that one.
If that was a catch, it wouldn't be out. They put it along the ground.
238 for 7 then. As Marsh is in to Wokes, clipping that out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. That is pinged off his bat. It's a chase on for Josh Hazlewood, who will dive and stop the ball. As it's collected by Todd Murphy, it's thrown in, and they'll come back for 3. 241 for 7.
Yeah, good fielding by the big fellow. He chased that. It looked like it was going into the boundary. Just flicks it back in time with Todd Murphy sort of following up there. Saves a run. Now, is that going to get him a wicket or not?
Well, we'll wait and see. 2 balls left of this over. Mark Wood on strike on 16. There's a deep point. 2 men back in the deep on the leg side, and mid-on's just pushed back a little bit more. As Marsh is in. Wood guiding the ball to a man that's positioned sort of a short third, and comes through for 1. Goes to 17, 242 for 7.
This partnership up to 30 from 5.2 overs now. There's only been 1 5-test series in Test history, 5 or 6 Test series without a run-out. More than 170 such series in Test history. That was the 98 to 99 Ashes in Australia. So we could be on the verge of a piece of history.
Well, it's not that long ago.
Marsh bowls, edged, but falls in front of Gully. Chris Woakes just squinting his eyes there. 242 for 7. 48 overs have been bowled. This partnership now 30 from 33 deliveries. The 2 W's, Wood and Woakes. The lights on here. It is quite dark, I have to say.
A few shadows being cast by the players out there, but it doesn't look threatening this weather, does it? It looks lighter out to the our right here, and that's where it's coming from. So fingers crossed we'll be okay the rest of the day.
Not as blustery as it has been, but still a decent wind getting up here. As Pat Cummins will continue. How many overs has he now bowled?
12 in all. 6 in the first spell, 5 in the second. This is his second of his third spell.
As he shuffles forwards now, he's got 2 big grass stains on his knees as his blaster stumps bowl short, and it's in the air and lands in front of mid-on. Mark Wood looking to go after it once again. Really does gather pace as he approaches that delivery crease, and it was like a bunt, wasn't it? It hits the bottom part of the bat.
Yeah, no, he's very late on that, and it sounded terrible off the bat, which means it didn't hit the middle. Lucky for him, he would have held out otherwise.
Wood taps his bat down, this time tucking the ball to mid-wicket for a single as he comes through.
Yeah, it's annoying. Then you give him a single to get him off strike. And that's what England have done so well. They've rotated the strike really well this series. Australia giving him plenty of opportunities with the fields they've set. But this partnership now growing. Australia will be keen to pick up these last 3 wickets.
I was talking to Aggers, 350, maybe par on this pitch, but in these conditions, 275, 300, as Cummins bowls on the stumps to Woakes, who tries to tuck that squarer. It actually only makes its way to mid-on as he gets right across over to the off stump and outside. No run.
Yeah, it's a massive gap on that leg side, isn't it? You've got mid-on, and then you've got a deep square leg, deep fine leg, so it's so much room just to turn it on the leg side there. I think Woakes has been, I'll just give Mark Ward the strike. Woody can play the shots, and occasionally I might just advance down the wicket and play one. So they're going well together.
Cummins in again, and that's played to the offside. Good length delivery in the channel. He guides out to deep backward point for 1. Chris Woakes, 244 for 7. Woakes goes to 14, so a useful partnership this between these two. They formed a nice alliance in this Ashes series, firstly with the winning runs at Headingley, then with the ball in hand. 23 wickets in 2 test matches. I think they're both going to be key when it comes to this next innings, but for the moment, out in partnership with the bat.
Yeah, so there's only 4 minutes now till tea. Australia would dearly love to pick up another wicket here. If these two can get through, they'll be happy as well.
Cummins bustles in. Into out from Mark Wood, up and over extra cover out to the deep cover boundary, and it'll kick on out there into the rope. So 4 for Mark Wood as he goes to 22, 248 for 7.
Yeah, I was thinking that was going to be a short ball, but Mark Wood had different ideas the way he played that. He's looking to play a few shots. This one here, is he going to get a short ball? Or
I think this might be predictable, or will it be full on the toes?
Might be fuller, top of off stump, because you're sort of half expecting a short ball
What
after
would you
this
bowl?
one. I don't know. In this stage, you're probably feeling a little bit more emotional. There's a little bit, the heat's rising. So you're probably giving him a short ball, but we'll see what happens.
Cummins goes length, and he misses it completely through to Alex Carey, backing away, looking to pepper that offside again.
I think he was expecting a short ball there, Woody.
248 for 7 at the end of the over. So we reckon this will be the final over before the tea break. Might get one more in. Todd Murphy coming into the attack now from the Vauxhall end.
Yeah, he's got 1 for 11 off 3 overs. He bowled Moeen Ali, but Moeen didn't look too good, did he? Looked like he's tweaked something in the groin area, which is not good. England will need him bowling. There's a little bit turn in this pitch. But, yeah, he looked very ginger. You wonder if he can actually field.
So he pressed the accelerator button as soon as he knew he was injured and entertained us for 20 minutes or so. But Todd Murphy coming into the attack here. He did extract Moeen Ali, bowling him as he looked to take him over mid-wicket. Just angled into the stumps, not a lot of turn, just went on with the arm. Todd Murphy, who's just bowling a few through to Usman Khawaja at mid-wicket.
So what's Mark Wood going to do here and Chris Wokes? Are they going to look to take him? It is the last over before tea. They don't really want to lose another wicket, but playing too many big shots. But that's the way England are going.
Yeah. There's Chris Wokes having a quick scan of the leg side field. There's a man at deep backward square, and deep mid-wicket is Murphy is through to Wokes, who defends. Maybe just a little sighter, have a look at a couple.
And then run down the wicket now. I think we'll see, the fact that Chris Wokes is on strike, I think he'll just play this over out. Mark Wood might have had different ideas.
It's a real green tinge to this wicket as Murphy is through short to Wokes, who plays the ball to extra cover off the back foot, looking to punch it past him, but doesn't get the power. Definitely looking a lot brighter over to our right as the clouds pass over us. As Murphy up and over, and it's driven out to cover. Travis Head out there off the point boundary. It's quite long square of the wicket, so he's about 20 metres off anywhere. As he comes through, they only pick up 1. So Wokes to 15, 249 for 7. And they're just having a quick chat now, Wood and Wokes. If it's in the arc, pump it down the ground. Is that what he's saying?
Wokes is probably saying, just get through these next 3 balls, Woody.
I think that's more what he's saying, yeah.
I know you want to hit him downtown, take him down, but just control it for 3 balls, please.
Wood, forward press, and beats the edge. It's the one that goes straight on in the channel. Leaning forwards and looking to defend. Oh, he plays his bat right out in front of him there. So 2 balls to survive until tea. Murphy bowls, and this time Wood just lets it go. He'll want to make him play this ball. How many runs have England been going at in the afternoon session, Andy? I'll get this after this ball is Wood still in his crease, forwards and back and covering the ball. They're going to come through for 1 as that's played to the offside. Extra cover, sprinting in, and that is the end of the session as England make 250 They are 7 down after 50 overs. So a clean 5 runs and over for this innings for England. Australia winning the toss and electing to bowl first here on day 1 of this final test match at the Oval. Lots to play for still. England want to draw level. Australia wants to win here for the first time since 2001. How do you see things then, Glenn?
You'd probably say Australia just in front at the moment. They picked up 4 big wickets that session. And England again scored over 100 runs. So they're scoring quite quickly when they're out there. 119 runs from 24 overs. But it's the 4 wickets that England lost there that sort of probably works against them.
Yeah, that hurt them big time. 4 for 28 is what they lost in that session. Harry Brook was going along nicely. There was that really good spell from Mitch Starc where he was just getting that ball shaping and the wobble ball that he's been working on as well. He looked really threatening. Josh Hazlewood came in and was getting swing as well. So good conditions for the bowlers. And they've been able to punch back after England started things really well this morning. They were 50 for no loss after 10 overs. Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett starting with a bang, but not in an extreme Bazball way. It was still the kind of smart Bazball approach that we saw in the last Test match. Then Australia fighting back, and England again, this partnership just helping them to that 250. So it will be Woakes and Wood to resume after the break. Woakes 15 from 20 and Mark Wood 23 from 25. But those wickets to fall. Ali for 34, having picked up a niggle to his hip flexor. He was out for 34 bowled by Murphy. And then it was Ben Stokes. It was an absolute beauty from Mitch Starc. It was a very difficult one for the captain to play. As he leaned forwards, it just shaped off a length. Got that swing going to hit the top of off. And then Bairstow to fall soon after, bowled by Hazlewood. Chop on when the score was on 208, followed by Brook, who was the key wicket because he looked silky smooth for his 84 off 90 deliveries, timing it like no one else was. Out to Starc, caught by Smith, a good catch for him to his right. So a few more thoughts from you, Glenn, and then we'll hear from Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, no, this game continues to move at a rate of knots. We've seen it the whole series. England going along 5 runs and over at Test cricket. You know, they're setting a new standard there with the way they play. There's been matches before they go along at 6 runs and over, 7 runs and over, and again 5. So even though they've lost 7 wickets, they're still up around the 250 mark at this stage of the day. If you lost 7 wickets, you'd think you're probably closer to 180, 190 if you're lucky. So yeah, continues to move along this game, Agus.
Certainly does, Glenn. And the light is a little bit better. I was a bit concerned there, I must say, the last half hour or so of that session. Really got very gloomy indeed. At the moment, it looks a bit brighter over there in the west, which is good news. And the showers, if we believe the rain radars after Old Trafford, appear to have passed just to the north of London. So that's good, and it's looking clear for us. So hopefully we'll get through to the close today uninterrupted. We've got an absolute ring of stewards. In fact, there's a double ring there. One on the very perimeter of the ground, just on this side of the boundary edge, and then another of very athletic-looking types standing there within the boundary. I suspect, just in case anyone penetrates the first cordon. In fact, to be accurate, there's 3 cordons. One literally up against the fence, and another just inside the boundary, and then the other ready to go, looking like rugby fly halves there, just in case. So that's the security that's required these days at international sporting events and others. 250 for 7 is the score. Now, this Test match not only signals the end of a memorable Ashes summer, but also the final time that Test Match Special will be broadcast on Radio 4 Longwave. So as of next year, of course, you'll be able to keep listening, as you can already, on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Sounds. You can go via the BBC Sport website and the app, and also on smart speaker. And so, with Radio 4 Longwave itself saying goodbye, we'll also wave farewell to a regular and very popular interruption.
Commentary continues on
Sports Extra,
BBC Songs,
and via the ABC in Australia. But
Radio 4 Longwave listeners
are leaving us briefly
for
that shipping forecast.
Yes. This is the final game where we head to that mysterious world of German bite, Dogger, and the rest of it. And Jim Maxwell sitting alongside me. I know it's a great sadness, and in fact you're looking at something that's arrived in the post today.
Everyone loves the shipping forecast, it would seem, particularly Joe Yates, who has sent me this cover for a cushion
Very
that
nice.
she has made. She's a textile artist who lives in York, and two of her very favourite things are TMS and the shipping forecast. And she sent me a gift, which I'm keen to take home, of course. She says she designed and hand-stitched two original pieces of art based on the often used shipping forecast phrases. And then she had them scanned and printed onto cards and fabric and used the latter to run up a cushion cover for me. So she says, enjoy the last match of the series. Thanks for TMS and another fabulous summer of commentary. So it's a very attractive thing which has written on it, moderate or good, occasionally poor.
Sounds like my commentary.
Well, it sounds a bit like some of the cricket, but it's mainly been a bit more.
You've had a tea towel in the past too, I think, haven't you? Over the years ago.
It's in my bag. If Henry just looks around in my lovely pound bag over there. Have you seen this?
I'm sure
it's a lovely thing.
That is an actual map.
Yes.
On a tea towel of these mysterious places that we hear about twice a day. There they are. So we now know where Dogger is. It's just Skegness by the look of it. Just out to sea. All right. Well, it is. I know, a sadness to you. We've also heard from Carlos Brathwaite.
Yes.
Just then, another commentator, somewhat infatuated with the shipping forecast. And while playing at Warwickshire, Carlos learned of a story about a member at Edgbaston who'd recently passed away, and he wanted Carlos's version of the shipping forecast to play a part in his funeral.
Got word that a long-time Warwickshire member and fan listened to the shipping forecast, had it recorded, and unknown to persons at the funeral, had someone play it during the funeral, and everyone was bemused, and they said that is the character of the man, that is something he'd definitely do. But it was touching because it was an innocent moment, just following along with radio for long-wave listeners, and being a bit inquisitive, leading to reading the shipping forecast, and then to know that it had the impact that it did, that someone would want to leave a lasting memory of the funeral, was quite touching. The family were really good about it. Remember meeting, I think it was the sons, and got them some tickets, and just want to give them a shout out as well for obviously letting me know the impact that it had, and just goes to show a little can go a long way. So may he rest in peace. But that was probably one of the more touching moments I've had in my short commentary career so far.
Well, that's a remarkable story. Carlos Brathwaite. Now, it is worth pointing out that the shipping forecast itself is going nowhere. You'll still be able to hear it on Radio 4 FM twice a day, 3 a day on weekends, as well as on BBC Sounds. And the Coast Guard itself will continue to broadcast a service to those on the high seas. Let's find out some more about this institution with two people who know far more about it than I do. From the Maritime and Coast Guard Agency is Andrew Colnut, and the head of meteorology and hydrography is Matt Pavitt, one of the area commanders for the HM Coast Guard. Lovely to have you both with us. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Jonathan.
Great. Good to have you with us. I'm not sure if that was Matt or Andrew, but let's kick off with Matt first of all then. So for those who are not in the know, I mean, what actually is what is the shipping forecast and why do we need it? Nope, that must have been Andrew who I heard the voice of then. So Matt, can you answer that question, Andrew?
Yes, this is Andrew. Yes, so the shipping forecast is one of a number of forecasts and warnings that the Maritime and Coast Guard Agency produce or are produced by the Met Office on behalf of ourselves as part of our Marine Weather Service. We want to make sure that we are providing all the maritime safety information available to all the mariners, so we can make sure that they are receiving all the navigation warnings and the weather warnings to make sure that they are sort of travelling safely, or even planning their passages carefully, or possibly not even attempting to go out if the weather is going to be absolutely awful. So it's one of the key marine weather sections that we broadcast in order to sort of meet our SOLAS, which is Safety of Life at Sea, obligations on behalf of the UK.
Right. Matt, you are there with us, I think, aren't you?
I am indeed. I'm back now.
There you go. Great to have you with us. I mean, how long has this been going for?
Well, I mean, it goes right back to several hundred years. There's been some form of availability right back 1850. A guy called Robert Fitzroy, he started it. So it's been around in a format, and obviously I can't tell you when the BBC got involved, but it's certainly way before my time.
Well, I'm looking at Jim's map on his tea towel, and some of these places are. I mean, they are quite. They're well out to sea. I mean, does the BBC and Longwave actually reach out to Rockall and German Bight and so on? Can you pick up Longwave out there?
Yeah, I've sailed down across the Bay of Biscay, listening to it down there, and some of them have been changed over the years. The names have changed a bit. But yeah, you can get it right down across the Bay of Biscay, absolutely no problem, sort of loud and clear, listening to the cricket, sailing across the Bay of Biscay, listening to the weather and the cricket. What more do you need?
Perfect. It's a perfect combination. And there is, I mean, Andrew, there is something romantic about, I don't know, Test match special linking up with the shipping forecast. It's just a silly old tradition as far as we're concerned. It can interrupt some fairly important passages of play. I know that producers sitting behind me have been sweating on, the last wicket this Test match is going to fall at 4 minutes to whatever the hour is. That's going to be the shipping forecast. What are we going to do? I mean, are people literally hanging on to this and waiting for that precise moment that the shipping forecast comes?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the shipping forecast and Test match special are both sort of icons of in the BBC psychology, really. They're intricately dovetailed, and unfortunately, when the bad weather does arrive, then sometimes it interrupts the cricket coverage, unfortunately.
There's some great names. Jim, what's your favourite name out of all these? If you had to pick,
German Bight.
You like German Bight? Okay, so that's over there. Yeah, well, it's near Germany, I suppose. It's that one, isn't it? Or is it? Yes, it's just kind of northwest Germany. I've always wondered where North at Sierra and South at Sierra is, and I can see them on the tea towel. Where do they come from, Matt or Andrew? Where does that name come from?
At Sierra is a tiny island just off of the Norway coast, and the areas are split. Sort of half the island is in North Sierra, and the other half is in the other one. But it's a very tiny island. But the weather in that area is sort of particularly interesting, so it needs their own sort of area to define those regions. But yeah, a lot of the areas have changed their names or changed area, or, the size of the area, over the years. So at the moment we've got 31 shipping forecast areas, Longwave covers all of those. But of course, the coverage on Longwave will end at the end of this calendar year. But as you said, it will be still available via the Coast Guard, broadcasting on their channels, and also on FM and BBC Sounds.
Yeah. So, I mean, North at Sierra, South at Sierra, there's an island there. Rockall suggests there's not very much out there. How does that get the name?
There is a small pinnacle that is above the surface, which is called Rockall. And in order for that to be classed as part of the UK, somebody had to basically sleep on it or stay on there for a certain number of hours, which they did. And it's classed as part of the UK, so our territorial waters extend that far out. So Rockall is named after this tiny little rock pinnacle, out in the Atlantic.
Okay. You learn something new. A dogger. What's the history of dogger?
Well, that's a very shallow area of the North Sea. It's probably anything maybe only 20 metres deep in places.
Wow.
And it was when in times gone by, when the UK was still connected to Europe by land before the sea levels rose, that area was very important for as a living place and for hunting. So it's a very shallow area that has only recently been sort of drowned by the sea over the last 8,000 years or so. But it's considering how far offshore it is, it's still very shallow.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, because I, as you may or may not know, I'm a very amateur pilot, so I'm used to metas and taffs, and I am surprised that people still take to our high seas, if indeed they do, relying on something like the shipping forecast. You'd think it'd be much more up to date and modernised than that, and they've got all the computerised weather forecasts and stuff coming. Is that really not the case?
Well, sorry, go on, Matt.
Andrew, you go for that one, Andrew.
I mean, I was going to say we deal with people who they've got all the technology and all the various fancy ways of getting weather forecasts. I grew up in the southwest of Cornwall in a small fishing village, and the guys down there, they wouldn't dream of going and making a decision whether they go and fishing without listening to it, and that continues to this day. I'm sat here now, right up on top of the White Cliffs of Dover, looking across the English Channel. There's decisions being made about sailing and racing tonight based on the shipping forecast at lunchtime. So
wow.
It's very much still being used day in, day out.
That's remarkable. Look, thanks to you two very much indeed. It's been very much part of our lives. Andrew Cole and also Matt Pavitt. If you want another treat from BBC Sounds, by the way, I can recommend the Sleeping Forecast. Now, this is a wonderful collection of episodes with soothing music and gentle conversation that helps you drift off at night. And one of these features Nish Kumar. He's reading famous cricket scorecards. Now, here's a little taster.
Chris Wokes, 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wickets for 19 runs. Joe Root, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 wickets for 26 runs. I'm Nish Kumar, and so concludes this sleeping forecast.
Well, I have to be honest, Jim, I've not come across that. I mean, you could actually read out one of Geoffrey Boycott's scorecards, couldn't you? And that would probably send you to sleep anyway without all of that. But there you are. That is the sleeping forecast.
You didn't realise how soporific you were as a broadcaster.
Well, there you go. You've got... Come on, give us a taste of some of your favourites on here.
Here we go. Viking northeast 40s. Variable 2 to 4. Slight or moderate. Showers, fog patches in Viking. Moderate or good. Occasionally, very poor in Viking.
That'll be your visibility, won't it?
Yes.
You can't see where you're going.
Here's one down here. Oh, I have to have this one. German bite. Humber. Variable 2 to 4. Slight, occasionally moderate at first. Occasional rain. Fog patches for a time. Moderate or good. Occasionally, very poor.
Very poor. That's when it comes in, doesn't
Occasionally
it?
very poor.
The drizzle comes in, you can't see anything. Well, there you go.
That's Manchester for you, yes.
Well, we've learnt a lot about the shipping forecast. Thanks to those two for coming on. So this is the last Test match in which the shipping forecast will feature, which is... It's sad, I must say, 30-odd years of doing it, and so the shipping forecast threatened to come in at crucial times in a game. I know Peter Baxter and Adam Mountford, our producers, have thought at times, oh no, what are we going to do? They're a little bit flexible with it. It can be moved a few minutes here or there, but only later. You can't bring it forward. That brings, because people might miss it. But people hang on.
Wasn't it a longer version originally? It seems to have been trimmed up a bit.
I think, to be honest, I think they read it a bit more quickly these days.
Oh, right. A bit like
cricket's exciting.
A bit like reading the soccer scores.
Exactly. Cheers, Jim. There we go. And
Here we
go. Thanks for all the memories of the shipping forecast. 2:50 for 7. The light not very good. But they're carrying on for now. Joel Wilson's still got his sunglasses on, which won't help, I wouldn't have thought. 2:50 for 7, and we've got Mark Wood on strike to the first ball of the final session of this first day, and it's clattered away off the back foot as Stark bowls short and runs out to Todd Murphy, who's down there at deep square third man,
and they take a single. So 251 for 7. There you go, Tuffers.
Afternoon.
If you had the sleeping forecast?
The sleeping forecast? Well, I'd be pretty good at that. It would just be...
You don't need it. It can be quite nice, though, that I don't know, it's a white noise or whatever it is that just plays in the background and takes away...
Absolutely.
Background
I
sound.
go to sleep with rainfall.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's nice, isn't it?
It's nice, yeah. Put it on the phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes you feel all cosy.
Well, you can try the sleeping forecast.
Yeah.
Cricket scorecards being read out very slowly.
Yes.
251 for 7. Yes. In comes Stark, round the wicket, bowls, and hits him on the pad, appeal flag before wicket, umpire Wilson.
Gone.
I thought he'd raised the finger there. It had a look about it that suggested that's out. And Wokes it is coming for a conversation with Mark Wood. It looks as if he's reviewed it, but the only question with Stark is whether it's going down the leg side or not. They have decided to give it a go. Well, they might as well.
Yeah. That's a shame because this partnership was just developed in. Mark Wood's played well, hasn't he?
Yeah. Second ball of the
Third
session.
umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW.
Bit of height.
Original decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
Umpire Menon, this is, up there in his box. He is quite wide of the crease. Is it slipping down the leg side? That's the question, really.
Okay, ball is very close to the bat. Can we have alternate, please?
Knee roll.
I don't think it's hit the bat.
It's hit him on a knee roll as well.
Keep it going, please.
Oh, hang
okay.
on.
Is
it has hit the bat.
There is a clear spike when the ball is next to the bat.
Wow.
Can I go back to Joel?
I'll tell you what.
Joel, you need to change your decision.
I think the
You're on screen now. You can signal not out.
The most surprised person on the ground is Chris Wokes.
Yes, it was, because he's walked up to his mate, Mark Wood, and he just said, well, I think that's out. So sometimes, you know all these batters, they always say, oh, well, you always feel that you've got a little nick on it. Well, obviously, Chris Wokes didn't there, because he thought it was plumb.
Well, he absolutely did not know that he'd edged that.
No. Oh, well, that's handy for England, because if they can... What is the partnership at the moment, Andy? It's going along all right, isn't it?
39 from 7.5 overs.
Yeah, useful.
251 for 7, and Stark will have to try again. There's 3 slips. Man out at deep backward square leg. Wokes on strike. He's on 15. He's earned a reprieve there. A Stark comes in and bowls to him, and he's hit that away powerfully through the offside for 4. That won't do much for Stark's humour. He thought he'd got in there.
What a bit of timing that is.
Absolutely leathered it.
Well, it's really good through the offside, Chris Wokes, isn't it? That is his area. And as you say, it wasn't a huge swing of the bat. He's just sort of hit the shot, just put the bat there a little bit uppishly, but I mean, that's absolutely flown to the barrier. Timing, pure timing.
Width from Stark there is the shot was on.
Yes.
So 255 for 7.
It's just getting England to a bit of a score here.
Yeah. Stark bowls, and that's driven and dropped. Another one goes down. It went very quickly.
Is that Cameron Green who's dropped that?
No, it's Marsh.
Oh.
Marsh in the Cameron Green position.
Yes.
It went very quickly, and he's grimacing rather, but that's what, 5?
Yeah.
5 chances today?
Yeah, 4 catches and a run out.
Yeah. But he thrashed at it. It went very quickly, but very catchably. To Marsh. It was similar really to one that Warner dropped.
It is quite a tricky seeing ground, the Oval.
It is. I absolutely agree with you.
Yeah.
I don't know whether it's the brickwork or what it is. It is always difficult to pick a ball up here when you're fielding with a crowd. 257 for 7. Stark again moves in bowls, and Wokes defends this time and pushes that back up the field. So he's had a reprieve for LBW. He's been dropped at slip.
Yeah, and it smashed 4.
Smashed
oh, no,
4
another 4. Did that go? That did go for 4, didn't it? Well, it must have been travelling. Oh, 2, because he got both hands on it. And I should imagine they're pretty big, strong hands from Mitchell Marsh. Yes, the other one I use on those apps is when I'm sitting in the back of the car, going somewhere. It is the like the summer noise. The summer in England.
That's nice.
Yes, it
little
is.
Insects.
Yes, and a little. Ooh, ooh.
You must have the same thing as I have. In comes Stark and bowls, and that's played away into the onside. I use it when I'm in London. Yeah, because of the noise.
Oh, you don't like it, John, do you?
No.
You don't like getting on that tube, do you? It frightens you, scares you.
It's very quiet in the Beaver, and you don't get noises like sirens and stuff very often, unless there's trouble with the farmers next door.
I remember you had all sorts of trouble the other year in that. You got lost, didn't you? You were wandering around all the tunnels.
As a country boy. So that's when I had in London in particular, and it just
chills you out.
Softens the noise, doesn't
Absolutely.
it? Yeah. Well, I shall try this one, the sleeping forecast.
Yes.
See how that goes on.
Is it you? Is it you doing the reading?
No.
Oh. What have they got reading it then?
No.
There's only one person who can read out surely the cricket score.
Well,
That's you,
well,
isn't
I
it?
thought so. Nish Kumar is doing it.
Oh, okay.
So no, he does it very
well
nicely.
done. I'm sure he does it very well. I was just thinking he might have had a little little sideline.
Hadn't thought of that actually. Now we've got the spinner coming on. This is interesting.
Yes.
Mark Wood with 4 men
like it
catching in the leg side.
Yeah, I like this ploy.
And a slip. In he goes and bowls on the good length. And Wood prods the ball back to the bowler.
He's played very nicely against the sort of the quicker bowlings because you react, don't you? But I'm going to call him a lower order batsman, Mark Wood, because he's played very nicely this series. But he will try and have a little bit of a whack at it. It's a big field, the Oval.
And he goes again, and he's flogged that through the offside square.
That's a good shot.
That's going to keep going. There's a fielder out there, it's Head, who will dive. Oh, well, part of him went over the boundary there. And of course, everyone behind him is frantically signalling that that should have been 4 runs. And I'm sure we'll get a replay of this, but he did well to get all the way round there.
Corey goes a quick tash, doesn't he?
Well, he's
got his tash back.
That must be a stick-on.
Is that a stick-on?
It must be. Because now his foot's on the boundary there.
It's 4.
That's going to be 4 runs.
Yes.
That is remarkable, because I said to him at Headingley,
I know.
where's the tash gone? And he said, well, I had to shave it off. He got the wrong size clippers out. There's 4 runs.
Yeah.
And he's got the full one on.
He's got the full Mexican.
He must be taking some tablets or something. You can't grow hair that quickly. 261 for 7. In goes the spinner again. He's bowled him. Cleaned him up.
Told you.
And that brief but entertaining cameo from Mark Wood's come to an end.
Yeah.
Out for 28.
Yeah, tried the same shot again, the smear, sort of square to the spin bowler, and you get bounce. Let's have a look. I bet the bounce has done Mark Wood there.
It was an ambitious shot.
It was an ambitious shot, but it's just kicked on him a bit and missed the outside edge from a bit of a heave.
To be fair, that's twice now that Pat Cummins has brought the spinner on at moments when you think, okay, that's interesting, like when Moeen was batting, damaged groin, difficult to get the stride in against the spinner, as we know. Great decision, got him out. Not a very good shot. Likewise here, you like the ball coming on, Mark Wood. Try a bit of this.
I tell you,
1-4,
I might have
cleaned him up.
I could have been a captain.
English cricket missed something. I'm not sure what.
Yeah, all right, Andy.
But English
that was a
cricket
loud
missed
laugh.
something. It was a loud laugh from Andy, actually.
I'm sorry to interrupt the English Richie Benno, but the figures on that partnership, 49 in exactly 9 overs.
Andy.
Very useful, and here comes the Hawk. He's not in his night mode. No. I think he's probably playing a few shots.
Yeah. Well, I don't mind it because lights are on. Leaden skies, overcast, little bit, you know what I mean? If anything, someone like a Chris Wokes would be thinking, it would be nice to have an hour at them. Might get 2 or 3, might come up tomorrow and it'll be bright sunshine.
Well, there's lots of time left, aren't there? There's looking for the overs remaining up on that board. 39 overs remaining. Well, they're not going to get close to that.
Well, there you go. Andy's poised. 39.
Yeah, it was 39 at the start of this over.
No, well, we never do.
Wow.
We never do.
Well,
I don't even know why we keep banging on about that.
Well, the trouble is they're kind of wearing everybody down to the point where it doesn't matter anymore because the game's exciting.
Yes. Well, yes.
But then I got accosted in a friendly way by a chap at the Manchester Hotel saying, I've paid all this money and I've not seen all my cricket.
Well, yes, you've got to think of the spectators and the viewers.
Customer.
Sorry, yes.
You can't call them punters.
No, can't call them punters.
So, Broad has arrived, and we've got a bit of an in-out field. Here's a short leg.
He might pick up 3 for him.
He might. Then goes Murphy, bowls, and Broad turns him away into the leg side. He'll sweep him if he can, but that's turned away with a vertical bat for surprisingly moustached Travis Head. That is remarkable. I mean, there are many things that have taken us by surprise in this series, but the speed that man grows a moustache
is up there.
It's in the top 5.
It is. I think it could be my Ashes highlight.
How's he done that?
I don't think the term surprisingly moustached has ever been used on TMS before, has it?
I don't think it has, but given the fact that he didn't want to lose it in the first place, it was a piece of sort of a grooming error that took some of it off in the first place. So he had to go through with it, take it all off. Murphy again, let's turn out to mid-wicket. I mean, what Fred would say about conversations like this. We didn't talk about grooming errors back in the 90s on Test Match Special, I can promise you.
Well, that was a shock, wasn't it?
Yeah. 262 for 8. Man out there for the reverse sweep look. As Murphy bowls, tucked away by Wokes. To long on.
Yeah, you've got to
take a single to keep the strike.
Yeah, sorry. You've got to be very wary at the Oval, especially tail-enders, for going across the line because of that bounce.
Yeah.
Cross-batted shots, cuts. You get a lot of people sort of cutting top edges called keeper, and sweep shots, or just like Mark Wood wasn't really a sweep shot, but it was sort of slightly across the line. It just bounces past your outside edge.
Is there an ointment or something you can rub on?
Well, it must have been.
To encourage sort of like a fertiliser. To rub it on, and baby bio, or whatever they call it. Soak the top lip in something.
Yeah.
It's amazing how that's grown.
Yeah, wouldn't like to see his back.
It's been a great year for silage.
Apparently so. It's a 4-cut year.
So there you go. Same sort of a thing. Now, Stark is going to bowl to Wokes. They've got deep backward square leg, long leg, and there's 2 out on the offside boundary because he likes to play out there square.
Yeah, of course. That's his shot.
Yeah, in comes Stark and moves in, bowls, and Wokes
There it is
flashes
again.
it away,
Yeah.
crashing it hard down to third man. And they're taking a single, which brings Broad down on strike. And what are they going to do here? He'll take it on.
Be 1 or 2, won't it? Yorker or bumper.
Yeah, there's no short leg, which suggests that perhaps they won't go too short to start with. 264 for 8. It's been a day that's again it's gone in a bit of a flash, really. In fact, everything's gone fast, apart from the over 8.
Yeah, it's a bit of a slow outfield.
That's true.
Lush, isn't it? Green. Look at that green it is. I mean, we've had some rain, I know, but it's a beauty for the Oval because it does seem to get pretty browny sometimes.
Now, they're putting Marsh here in a cunning place.
Yes.
He's halfway to the boundary, really, at third man, but not all the way.
Not quite a fly.
No.
Not deep enough for a fly, I don't think.
It's a short third man, we'll call that.
Yes, it is.
And there's 1 out on the hook, 2 out on the hook on the leg side. Deep point. 2 slips.
I'll go bumper.
In comes Stark, moves in, bowls to Broad, who gets a good length ball. Good job, we weren't ducking that tough, which he prods out to head. He's fielding at cover.
I was usually quite good, actually. I sort of like going out there and going, oh, I reckon this one's going to be full. Oh, yeah, it's full. Oh, bumper, lovely. But then when it got to about sort of like the 6th or 7th delivery I'd faced, I was sort of, oh, no, I'm not quite sure which one this is.
Really guessing, but they're not.
Really guessing.
I love the fact that at lunchtime today, you announced the fact that your innings of a second ball duck, you'd hit Shane Warne for 4.
Listen, excuse me, that was the test 4 years later.
In comes Stark again, bowls to Broad, he steps away and slices it down. Do you know, that was almost a brilliant piece of captaincy. And that went about 3 yards away from Mitch Marsh in that position we were just discussing. At a perfect catchable height. It was absolutely spot on. And he just wasn't quite square enough. That was all, but that was... Well, that's homework, that's research. And that comes down to crunching the data, I think, as to where Stuart Broad plays a short ball round about the off stump, and Marsh was perfectly placed for it. Just didn't go quite to him. If that had been caught there, that would have been outstanding. 268 for 8. Here's Stark coming in from the far end, bowls to Broad, he steps away, heaves into the leg side. He's just popped it over Bidon's head. It plops to the ground. He didn't really get hold of it, and they come back for 2, but I think he did a Tufnell there, and he predicted a short one. And he was retreating, backpedaling rather, and it wasn't quite as short as he thought it was going to be, but he managed to get some bat on it.
Yeah, no, that 4 was 4 years later, my last test match. That was my last test match, and if you'd like to verify that, Andy.
Is that why you were dropped?
Well, no. I think the 1 for 150 had something to do with it.
That never helps. So what's coming here, Stuart?
What do you reckon?
Short or full? I think he might go short again. Let's see. Stark runs in, giving nothing away. It has gone short. It's skied. It's going to be caught.
toe end of the bat. It's up in the air forever. It's taken by head. And Broad walks off, essaying the stroke that he would prefer to have played, which in his mind, no doubt, would have produced 4 runs. That was brief but entertaining. And Broad's gone for 7.
Yeah.
And England lose, well, their 8th wicket now, 270. He was right. He did step away.
Had to reach it, didn't he? Had to reach it. Toe at the bat, but I think there might just be a thought that let's make sure we have a decent bit of bowling here.
Yeah.
If you can slog a quick 20, that's not the end of the world. But let's get out there and get bowling.
Broad actually out for 7 there. So off he goes. He was in the air a long time. Poor old head. He had a long time to think about dropping that. The wicket's falling now. 270 for 9 it is. And Jimmy Anderson
he's just crossed
on his
Jimmy.
way out. Just offered him some advice there. I'm not sure what it could have been. He only had a very brief look at the bowling.
I think it was there's a little bit of extra bounce there. Thank you, Stuart.
Yeah. Poor old. And I mean, Jimmy Anderson. Why he had to bat at Old Trafford when he was basically just a coconut shy, I don't know. But out he comes. He's faced so much short bowling.
Yeah. Yes. Well, Merv Hughes used to have a nickname for me. He used to call me target practice when I came out. So it is like a moving person. But Jimmy will give it his all, try and get another 10 or 15 and then get bowling, as I said.
We talked about Travis Head's moustache. I saw Jimmy Anderson this morning.
Yes.
I think he's been to the Turkish barbers.
Oh,
absolutely. Have a look. Chris, look at him on the screen. Absolutely smooth. One of those, finished off with the hot towel.
Oh, it's lovely. Have you had a couple of them? Oh, they're lovely.
No, I haven't.
Oh, you must go for them.
Yeah. The last time I went to, we have a very nice Turkish gentleman in Melton who cuts my hair, but I think he was in a bad mood last time, and I'm still. It was weeks ago, and I'm still. It was quite a brutal.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. So I haven't dared get rid of the razor.
They put the old hot towel round to open all the pores, and then they slap the old aftershave on. Gives you a little jolly up.
Well, I think Jimmy's had one of those.
Yeah, it looks like it's sharp.
Very sharp. So what's he going to do? Well, they've got a man out there for the hook, and I can't remember Jimmy Anderson scoring too many runs off the hook shot, but they've got a man out there anyway, and Stark's on his way. Anderson waits, in he comes, bowls to him. Oh, he's LBW surely first ball. They're all appealing. Joel says no.
Going down.
It's hit him absolutely on the back foot. And the Australia reviewing this, I mean, from here, here it looked plumb. It looked like he was playing French cricket, but maybe it's missing leg stump.
I reckon it might.
Third umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision piece.
I mean, it looked so out. There must be a good reason here why Joel Wilson didn't give it out. Because it's missing leg, I think.
If ball seems to miss the bat, can we have a try, please?
That's missing leg stump.
Yeah.
But it's absolutely... Oh, he's gone nowhere, is he?
No, he's in both feet inside the crease.
Clear gap between bat and ball. Keep it going to the pads, please.
I think he's missing leg stump, I reckon.
Thank you. No bat involved.
He's
ball
missed it by about a foot. Let's have a look. Ball tracking, I think it's going to show going down leg.
Joel, waiting for ball tracking.
I think they all know it's going down now as he takes his... They're all going back with the marks.
Yeah.
Well, they've actually turned round. It's Tom Murphy going over the bar.
Yeah, even the Aussies' correctnesses are now... In fact, Pat Cummins is setting the field. We're still waiting for the technology.
Yes, come on. Well, that doesn't help for the over rate, of course, does it?
No, it doesn't.
And concussion tests and things like that, which are all very crucial. So,
Pitching in line, impact in line, wickets umpires call. Thank you. I go back to Joel on field.
By a
Joel, you can stay with your decision. You're on screen now. You can signal not out.
There we go. Well done, Joel. 270 for 9. And Anderson, I mean, he was literally playing French cricket in the garden there. But he survives. 270 for 9. Wickets are tumbling, runs are falling, and Daniel Norcross is replacing me.
Thank you, Aggers. Tom Murphy starting you over. Little kick on the left leg. He's in to Wokes. And Wokes flicks this away. Fine. I'll get one. Might just be the one. He wants to come back for a second. He's coming back for that second, and he gets it back comfortably. 272 for 9. I mean, it feels frenetic, and England fans will be disappointed by the nature of some of the wickets that fell. But if you put a side into bat, and let's say Tuffers,
yes,
you bowled them out the last ball of the day, and they made 272.
Yeah,
you might say that's honours even. Really.
Yeah, it's a strange pitch because sometimes you sort of like one gets sort of bowled just short of a length from Pat Cummins, and they just get back and knock it through that sort of vacant gully region.
Murphy in. It's been attempt to whip it away, but he couldn't catch up with it. Wokes down the leg side, neatly taken by Carey. There's no run.
I mean, you get the thinking that par's about 310, 320, don't you? So you're not a million miles away.
I mean, here at the Oval, it sort of has been. It's sort of 300 to 320 sort of pitch. Yeah. So they aren't that far behind par. Murphy in, and Wokes just defends this to the onside. No run. I just want to ask about Broad's shot though, because Broad played a genuinely splendid innings in concert with Ben Stokes when he nearly pulled off an extraordinary miracle at Lord's.
Yes.
Fuelled by the righteous indignation of the stumping. Whether he was right to be indignant is another matter.
Was he stumped or run out?
Stumped. As Murphy is in, and that's driven back at him and dropped. He didn't really get hold of that, didn't Wokes? It came off the inside half of his bat, and it wasn't the most difficult caught and bowled. It was a sharp catch. But Murphy's saying, I didn't really see that.
No, difficult.
Burst through his hands. It's another drop catch from Australia today. Wokes not quite getting to the pitch of the ball, being a bit leg side of it. And Murphy, fingers pointing up around about sternum height, would you say? A bit higher than that, maybe, actually. Sort of shoulder height.
They're always tricky. They're always tricky for the spin bowler, because you see the bloke coming down and it's usually a great big swing of the bat, isn't it? And you go, how's it coming back at me? You know what I mean? And that's exactly what he did. They sort of went feeling for it and pushed it away.
He survives, so Murphy's got 2 balls at left-handed Anderson, and Anderson has got a man. There's someone out for the reverse sweep. Deep backward point.
That's his shot.
And he's gone for the conventional sweep, and hits it nicely out to mid-wicket. And they don't take the run. Because they want Wokes on strike at the start of the next day.
Sorry, I wasn't.
61 miles an hour, that.
He gets it through at a zip. He gets it through at a good zip. I bet he's a good bowler on a turning pitch.
He was almost unplayable in indoor.
Because he's, absolutely.
In again, and he's off for the reverse sweep, but he picks out backward point. Well, he's struck those 2 balls very well, Anderson. He's survived. Went along the ground, end of the over, 273 for 9. Wokes has 26, Anderson yet to score.
I think Jimmy Anderson, sort of like block, is the reverse sweep.
Yes.
You know what I mean? He's got more chance.
He plays that better, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
But I want to get back to Broad, because Broad at Lord's, and you'll be able to tell me exactly how many balls he faced, but there was some pretty hostile bowling coming at him. He got right in behind it. He blocked it, because he had Stokes at the other end, smashing it into the mound stand. Now, he's got another bloke at the other end here, Chris Wokes, who's got a test century, and he's rather a good batter. And he just runs away from it and spoons it up in the air.
First of all, I think he fancies a little bowl on here for an hour or something, just to try and nick a couple out. He'll get that. And also, sometimes, the resolve of the tail end. You know, when there's something that's fueled you, as you say.
He's got 3,647 runs.
Listen, he's coming toward the end of his career. He don't want to get any more blows. Believe me.
Stark starts a new over into Wokes, and Wokes goes for it and hit it high. Mighty shot back over the bowler's head for 6.
What a shot.
How far back did that go? We'll have a little look in a minute. He just cleared the front leg and has thwacked it. That's England's 5th 6 on the first day of Test match. We have a look at the replay, delivered from round the wicket, right out of the middle of the bat, out towards the pavilion. Let's just see anybody get a hand on it. Not quite. It's just gone into the picket fence.
A bit low on the bat and the weight leaning back, but got a good piece of it.
Yeah, mighty sharp.
Yeah, it was.
279 for 9.
I know where this one's going.
Start in.
There you go.
And on the pads, flipped away to short mid-wicket. There's no run.
I would have been hooking there.
Nostra-Tufnell was, for once, not right.
I thought he might get a sniff of one there.
I thought he might.
No fast bowler likes to be, as you say, larrowed back over his head to 6. Straight as well, it was straight.
The field is sort of out and in. There's a long leg, a deep backward square, short mid-wicket. Mid-on is about 15 yards in from the boundary. Mid-off is a little wide, and is sort of saving the hard hit 1. There's a slip, a 4th slip, a deep cover, and a deep backward point. And Stark is in, and that's short. It's hit in the air, out through that backward point. They're going to run 1. They're going to come back for a second, and they're actually going to get 4 for it, because a bit of a mix-up between Murphy and Khawaja out there. They nearly ran into each other.
After you.
And in the end, Wokes picks up 4 more. England are 283 for 9 now, and they're almost at the point when you might say they've got sort of parity.
Yeah, that was a real after you, and then after you, and then
Wokes to 36 with a couple of boundaries.
Call a name.
Yes, exactly.
That's what you got to do as you're running towards your mate at full belt.
Well, I just shout yours in that situation. Start into Wokes. Short. This gone high in the air, should be taken, and is a deep backward square leg. And that is the end of England's innings. They've made 283 all out, having been put into bat. Travis Head taking that catch on the deep backward square leg boundary, about a yard inside. It was short, and Wokes knew he had to go for it with Anderson at the other end. And having been put in, they've been bundled out in 54.4 overs, but they've scored 283. So it'll be like a lot of things that have happened in the Bazball era. A sense of it could have been worse. It could have been better.
Could have been. Say, Chris Ritz just got him a little bit high up on the bat. He's hit that pretty well, considering it was, to say, about the middle of the bat. Travis Head, very good, safe pair of hands. But I don't think England will mind that, and I think probably Jimmy and Wokesy are the two guys who were just thinking, right, let's get bowling.
Well, let's take a look at this, Tuffers.
Yep. Well, it's overs, isn't it?
Well, it's overs, not time. So it's 16:36 they'll be back at. So they'll have an hour and 54 minutes, which, joking aside, will be about 26 overs.
Yes, well, you don't
Which
mind
is
that.
quite nice, isn't it? When you've got four seamers, you can sort of think of it as 6 overs each kind of thing. Moeen, we don't know if he's going to be able to come out.
No, gone in the fetlock.
Yeah, so it's going to be a matter of the four pace bowlers, Anderson, Broad, Wood and Wokes, and under grey skies with the lights on.
And I'll tell you who I fancy to bowl well here. James
Anderson.
How about that? Not that he's got a great record here. I think it's probably one of the worst places. I mean, he's still got
49 wickets at 32.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's not bad. Pretty good. Not bad. But, not his most favourite ground. But I just think that this pitch has got that little bit of extra zip.
Which he's lacked, hasn't he?
Yes. I mean, Angus Fraser used to always say to me, because, when he was not bowling so well, they'd all go, oh, Fraser's lost his nip. This nip, whatever this nip is. We're not quite sure, because I was looking at his speeds at Old Trafford, and it was like 82, 83, solidly.
But those pitches that we saw, I mean, actually, the first and second test were the worst for it. But Old Trafford wasn't a lot better.
No,
remember, England got 590 in 110 overs or whatever.
Flat, mate.
So,
you don't do that on a seeming, bouncing, swinging pitch.
I'll run you through the scorecard in a moment, but first we were just talking about shipping forecasts and tea.
Yes.
So just a reminder that when we do leave Longwave, Test Match Special will continue on 5 Sports Extra, on BBC Sounds via the BBC Sport website and app, but also on smart speaker by saying 5 Sports Extra.
Is that to like your little box?
Yeah,
you speak to.
Have you got a smart speaker?
No.
Well,
I'll get one.
Maybe that's something. For your birthday. The shipping forecast itself will be on Radio 4 FM as well as on BBC Sounds.
They spy on you.
The smart speakers.
Yeah, don't they sort of listen to what you're saying?
I don't know. I don't have one.
No, right.
I've got this this TV now where it picks up on what you say.
Yes.
But sometimes it doesn't realise you're not talking to it.
Exactly.
So you're in the middle of watching something, and suddenly it'll fly into some completely obscure program.
Ted Lasso or something.
Well, maybe not even that, because you might have just said, I met him up a mountain, and suddenly, it's some program up a mountain.
I wasn't talking to you.
That sort of thing can happen.
Yes.
Anyway, let me take you back to the start of the day's play when Pat Cummins finally won a toss, and he did what everybody expected him to do, put England in.
Did he stay tails?
He did stay tails.
He stayed strong.
Yeah, he did. Good for him. And there was a lot of concern that this might be the day that England are bundled out. We haven't had a bundle out, really, in this series yet. What's the lowest score, did you say, Andy? 223?
224.
224. It's the lowest team score in the series.
It's a bundle-ish. I wouldn't say it's a bundle. 150, 180 is a bundle.
Well, did you not say that there hadn't been an Ashes series for a while, which...
There's never been an Ashes series previously without a sub-220 all-out score.
Yeah.
So it could come in this match. Could yet be Australia. Well,
who knows?
Who does know? So let me take you back to that point. And Ben Duckett showed incredible aggression.
Played well, didn't he?
Charged down the wicket at Hazelwood, smashed a sort of pull drive straight back at the bowler. Hit 41 from 41 balls before he was the first to go. A little tickle down the leg side. Batted really well before he got that little brush down the leg side. Wasn't given out by the umpire, but was overturned on review. That was 62 for 1 after 12 overs. And Australia would have been a bit concerned just before that it wasn't working out for them. But then 3 wickets for just 11 runs in 22 balls. Had Zach Crawley caught Smith by Cummins for 22 off 37, and Joe Root, the really big wicket today, trying to play that angled shot down through deep backward point, dragged it onto his stumps. He was out for 5 from 11. That was the first of a few bowls today. That was 73 for 3. But then the main event of the innings, a partnership of 111 in just 18 overs between Moeen Ali and Harry Brook, lit up the oval. It was fantastic stuff either side of lunch. But Moeen Ali then got what looks like a bit of a groin strain, and the moment he did, he moved from playing the supporting role to Harry Brook to having a good old thrash, and it couldn't last. He was bowled by Murphy for 34 from 47, 3 fours and 2 sixes in that knock. Then Ben Stokes came and went in no time. A good ball from Stark, but he was looking to turn a ball that was swinging away from him into the onside, presented only the outside edge. The ball clattered into middle and off. He was gone for 3. That was 195 for 5. Bairstow dragged one on from Hazelwood for 4 off 14. That was 208 for 6. And when Brook was out, wafting at a wide one, after having compiled a quite scintillating 85 from 91 balls, albeit that he had been dropped with 11 fours and 2 sixes. England at 212 for 7 didn't look like getting anywhere near 250, but a fine partnership between Wokes and Wood of 49 restored proceedings somewhat before Wood was out, bowled by Murphy, looking to have a good old hack. He got to 28 off 29, suddenly thought he was Bradman, and then got out. Stuart Broad felt that despite Chris Wokes being at the other end, the right thing to do was just to smash the ball as hard as he possibly could, and inevitably therefore presented a catch to Travis Head inside the nominal ring off the bowling of Stark for 7 off 5. And then Chris Wokes, that was 270 for 9. Chris Wokes hit a 6 and a 4. And a couple of other runs besides before he was out, trying to access the deep backward square leg boundary, caught by Head off the bowling off Stark for 36 from 36. England all out for 283 in 54.4 overs. Stark finished 14.4 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 82. Josh Hazelwood 13 overs, no maidens, 2 for 54. Cummins 13 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 66. He bowled better than that, but his figures in the last 3 innings don't make pretty reading, and he's going at well over 5 and over. England have clearly targeted him. Mitchell Marsh 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 43, and Todd Murphy picked up 2 wickets, both bowled. Moeen Ali trying to have a hack, and Mark Wood trying to have a hack, 2 for 22 in 6. So 283 England have scored. They're going to have a good old length of time to bowl at Australia this evening, but sort of the perfect length of time, slightly under 2 hours. So they better keep their cricket bowlers fairly fresh, you would imagine, and this could be a very testing time for Australia's openers. Andy, you picked up a microphone, then you put it back down again.
Just a couple of things on that. 5 players out bowled. It's only the 3rd time in a home Ashes test since 1948 that England have had 5 or more players out bowled in the same innings. Most recently Lord's 2015 in the first innings, second innings at Nottingham in 1989. And then you've got to go back to both innings of the Oval Test, 1948, Don Bradman's last match. England had 5 players bowled out in both innings, and in all 6 missed chances, 5 drop catches and a missed run out. 3 of those drops within the first 20 overs. In the CricViz database, only 1 other occasion in which Australia have dropped 3 chances in the first 20 overs of an innings. That was back in 2008 against West Indies.
Thank you. And thinking about those bowls in 1948, none of those 5 are anything like as famous as Bradman's, you would imagine. So 283, how do you assess that, Vic? It feels like a sort of staying in the game kind of total.
It does, doesn't it? It depends a bit what happens in the next couple of hours. I watched them practicing just before they got out, and Stuart Broad was out there warming up, and then alongside him was Mark Wood, and I'm just wondering whether we might have a new opening attack based on that.
Well, Broad is going to bowl the first over on the pavilion end, so you might be right.
They might be, Jimmy. I don't know how. First change. We'll just wait for the lacquer to come off this ball, and then you can try and swing it after about a dozen overs. Well, we'll see. But that is possible. Well, but I just happened to spot Mark Wood there going through his paces alongside Stuart Broad, who will be bowling the first over, of course, because Warner, well, he's not taking strike. He's at the non-striker's end at the moment, but he'll be at him. And 283, well, you know, if it was 280, you were making the point off air actually. If it was 283 off 83 overs, you think, well, they got put in and they've struggled a while long and got a total that is keeping them in the game. It's slightly odd when it's 283 off. I can't
54.4.
54 overs. You think, well, maybe they got a few more, but we've got to keep recalibrating how we think about this game.
Well, they lost the wickets because of the way they played, but they scored the runs because of the way they played. So it's sort of a zero-sum game,
now,
really.
The other thing to look out for, I'm pretty sure this is the case, I can't see Moeen Ali out there. No. Which is no surprise, the way he was hobbling off after being dismissed and picking up that groin strain.
I wonder who the sub-fielder is.
Well, we'll soon find out, but I think he's at long leg.
He's at long leg, yeah.
Because he can't wear an England cap. Everyone else has got their England cap on.
Here comes Broad, first ball of the innings. Into Khawaja, struck on the pad, and it's going down leg, surely. It's not given out, and Bairstow's gesturing that it's going down leg. It did not feel out, and Broad has been instantly convinced that perhaps that's
I don't think,
trifle over.
I'm not sure he was instantly convinced.
Well, right, it's not.
I don't think. I'm not sure he's ever instantly convinced. He's had a quick chat with umpire Wilson. There's two subs actually. Yes, way down the leg side.
Two subs, yes. Dan Lawrence is on as sub for Moeen. Josh Blake on for Wokes. That could be because Wokes was last man out pads and sorting out his gear and whatnot.
Doesn't usually take that long, but anyway.
But he was running fine between the wickets, wasn't he? So I don't think there'll be a problem of that sort. Broad in again, and that bounces through to Bairstow quite nicely. Shouldering arms is Khawaja.
So Dan Lawrence has probably got his England cap on, but I'm just trying to work out where he's fielding. He's had a sort of frustrating summer, but he's going to be a permanent...
I think he's got backward point.
Yeah, he's going to be a permanent presence at the Oval because he's been...
Well, yes.
Seduced to Surrey.
Seduced?
Well, I think so, yes.
You think?
Well, he's chosen to... I think... Yeah, well, you should take it as a compliment as a Surrey man, I suppose.
I can give you an update on that if you like.
Oh, yeah, I'll look forward to that at the appropriate moment.
Yeah, after this ball.
Well,
Broad is in. And Khawaja gets one down the leg side, which is a good tumbling take from Bairstow.
Oh, inside info, perhaps?
No run. Somerset is still there, still hanging on.
No, on Dan Lawrence coming to the Oval. It's a big move. It's an interesting move, this, from afar.
Well, it is, isn't it? And you look at Surrey's batting lineup. If they had, I'm not quite sure precisely where he fits in, because you've got Jamie Smith and Will Jacks, Dan Lawrence.
Well, they will want him to bat in the top three, I would have thought.
You would think.
Rather than recruiting an overseas Tom Latham, perhaps.
That could be it. An extra fast bowler. Broad in, round the wicket. That strikes Khawaja on the pad. There's no run. Actually, apparently it's Tom Elam, not Josh Blake.
Is he related to other Elams? I don't know.
Alan and Mark.
Our team of researchers will find that out eventually.
Just taking a look again at the replay. That's
high.
It's high, but there's some bounce, there's some carry, and fear not, Wokes watchers. I can see Chris Wokes just with a kind of medicine ball, practicing, loosening up. So I think he'll be on at the end of this over. Broad, 4 slips in place. He's in. Khawaja defends. Back up the wicket to the bowler. No run. Yes, Taunton. Somerset 154 for 9. They're still 44 behind.
Okay, well, that's Surrey forging ahead in the championship. Just really only possibly Essex.
Well, Essex will only be 17 points behind, Essex.
No, that's
with 3 games left. So
yeah, that's
plenty to play for. You can catch all those county championship games, of course, on the BBC website, sport website and app, as well as all the highlights on today, of which there have been many. Broad in, and that's tucked away for the first run. Australia's innings off the pad, off the hip to backwards square leg. Khawaja is underway. That's the end of the first over.
Jimmy's going to bowl.
Australia's innings. Khawaja 1, Warner yet to score. more thoughts from you, Vic, and then to take you through the next 20 minutes, it'll be Jim Maxwell.
OK, well, I led you up the garden path with Mark Wood going through his warm-up exercises. It's going to be... We've got old soldiers everywhere. We've got Jimmy Anderson about to take the new ball, and Jim Maxwell, the other Jim, to describe whether he can make, I think for the first time in this series, a breakthrough in his first spell. Is that... I'm looking to Andy Zaltzman for confirmation, as one does. I don't think he's got a wicket in his first spell in this series.
4 wickets in the series, and probably not his favourite ground, the Oval, but rising 41 years of age with a prodigious record, and they've stuck with him here. Let's see what he can do. Will it be one of those spells for the old days, reviving memories of his best swing bowling? There are 4 slips. Let's see what happens. He comes in now. He bowls. Khawaja leaves the ball outside the line of the off stump. Australia none for 1. They've actually made a far more impressive start than England this morning, who faced a maiden over. Was that the only maiden of the innings? I think it probably was.
There were a couple, 3 in total.
Right,
2 by
okay.
Cummins.
That was an
Stark.
extraordinary start, really, given all this Baz bowling stuff.
Yeah.
They played out a maiden.
Crawley left about 4 balls in a row.
In fact, he left quite a few. It was Duckett who was whacking it around. Now, here's Anderson. He goes in again. Khawaja leaves at the death, and then it moves away after pitching towards the slips taken low down by Bairstow. So England 283 sent in. Fitson starts. Australia spilt 5 catches, missed a couple of run-outs. Had a pretty ordinary day in the field, but Steve Smith did clutch 2, which has taken him to 56 catches in Ashes matches, more than any other fieldsman. So that's quite a record. Anderson in front of us, moving in, and Khawaja leaves another ball. He knows what's going on. If it's out there around the off stump with bounce in the pitch, he's not playing. Knowing when to leave, the classic opening batsman's choice.
Jimmy Anderson's opening spell so far this series, before this series, 6 spells. No wickets for 75. Those are his first spells of innings. He didn't open the bowling at least one of those innings.
Yes, you'd have to say it must have been a marginal call to stick with him, as well as he's bowled for a long time. He bowls now and down the line of the pads and away, swing way down the leg side. It's allowed to pass. So there's a lot of sentiment and loyalty around Anderson, and that's understandable because of his prodigious record. Now, the story on Moeen Ali has a right groin injury. He will continue to be assessed and will not take the field for the rest of today, which has left England 1 bowler shy. Here comes Anderson, and he plays and leaves. It was fuller, it was closer, but he left it. So he's just creating a little indecision as this over goes on about playing and leaving.
Yeah, well, he's left the ball well throughout this series, to be fair. When did Khawaja... Because when he started his test career, he didn't open the batting, did he?
He batted at 3 in his first test.
But for quite a long time before he started, because I suppose there was Warner and someone else.
Just watching him pitch up here, and he pushed away on the offside, threw mid-off. Runs here for Khawaja. Fuller and straighter. He's landed on it and picked up a couple. And the score rolls over to 3 after 2 overs. Yes, well, I'm trying to think who was up there opening.
Quite a long time. He converted himself, in other words.
He was after Kadich. Watson, of course, was around at that period too.
They would have opened quite a lot.
Yeah.
And it's quite unusual for people to go up the order nowadays. I mean, sensible batsmen prefer to go down the order because there are more runs to be had there, by and large. But Khawaja's gone up.
Well, because he went up when Travis Head pulled out with COVID, and he got an opportunity to play there, and that's how it sort of worked out. He just kept scoring runs, which he's done fairly well in this series. But It's Warner now versus Broad. Here we go, Broad bowls, and he's nudging away to backward point. There's no run there. Lawrence is getting his hands around it before he can score. So this battle resumes.
And well, I was curious. Elam, it's not that common a name, and Tom Elam was on the field as a sub.
Yep.
Surrey second team player, son of former all-rounder Mark Elam, who played in the 97 Ashes series, and therefore the grandson of Alan Elam, who played for Kent, who was renowned actually for his fielding. So,
what a lineage. Here comes Broad. On the walk goes Warner, doesn't score. Sends it straight out into the covers where Stokes is fielding. Andy's on the tic-tac. Have you found someone? Opening with Khawaja?
Oh, well, I was just looking at Khawaja's opening.
Around that time? Yeah.
Well, when he's opened.
That history.
He first opened in November 2016 against South Africa in Adelaide and made 145.
Oh, that's right. Pink ball game, yes.
Then against Pakistan in Sydney in January 2017, shortly after that, 79 not out.
It's Warner facing Broad. Broad comes in, Warner leaves outside the off stump. Anxious moments here.
And did very well in Dubai, 85 and 141 in a test in October 2018. Just 3 more innings as opener before he then dropped out of the side following the 2019 series. Came back during the for the New Year's test in 2022. Did very well, 2 centuries and number 5. Promoted to open in the final test when Travis Head came back. Didn't do well in Hobart, but has done very well ever since.
It's a great record. But it's Warner we're watching keenly here as Broad comes up to him and he's forward. He turns it away. Very fine. It's gone down to the boundary. Runs or leg buys. What's the signal from the umpire? Leg buys. So he has not got off the mark. A glancing blow, as it were. It just skidded away on the deflection from his thigh pad and down to the boundary for 4. So Australia slowly underway here, and Broad looking for that 18th Warner dismissal. Quite an imposing record, and I can see it 4 years ago on this ground too. Here he comes around the wicket again at Warner, who's on the walk, and then on this push past Bairstow. It's gone down to the boundary. There may be buys. No, runs. They are runs. Wow. He got a nick on it. Bairstow was the flying trapeze artist, and he couldn't get his left glove on that. It was pretty wide. He got a little touch on it, and it just went into his outstretched glove. Just flicked it.
It flicked his fingers.
Yes. A moment.
Yeah.
If Smith dropped that one this morning, Bairstow dropped that, I would say.
No question.
It's a harsh call, but
yeah. No question that the ball hit the bat. It was outside his body down the leg side. It didn't deviate much, but it was going a long way down the leg side. Bairstow dived just the tips of his right hand, got
tipping point. Tipping point.
Yeah.
He was on naught. He's 4. Broad comes up to Warner. Warner pushes. Whoa, he says as he sends it out to Lawrence there on the offside. So he's busy as ever. Australia none for 11 after a near eventful over bowled by Stuart Broad.
Yeah. Well, maybe that'll be a little significant moment. It was a half chance really for Bairstow, I guess, and just because he touched it, we'll mark it down as a chance, and it might make all the difference to Warner. It was a big test match for him. He's declared his preferred exit strategy as a test player, but actually it's not up to the player, it's up to the captain and the selectors up to a point.
Up to a point. He's like Anderson, there's a lot of emotion that seems attached to all this about when and if it's going to happen. And Warner enjoys the luxury on this tour of no one really pushing Harris to an extent, but poor old Harris hasn't played a game for ages.
Yeah, that's the nature of modern tours, actually, that once you play the first 2 tests, even if you're not scoring many runs, it's a huge risk to bring someone else in because they haven't played. Anyway.
Now, what's happening here, Jimmy Anderson?
I don't know.
Where was he?
Jimmy's...
Was he down there at...
well...
He's making a long walk from that part of the ground to his bowling...
he's got his full
bowling marker.
Four slips waiting, hoping for that nick.
Let's see if he can get one in the right spot to attract an edge. There are four fellas very keen to grab it if it comes. Here comes Anderson now. He bowls a ball that's beating the outside edge. Ball that moved away off the pitch. Khawaja played the line. The ball moved and missed the bat, but not by a lot. These sort of fine margins that are the difference between a wicket and not for Anderson in this series.
Didn't quite carry to the keeper that one though. Even if he'd nicked it, I don't think it would have got to him.
No, half volleyed. Anderson keenly watched by everyone here as he moves in, and Khawaja leaves. That was wider, fuller, wider. Khawaja picked it up quickly. No need to play at that. So 283 versus none for 11. Oh, that other stat I was chasing earlier in the day, the sending ins and the success and otherwise. Manchester, we had the story there. No one had won a test match after sending the opposition in. I'm sure it's happened here a number of times, but it probably swings both ways very strongly in the Ashes matches. Anderson goes up, Khawaja's back, and he's beaten again. Another ripper. And that was almost the spot to hit the edge, but it hit the pitch and moved sufficiently to beat the outside edge. So support for Anderson ringing out around the ground after a couple of plays and misses.
Yep, that was a better delivery. It carried nicely too, that one. I suppose if it'd been a fraction fuller, he might have nicked it. It just moved too much.
Yep, get it fuller, but then he might hit it out of the middle. We'll see. He's running in now, Anderson. He bowls a ball that's a little wider, not quite full enough, and it was allowed to pass. Okay.
There have been 17 oval tests in which the team winning the toss has put the opposition into bat. The toss-winning team has won just 4 and lost 7 of those 17 games, with 6 draws. Of the first 8 occasions, 6 were drawn and 2 were victorious, including one of the most famous games played in this ground, 1998. Sri Lanka won the toss and put England into bat.
High scoring. Muralitharan. Anderson bowls, pitching up, and that's driven. And that's what happens. He's driven it straight past the bowler and the stumps down the ground. It's slowing up a bit, but it makes it to the Toblerone down there, and they get 4 runs. So that's the other side of it. When he gets a bit fuller, he's likely to be driven, and Khawaja did just that.
Yep. Lovely little economical straight drive, nicely timed.
That was that 1998 game. Muralitharan took 16 wickets, 7 for 155 in the first innings, and Ranatunga, whose strategy was to let Murali have a rest between innings, he then took 9 for 65 in 54.2 overs in England's second innings.
9 for 65. Anderson bowls back and across, defending. Well watched by Khawaja in that over, and Australia have moved to 15 without loss after 4 overs in reply to England's 283.
I think I remember about that game that England got about 440 in the first innings, and Ranatunga got a lot of criticism. What are you doing putting him in? He said, look, I need my Murali to have a rest in between innings, so I have to put them in. And of course, Sri Lanka got about 600 and won the game easily in the end.
The one by an innings?
They won by 10 wickets. They had a short chase at the end of day 5. Double century, I think, for Jayasuriya. Sri Lanka made 591. But of the last 7 out of 9 occasions that the team winning the toss has put the opposition into bat, they've ended up on the losing side, including the last Ashes test here when Australia won the toss and bowled, and the World Test final when India won the toss, put Australia in, and lost by 209 runs.
So England have got something to defend. Can they get a breakthrough? That's the question at the moment. We've got quite a session to follow, another hour and a half here. So it's Broad around the wicket again, and Warner's on the walk, and the defence back up the offside. You were launching?
No, but I'm watching Warner.
What are you thinking?
Well, I'm thinking, I mean, it's a different sort of Warner.
Well,
in the early Warner, you just thought he was out there and he was going to dominate you. And now he's kind of moving early, and he's moving, covering his stumps. He's coming down the pitch, but usually, so far anyway, he's ended up playing a defensive shot.
Broad comes up, bowls to him, and he's forward to a length delivery, pushing it away on the offside. The worry is he gets off balance doing that, and when he bowls a wider one, which he likes to hit the for four, and he'll chop it into his stumps.
Well, that's right. And also he's moving quite a long way towards the offside. And it's such a pronounced move that I'm not sure he's able to move again, if you see what I mean. If there's a wide ball, he's made his movement. There's not time to make another movement. And by the end, he's sort of batting outside off stump probably to Broad coming around the wicket, but he's still there.
He's watching as Broad goes in again. Warner forward. He tucks that away. That's right up on his toes and squirted off to the deep square region for a couple of runs.
Broad, as ever,
2 runs.
He's got his hands on his head. So,
LBW.
Oh,
he hit it.
Middling off. But it was just full enough for Warner to control the shot. It was not quite middling off. It was more leg stump, actually. Middle and leg stump.
I'm surprised that he hasn't. Well, he's probably thinking of it at some point. If he's not, the ball's not doing enough around that off stump. Why not go the old way, back over the wicket?
Yeah, he doesn't.
He's got 4 slips and now a leg slip.
It hasn't swung much today, has it, the ball? Well, you'd think it would. It's been overcast. It's the Duke cricket ball, but it hasn't swung for anyone much.
Broad bowls and Warner's 40 edging, thick edge to backward point. It was along the ground, but it was another uncertain shot with Broad attacking that area up and around the off stump where he's so often had Warner LBW caught or bowled.
Well, he did get a little flicker of away movement there, Broad.
So 4 fellas waiting in the slips, and this is a very tight, tense, absorbing battle between these 2 old rivals. Broad goes in again. Warner forward, miscue slightly, looking to push away. Got an outside edge. Broad's hands hit his head again, looking quizzically at the batsman. He said, "You're going to give me number 18. I can see it. It won't be long now."
Well, it's
got your name written on it.
It's a false shot. He's letting Warner know that he knows that was a false shot. It's a duel within a duel, isn't it?
Yes, this is what excites you about watching Test cricket. These little battles, even if there are no runs scored. Broad around the wicket again to Warner. He's on the walk and the push, and he gets a run this time square to the wicket on the offside as Lawrence ran across to his left to collect it. So it's none for 18 at the end of the over. Warner keeps the strike. He's 7, Khawaja's 7, and Ishigu is ready to come in and have a yarn with Victor Marks.
Well, it may not be a long yarn because I'm disappearing quite shortly, but a different tempo as ever to England's first innings. I know there was a maiden to Crawley, but after that the runs came quite freely. They're not coming that freely at the moment, but there are no wickets down. We're sort of like voyeurs watching Warner battle with Broad and his inner demons to see whether that will work. We're watching Anderson to see whether he's battling with his inner demons. Hello, Isha.
Hello. As Anderson is in now, as that's swatted away to the boundary. A bit of width on offer, angled across, and Warner carves into that one, almost throwing himself off balance as he punishes that away. 22 for no loss then into the 6th over, trailing by 261 here, Australia. It's a fairly dramatic scene here at the Oval. The clouds have parted somewhat. See a bit of blue dotted around. And the lights are on here as Anderson circles, pushes forwards now, 4 slips waiting as Anderson bowls to Warner down the leg side, doesn't get anything on it as he goes through to Johnny Bairstow. Warner's moved to the 11 off 14 deliveries as Glenn McGrath has slipped in. I just bumped into James Anderson's dad, who I didn't realise it was his dad. And he made the comment just before the players went out to the field. I'm just going to go and find a quiet corner to watch this. Naturally some nerves, but Anderson is in past the stumps to Warner, who's defending to the leg side, no run. You sort of forget, don't you, that that parents are still nervous and anxious, even though he's bowled, he's playing in his 173rd Test match. 183rd Test match. Imagine the years of anxiousness watching your son bowl as Anderson on an angle. Bounding in again. Warner advances, gets into position outside the line of off and just turns that ball to Stuart Broad at mid-wicket, no run.
No, you're right, Ish, and g'day everyone. It's the parents sitting at home, and my mum always said it, because the first time I noticed it, my son was playing just for school, and he went out to bat, and I was really nervous. I just wanted him to get off 0. He got a run, I relaxed, and I mentioned it to my mother. I said, it's watching your kids go out to bat. It's actually quite nervous. She goes, well, now you know how I felt for 14 years. So I went, okay, different perspective.
Open stance for Warner, who covers the ball inside edge down to long leg for a single. There's that one, maybe just a bit of nip back off the seam. It is a fairly green surface here at the Oval, more green than we've seen before, as Warner goes to 12, trailing by 260. Australia, a green tinge present. And there's just something in the air here for the bowlers, which is why everyone's on the edge of their seats waiting, as Australia have made their way to 23 for no loss. But wicketless so far, England. Khawaja back and across and defending to the leg side. No run. Comfortable defence there for Khawaja on 7. 23 for no loss.
Yeah, Jimmy's old man would probably be a little bit more nervous than normal. There's unfortunately hasn't had the best of series, and is this the last time we're going to see Jimmy at the Oval? It's he's just been one of the most incredible bowlers of all time, hasn't he? 183 tests, closing in on 700 test wickets. He's only 11 away, am I right there, Andy? 11 away. You just love him to get it, because it's no other bowler, not even sure Broadie's going to get there. 700 test wickets by a fast bowler would be incredible.
For any normal series, he would have got there already by now. But just the 4 wickets in this series, averaging 75. Anderson, as Broad is in from the pavilion end, round the wicket to Warner, who's pushing at the ball to point, no run. Walking back with purpose is Stuart Broad, sensing an opportunity early on. He's into his 4th over. Can he just work some magic here against a man that he's been very successful against? Just got him out 3 times in this series. Andy, is that correct? Averaged 9 against him in the last series here is Broad. Deliberately places that ball in his hand. Arms pumping. Bowls. Edged and taken! He's got him, he believes. Now Stuart Broad is turning to his teammates. It's been given not out. What did that hit? England are reviewing. But Stokes with a quizzical look on his face. But Warner was unmoved as well.
Third umpire to director. We have a player review for caught behind. Original decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
Broad signalling, was it glove onto forearm? We'll see here. Was there any bat involved first?
Okay, ball is very close to the bat. Can we have ultra edge, please? Yeah. Okay, keep it going, please. Gap between bat and ball. Keep it going, keep it going. Okay, it is off the elbow. Thank you.
No bat involved.
Check LW, it's too high. I'll go back to Joel on field. Joel, you can say with your decision. You're on screen now. You can signal not out.
And a very good decision from Joel Wilson. So a bit of excitement there for England.
Yeah, that ball did bounce a little bit more. Just that away swing, extra bounce which you see every now and then. Carried through to Johnny Bairstow, but unfortunately didn't hit the bat or the glove. England lose a review.
It is 3 times still that Broad has got one of this series, 3 for 57. Got him twice for 30 runs in Australia in the last Ashes there, and 7 for 35 in 2019.
There's getting some movement though off this surface. That ball was angled towards the slip cordon as Broad is in again. He bowls as Warner defends back down the pitch. He gets right out in front that time, almost advancing as he played it. Can Stuart Broad just rally this crowd? Can he get them behind him? Because you just sense that if the atmosphere is with him, then he might be able to have one of those spells that we've so often seen from him.
Yeah, he loves it, doesn't he? Always gets him to lift. But you saw in the Australian innings, the first 6 overs didn't move around a great deal, but after that,
yeah,
there was a lot more swing. So once that lacquer comes off the ball.
Brought in to Warner, who putts at the ball. Plays it down to the ground, over to the leg side, no run. Yeah, well, it's into the 7th over now, so that's where we might see a bit more action, potentially with Chris Woakes coming into the attack. They've got Mark Wood up their sleeve as well. They've been the 2 most threatening bowlers in the last couple of Test matches, as Broad. Sets off once more. Warner looks up. Open stance, back and across, working the ball to mid-wicket. And it's a chase on as he'll come back for a couple. Mark Wood with the throw. Australia then go to 25 for no loss. Warner to 14. And over in the distance, over to our right, it looks quite clear at the moment. Bright skies. We did have a forecast of some showers, but it's looking good at the moment as another slip is just coming in here. So 4 slips here for David Warner. Broad with his headband on, leaning forwards, now charging in. Warner back and across and defending to the leg side. At the end of the over, it's 25 for no loss. Australia trailing by 258. Khawaja on 7 and Warner on 14. We've seen plenty of action today already. England bowled out earlier on. We saw 3 wickets in the first session, 4 in the afternoon. It was all happening very quickly, wasn't it, Glenn? And then those 3 wickets being wrapped up very quickly by Australia after the tea break before these 2 out in the middle. So Ben Stokes just having a word with his bowler, James Anderson, who turns 41 in this Test match, Glenn.
Yeah, that's incredible. Still playing at 41. He must absolutely love the game. But, yeah, the thing that England did well, they went along at a rate of knots. They went on it along at 5 runs and over. Australia going along at under 4.
As that's clipped off the pads from Khawaja, just straying there. James Anderson will go down to the boundary. 4 runs, 29 for no loss, trailing by 254. Khawaja to 11.
Yeah, Jimmy just said to the umpire there, to Damasceno, I'll come around the wicket, please. Just changing the angle slightly. Just a little bit straight there. And Khawaja helped himself to 4 runs.
It's a lovely view up on the Corinthian rooftop. It's just up there a minute ago. It's such an amazing vantage point as they'll see Anderson running into bowl to Khawaja, who drives to mid-off on the up. Just a tentative push, that one, from Australia's opener. Can he just find something here, James Anderson?
Yeah, it's been quite a subdued crowd here at the Oval. Everyone's sort of just waiting to see what's going to happen, who's going to take the ascendancy. Quite a vital test for both teams, this one.
Anderson pushes forwards, round the wicket again. Khawaja defends the ball to a vacant mid-on. Stuart Broad loses his hat as he chases the ball down and tosses it back to James Anderson as they come through for 1. So Khawaja to 12, 30 for no loss Australia, trailing by 253. Wherever you're listening, send us in your messages. It's been a wonderful Ashes series. We had the opportunity, didn't we, in the last Test match when the rain was falling, to talk about the sliding doors moments. Glenn, as Anderson is into Warner charging back down the pitch, and Anderson collects it. The ball just patted back at him and Warner has to retreat quickly. So many different moments when you think of the drop catches from England in that first Test match. You think of that period of play at Lord's where England were 180 odd for 1. And they lost those wickets quickly to the short ball. Anderson round the wicket again. Warner driving to extra cover, no run. The Johnny Bairstow dismissal that just fired up the captain, Ben Stokes.
And the members and everyone else at the Lord's ground. But there's been so many moments, hasn't there? You think if England could have taken their catches, the scoreline could be very different. If certain other things happen in there, you know, Australia could have done. But you know, that's cricket, isn't it? You can go back through every series and say things like that, but every day's been riveting stuff.
Warner works the ball to mid-wicket, no run. Slightly fuller there from Anderson on the stumps. At the end of the over, it's 30 for no loss, 8 overs bowled, trailing by 253. Khawaja 12, Warner 14. Results?
Not every series, Glenn. I mean, most of the ones you played in. Look back at the turning points.
Sorry, every test.
6-0 instead of 5-0.
Every test this series. There, is that better? Yeah, I didn't mind the 5-0 ones. They were still enjoyable. Depends which side of the fence you're on, I guess, doesn't it?
But you preferred the series where you were tested a little bit more, surely?
Yeah, I'm pretty easy. I'm fairly flexible and adaptable. 5-0, 1-0, 2-1, 3-2. I'm always pretty happy. But, yeah, I've even had to revise my prediction for this series after the last test. So I've settled on 3-1. Where are you at, Ish? 2-all?
Here comes Broad to Khawaja, who pats at the ball outside off and guides it down into full slip. No run.
You're not answering. You're not confident.
Let's just see how this next 10 overs goes, shall we?
Come on, you've got to be confident for your own team, Ish.
Of course I am. I'm backing them.
Backing him to win 2-all.
How many crucial next hours have we had in this series? Feels like it must be close to a record.
Yes.
I know.
Yeah, that's true. If you weren't playing in that 2005 series, Glenn, and you were being impartial, how would you rate that series compared to this one? As Broad round the wicket to Khawaja pulls, but into the ground towards Johnny Bairstow, diving to his right.
Well, it's just totally different. I think this with Bazball and with the pace everything's played at. There's been, unfortunately, there's been quite a few mistakes as well. Drop catches, missed stumpings, what have you. 05, I think that was two teams playing really well, some hard, tough test cricket. And it was probably one of the most amazing series I've played in. That was the first time Australia were really challenged in our career in the test arena.
Khawaja taps his bat down, tries to play at one in the channel. It's very wide from Broad, and he nearly goes after it, Khawaja.
And yeah, so I think that series was really hard fought. What it did for Test cricket in Australia, and especially here in England, was amazing. But I sometimes wonder whether Michael Vaughan and his England team, if they played here, they had a harder, tougher edge on them. Yeah. Whereas Bazball, it's great, it's entertaining, but they come out and say, "Oh no, we wouldn't have done anything different. We haven't done much wrong." Well, I'm not sure about that.
Broad bowls to Khawaja, plays it to the offside. They come through for a quick single, and it's an easy one. Stokes at extra cover gets the ball, but they've already raced through for a single before he has a chance to throw it. So 31 for no loss, trailing by 252. Khawaja 13.
But the other thing is, if England win 2-0, Bazball will be sort of justified. If England lose 3-1, what do you think? What impact's that going to have on on Bazball and moving forward and their mentality? I think it's the way they play. They're going to continue with it, aren't they?
I don't think they'll change anything that they're doing, but it'll leave a sour taste if they leave here 3-1 down as Warner defends to the offside.
Or even 2-1. It's still a long way in this game. They're not going to be many draws if there's no rain around with the pace this series has been played at. So you think there's going to be a result. A result, which I think would be good for the series. But Australia here, they've started okay. Very watchful start. They're rotating the strike nicely. They want to build a bit of a partnership and put the pressure back on the England bowlers.
Final ball of the over as Warner works the ball to mid-wicket. No run then as Broad going for that magic delivery, zoning in on the stumps. 31 for no loss. He's not getting the swing that he would like. Trailing by 252 results.
Yeah, we had a very quick first innings here, 54.4 overs, the 68 oval test since 1955. That's the third shortest overs it's taken to bowl out the team batting first. I didn't express that very well, but I hope I made the point clear. 36.2 overs South Africa last year, scored just 118, and then England bowled out in 2006 by Pakistan, batting first in 53.2 overs. Again, they ended up technically winning after the game was abandoned and ruled a forfeit by Pakistan in rather controversial circumstances. So this is the third shortest opening innings of an oval test in the last 68 matches here, but the run rate 5.17 per over is the fastest ever in the first innings of an oval test.
There have been a few of those.
So does one balance out the other?
Can we call it a draw? One stat each.
Yeah, well, the one that shocked me earlier was England have bowled over 100 more maidens than Australia in this series. That is unbelievable. As the cheer in the crowd is for Mark Wood, and well, he's provided so much since his inclusion at Headingley, and here he comes now. 3 slips and a leg slip for Usman Khawaja as he bowls to Khawaja, who lets it go. Just something else to think about now with that extra pace. He's replaced James Anderson from the Vauxhall end. And it really is about that pace that he provides and that wholehearted nature makes things happen.
Well, he does. He's exciting with the ball, isn't he? Started off 82 mile an hour. I'm not sure if the speed gun got that one right, but in a really good area, just on off stump, just outside, carried through nicely. So you know what you're going to get from Mark Wood.
As he's bounding in now, he propels himself and nearly hits the top of off, as that is a good leave, Usman Khawaja will say, leaving on length. Goes over the top of off through to Johnny Bairstow.
Yep, that's better, 88 mile an hour, so he's getting a bit of pace, but that's his second ball of the innings for him, and he ended up on the ground. Just that effort he puts in takes him down to the ground so many times. I've never seen someone fall over that much because the energy he puts in, just his legs can't hold him when he goes through the crease. So
sprinting in here, Mark Wood. Khawaja ducks underneath a short one. Just trying to get this crowd going. The other thing, of course, to talk about for this particular Test match is it's going to be a transition for the next Ashes, isn't it? When you think Stuart Broad playing in his 9th Ashes series, James Anderson his 10th. Can you see that? You can't really see them going to Australia in to 18 months' time.
Yeah, now you got a few Aussies in Warner, Smith. I wonder how long they're going to continue to play too. So, and the Australian bowlers, they've been around for a long time. Not as many as 10 Ashes. That's pretty remarkable.
Khawaja drives, no one at mid-off, so Stokes will charge this down from extra cover, thinking about the 3, but they'll settle for the 2. And Australia go to 33 for no loss, Khawaja to 15. Well, you never know with Broad.
Yeah. Well, what's he now, 37? So he's not as old as Jimmy Anderson, but their record together is unbelievable. Was it 166 Test matches Stuart Broad's played before this one?
Wood in, Khawaja off the pad, working it to the leg side. One stayed a bit low. Finds its way to Johnny Bairstow. Trailing by 250 here then. Australia on day 1 of this Oval Test match. Yeah, we have to wait a little while before we see another Ashes contest, don't we? Well, longer than the normal. 2025 is Wood. Pushes away. 3 slips waiting. Khawaja again just leaves in the channel, getting a little bit of shape there, back into the left-hander at the end of the over. That's an exciting one. few words from you, Glenn, and then Aggers is coming in here.
Yeah, we're going to have a double change of bowlers. Mark Wood bowling his first over there, replacing Jimmy Anderson. And here we have Chris Wokes replacing Stuart Broad from the pavilion end. But there was a little bit of a shadow injury cloud over Wokes, whether he would have played. He didn't bowl as many overs at Old Trafford as what you would have thought, but we'll see how he's going here. Aggers, how are you going, mate?
I'm okay. I was going to recap for people who are just tuning in for the first time today. Australia won the toss for the first time in the series, put England in. Crawley 22, Duckett 41, Moeen 34, but that only tells part of the story. He's damaged his groin, and so he's not unable to field today, and that'll certainly impact his bowling, I'd have thought. For the second time, of course, in this series. It was his finger in the first. Root 5, Stokes 3, Bairstow 4. Wokes and Wood, a useful partnership. Wokes made 36, Wood 28, Broad 7, but the innings of the day from Harry Brook, 85 from 91 balls, hit 2 sixes and 11 fours, and England bowled out for 283, only 54.4 overs, so rattling along at over 5 and over. Here's Wokes' first ball. It's driven, a little uppishly, but safely, and for 4 by David Warner, who looks very determined. He's getting resolutely into line. He's calling very loudly, even knows very loudly, almost staring, glaring at the bowlers as he does so. He's fired up, that's for sure.
Well, it's important test match, important innings for him as well. A lot of there's been a lot of talk, should he be in this test match? A lot mainly from the Australian journalists and the like, so he'll be keen to come out and make a statement. It's been a while since he scored 200 during the Boxing Day test, but before and after that, it's been a long time between drinks for him.
Well, he's waiting for Wokes, who turns in the distance. There are 4 slips lined up. Here he comes, a springy run. He bowls a ball that swings into Warner, plays slightly across his pad there. And Wokes grabs the ball and gets to work on it. Wickets wise for Australia, Stark 4 for 82, Hazelwood 2 for 54. Cummins was the pick of the bowlers, but it's so often the case. Well, it had the worst figures really, 1 for 66. Marsh 1 for 43, and Murphy took 2 for 22 from his 6 overs. Cummins used him very wisely, actually, bringing him on and taking wickets immediately. In comes Wokes, bowls, and it's steered away to backward point by Warner, who immediately tucks the bat under his arm again, and peels the velcro of his gloves, goes for a walk, and he'll go through the reverse procedure again before he walks in to face Wokes. Is marching back to his run again, in conversation though with Joel Wilson. What's that's about? Joel still resolutely, defiantly with his sunglasses on, and the fact that the floodlights are on.
There's a little bit of blue sky every now and then rolling past.
Just a very small bit. Here's Wokes, bowls, and it's turned to the leg side by Warner. Again, you heard there a barked no, just in case Khawaja was thinking about coming for a run, but more I think just to show I'm here, I'm in my space here, I'm in control. He did drop the first catch, the first of 5 that Australia put down today. It's very rare you get that number of missed opportunities as a run-out chance as well that they fail to take, but it's the catching really. Here's Wokes, bowls, Warner forward. To cover it goes again. You heard the shout, wait on.
No run? Wait on. One of them, anyway.
Yeah, no run, was it? Wait on. One of the 2.
Yeah, good Aussie accent there, Aggers.
Yeah, well, Khawaja understands whatever it was is leaning on his bat, is going nowhere.
He wasn't. Yeah, I don't think he was even backing up.
No. Warner again, straps up his gloves, settles into his stance again. In comes Wokes, past umpire Wilson, bowls on the off stump. And more shouts from David Warner. No, we got that one. And that's the end of the over. 37 for no wicket. So Australia 246 runs behind. Warner 18 and Khawaja on 15. Really good crowd today. Perhaps not quite as full on as it would have been if it was 2-2 and playing for a decider, but there's been plenty of entertainment today, that's for sure. And the first glimpse of Harry Brook in the runs. What did he get in his first test match here a year ago? Remember?
Not many.
No, we didn't see much of him, did
No,
we?
it was about 12 innings out. He was caught hooking down here, wasn't he? I'll dig that scorecard.
He had a bit of luck, but then he made the most of it, didn't he?
Well, he was dropped on 5, and that was the most expensive miss of them all. Mark Woods tearing in not great light, and bowls, and Khawaja manages to get that away down to fine leg, although the ball's off stumpish. Quite close fate of the bat, and they take 1 to 38 for no wicket.
It was 12 caught by Rabada off Marco Jansen. And England won by 9 wickets, so he didn't bat in the second innings.
He does look good. He's a talent, isn't he? Some of the shots he plays through the offside, leg side, he's got shots all around the wicket.
Times the ball so well.
So just watching him, sometimes I think he premeditates as well. Occasionally when it's a full ball, he's just hanging back a bit and ready for the pull shot or the hook shot. But when he's not, when it's just been in the just outside off stump, occasional short ball can really unsettle him. So he's only learning his trade, but he looks good.
Wood bowls, Warner, yes, this time he shouts, as that's pushed away off the back foot, and they'll come back for 2. Khawaja rushing for his ground up at the non-striker's end, followed by Stokes. 40 for no wicket with an hour and 3 minutes of play remaining, but overs remaining 22 showing up on the board, and there's no Moeen to come on and bowl some spin. It may be that Brook might bowl an over, but I think it's unlikely in these conditions.
Unless, of course, the light, are we?
No, unless the light gets to a stage where the umpires say, I'm sorry, that you can't bowl the faster bowlers, and it could come to that, because you can see the shadows there at the feet.
I think it's been a lot darker through the day than this, so I think we should be right for the next hour, but they're not going to get through 21 overs after this, so
no.
We'll lose a few more, which we have every day this series.
Wood rushes in past the umpire, is there now, bowls round the wicket, Warner forward, and he's stealing a quick single there into the offside. That'll frustrate the bowler. Nothing Stokes could do to stop that. Just pushed to his right at a wide mid-off. And so the deep fielder comes in now. Over to our left comes up as Lawrence, who's fielding substitute for Moeen.
Yeah, we see Stokes out in sort of extra cover area. He's normally in the gully since captain. He sort of makes his way down closer to the bowler, but he's got a lot of territory to cover there.
Here goes Wood, bowls and fires that down the leg side. Khawaja takes everything out of the way. Neatly taken by Bairstow. 41 for no wicket.
But he normally fields in the sort of slips gully area.
Well, he did
Stokes.
until he really damaged his finger.
Did he?
He's got, how many screws in a finger now that he broke in the IPL
Jeez,
a couple of years ago.
He took some incredible catches in there too.
Oh, yes.
So.
Especially off the spinner, actually. Of course, the Voges catch at Trent Bridge was a classic. It's so fast. 41 for no wicket. Wood on the turn, runs in again past the umpire, big leap, and he bowls on the leg stump, tucked away very fine. But, fielder down there, I think it's Wokeswell. Throw it back in again, and now you really can see the shadows at the players' feet as they walk around there. Look at Lawrence going out to deep square leg again.
But it's not that dark out there, really, is it? You think they should call them off, you reckon?
No, just saying that when you can see those shadows, you know it's borderline. And they were pretty quick at Old Trafford to say you can't bowl the fast bowler anymore.
It was dark though.
Wood runs past a little pile of sawdust that's not been used so far today. Big leap, bowls on the leg stump again, punched away up to Broad, who's got his sun hat on. Fielding there at mid-on, and there's no run. So 42 for no wicket, a good start for Australia as they chase England's 283, which feels some way short. It's difficult in conditions like this to really assess, but this is a decent pitch, isn't it? I mean, it feels like a 350 minimum, doesn't it, first innings?
It is a decent pitch. It comes on nicely. England scored quite quickly, but they lost 10 wickets and there was 5 catches go down and a run out. So they basically created probably 16 chances in that time, which makes you think that there is a little bit in the pitch.
Yeah.
So, it's hard to know what a pass score is. We all thought it might have been 350, but overcast conditions.
It always needs both teams to bat, doesn't it, to get some sort of idea of what a good score is. But it's played very well today.
Just a little more on England's scoring rate, 5.17. So they've bowled out in under 55 overs, made 283. It's the fastest scoring rate in the opening innings of an Ashes test ever, the 5th fastest of all time. Brendan McCullum has been involved in all of the 5 fastest first innings in terms of runs per over. 4 of them have been by England since the start of the Pakistan series in December. They went at 6.5 an over in Rawalpindi, scoring 657 in 101 overs, went at 5.4 an over when being bowled out for 281 in Multan. Then in Mount Maunganui, 325 for 9 declared off 58.2. And the only one that isn't this current England team was McCullum's last test, New Zealand 370 at 5.6 and over, and McCullum himself made a pyrotechnic 145 at almost strike rate nearly 200. So he's dominating the top of that list.
I used to love watching him bat. A couple of one-day games I recall in New Zealand where one was he and Jesse Ryder, Hamilton I think it was, just made a mockery of the game. And of course there was the infamous World Cup match in Wellington in 2015, which opened England's eyes to how one-day cricket should be played. And that was the last time, of course, that Anderson and Broad played white ball cricket. Just asking next door on the TV, and it doesn't need verifying, but it's an interesting thought. I was just musing about the number of overs that Fred Truman bowled in first-class cricket while he was playing for England, and how many first-class overs Stuart Broad has bowled while playing for England. Now, Fred played nearly 70 tests. Stuart's played, 168 or something like that tests. So just under half. But the difference was approximately, I can't remember the exact numbers, Stuart Broad's bowled 2,000 first-class overs. Fred Truman bowled 10,000 first-class overs while playing Test cricket for England. Incredible, the difference, isn't it? The workload that someone like he had in his generation compared to that of today. There's more Test cricket today, of course, and a lot of one-day cricket. In comes Wokes and bowls outside the off stump, and white ball cricket that Stuart was playing in. But I thought it'd be interesting to compare, actually. Old Fred would pack his case up and go off to Yorkshire again, or wherever it was, and go
with his pipe.
With his pipe. Oh yes. Amazing to think he used to fire that up in the commentary box. Cool. He used to sit in there with their eyes running, unable to really see very much. And Fred, his pipe going. Sometime after lunch, usually. Then have a bit of a snooze. Here comes Wokes, bowls, and steered away out to cover. I mean, David Gower, he was captain of England. So you're talking in the 80s when he was our county captain. He would finish a test match up at Leeds or something, and then lead us out at Cardiff on Wednesday morning the next day. Travelling down, and all that noise and the pressure and everything else of being England captain, and suddenly he's got us lot to deal with it. In front of a few hundred at Sapphire Gardens, you know.
Well, that's why central contracts have been fantastic for English cricket.
Absolutely. 42 for no wicket. In comes Wokes, and he bowls outside the off stump.
Andy, on your stat machine, the amount of movement, it doesn't seem to be moving much for England.
No.
The ball's going dead straight. There was a bit of swing for Jimmy early, but has it quietened down this surface, or the overheads aren't quite as muggy, or England just aren't moving it with skill?
Crikey, look at those figures. What are you going to make of those? You know, seeing so many numbers come up. Columns of them. In comes Wokes, and he bowls down the leg side. That brushed something that's collected by Bairstow. 42 for no wicket.
It's something that we've seen throughout the summer. I'll just get up the figures for this game, but certainly in terms of movement over the course of an English summer, the data goes back to 2006, and if you combine seam and swing movement for seamers, this has been the hardest summer to be a seam bowler in terms of the amount of assistance from ball pitch.
In comes Wokes, bowls. Khawaja lets that go outside the off stump. I mean, that's presumably because the IMTAV is 0.719, is it?
You're looking at the wrong column, magazine. Yeah, there's a lot of columns on the cricket viz data.
Oh, there's at least 10, more than 10.
If we get 12. A long rain break, I can take you through all of that.
No, it's all right.
Can you not answer my question, Andy, about today?
Today?
Has it moved less for England than it has for Australia?
To 3 decimal places, please. 42 for no wicket. In comes Wokes. Bowls. No, that turned Khawaja round. Found the thick leading edge, fielded in the covers by Lawrence. 42 for no wicket, so Australia 241 behind. There's 55 minutes to go of play.
I think they need a couple, don't they? Need a couple tonight just to give themselves the lift going into day 2. 241 the Aussies trail by. And from what we've seen so far, you get a sense that England's 283 might be below par.
Yeah. Well, I think we realise that, don't we?
But the movement data for the first 15 overs of each innings, England have bowled 13, so trying to compare the same phases of each innings.
Comes Wood first of all, he's tearing in, and he's there now, bowls. Oh, that bounced. That hits Warner, a rather nasty blow somewhere up on the body.
I reckon Mark Wood's been given the nod from Ben Stokes. You bowl one more, just make it a fast one. He charged him for that delivery. I saw him yesterday actually on social media. His preparation was just doing sprints. Don't know how many metres, but it was quite a long sprint across the outfield, just charging, and that's very similar to his run-up.
Yeah.
You know, when he's bowling really quickly, it's that momentum that he gains from his fast run-up.
It's an absolute dash, isn't it?
Oh yeah, watch this. He's been given he's charging in.
He goes now, covering the ground very quickly, bowls full, is driven through the covers by Warner. Nice stroke that. Didn't hit it too hard. It's a chase for Stokes. He'll get the ball 10 yards within the boundary. And his throw finds Bairstow, 44 for the no wicket. So much momentum in his run. And of course, he's so light. He's a very small man, Mark Wood. Literally bowls himself off his feet at times.
Australia did get a little more movement than England, both off the pitch and in the air. Maybe about 10-15% more, but not a massive amount for either side.
Here's Wood, runs in, bowls. Warner tucks him away out to Broad at mid-on.
So basically, Andy, it's flat. Yeah.
And the ball's not swung as much as we thought it could do today with the cloud and the cross breeze and quite humid. It just felt right today for swinging.
Well, you look at the dismissals of, I think Zach Crawley gets a good one. He gets one to bounce. Ben Duckett down the leg side. Moeen Ali was injured, had a big swipe against the spinner. Joe Root dragged one on. Johnny Bairstow dragged one on. Yep. Ben Stokes played across, not a straight one, but one that you'd like to play a little bit straighter too. So it was batting errors really.
Wood bowls, Warner's forward, a little crooked. Turning the face of the bat there, Broad fields it at mid-on and looks at the ball, because we're getting near to that time where Stewart decides he's not doing anything. It's obviously the ball's fault. And you see him sort of willing it to go out of shape. Rubbing it gently in his sweater at the moment, having another look. Let's see if that's... Has he rubbed it out of shape? No, not yet.
Where's your pigeon, by the way?
No, they're not here. Maybe they've got their sparrowhawk back again. They hired one of those. They brought one in, didn't they, a few years ago?
I thought your friend, the one that comes every year.
No, he's obviously gone to pastures new. And there's Wood, round the wicket, bowls a bouncer. Warner's underneath it, ducking very quickly.
These guys down there have got a good job, haven't they? Just in the green jackets, just beyond the stand.
Did you see there were three layers of security
here
during the interval? Yeah, there's three. So this
is the first layer, is it?
There was the steadies, I think, probably here, the bigger lads. It's not people coming on.
Yeah.
There was another ring just on the outside of the boundary, and then there were the rugby centres.
Yeah.
The next row back, not so many of them, had space to move, and they looked very fit. Then goes Wood again, round the wicket,
Bowls. It's edged. Has it carried? No. I don't think it did quite. Bairstow did his best. Mark Wood's got his hands on his head. Bairstow's smiling.
How's that not carried?
I don't know how it hasn't carried. It should have done. It was a proper nick. I don't think that quite got through to the keeper. 44 for no wicket. Let's have a look. It was a good ball. It doesn't bounce very much. That was the thing. Did it get to Bairstow? No, it didn't. It dropped in front of him. 44 for no wicket. And Michael, some thoughts on that for you? And then Dan's coming in here.
Yeah, I mean, 90 miles an hour delivery, a genuine edge, and it just dies just before Johnny Bairstow. Smile from Mark Wood. He can't believe that it's not carried through to the keeper. It's just going the way of Australia at the minute. Yes, they've earned the right to be in this position. They bowled nicely. Probably could have bowled out England cheaper than they actually got them out for in the end, but they made a few mistakes. And then the conditions just seem to be a bit better now. It's got a bit brighter. And with 50 minutes left in the day's play, Australia, Dan, are in a very strong position.
Woke starts a new over. First delivery is a bit back of a length, pushed up to mid-off. There's no run. They are in a decent position, but no one side seems to stay on top for too long in this series, except, of course, at Old Trafford. So, just seeing the replay of that was a beautiful ball from Wood. How was it not carried? I don't know. It's only landed about a foot.
Yep, it just died in the ground, didn't it? You're a regular here at the Oval.
I am.
Where are the pigeons?
Where are the pigeons? It's around about now they arrive. As Wokes is in, turns Khawaja around, touches, he pushes into short cover. Again, no run.
So Agus thinks that Spider Cam puts them off. Is that?
Oh!
Or is that one just arriving over there? No.
Well, they've been here for the county championship all season,
but there's no Spider Cam, is there?
There's no Spider Cam. That you could be absolutely right, because normally they tend to huddle away to our left. So
there isn't as many seeds at the minute because it's so lush out there.
There could be that too. I mean, they're very noticeable at the start of the season, and I'll tell you for why. As in comes Wokes, that's left alone by Khawaja, shouldering arms, because away to our left, the practice pitches you see there, they have the big tent that goes over it, sort of end of February, beginning of March through till beginning of the season. And they use it up so much that then they have to reseed it. At which point the pigeons have a field day.
It's Christmas.
Oh yeah, they love it then. But they've caused breaks in play quite frequently this season, because they like to come and fly just as the bowler's bowling, right in front of the bowler's arm. As Wokes is in, this is driven firmly down the ground by Khawaja. A fine shot. He's going to run up to the pavilion and slap into the boundary sponge now. That was a very straight off drive.
He's played a few of these, hasn't he? This is beautiful balance. Just allows the ball to get to him, and just not much of a foot movement. Just stays nice and upright, and just gets that bat going straight down the line of the ball. Yeah, that's perfection.
48 without loss.
Going to just check the ball now, England. Not happy it's
been hit.
Yeah, it's not swinging, so they need to get it changed somehow. Captain's having a word with Joel Wilson. Just here we go. The device is out. Let's see.
The rings.
Yeah.
It's got to go through one and not go through the other. Well, it's gone through that one.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Just threw it straight back to Ben and said, get on with it.
It's possible the pigeons aren't here because they study the stats and they know how many sixes England have been hitting recently. 39 in the series now. One short of the all-time Ashes record for a team.
Still
pigeons love a
short.
stat, don't they?
Do you think they're on to CricViz, do you? Yeah.
Wokes in once again. It's worked off the legs by Khawaja, but straight to short mid-wicket. No run. That seems to be a bit of a surprise. So what year did England score 46s?
No, so Australia scored 40 in 2013-14. England went past today the 2005 tally of 36 sixes. And then you've got to go back, another 11 sixes for fourth place on the list, 25 sixes by England when getting hammered 5-0 in 2013.
I'm imagining that as a proportion of the runs scored, it's still more than any other. Because they haven't scored that many runs. Wokes is in, outside the off stump, too wide, left alone by Khawaja. End of the over, 15 gone. Australia 48 without loss. Khawaja 21. Warner 23, and it is getting a little bit brighter, but at the same time, it's a big bank of grey cloud away to our right, and the wind's picking up a bit.
I think England's great ball negotiator, Stuart Broad's working on Joel Wilson.
Yep.
He will be Ben Stokes was saying, Broady, you're the negotiator.
How do you think
deal
he
with
does
the
that?
ball.
How does he do that?
I don't know, but Gel's just walked away from him. I don't think he's having much of a success at the minute in terms of the ball negotiation. It's gone straight through that device, and they've got to carry on with it. But Mark Wood gets another over. I thought that last over might have been his last, because he almost got given the go on, make something. He's only bowled 3, so I guess one more 4.
He got that edge, didn't he?
Yeah.
I guess, which was.
Tell me, the
positive.
crane behind the old pavilion.
Yeah.
What's that? Is that building a?
I think that is the
hotel?
new hotel.
Right.
Yeah, that's going to be really, really close. It's between Oval Tube Station and the pavilion.
And is that part of the ground?
It's a joint venture. Put it that way. It's covered in pictures of Surrey cricketers at the moment. Here comes Wood, hurtling in, right arm around the wicket, and has worked to Stuart Broad, whose sun hat fell off even before he ran. So that tells you how stiff the breeze is now. The flags are proud here. Yep, it's going to be a very handy facility, that.
See Surrey about to win again.
Yeah, 29 they need to win. What are they? 2 without loss.
2 without loss.
Don't count your chickens. That last ball was 92 miles an hour. That'll put them 17 points clear at the top of the table with 3 games to go, so still plenty to play for. Now the crowd are getting into this, as they've seen how quick that last ball was from Wood. As Warner waits, leg slip in place, 3 slips. Top of that, that's tucked into the onside, where Broad does the fielding at a short mid-wicket, a full ball from round the wicket. How are Yorkshire getting on?
Yorkshire rained off at Scarborough.
Oh, a sea fret?
I'm
Possibly.
not too sure, to be honest.
You get funny old conditions, don't you, at Scarborough? It can be sunny.
Yes.
Very, very close to Scarborough.
Great
and then
venue.
suddenly, yeah.
Cookies Essex, they've got a win.
So Alistair Cook will be joining us later in this test match. They had to fight for that win there, didn't they? 4 down, chasing a small total. Hampshire and Warwickshire virtually out of the title race now after their losses, as Wood runs in. Warner thinks about having a pull, but in the end just gets out of it. Goes through to the keeper, no run. What have you made of England's bowling effort here? You happy with it?
I just don't think they're getting the movement through the air or off the pitch. They're also into Mark Wood, Chris Woakes, 3 test matches on the trot. Stuart Broad, 5 on the trot. Jimmy Anderson, 2 on the trot. He's had no impact so far in the series. 4 wickets at probably over 80s apiece now. I just wonder, when you think England's best bowling performance was at Headland when they freshened up the attack. Just looking at the attack, thinking, did they need to freshen it up again here, with a Josh Tongue or an Ollie Robinson?
Wood in, down the leg side, that's just tucked away easily down to long leg, fine leg even for a single, 49 without loss. I want to ask you about that because Ollie Robinson, we think he's fit.
Well, he is fit because they've picked him in the squad, so yeah. I deem that as being fit. Josh Tongue's a real surprise that he's only played 1 test. I thought he was magnificent at Lord's. I thought he bowled beautifully. He bowled really good deliveries to get good players out.
Warner, Smith, Khawaja, wasn't it?
Yeah, and he got that late swing, bowled at 88 miles an hour. I was surprised they didn't play Josh Tongue at Old Trafford, and I'm certainly surprised that they didn't play him here. Just to try and freshen up the attack.
I was a little surprised they didn't go with Robinson here as well. There's a bit of grass on the pitch. As Wood comes into Khawaja this time. Khawaja defends late and solidly back to the bowl.
England have gone with that formula that the best performance that they've given was at Old Trafford.
So same team.
And they've gone, go again.
I mean, I suppose they had effectively 2 days off, didn't they? They had 2 days when it rained. I know they bowled a little bit, only 16 overs on the 4th day, nothing on the 5th day, then a couple of days off. So have they sort of factored that in and gone, well, they've had 5 days.
Probably.
Even a little more than that, because England were batting before that. So they had a fair bit of time off from bowling in the match. Wood runs in to complete the over. Khawaja crouches, waits, defends perfectly into the onside, where Broad collects. There is no run. End of the over, 49 without loss.
Well, the one thing that the seamers didn't need is the spinner to go down injured, which is what's happened, because the seamers would have been desperate. Mowing alley, there you go. Try and lock up an end, and we can rotate from either end, whichever end we decide is the best end for the seamers to be bowling. Joe Root can bowl nicely, but I think Australia fancy facing Joe Root at the minute on this kind of surface.
That said, they've only got a bowl here 24 overs in this mini session, haven't they? Sort of.
Oh, it's not me, but on the
6
back of
each.
game after game after game, it's just not easy.
Andy,
the negotiator's back with the ball up.
Oh, good.
Just remind people of what Josh Tongue did in the Lord's Test. 5 wickets, all of them top 4 players. He got Warner and Smith in both innings and Khawaja in the first. The last England bowler to take 5 top 4 Australian wickets in a home Ashes Test. Well, he was sitting behind me a minute ago. Phil Tufnell in that game in 1997 that we looked back on earlier on.
Yeah, top 4 as well. Woke starts a new over with a shortish delivery, which is negotiated in the end by Warner, who then collects the ball with his bat and passes it to Ben Duckett.
Just had a message from someone that's been at Scarborough. Said never seen anything like it. The ground underwater.
Is it?
Yes. Heavy Duke. Ooh. You won't be surprised to know that I left yesterday in Manchester in the afternoon. It was
it lovely?
It was awful.
Oh, was it?
It was heavy rain. And through the night, and again this morning as I strolled to the station, it was wet.
They're going to evolve gills in that part of the world before long. Woke's bowls a full ball, which Warner presses hard at, pushes into the covers along the ground. There's no run as it finds the fielder.
Monday morning in Manchester, the day after the test, was irritatingly sunny.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Very nice indeed. For those that were campaigning for a reserve day, they'd have seen some cricket on the Monday.
For those, though, who rather foolishly thought that the reason that England didn't get the win was because the game started on Wednesday, can I just remind them that it would have just been days 3 and 4 that were rained off instead of days 4 and 5. So that wouldn't have made a difference. Woke's in, and Warner defends late to square the wicket in the offside. Picks out Harry Brook, there's no run. 49 without loss, Australia, in reply to England's 283. It was one of those typical Bazball days where you thought could have got more, should have got more, but at the same time thought could have been much worse.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse. Warner's in that danger area so far in this series. He's got in, he's on 24. Got in a couple of times at Old Trafford and just had a bit of a lapse. He's batting out of his crease to Chris Wokes.
Wokes in to him, and he defends a full ball. Last minute out to the offside. Again, there's no run.
You get the feeling with Australia, they play Test cricket the old way, or we should say the normal way, where they're just trying to bat time. They're scoring it just over, around 3 runs and over, 16.4 overs for 49. And you get a sense with this 37 minutes left in the day's play that they will just try and see it out. On the other foot, if England were batting in this situation, they'd be seeing those 37 overs to try and get another 60.
That's right. Well, they'd want to make time in the game, wouldn't they? Wokes is in, edged and taken. Second set, really good catch by Crawley. England have got their breakthrough. Wokes is the man to get it. Warner goes, pushing it a ball in the channel. That was a good sharp catch. Crawley dived two-handed. It was a catchable height for first. If he had to grab hold of it, or it would not have looked good, because it was arguably Root's catch. But Crawley went for it two-handed and took a good one. And Australia have lost their first wicket, 49 for 1. Warner has to go to the delight of the Oval crowd.
Well, he's done it so often in the series. He gets in and then he just has a lapse in concentration. Only he knows why he continuously does that. All the talk will be about his retirement, and he's lost that kind of spark, that concentration. Well, you have to say in the last few innings that's true.
How many balls ago was it you said that Warner's in the danger zone? I think you said it 2 balls ago, didn't you?
24. You've seen it throughout the whole series where it's almost a bit like Zach Crawley at the start of his innings. You don't feel he's under any threat, and then he gets to 20, 30, you say, oh, something could happen. Crawley's played a lot better than Warner in this series, but David Warner, every time you felt like he's in, he's made a mistake.
Now, the Marnus Labuschagne's coming out to bat, so if you want to make a cup of tea, you won't miss a ball. You've probably got time to make a cup of tea, because he'll take. I've got the timer on it here. Yeah. How long it takes him to mark his guard, complain about the movement of somebody behind the side screen.
Yeah.
He is the longest starter.
If there's someone that will complain about that crane behind the side screen and behind the pavilion, it could be Marnus.
Well, I think it really will be. He's going to have a chat first with Khawaja. And let's just take a look at what he does here. He's now ambling slowly to the striker's end, looking up at the sky, fairly classic fashion.
It's a really bad shot from Warner. Just a little. It's an absolute nothing shot. Just a dangle. Like in the morning, you see the coach with the slip fielders. There was nothing. You'd rather him get out having a big yahoo than just dangling the bat like that.
Well, he did, didn't he? The first innings at Edgbaston, got out the most incredibly ugly shot off Broad. There's a leg slip in place. Marnus is still now walking around. He's been out there well over a minute. He's going to have a little scrape. No, he's going to take the bail off. He does this. He checks the bail. And if he takes it off, he just has a little feel of the bail between the off and middle stumps. And now he's not quite ready. And now he is. Right, here we go. Wokes into him. His first ball, he defends in sort of Erzat, Steve Smith style into the onside end of the over. A successful one for England. Wokes with the wicket. Australia 49 for 1. Khawaja 21. Labuschagne yet to score. Commentary continues on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Sounds and on ABC in Australia. But Radio 4 long-wave listeners are leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast.
Why does he stroke the bail?
I don't know.
I'm going to ask him. I'm going to ask him in the morning.
He is a man of many fidgets.
He's done David Warner this summer. Numerous starts. Had 43 off 60 balls against India. First innings of the World Test Final. Then a couple of failures. Second innings at Birmingham. 36 off 57. 66 off 88. And 25 off 76 at Lords. 2 failures at Leeds, but then 32 off 38, 28 off 53 and 24 off 52 in his last 3 innings.
Can I just ask you to set... I'm setting the hairs running here, Andy.
Okay.
That opening partnerships in this series have been surprisingly durable in a way by comparison with previous recent years. And yet the scores generally haven't been that high as Wood starts a new over. Into Khawaja, he makes a bouncer that he evades. Just ducks beneath, lets it go over his right shoulder. You know, we've watched in the last few years opening batters really struggle. But this year, actually, both Crawley and Duckett and Khawaja and Warner seem to have lasted a little bit longer than normal.
Well, the average opening stand this series is 36. In the last Ashes series in Australia, it was 19.8. In the last Ashes series in England, it was 12.5. So both teams' openers struggled in the last 2 series.
Wow, 12.5. As Wood runs in again. Khawaja flicks at one, it goes to leg slip, but to the right of Duckett at leg slip, so they can get a run. It's a direct hit. The Stumps haven't seen too much of that in this series yet to get a run out in this whole series still, which I'm keeping my eye on. But the reason why I mention it is because there's a leg bye given. The reason I mention it as the 50 comes up is that we haven't had very high scores, and we've had, as we've established, no really low scores. 224 is the lowest score. But the opening partnership's done okay. So if you are sitting at home fretful that England's 283 is looking a bit skinny with Australia 50 for 1, I would point out that wickets have gone down at regular intervals in this series.
Well, England have found a way in the last few innings to get Australia up for around 250, 300. Got 317 in the first innings at Old Trafford. It's the first time they've got above 300 in 4 innings. So whatever the surface, England have found a way.
I mean, that's the thing that's often forgotten about baseball, isn't it? We focus on the batting, but the taking of the 20 wickets has been really impressive. Yeah. It's a bit different in this game because they might not have Moeen Ali at all. I don't know what you do with a groin.
Yeah, but I think Labuschagne's a big key. Played beautifully in that second innings.
He's on strike now. Wood is into him, leg slips in place, and he leaves one that's perilously close to off stump. That went over the top of off and middle. He's left that on length as much as anything else, and I suppose the pace of Wood.
Well, he mentioned after his 100 in Old Trafford how he'd found his off stump and he left well and it made England bowl straighter and he worked it on the onside with great balance. Well, that has gone over off stump. Just left it on length.
Just a little word on Bairstow. That the drop catch down the leg side. What are you thinking that? Tough? Yeah.
Tough one.
Wood into Labuschagne. Short, and he gets his gloves out of the way, but Wood's getting some pace here. It's 88 miles an hour, but a short ball at 88 miles an hour is pretty hostile.
Quick that one. He played it well there. Labuschagne just drops the gloves and just sways out the way. Yeah, really good watching it go past his chest.
Played that really well. I mean, the moment this series ignited for me was the moment, from an England point of view, was the moment Wood bowled Khawaja. And suddenly, it all felt a bit different at Headingley. As he turns and runs in, Labuschagne's not yet looked at him. Now he looks up. And got a full ball, which is plinked into the onside. Wood, and Broad moves to his left to field from mid-on. There's no run. Michael Vaughan's leaving us. TV duties you'll be able to catch today at the Test on BBC Two at 7 o'clock this evening, as well as all the highlights in play clips on the BBC Sport website and app, as Stephen Finn joins us on commentary for the first time today to take us through the last half an hour. He'll be with you on the podcast, and then he'll be with me later.
Can't wait, Dan.
Good. As Wood is at the top of his mark. Vauxhall end. He's got a forward short leg, 3 slits, backward point, extra mid-wicket, backward square leg and a long leg. And Labuschagne covers up in defence. Back to the bowler, end of the over, a hostile one, which has yielded just the leg by. Australia finish it on 50 for 1, 18 overs gone. They've just lost the wicket of Warner to Wokes. A good sharp grab by Crawley. Warner has gone for 24. Khawaja has 21. Labuschagne yet to score. More from you, Stephen Finn. And then to take you through the next 20 minutes, it'll be Jim Maxwell.
Good evening, thanks Dan. Nice to be here again today at the Oval. There's been a packed crowd, there's been a buzz. And as in the previous Test matches, when Wood and Wokes have got the ball in their hands, they've made it talk. Chris Wokes taking the wicket. Zach Crawley taking a fantastic catch. Chris Wokes has the ball in his hand again.
Here he comes. He runs up and Khawaja lets it go outside the off stump. Yes, you wonder where Warner is going from this innings. He had a very tough one down the leg side before he scored to Bairstow. And then another that landed in front of Bairstow, and then one that carried, which is sometimes a problem on this ground, is it not? That it all carry?
I don't. With the grass on the surface that we've seen today, we've seen good carry. We saw a few keep low from James Anderson in his first spell.
The sun is shining, or trying to, and Khawaja's playing off the back foot, easing the ball to backward point, but not adding to the score of 1 for 50 in reply to England's 283.
But when there's grass on the surface here at the Oval, as we saw in the World Test Championship final, and in domestic games so far this year, if there's grass on it, it does tend to carry. So it's surprising that outside edge from someone bowling as quick as Mark Wood didn't carry, but it didn't cost England too much.
No, and they got a chance of 1 or 2 more here as Wokes bowls it, and Khawaja always leaving the ball. He's 21 and he's getting himself in, but it's a tricky little period here. It doesn't seem to be a lot going on for the most part, but the odd delivery of you nag away and the dots build up as the ball is getting another inspection from umpire Wilson. I think he's diving into his pocket to pull out the magic. Yeah, the rings, the umpire's rings, the 2 Olympic rings. In the ball's passing through.
It's barely touched the sides.
Back to you, Sonny. I'm not changing that one. They try it on, don't they? Oh, some bowlers do anyway. 3 slips are there. Wokes is bowling to Khawaja. Khawaja forward, eases it out onto the offside, and there's no addition. So England made 283, sent into bat. Brook top scored with 85. Duckett 41, Moeen Ali 34, but he did his groin, so we don't know whether he'll be bowling. Wokes 36 and Wood 28. But it all ended with a bang, a big bang. 54.4 overs, 283. So more than 5 runs per over. Wokes comes up and Kawaja goes back and defends down the pitch. Starkers took 4 for 82, Hazelwood 2 for 54, Cummins 1 for 66, Marsh 1 for 43, and Murphy 2 for 22. A rapid innings again.
It was fast forward cricket. Been doing the TV highlights, and it felt like every over there were highlights to talk about, so it could be a jam-packed package later on the BBC.
7 o'clock, turned it on. Here comes Wokes, full and wide outside the off stump, and it's allowed to pass. So how are England going to manage their attack? You suspect that it's going to be quite a while before Moeen Ali gets on the field. And will they be going to Joe Root this evening, or just keep junting her away with this pace attack in the hope of squeezing another wicket?
Well, it must be a significant injury to Moeen Ali, because they wouldn't keep him off the pitch because it prevents him from bowling, doesn't it? So you'd feel as though it's something significant, which is a shame, because they would want the off spin, especially to the left-handers. Would be a nice time in the day to bowl a few overs of off spin, I think. Usman Khawaja, and it helps balance the attack and stop you over bowling particular bowlers.
So Anderson into the attack as Marnus Labuschagne takes fresh guard. Looks like a bit more towards leg, middle and leg. Andy?
The last 3 overs have been maidens, just 8 runs from the last 7 overs, and the 1 wicket, 3 scoring shots.
23 minutes left this evening. Anderson from our commentary box and bowls wide of the off stump, and it's taken by Bairstow. So what can he winkle out here with his cleverness and experience? He probed and missed the edge a few times with the new ball. What can he offer here? You just sense that he can do a bit on this surface?
Well, he'll be cursing his luck, actually, because I thought that his opening spell was threatening. He beat the edge. He got movement away from the left-handers.
Yep.
Me and Aggers were discussing whether he should bowl the odd-in swinger to try and trap them on the crease, but he looked threatening.
He comes in again. He bowls back and across. Labuschagne defending staunchly out there on the offside. So it's a 20-minute vigil here for, I think, the Australian batsmen, just to try and get through without making a mistake, without nicking off.
And the dangerous thing here as a bowler is that you got this looming over you, the fact that you've only took 4 wickets in the series, and the temptation is to go searching for wickets, try and bowl magic balls, try and bowl jaffers, and that's when you tend to leak runs. But James Anderson's more experienced, he's better than that. He knows he just needs to hang in there, be disciplined. Even though he's not taken wickets, he's barely gone for runs this series, so he offers that control, and that's the experience of someone like Anderson.
Now he comes up once more, and Labuschagne is on the leave. He's pretty good on the leave, like the fella at the other end. They just go on the length, and if the line's anywhere away from the off stump, they're not playing. They're not taking a risk, a la Harry Brook or someone else.
There were plenty of risks taken, weren't there? Australia were frivolous with the chances that they created. I think there were 5 missed opportunities, weren't there, throughout the innings, from a catching perspective.
And a couple of potential run-outs, I suppose, you could add to that. 3 slips. Wait, Anderson bowls. Labuschagne leaves again. That's getting closer to the line of the off stump. And you look silly if you leave one and you lose your off pole at this time of the day. But Labuschagne's judgment's pretty good as a rule. And he goes about his method in a very meticulous way.
He found his off stump again in the last innings, didn't he? I think he lost it for a little while. And by that, I mean he was playing at balls he didn't necessarily have to play to, nicking off, which is a very un-Marnus Labuschagne thing to do.
Anderson bowls to him, and he leaves again outside the off stump. He got into a bit of a rhythm too. You always need a little bit of luck against good bowling, I suppose.
You do, and sometimes when you're going through a patch like that, like Labuschagne did, getting starts but then getting out for the first 3 test matches, you do feel as though every time you play at one outside the off stump, it takes the edge and it's caught, and you curse your luck. But then when you do get the opportunity to go big, it makes you even hungrier to hang in there, and he kept his team in that game at Old Trafford.
Whoops. Anderson comes halfway down the runway and then puts the brakes on and goes back and starts again. It's not often you see that. Maybe Labuschagne was a little unawares of his arrival. He's taking guard again. Looks to be batting outside the crease, about middle and leg. Anderson runs to him and he's leaving once more. That's a pretty good leave. He just went on the length. As soon as he saw where it pitched, he was confident that it would bounce over or outside the off stump, and it did. And it's another maiden over. 4 in a row.
4 in a row. And maidens, when you're a bowling team, you talk about bowling in partnership. So if you're bowling maidens at one end and you've got your mate getting flogged all over the place at the other end, it releases that pressure. But here England, with 18 minutes left to play this evening, which should bring 5 overs, you would imagine, with Stuart Broad coming into the attack now from the Mickey Stewart members' end. But you build that pressure in partnership, some 4 maidens in a row, good fast bowling. It's now when the new bowler comes into the attack, it's up to them to keep that pressure going.
So Broad about to take over. It's interesting, I was looking down there, I was sitting outside having a chat. The MAR Galadari stand.
Yep.
Is that a donation?
He is a big donor and friend. I googled him earlier actually,
right?
Because I was interested. A big donor and friend of Surrey County Cricket Club.
So he would have provided the dosh for the.
I would imagine
stand?
so, but we might have to cross-check that with an official Surrey representative.
Now Broad bowls around the wicket, in at the pads, and it's steered away down towards mid-on. In Australia, you'd call it a skin cancer stand. There's no roof on it. In England, you probably don't get the same UV factor. But
no, although you should be sun smart when you're off out watching the cricket.
Yeah, well, you get some hot days here, don't you? It's probably hotter on June the 7th than it is today.
But these are the days that get you, actually. I think the most sunburnt I ever got was a day in Whangarei in New Zealand, fishing town.
Around the wicket, Broad bowls, and he beats the edge of the bat. He probed and missed, and it went low through to the keeper. Whangarei, yes, with the interesting spelling.
Yes, spelt with the W.
W-H.
And it was where we played a warm-up game in a tour in 2013, and it was cloudy like this, and I thought, no need for sun cream. So I went, did the session, 2.5 hours training, came back, and when you've got a nose the size of mine, you should lather up the sun cream on it. And it was burnt and peeling for about 2 weeks afterwards. Silly boy.
Aloe vera, spread it all over your face to recover. Around the wicket, here comes Broad, and it's pitched up, and he pushes to backward point, and there's another dot in the scorebook. Yes, there's another construction happening somewhere, isn't there? Going to be another newsstand here somewhere or other?
I'm not entirely sure, but I would imagine it's turning into a bit of a bowl, isn't it? It's a magnificent stadium as we look out from the stand opposite the pavilion. It's quite imposing when you look across at it. One big level. I think they're doing up the bit where the dressing rooms are to provide more seating.
Here's Broad again, and he drives and misses outside the off stump. Tempted there, was pitched up, and he went after it, and it beat the edge of the bat. That was a near moment for Khawaja, who's on 21 at 1 for 50.
It's funny, these Duke's balls actually, here you can see quite clearly the shiny side and the rough side, and this is swinging towards the rough side, which is conventional swing. But for the first 10 to 15 overs, these new Duke's balls don't tend to swing, they just move off the seam. So you see guys bowling wobble seam deliveries. Mitchell Stark did it this morning, Pat Cummins does it perfectly, that wobble seam. And Broad and Anderson did it earlier, and now presenting the seam, there's that bit of swing.
Broad in again, Khawaja back and plays the ball away into the onside, straight to the field. It's Works out there collecting it, and the dot. There's a line of dots. There's a line of dots like a line of beer cups in a snake on Andy's scorecard here. You can join the dots, and what you'll get is nothing. There's not a run off the bat. Nothing else. We're aiming for our 5th consecutive maiden over. Australia at a standstill. 1 for 50. Broad bowls. Khawaja plays and it takes him on the body, but he wasn't aiming the stroke, so he can't collect a run. And it is another maiden. 5 in a row. Who said that cricket's all about baseball? You're allowed to defend, and Australia do it very well.
Well, it's 105 maidens more than Australia, isn't it, now in this series, I think?
I think that's now 103 more.
103,
Australia have
sorry.
now bowled 32. They added 3 to that unimpressive tally today. England are now up to 135 with that one. The fewest ever maidens bowled by a team in an Ashes series.
Oh my God.
Is 56. And that was in the 1887-88 Ashes.
No, 4 ball overs.
Also, it was only 1 match long.
Imagine 4 ball overs. Oh, goodness. 3 slips are there for Anderson starting a new over. He runs in, Labuschagne goes around his pad and squirts it off for a single. A rare single. He wants a second, he won't get that. But that breaks the drought for Australia, and they move rapidly from 50 to 51. And they're only going at 2.5 and over. So there's quite a contrast when you look at numbers in the series, other than the most important one, of course, which is 2-1.
Not in the Moral Ashes, though. It's 4-0 in those ones.
The Moral Ashes? What fiction is that?
Well, you know, us English people, we like to be pragmatic.
Fiction. Anderson bowls just wide of the off stump and it goes through to the keeper. Who started that nonsense?
Well, I think it's just a well-known fact, isn't it? That if everything had have gone as it should do, then England would be 4-0 up in this
If
series.
everything had gone as it should have and Lyon had stayed fit, it'd be 4-0.
Well, that's hearsay, Jim.
I think the last time Australia won the Moral Ashes was 1932-33 in Bodyline, wasn't it, Jim?
Yes. There was a bit of morale and morality around. 3 slips are waiting around the wicket. Anderson bowls and he leaves it alone outside the off stump. Yes, all these things we talk about. Now I saw Gideon Haggs running this line that there shouldn't be a retaining the Ashes. They should be shared. Well, the urn's so small, if you chopped it in half, there wouldn't be anything left.
Well, no, the contents would pour out if you chopped it in half, wouldn't it?
Well, I don't think there are any contents. I think that's...
Oh, that's a myth.
Yeah.
Well, it's lured me in for the last 34 years. Then.
No, the contents were spilt years ago. Oh, I think so. I think you'll find. Around the wicket, Anderson bowls, full and wide outside the off stump. I mean, they've gone on a Antipodean tour only twice since they've been locked up at Lord's.
They got strapped into a first-class seat, didn't they, the last time they went down there?
Yes.
They weren't put in the hold, they were strapped into first class.
And I think the insurance was massive. I think one of the tours, a well-known Australian bank was the sponsor. Not sure about the other one, but it did the rounds. A bit like the Melbourne Cup does in Australia when someone's generous enough to show it off. Around the wicket, here comes Anderson, forward driving through the covers. It's gone past Stokes, it's running away to the boundary, and it will hit the top of the row now. 4 runs through mid of extra cover. A good looking strike, he just pitched up a bit more, and Khawaja goes to 25. It's 1 for 55. 5 runs from this over so far.
Yeah. Jimmy Anderson, this over, he's come around the wicket and it's been full and wide. This one's slightly closer to the off stump, but Anderson trying to entice the drive. He's seen the swing that Stuart Broad has got in the previous over, so trying to drag Usman Khawaja into playing a full stroke, but Khawaja waits for it. He's batting with the serenity that we saw him bat with in the first 2 test matches. He seems in a good space and a good rhythm here.
Anderson tries again. Khawaja leaves the ball alone outside the off stump. Umpire Dharmasena says over. 1 for 55. Aggers is ready to go for the last few overs of the day. It's 283 up against 1 for 55.
Yes, Australia breaking the stranglehold that England had on them for the previous 4 overs, 4 maidens. 5 runs from that over, but it's been slow progress. England have controlled the scoreboard. Chris Wokes made the breakthrough. Fantastic catch from Zach Crawley, diving across Joe Root at first slip. But the two old-timers, Broad and Anderson, now till the close of play. 9 more minutes, maybe 3 overs if they rush through, but we haven't seen that too frequently this series. They may get 18 more deliveries to try and prize out one more Australian wicket, but the game's in the balance. 55 for 1, and good evening, Jonathan.
Yes, hello, Steve. Good, lovely to see you. Yeah, funny old day. 5 catches dropped by Australia, and yet still they've had the best of the day, it seems. Which, yeah, we'll try and reckon that up, really, but that is the case. They're 228 behind. They've got 9 wickets left. And Khawaja's 25. Labuschagne has 1, and we've got Stuart Broad. In the dying moments of this first day, bowling a very full ball, which Labuschagne jams the bat down on and rather quirkily gives a little wave of it, rather like a conductor's baton, as he sends the ball on its way to Broad, he's determined to change this ball. He really is. He's having another go now, maybe reckoning that because that ball was jammed into the ground by Labuschagne, that must surely have made it go out of shape, but it's doing all that it has to do with Joel Wilson's rings, and he's shaking his head, the Trinidadian there, saying I'm sorry. And Broad chunters as he walks back to his mark, rubbing what he can onto the ball to make it shine up and hopefully to swing. 55 for 1.
In domestic cricket, you only get 2 goes at that.
You see, I think they should do that for Test cricket too. So it's a really good rule. That. In comes Broad, bowls, played by Labuschagne out to backward point. He was determined there, because it had been jammed into the ground. Surely that would have produced some sort of little lump or something. But obviously not. He's got to go back. I mean, this ball's done very little. But then Australia didn't swing it much either, so it's been a rather strange day from that perspective. The lights have been on for much of it. There's been a low cloud all day. It's felt quite humid. The ball just resolutely has not moved as much as perhaps even Pat Cummins thought when he put England to bat this morning. There's a bit of green in the pitch. In comes Broad, bowls outside the off stump. Labuschagne has nothing to do with it. It's taken by Bairstow. At times you just can't explain it, can you?
No. What did you make of the pitch when you were down there this morning?
More grass on than I thought, because we weren't allowed on yesterday. But this morning I sat with my old bowling boots on up here, devastated to see the grounds had fetched that horrible yellow rake thing that
where
they
they
put on.
brush the grass up, yeah.
Brush it up, rake a load out, and then mowed it off. I thought, oh no, let's have a bit of grass on. But actually, there's more grass on it when you get out there than I thought. Broad wide of the crease, bowls. Labuschagne drives it hard, and the ball evades Broad's outstretched right hand, runs away for a single. So yeah, there is a bit of grass there, but whether it's going to be a bit quicker tomorrow, that was Michael Vaughan's theory. It's possible.
It was in the World Test Championship final that we saw erratic bounce, didn't we? And people getting hit on the top hand.
It is nasty balls.
And you just wonder whether, if it dries out, and maybe with that grass just taking tiny little chunks out of it, maybe when we come back tomorrow and it's a bit quicker, you may see more of that steep bounce, because we've seen it at times today, but not consistently.
3 slips for Khawaja. He played a very uncharacteristic loose shot earlier on. He's settling in again now, 25, peering through the grill of his helmet as Broad bowls, and he walks into a defensive shot. It runs away down to backward point for Harry Brook to field. He entertained us all today. Terrific innings, and unlucky to miss out on 100. I suppose lucky to stay in. He was dropped on 5. One of those 5 I was talking about that Australia dropped, and that was the most expensive of them. Went on to make 85 from 91 balls and a couple of 6s. But a very important partnership of 49 between Wokes and Wood got England up to some sort of total. So we wait to see the news on Moeen Ali, who's damaged his groin, setting off for a single. Broad bowls. Oh, that's not far away from the off stump. He does leave the ball infuriatingly close to the stumps. Broad there's got his hands on his hips to cut back a little bit. Labuschagne just chews his gum, carries on, saying, what's the matter? It's still here. Bails are still on. It's very close, isn't it? 57 for 1. Anderson peels off his sweater. He's bowled very tidily so far, without really looking looking threatening. He's bowled, 6 overs for 21.
Still no, Usman Khawaja's passed 400 runs for the series, also passed 1,000 balls for the series. The last opening batter to reach 1,000 balls in an Ashes series in England was Michael Atherton in 1993. Since when? He's the first Australian to do it since 1994-5.
Anderson's going round the wicket to Khawaja. Gets the edge too, but doesn't carry. To third slip. Thick edge that. Landed comfortably in front of Duckett.
So the first Australian to reach 1,000 balls in any Ashes series since the series in Australia in 1994-5. The first Australian opener to reach 1,000 in England balls faced in an Ashes series since Mark Taylor, who faced a mammoth 1,866 in the 6 tests of 1989, and he's the only other Australian to have done so since 1961.
57 for 1. Anderson round the wicket, bowls, and Khawaja plays no stroke to that. Ball hits him somewhere around about the thigh. Again, Duckett is the fielder. Some people slipping away now. Ground slowly emptying. Still a sizable number here. They've enjoyed the day. It's the ground staff get ready with the covers over to the left-hand side. They're not because it's going to rain, but just to bring on those big sheets at the close. And some rushes in, bowls. Khawaja with plenty of time, stands up and taps that one back up the pitch again. 57 for 1. We'll have our review of the day, of course, once play does end. I think we're going to hear from Harry Brook. And I think Todd Murphy too, I've not heard interviewed before, but he had a good day. He was well used by Cummins. He brought him on for little short spells twice, and he got a wicket each time. There's Anderson bowls, thick edge from Khawaja, looking to play into the offside, but finds square leg. First was for Moeen, who had damaged groin. So Cummins reckoning that obviously that stride would be difficult for a spinner, and Moeen did have a swipe and got out. And similarly, Mark Wood, who he's played fast bowling quite well in this series. If you watched him, he's had a lot of hooking practice in the indoor nets. He plays it rather well now.
When you dish it out, you expect it back.
Oh yeah,
it's always my theory.
Yeah, but the spinner did for him as well. And goes Anderson and bowls, thumps into the pad there, quite high. There's an optimistic cry behind the stumps. So nothing really from Jimmy Anderson, the very fresh-faced Jimmy Anderson, who sweeps his hand through his hair. I mentioned earlier, I think he's been to one of those Turkish barbers with the hot towel.
They singe your ears and your nose hairs as well at those, don't they? Trim your eyebrows, give you the full works.
Yeah, I think he's had the shave as well. He's very, very fresh-faced. 57 for 1. Arms pumping. He sets off and bowls on the off stump. Khawaja a little uncertainly plays that away into the offside for Lawrence to field. What have we got? We've got 2 minutes to go. So that'll be Anderson's work completed for the day. 7 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 21. So he's been tidy. How many times has he beaten the bat? Not often, has he? But then no one has really, to be fair. It's not been that sort of a day today. The edges have flown to slip, but so number went down from Australia. And Carey as well dropped a very easy one. That was the Brook one, wasn't it?
Could have looked a lot different today had Harry Brook got out there.
Absolutely.
Especially at that time. Cummins was bowling an electric spell. It was beautiful, 89, 90 miles an hour, angling into the right-handers, nipping away 2 drop catches off his bowling in that spell.
Yeah, it was a really lovely spell of fast bowling. Broad starts the last over of the day, and that's a little faint deflection from Labuschagne, nowhere near Bairstow, who's flat on his tummy there, and in fact leg byes are signalled anyway by Mr Wilson. So Australia go to 61 for 1. Yeah, I mean, for all that, Cummins actually ended up with the worst bowling figures in the Australian lineup, which was, it works. That's how it happens, isn't it? Sometimes it's really unfortunate. 13 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 66. He could have taken 4 or 5 wickets there. Well, beautifully.
That first spell 1 wicket, 2 drop catches, 24 out of the 36 balls produced an edge or a play and miss, which is the highest full shot percentage recorded by in a single spell of more than 3 overs in England. And the data goes back to 2006.
Well, it felt like that.
It felt like he was on one. It felt like he'd been reading the criticism angled towards him over the last few days about him looking tired and slightly forlorn at Old Trafford. Interesting field change here.
So we've got 2 leg slips and 3 orthodox slips, and the umpire said I can't really see what's going on there from square leg, so I'm going to go and stand at point. 2 leg slips for Labuschagne. Broad goes wide of the crease and bowls pretty straight at him, and Labuschagne equally straight with the bat, sends the ball back to the bowler. Looking at that little faint deflection down the leg side, although that Labuschagne does get across to the off stump, rather like Steve Smith does. He's turning the ball away. It's just something to try, isn't it, really? Where else would he be fielding at this time of day? And where's he come from? He's come from fine leg, actually, hasn't he? So there's a deep square leg, no one at fine leg.
I know a few dopey players who'd put their foot just the other side of the crease line and cause a no ball.
Oh yes. Here's Broad bowls. Labuschagne plays across that pad again. Feels it at mid-ons. Yes, that's really what umpire Damasina's looking for, isn't he? He's got a good view out there. In fact, Mark Woods, he's actually now the 3rd fielder behind square on the leg side, but only to have a conversation with somebody over there in the crowd. And he's got to make sure he's in the right place. As he retakes his position out there, he will do. Damasina just checking there. Labuschagne's having a look as well. Oh, he's gone for the rings again.
That's 3 since we've been on commentary.
Dear. Well, again, it's been rebuffed. I like that 2. 2.
You get 2, so you need to be tactical about
2
when
per
you do
session.
No, per innings.
Per innings, yeah, okay. In comes Broad, bowls. Labuschagne forward, drives up to wide mid-off. Yes, 2 per session. Well, that would be pushing it as far as Broad's concerned, but for most bowlers it would. 2 per innings, and they mark it off. They log it down. So tactical change. So you don't bother doing it when a spinner's on, presumably.
No. And you have to wait till it looks really, really out of shape to go and ask the umpires. So almost like a triangle on one side of the ball, which for the last 2 seasons actually has been a problem with this Dukes ball. I think Dukes even issued an apology last year for the state of the balls in first-class cricket over here.
Broad again runs in hard, bowls. Labuschagne gets a full ball on the off stump, plays to mid off. It's softness that's the real problem, though, isn't it? I mean, the shape. You'd think aerodynamically that a slightly out of shape ball would help you a bit, because it might do rather strange things, like a comet whirling its way down, like you see it sometimes, you know. But I mean, let's face it, this is tactical. This is the ball not doing anything.
Yes.
So we're going to try and get rid of it and get another one. That's all it comes down to. Right, the last ball of the day, the first day, belongs to Australia, unless Brook can just knock over Labuschagne here. Labuschagne's waiting for somebody who I can't see there to stop moving behind the arm. And Broad, with that ball in his hand, comes in now, bowls to Labuschagne, lets it go outside the off stump and smartly waits for permission to leave his crease, which Johnny Bairstow says, yep, that's okay, Marnus, and heads for the dressing rooms, with Australia on 61 for 1. So they're 222 behind, with Khawaja on 26, and Labuschagne on 2, and quick as you like, all these stewards come on. It's like a swarm of bumblebees there, the colour of them, black and yellow. On they come, and making sure that nobody can invade the pitch, and everyone's behaving themselves. The grounds wheels his wheelbarrow on over there, and that's the end of the first day. And an interesting one it was too, but it's Australia's day.
Certainly feels that way, doesn't it? I think they've negotiated a tricky period of play under lights. The clouds did lift outside the first 10 or so overs of the Australian innings there, but to only lose 1 wicket, to only be 221 or 2 runs behind, 222 runs behind, with 9 wickets in the hutch coming into tomorrow. They'll hope for clear skies tomorrow morning. The pitch certainly hasn't misbehaved. There are scoring opportunities there. Usman Khawaja looks back to his best, 26 not out.
Forecast looks good for tomorrow, I should mention.
for the full house that's coming here to watch it. And we'll have our review of this first day. I'll just run through proceedings of what happened today for those people who are just switching on and are catching up. Australia put England into bat the first time that Cummins has won the toss, and he kept faith. He kept faith with tails, and finally it came right for him for the fifth time of asking. Crawley 22, Duckett 41. They put on 62 very easily, really. Almost a runner ball. They were just potting her along. Moeen made 34, but damaged his groin in the process. Root played on for 5. Brook was dropped on 5, one of 5 chances to be missed by Australia today. Well, Jim Maxwell's shaking his head. He can't remember when Australia put down 5 catches in a day either. But he went on to make 85 from 91 balls. Stokes got a good ball from Stark, which he, on reflection, might have played a bit straighter, but it looked very, very dramatic. It tore his off stump out of the ground for 3. Bairstow played on for 4. Then this partnership of 49 between Wokes and Wood that steered England towards, well, they're 283. Wokes made 36, Wood made 28, and Broad had an ambitious pull at Stark and was caught for 7. Bowling figures wise, most successful Mitchell Stark, 4 for 82. So in go Australia. Again, a good opening partnership, 49 in 17 overs between Warner and Khawaja. Warner did give a very difficult chance. Bairstow just got his finger ends to it down the leg side before he had scored. He went on to make 24 before he was beautifully caught by Crawley. He's got such good hands there at second slip. I mean, it just doesn't miss. He came there in front of Root really at first. Took the catch off Wokes for 24. Khawaja 26 not out. Labuschagne finishing on 2. So 61 for 1, 222 behind, and so that makes it, I reckon, 344 runs scored today for 11 wickets that fell. And bowling figures wise for England, let's have a quick look at those. Broad 8 overs 2 maidens, no wicket for 13. Anderson 7 overs 2 maidens, no wicket for 21. Wood 5 overs for 10, and Wokes the wicket taker 1 for 8 from 5 overs 3 maidens. He's absolutely bang on it at the moment in terms of accuracy, and also in a rich vein of wicket taking as well. So we've got Steve Finn here, we've got Glenn McGrath towering over me as well, and Michael Vaughan's down there. Let's start with Glenn, because I mean, that's Australia's day, definitely, yeah. But yet they dropped 5 catches. I mean, it's a bizarre day, isn't it?
Well, it is, and they dropped 5 catches, missed a run out, so yeah. All up they created 16 chances. Yes. So good bowling. Is it the pitch, or is it more the way England are playing? So it's a bit of probably a combination of all things. I thought once Pat Cummins came on today, he bowled exceptionally well, and they created a lot of chances, but the style of play from England, you're going to do that. So we saw contrasting styles the way Australia batted at the end. It's like watching the grass grow, so it couldn't be more of a contrast. I think they're intentionally doing it just to be different from baseball half the times. But to create 16 chances, but just after tea, is probably too much. This pitch out there, that's too much on that. So yeah, you'd say England chance their arm. They score quickly, but they also give plenty of chances.
Michael, what do you make of those? I mean, 5, it could have been a lot worse for England, couldn't it?
Yeah, and I think England won't be delighted with the situation because they'd have liked more. But I think quietly, on the pitch that they were asked to bat on, and the fact that Australia did drop those chances, England, in that last half an hour, almost bowled in. I know Australia batting till stumps, but you've got 2 contrasting styles playing Test match cricket. You've got the aggressive way of England that just go for it, score it over 5, then Australia trying to play the attritional way. I thought Australia were a bit too negative in that last session. The ball's not done a great deal, and they just hung in there, sat in there, and I thought that was a chance, because England looked flat. I thought that was a chance for Australia to go and score 30, 40 more runs, get a bit closer to that England score. Australia have had the better day, of course. They're bowled England out, and they're 1 wicket down, but I think England won't be completely despondent. I think they're still in this game.
Yeah, interesting. Finney, those fields again for Australia at the start, when England actually got away to a flyer, but not through hitting boundaries, just picking off the field, those men set deep. It's the way that Cummins has done it throughout this series.
It's curious, isn't it? Because when you're sat up here watching and you see a bad ball go to the boundary, and then your good ball as a bowler just get rotated, it gets hit on the head and just defended softly into point, and the batters jog through for a single, and it just means that scoreboard sort of gets ahead of you as a bowler, and also if you're bowling to a right-left-hand combination, the worst thing you want is to be bowling 3 balls at each batter alternately through that opening salvo, especially when you want to try and build pressure on one person. But both teams have been super stubborn with the way that they want to play. I think England have been stubborn with the way that they're going about playing super aggressively. And Australia and Pat Cummins in particular, the opening 10 overs in every innings that we've seen England have throughout this series has been stubborn in leaving those gaps either side of the wicket. But I do think that especially this morning under leaden skies with a brand new ball in your hand and 3 high-class bowlers, to have those fielders out is still a curious thing for me, for the captain to
62 runs in 13 overs. I think there were 4 boundaries in that. It was bang, bang, bang. I mean, when you're bowling, the ball ends up there. Your good balls end up into that gap, don't they?
Yeah, and it's not a difficult shot. If you're a batter and you're just able to defend the ball softly to point, it means your head's over the ball, it means you've got a good stride in, you're playing it under your eyes. That's the best position to be playing that. What I would want if I was an opening bowler is that point fielder up, and for a batter to be trying to push the ball through extra cover, because then that brings the nick in. And actually when Pat Cummins came on to bowl, he brought those fielders up.
Yep.
The England batters tried to push it through and he found the edge 3 times. 2 were dropped, 1 was taken. And I think that they've missed a trick throughout the series to put more pressure on the England opening batters. I think they're better bowlers than those fields, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes, that's an interesting point. You're done, Steve. You've got to go and talk to 5 Live, I think. Go and entertain them over there. So we're a bit cramped in here. Come on, Glenn, you come and sit down. Do you think that's a fair point? I mean, it was like that on the first day at Edgbaston from Australia. It hasn't changed.
Yeah, I think they came up with a plan to sort of combat Bazball. And if they're going hard and they're flying out there, fair enough, but I just want to see a bit more pressure created. They did bring deep point and deep square leg up when Mitchell Starc in one of his overs, and we thought, oh, here we go, this is better. Mitchell Starc bowled 2 very poor deliveries in 4 that went for boundaries, and they just put them straight back. So you can't set fields for bad balls, and I'd like to see a bit more pressure created. I know they go hard at them, but just watching the Australians at the end, you wonder where they were going to score. You actually have to sort of force it through there, and I know England are happy to force it, but I'd just like to stop that rotation. It's 100 more overs England's bowled compared to the Australians, because it's just so easy to drop and run, and especially when it's a right-hand left-hand combination, as Finney said. There's nothing more frustrating for a bowler seeing the ball just dropping close. They get a single, and then next you know the opposite hander is on strike.
It's interesting, Marcus, because in 2005 you put the men out, didn't you? There, but was that a different? What was your thinking for that? It's the first time we'd seen it, really.
Yeah, but I always say if you're going to put cover point on the bounds, you need an extra cover, and you need your gully to be a bit squarer. So if a batter just plays a forward defence and it drops square of the wicket, there's a great chance that extra cover is going to come in tight, and there could be a run-out opportunity, and your gully can also cut it off as well.
So protecting the good ball, in other words.
Yeah, the concern for me is that you have such a space on the offside and the leg side that you bowl a really good ball, and you're talking about high-class bowlers in Hazelwood and Starc, and you play a forward defence and the ball nips back, hits on the inside edge and it goes to square leg, easy single. Hits the outside edge of the bat, goes square the wicket on the offside, and there's no one there. There's mid-off, and Labuschagne goes quite deep at mid-off. So it's almost like and also the gully's fine. It's almost like a 5th slip. It's 3 slips and a 5th slip, really. It's not a gully. So there's just an open acreage of space for England to just keep rotating the strike. Australia will say it's working because they're 2-1 in the series and they're in a good position here. But I'd argue with them that it's not worked at the start of the year. I just think it's too easy for Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett to get going. The problem that they had is that they actually did bring the field up to Ben Duckett when Mitchell Starc was bowling, and Ben Duckett went bum 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 to the boundary, but it wasn't because of it was because they were poor balls. And it's almost like a spinner bowling with fielders around the bat. Some spinners can, some spinners can't. It's almost to me that Mitchell Starc can't bowl with fielders up because he starts to bowl a few loose deliveries. The Aussies will say it's working. I'm not too sure that side of the Ashes series that's been a common trend. I would argue that at times, yes, you spread the field, but a lot of the time, particularly with the new ball, I don't think that tactic's working.
It's interesting it's difficult to do, but reckon what the score might have been had that point been up, because they did get away. I mean, they 5.5 and over just with singles, really. Yeah,
exactly. And there's no pressure on the opposition whatsoever. And but baseball's not about building pressure. Like, you build pressure, you wait for the big shot to come, and hopefully the big shot's coming. So you don't need to build pressure. It's like, I'm not sure what their thinking is, because they're cutting the boundaries off, but they're giving ones or twos. If they're a lot smarter, which we saw at Old Trafford, okay, you pick up your ones and twos at will. You go along 4-5 runs and over without even trying, and then you put a bad ball away. So you're sort of relying on baseball to actually try to score too quickly or try to force balls that aren't there. Yeah, they could.
What are the Australians worried about? Because at the minute they're setting these spread fields. Let's just be clear, they've had a better day.
Yes.
And we're just kind of nitpicking at them.
Absolutely,
but what are they worried about? Because in the last 2 games they've had these fields, they're going to over 5s. So they're worried about going at 6 and 7s.
I agree with you. Yeah,
there was a time when Ben Duckett kind of leading edge that went just over cover point. It could have gone straight to point. So it's not only that it's a kind of a boundary saving, but if they bowl a bad ball, it's going to the boundaries anyway. The way that these England players hit the ball, it goes to the boundary. It's more the fact that as a left arm, if I'm a right-hander facing Mitchell Stark and he swings one in early, there's a very good chance that I might just flick one off my hip and it could go straight to square leg in the air.
Yes.
You see it often. So I would say to the Aussies, look, actually by having square leg, it's an attacking move for a catch. So Zach Crawley does like to work it on the onside, and it might just go in the air. If you keep bowling bad balls, you deserve to go to the boundary. That's what, as a captain, anyone that captains in cricket, you will always say to the bowler, we set fields for your best balls. That's what we set in fields for. We're not going to set fields for a leg stump half volley or a short and wide, because if we do that, we haven't got enough fielders. But yeah, I mean, I'm intrigued by this kind of the 2 teams play just completely different.
Yes. Almost deliberately, it seems now.
Yeah, it's like England just go for it, and Australia now are playing attrition. And at the end of this series, in a few days' time, we'll work out who's had the better.
Got it right.
Yeah, it's like they think England will get bored of taking 1s and 2s.
Yeah. Yes.
Which they probably do, but they want to hit boundaries all the time. So it's like you think build pressure by dot balls. It's like they're building pressure by just 1s and 2s. It's I can't explain it.
Wasn't that a lovely spell by Pat Cummins, though? I mean, we've had all that talk at Old Trafford where he did look tired. I mean, and I think he kind of admitted that he was, and it's been a pretty gruelling time for him. Get back, we come here for the India-Australia Test match. It doesn't seem that long ago, and it wasn't that long ago, and he's been on it ever since. But wasn't that a beautiful spell of bowling? Real control, wobble seam, swing, pace.
Well, sometimes in cricket you can see the leadership in terms of performance a lot better as a batting captain. So when Ben Stokes did what he did at Lords and what he did at Headingley in the first innings with the bat, you saw, look at the captain leading. I thought that was Pat Cummins' response in a way. That was leading with the ball in hand, because his team had a stinker of a start this morning.
Yeah.
They were awful for the first 30-40 minutes, and all of a sudden Cummins got the ball in hand. He brought the field up and he bowled quickly. He bowled with great skill. At Headingley, I didn't think he was at his best, but he got 5 for it at Old Trafford. He just had one of those weeks. He just didn't get his rhythm right. That was Pat Cummins back to Edgbaston and Lords, because in those first 2 Test matches he was outstanding with the ball in hand, and he's so close to doing something very, very special as a captain. To win overseas in an Ashes is very difficult to do, and that was him leading with the ball in hand and saying to his team, you've got to follow me, because I want to win this Ashes, and I hope all of the remaining 10 in the team want exactly the same kind of mindset. It was magnificent to watch.
Just looking at a couple of 6s of Harry Brooks there on the screen. One of them, that pickup bang into the crowd. He's different, Glenn, isn't he?
Yeah.
Crikey, he's got some talent.
He's got a heap of talent. And just looking at those shots, that one he picked up just short of a length and over the top, and that pull shot, or hook shot, I should say, they look slightly premeditated to me. If he hits a boundary straight, next ball he's hanging back looking for something short to hook or pull. It's just when you surprise him, when he's played a few dot balls and you surprise him with the short ball, he looks a little bit more uneasy. But he's I don't know whether he's just reading the game well, but he's got all the shots, and he's just a fluent batsman, sort of offside, onside. He's got a huge amount of talent and ability. So it's just about sort of getting that mental, psychological part of the game. If he can match that, he's going to be a real good talent.
At Lords, we were talking about him having problems with the short ball, weren't we? I mean, they bombed him there, and he looked all over the place. Some really poor shots, got out with a terrible shot. We've hardly seen one. They haven't gone to that since, have they?
Well, even at Henley in the chase, they didn't really go to that, to Harry Brook. Yeah,
I wonder why.
They got him out with a short ball there too, but it was too late.
Yeah, it's I don't know.
He really looked vulnerable at Lord's.
Yeah,
didn't
he did. He was all over the place. He was playing baseball and trying to win the battle,
flapping it to cover. And
I don't know. I don't think. Good question to Pat Cummins and the Australians, but he's a real talent. He's right up there with. I mean, Peterson for me was England's best. In the middle of the innings against all the real quality bowlers around the world, around the generation I play. When Glenn, Warney, Murray, Dale Steyn. Harbhajan, Anil Kumble, all the real kind of quality bowlers of that era. Kevin Peterson dealt with it at a time. They got him as well, but he dealt with them. And I'm looking at Harry Brook in a similar kind of vein. He's just got that ability to put really good bowlers under pressure.
Yeah. Very uncomplicated.
Very. I think he's just a straightforward lad. I think he's just simple. I think he sees the ball and tries to score off it. I don't think he overcomplicates life.
No.
I think he's a great guy to have in the dressing room. I think he's very humorous. I believe he comes out with some gems in the team, which is always handy. He's clearly got an amazing eye. His eye is fantastic. He gets that little trigger. He stands really still. His bat, the toe of his bat is pointing towards the sky. He just stands still and he just tries to react. He doesn't get that front foot. That left foot doesn't go. If you're bowling channel and there's a bit of movement, as we saw early in his innings today, if you're taking it away from his eye line, he doesn't quite get that left foot close to the ball. So that's why you'll see him. If we saw him at Lord's in the second innings, as soon as it nipped, I think he was bowled in the first inning, he snicked one off as well. So Headley the same, when he went at number 3. If you're as a bowler seeing a batter that basically plants that front foot down the middle of the pitch, straight up down middle stump and not getting it close to that kind of channel line, I think you fancy snicking him off if there's any movement. And we saw that today. If there's no movement, his eyes and his talent will take over.
Let's see if Henry Moran extracted any gems and some humour from Harry Brook. He's been speaking to him.
Well, Harry, the general consensus up in the commentary box is perhaps Australia's day. What would you say?
Well, they've had a good day. Obviously, bowling us out. When you put a team into bat, you always want to try and bowl them out, especially in a day. They bowled well, to be fair, but no, I think we definitely played well in the end there, and we got us up to a respectable total.
Is that what you'd say it was, respectable, but perhaps a few runs left out there?
We'll have to see tomorrow, won't we? But I feel like that's probably a good score on that pitch. If we bowl well tomorrow and get a couple of early wickets, you never know what can happen.
Conditions out there, how's that pitch playing?
Yeah, it was tough to start with. They bowled quite well at me to start with. It was tough, but I felt like I was going to go out there and try and be positive and look to put the pressure on them. I've said plenty of times before, I don't really want to get out stuck on the crease and being tentative, so I went out there and tried to be a bit more positive and put it back on them, really.
12 months since your debut here at this ground. How have you changed as a cricketer, and where does that innings rank for you in terms of how you want to play and how you feel as a Test cricketer?
No, yeah, I felt good today. Obviously, I got that bit of luck early on, but no, like I said, I just tried to put the pressure back on them and just play the way I have done in the last 12 months or so.
What is the way that you play? How would you best describe it?
Positive, always looking to put the pressure on the bowler, backing myself.
Moeen Ali, how is he? Because clearly that looked like a concern for England.
Yeah, I don't think he's too good at the minute, but hopefully he can come out there and bowl a few overs for us tomorrow maybe, or get a few runs for us next innings. So, no, obviously he's been a vital player, he probably hasn't done as well as he'd have wanted to do, but he's been a very vital player for us in this series, and he's a top player, so hopefully he's all right and gets well soon.
What about the message coming into the game from Ben and Brendan? What's been the chat coming into this match?
I actually don't think we've spoken about it at all, so we're just going out there and playing the way we have done in the last 12 months and enjoying it.
Did it feel a little flat from the stands? It felt like the atmosphere maybe wasn't quite as energised as other matches.
Well, if the weather hadn't ruined things last week, it might have been a bit different, but no, it was good towards the end there, but like I say, if we were coming here 2 all up and this was all to play for, I'm sure the crowd would have been a bit more up and about.
And when you spoke before this match, you mentioned the fact that Test cricket's your thing. Long-term central contract was the quote that came out. I mean, is Test cricket something that you adore and you just want to keep on playing it for this England side?
I won't say adore it, but I enjoy it. I've enjoyed it in the last I've enjoyed being around the squad for however long I've been now, 12 months or whatever. But no, it's been good, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
Ben said at the toss that he wants to lead England and Australia next time. Just finally, you want to be there alongside him?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a long way away yet. There's plenty of things could happen by then.
Many thanks. Cheers, Harry.
He's a straight talker, isn't he? Harry Brook. There's no sort of diplomatic, we'll have to wait and see, or any of that sort of, Moeen, well, I haven't seen him yet. That's usually the answer, isn't it? Oh, no, he's not very good.
do you adore? No, I don't adore it.
That's about as straight.
Well, adore is quite strong, isn't it?
Well, we all adore Test cricket. That's why we're here. But no, he certainly calls a shovel, I would say, in Yorkshire terminology. We played well today, though. Some wonderful shots. So, what are we going to do? What are England going to do tomorrow? They've got Warner out. It's been a feature of this series, really, that England just kind of chipped away with the wickets. Some of the Australians have got in, but got out.
Yeah, I don't think England will be concerned by the scoring rate this evening. Whether it's just Australia getting through to stumps, we'll have to wait and see. England have worked a way of getting Australia out for around 300 in the last few occasions, so they'll try everything they possibly can. No Moeen Ali is a big blow.
Yes.
Because Moeen's been chipping in with a couple of nice wickets on most occasions.
If he can't run.
But it's a swing. That ball then that England were trying to change just started to swing towards the back end there in the last few overs. Clearly they're going to need contributions from all the seamers. Mark Wood's bowled quickly. Wokes has been very steady once again. Broad, very consistent. Jimmy Anderson, still nothing in the wicket column. He's bowling okay. He's bowling with not as much attrition as we've seen in the last couple of innings, but he has to contribute with wickets. England desperately need Jimmy Anderson.
He's
tomorrow.
been tidy, but without.
He has to. For England to win this Test match, England will need something from Jimmy Anderson.
Moeen batting, that could be a problem. I mean, if he is immobile.
Well, I think you might get one of your dreams of England's Test match team, because if Moeen can't bat three, and I can't think he will, you might get Chris Wokes up the order. Because I don't think they'll move Harry Brook, and I don't think Joe Root will move from 4. So someone will have to bat at 3. Maybe Chris Wokes.
We'll be banging on about it long enough.
Chris Wokes or Mark Wood.
Have to wait and see. Glenn, from your perspective tomorrow, they just bat on, won't they? The forecast could just play nicely.
Yeah, no, the forecast should be fine. Australia will just play, but I hope to see the scoring rate go a little bit quicker. It's you've got to show intent out there, and if you just look to survive and hang around, you're going to get a good one sooner or later. So you need that scoreboard ticking over to put a bit of pressure back on the opposition. Like Harry Brook says, he just looks to put the pressure back on the bowlers, and that's definitely what happens. And I think when you're just looking to survive, the bowlers can bowl exactly where they want. The pressure builds. You feel, where am I going to score the next run? And that's not what Test cricket's about. They need to keep the scoreboard ticking over. So they'll probably be a little bit more positive, show a little bit more intent tomorrow. But it's about wickets in hand and just keep it going and claw down their first innings lead. And every run after that will be a bonus.
Glenn, catch you tomorrow in 45 succinct seconds. Andy, choose the main stats.
Well, let's go with England's scoring rate, 5.1 and over, 283 all out in 54.4 overs. That's the 5th fastest opening innings of a Test ever. England have 4 of the top 5 in the Test they've played since the start of December of last year. Harry Brook closing in on 1,200 runs in his first 12 Tests. He gets 26 more in the second innings to reach 1,200, which is the 10th player to have 1,200 runs in his first 12 Tests. Usman Khawaja has passed 1,000 balls for the series, only the second opener to do that in an Ashes in England since 1961. Pat Cummins' opening spell, 1 for 21, 2 drops, 24 full shots out of 36 balls, the highest full shot percentage recorded in a spell in England since 2006.
Yeah, bang on. Look at that clock. There's highlights now on BBC Two and the iPlayer in Today at the Test, and you can watch clips on the BBC Sport website and the app. On BBC Sounds, you can listen to the Ashes Daily and our highlights show. There's also a new episode of Tailenders with Greg James and Jimmy Anderson. I watched them recording that at this very ground yesterday morning. So we're all set up for a good day tomorrow. The forecast looks to be fine, and we're back on air at 10 o'clock on 5 Sports Extra and 10:30 then also on Radio 4 Longwave. England needs some wickets. Join us then. We look forward to your company. Till then, from all of us here at the Oval, we'll say goodbye.